Chapter 212. Yuhao, are you a perverted killer? At this moment on the screen. After careful consideration, Yuhao spoke out all his guesses. He articulated his thoughts carefully, even outlining the soul skills that this evil soul master might use. After hearing Yuhao's words, Ma Rulong, Meng Hongqin, and the others were all stunned. They felt that what Yuhao said made perfect sense. However, what surprised them most was why Yuhao was so familiar with the abilities of evil soul masters. Typically, the skills of evil soul masters are very hidden. Very few soul masters know about the abilities of evil soul masters, because encountering one usually means either you or they will die. At this moment, Zhao Hongqin couldn't quite understand and said to Yuhao, "From what you're saying, it's possible. But Yuhao, do you know what the strangest thing is for me?" Yuhao looked at Zhao Hongqin. "What is it?" Zhao Hongqin replied with an unusual expression. "It's your understanding of the skills of evil soul masters. Generally, the abilities of evil soul masters are more bizarre and mysterious than those of regular soul masters. This creates a disadvantage for ordinary soul masters like us against evil soul masters. They might recognize our martial spirits and guess the approximate effects of our soul skills, but we usually don't know what their soul skills entail. Yet you seem to know a lot about the soul skills of evil soul masters." Zhao Hongqin expressed his confusion without hesitation. Yuhao did not hide this and replied, "Because I have studied the knowledge about evil soul masters." "Brother Zhao, you mentioned that the skills of evil soul masters are more bizarre and mysterious than ours, but that's a misconception. Evil soul masters merely use those dirty abilities. Controlling corpses, brainwashing, blood-sucking, explosions, demonized beast martial souls. In reality, once you understand, you'll find that the abilities of evil soul masters are fundamentally similar. It's just that, normally, there are few opportunities for you to learn about the history and cases surrounding evil soul masters. I learned some from a different channel in the past, which is why I understand many of the skills utilized by evil soul masters." Yuhao continued explaining to Zhao Hongqin. The channel he referred to was naturally Shrek Academy. Although Yuhao had left Shrek Academy, the library still contained countless valuable resources. As long as it pertains to martial souls, they have resources on practically everything. Yuhao had previously learned a lot about evil soul masters there. Now, seeing this situation, he naturally knew what was at play. "I see. Yes, Yuhao, you've always had a wealth of knowledge." Zhao Hongqin and the others soon comprehended the situation after listening to Yuhao. They displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment and then said to Yuhao, "If that's the case, then please tell us what we should do. Since you believe there's a possibility of danger, let's take care of these corpses first, to prevent any unexpected incidents." Yuhao nodded in agreement after hearing this. He then retrieved several large bags and a few pairs of gloves from his storage soul guide. He handed each of them a bag and a pair of gloves, putting on the gloves first. Then he took some powder from the bag and sprinkled it on the corpse. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged, and the corpse began to corrode rapidly from the white powder, soon being completely dissolved, leaving not a drop of blood behind. Yuhao explained to the group, "This is corpse powder. I carry it for emergencies. When using it, ensure it doesn't come into contact with your skin. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as that corpse." Everyone felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this. Meng Hongqin couldn't help but complain, "Yuhao, what are you carrying? You're not a perverted killer, are you?" Yuhao looked at Meng Hongqin innocently and responded, "Sister Meng, do I look like a bad guy?" Meng Hongqin replied unhappily, "Yes." Initially, when she wasn't familiar with Yuhao, she genuinely believed he was a well-behaved little boy. But now that she knew him better, she realized he wasn't innocent. Anyone who thought he was genuinely honest due to his disguise and tricks was likely to be mistaken. Yuhao smiled and said, "Enough of the chit-chat, let's hurry up. The corpse powder will emit a smell once it takes effect. It's manageable in a ventilated area, but this is a cave. I sense that the death god envoy inside will realize something is amiss soon, so we need to act quickly." Upon hearing this, everyone began to move swiftly. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters stood completely dumbfounded after witnessing the scene before them. They had all seen what transpired in the original void. So at this moment, they were astonished that Yuhao, witnessing this parallel world, managed to discern the death god envoy's ability before any action commenced. Everyone felt as though they were watching a ghost. Yuhao, the me in the parallel world, is incredibly smart. Ling Liuachen, does this make us look foolish before? Zio, that's not the case. Normal people couldn't possibly think of something like this, right? It's just that Yuhao in the parallel world is too amazing. Jing Hongchen, then this time the death god envoy is useless. Kong Deming, yes, this evil soul master has average abilities apart from the corpse explosion. But the problem is, Yuhao in the parallel world dealt with the corpses, so this guy is definitely in trouble. Kong Deming deliberately referenced Xuanzai in the chat when he mentioned this. From this perspective, Yuhao in this parallel world is a far better team leader than someone else. Xuanzai's expression suddenly darkened at that moment. At this interval on the screen, the death god envoy seems to have finally noticed the abnormality. Chapter 213, The Death God Envoy is Numb. Where are my corpses? It was exactly as Yuhao had predicted earlier. Because the area they were in was a cave, the air was not well ventilated. After Yuhao and the others used the corpse powder to dissolve all the corpses, the death god envoy in the cave immediately detected the smell. Initially, he angrily scolded his subordinates. What the hell are you doing? Why does it smell so bad? But he soon realized something was amiss when, after scolding for a long time, no one came to check on him. So, the death god envoy immediately went out in person. He rushed to the area where Yuhao and the others were to investigate. Through this inspection, he discovered the actions of Yuhao and the others in the cave at that moment. This revelation made the death god envoy furious. He roared with anger, his tone filled with murderous intent. So it was you who did this. You all will become my corpse slaves. After saying this, he quickly summoned his martial soul. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose from under his feet. The death god envoy launched a killing move immediately because he recognized a large number of opponents and intended to use a corpse explosion to eliminate Yuhao and the others. But in the next second, despite using his strongest move, the death god envoy discovered that there wasn't a single corpse in this expansive area. This also meant that all 5 of his soul skills related to corpses were rendered useless. The death god envoy's face immediately turned ashen. He couldn't help but yell, "Where's my corpse slaves?" The members of the Sun Moon team immediately beamed with delight. We dissolved it with the corpse powder. They felt extremely grateful. Even though they still didn't know much about this evil soul master's skills, judging by his reaction, it was evident that his soul skills were related to corpses. And now that all the corpses had been dealt with, the soul skills he possessed had no carriers. Naturally, he couldn't use any of them. Thus, the students of the Sun Moon team laughed and looked at the death god envoy, revealing expressions of glee. Run! But the death god envoy was not a fool. He understood that the other party had come with malicious intent. At this moment, with no means to attack the enemy. Staying here would be tantamount to suicide. Desperate to survive, he bolted away instantly. Yuhao scoffed when he saw this. Want to escape? Then he prepared to launch an attack directly. But at that moment, the other students of the Sun Moon team stood up. Captain, take a break. Show us your skills. Otherwise, this evil soul master will be killed by you alone while we just watch the show. Ma Rulong even directly urged Yuhao. Yuhao let out a helpless sigh. Okay, just be careful. He spread his hands, no longer caring. The death god envoy now had to endure the fierce attacks from the other members of the Sun Moon team, completely defenseless. The outcome, of course, was that the death god envoy was overwhelmed and killed by Ma Rulong and the others. Although this was their first time taking a life, considering he was an evil soul master who had committed numerous atrocities, allowing him to live would be a disaster. In the end, everyone gritted their teeth and ended his life decisively. And so, a legendary death god envoy met his tragic demise in this parallel world in an infuriatingly pitiful manner. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, is this the same enemy? This death god envoy is far too pathetic, isn't he? This death god envoy almost wiped out the Shrek team in the original time and space. It can only be said that there is no harm without comparison. After witnessing the scene in front of them, a group of soul masters continued to complain. They never imagined that the once formidable death god envoy facing the team led by Xuanzai in the original time and space would end up so miserable against the team led by Yuhao in the parallel world. He hadn't even inflicted a bit of damage on Yuhao and his team before he died tragically in the end. This prompted everyone to sigh in exasperation. Dubuci remarked, "It seems this death god envoy isn't that strong after all. He only seems particularly powerful compared to someone else. In the hands of Yuhao in the parallel world, he's nothing." Jing Hongchen chimed in, "Didn't someone say that Yuhao in the parallel world might have problems?" "I said it a long time ago. Someone's judgment isn't great. Yuhao in the parallel world isn't as foolish as you think. He can handle this death god envoy alone." Kong Deming added, "In short, this is embarrassing. It makes the titled Duoluo lose face." Everyone kept discussing in the chat room. Although they didn't mention names, they made sure to allude to Xuanzai in their conversation. This veiled sarcasm was infuriating. And Xuanzai couldn't retaliate. What could he do being perceived as useless? Despite his annoyance, he didn't dare to get angry at all. All he could do was endure as everyone continued to belittle him. After everyone finished mocking him, Jing Hongchen and others let out a sigh of relief. But just when they wanted to resume watching the parallel world, the screen from the original time and space started playing again. No way. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths at this turn of events. To be honest, they had no interest in Yuhao's narrative from the original time and space, since that kid was utterly useless. Now, they simply wanted to see how Yuhao in the parallel world developed next. And let's not forget, Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, and others in this parallel world had yet to confirm that Yuhao in this parallel world had joined the Sun Moon team. They were finally about to meet. When Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj in the parallel world discovered that Yuhao had indeed gone to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, that would be the real climax. So at that moment, when the scene abruptly switched back to the original time and space, everyone felt incredibly uncomfortable. Chapter 214. The quiz with prizes appears again. What will happen to Xuanzai after learning that Yuhao has joined Sun Moon? Of course. Although at this moment, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes felt very dissatisfied with the sudden switch back to the original time and space picture. They understood clearly that they did not have the final say. After all, they were merely a group of small individuals. The owner of the mysterious big hand, the powerful being who brought all of them to this plane gap, was the real boss. So, although many soul masters present were indeed very frustrated with what was happening, they refrained from making any foolish moves. They remained where they were, calming down as they began to watch the scenes from the original time and space. At the same time, they were still waiting for any announcements while watching. What if there was another quiz with prizes later? Then, they would have the chance to make some money again. From this perspective, it didn't seem too problematic to watch the story of Yuhao in the original time and space again. They settled down and slowly began to watch the scenes unfold. Under their watch, the events of the Soul Master competition in the original time and space gradually started to materialize. The only difference from the parallel world was that Yuhao and his companions suffered heavy losses after encountering the death god envoy. Thus, when they participated in the subsequent competition scenes, they relied on constant cleverness and trickery to barely make it to the finals. After seeing this, many soul masters in the gaps between the planes began to sigh. But it's true. The quality of this soul master competition is really poor. Even the Shrek team, which has suffered so many casualties, still made it to the finals. It only goes to show that Shrek Academy truly has no competitors. The Soul Masters in the gaps kept discussing. During the discussion, many Soul Masters couldn't help but express. But if that's the case, then the Sun Moon team should win in the parallel world. After all, except for the Shrek team, all other teams lack combat capability. And regarding the Shrek team, both teams faced the Death God Envoy, yet the results for the two teams were completely different. So we can essentially conclude that the Sun Moon team in this parallel world is stronger than the Shrek team. A group of Soul Masters voiced their opinions. Afterward, they turned their attention back to the screen. Finally, under their gaze, the finals began. But what was infuriating was that it was just a simple game. Before the game, they had agreed that friendship came first and competition second. However, once in the ring, the students of Shrek Academy went all out and killed indiscriminately. The students of the Sun Moon team were not unforgivable sinners. They were just students representing the Sun Moon Imperial Academy in this competition. But who would have thought that the people from Shrek Academy would be so ruthless? They chose to kill outright. Many Soul Masters in the Plane Gap frowned upon witnessing this scene. Isn't Shrek Academy's behavior a bit excessive? It's just a competition. Is it necessary to cause death? And did you notice? The people from Shrek Academy didn't display any remorse after causing death. Even worse, they seemed quite proud of it. It's truly infuriating to witness. Who isn't someone's child? Their behavior is truly atrocious. Many Soul Masters made sharp comments in response. People like Jing Hongchen, Kong Deming, and others from the Sun Moon Empire felt immense sadness after witnessing this scene. Jing Hongchen remarked, "I think the people from your Shrek Academy are more like evil Soul Masters than the evil Soul Masters themselves. Especially Ma Ziyato." Kong Deming added, "Wait, all the wrongs committed by you in Shrek Academy will eventually be punished in the parallel world. Let's see how Yuhao in the parallel world will deal with you." They resumed watching the screen. But the longer they stared, the more frustrated they became. In the original time and space, the final winner of the Soul Master competition was still Shrek Academy. They had successfully secured the victory and upheld the glory of Shrek Academy. This made the spectators feel exceptionally proud. Wait! Yuhao in the parallel world will tear apart all of your damn Shrek glory. Many Soul Masters from the Sun Moon Empire couldn't contain their anger. As they watched Shrek Academy's victory unfold on the screen, an idiom popped into their minds. A villain succeeds. At this moment, they all felt incredibly annoyed. Yet they understood that these events belonged to the past. The past could not be changed. In this case, they could only place their hopes on the parallel world. They hoped that Yuhao in the parallel world could seek justice for their Sun Moon Empire. So they eagerly looked back at the screen again. As they continued watching, the footage from the original time and space suddenly faded. This caused all the Soul Masters in the scale gap to feel overjoyed. Finally, are we about to see the clips of Yuhao in the parallel world again? They each looked at the screen with anticipation. The Soul Masters from the Sun Moon Empire were eager to see Yuhao in the parallel world deliver justice and shatter the so-called glory of Shrek. The others simply wanted to witness the heroic feats of Yuhao in the parallel world. Excitement filled the air. But just then, a strange voice echoed again. Zing! The quiz session has started again. The next question is, after Yuhao in the parallel world meets Xuan Zai and Yan Shayaj at the competition site, what attitude will Xuan Zai and Yan Shayaj in the parallel world have toward Yuhao in the parallel world? The answers are as follows. A. They feel angry and sever ties with him, ignoring him. B. Although they leave and the deal is unsuccessful, their friendship remains. They would still silently bless Yuhao in their hearts. C. They turn their backs on him and wish to kill Yuhao on the spot. Chapter 215, What does Yuhao choose? It must be B. The sudden voice left all the Soul Masters in the Plane Gap momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of daze, they quickly shifted their focus to the new question and answer content, and strong surprise lit up their expressions. Finally, the prize-winning quiz has started again. Yes, the opportunity has arisen once more. This time, we must choose carefully and strive to secure a generous reward. We can't let this opportunity slip away again. The Soul Masters could not help but discuss excitedly. Their eyes had turned serious. Judging from past experiences, as long as they could answer the questions correctly, most Soul Masters would receive generous rewards. This quiz session was particularly rare. They had been in the gap of this plane for so long, but the quiz session had only been triggered a few times. Most Soul Masters had answered incorrectly in those quizzes. Thus, they felt exhilarated to see the quiz session appear once more. On the other side, Tangya's eyes were also filled with determination. She was feeling lucky. Through the rewards gained from previous quizzes, she had raised her level to the Super DOLOU level. Now, her next goal was to reach the Extreme DOLOU level. This time I must answer correctly, she resolved, her eyes gleaming with intent. Ever since learning about what Tang San had done to their Tang sect, Tangya had long desired to take revenge. Initially, her strength paled in comparison to Tang San's. But now, after continuously succeeding in the quizzes, her strength had surged to Super DOLOU. She believed that if she could improve her strength even further, she could reach the level of Extreme DOLOU and God Realm. At this rate, with a few more improvements, she might truly possess the power of a God King, and at that point, she and Tang San could settle their scores. I must answer correctly. Meanwhile, Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rengsu shared similar sentiments. Their hatred for Tang San was no less than Tangya's. They were also eager to enhance their strength. Previously, they had obtained the godhood of 2 third-level gods through correct answers. While this had significantly bolstered their power, it was still insufficient to defeat Tang San. Thus, both Kaiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong aspired to acquire higher-level godhood to further boost their strength. Their expressions were therefore grave. I can't afford to answer incorrectly again. If I have to, I'll copy the answers from Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and Destruction, if that's what it takes. I must not repeat my previous mistakes. Among the group, Tang San felt the worst. He hadn't received any rewards. As he watched his competitors quickly bolster their strengths, he became increasingly anxious. These individuals were not to be underestimated. When Tang San's strength still dominated, he hadn't worried at all. Now, however, as they began to catch up, his heart raced with concern. Even if it was merely for self-preservation, he had to enhance his strength. At this moment, he could no longer sit idly by. He gazed at the screen with a serious focus. Suddenly, the peculiar voice echoed again. Ding! The thinking time is over. Enter the question and answer session. Please choose your answer within the next minute. To prevent cheating, the plane gap would enter silent mode for the next minute. All participants were not permitted to make any sounds, gestures, or secret signs. Any instances of cheating would result in the immediate cancellation of all future answering qualifications. As soon as this announcement ended, the entire scene fell silent. A massive hourglass appeared in the air. The sand within the hourglass flowed steadily downward. Once all the sand had trickled away, 1 minute would have passed. Aren't the rules strict this time? Is the owner of this voice specifically targeting me, Tang San? Tang San felt a twinge of frustration. Just as he had decided to copy the answers, the unexpected new rules came into play. He had no choice, though. He was the boss, the rules were dictated by him. Thus, if he wished to participate in the quiz with prizes, he had to adhere to the guidelines. If he were disqualified later, it would be a loss. Everyone made their choices after careful consideration. Once the selection time concluded, all those who had been holding back began to respond. Wang Donger was the first to turn to Yuhao. Yuhao, which answer did you choose just now? Yuhao replied without hesitation. Me, I chose B. Wang Donger paused for a moment, then asked, B, are you sure about that? This option B means, although they left, the deal didn't go through, but the intention remains. I saw the attitudes of Elder Xuan and Dean Yan Shayaj in the parallel world earlier. It seems they don't want you to join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Yuhao smiled and shook his head. Not wanting to is one thing, but their actions after the fact are another matter altogether. I believe Elder Xuan and Dean Yan Shayaj will silently bless me in the parallel world. After all, what's done is done. Given their characters, they wouldn't choose C, right? Yuhao then asked Wang Donger curiously, "You're not choosing C, are you?" Wang Donger shook her head. "No, I don't believe that Master Xuan and Dinyan Shayaj would do something so outrageous. In that case, I chose A. You've joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy in the parallel world, so it's reasonable for them to be angry and sever the friendship, right?" Yuhao still disagreed with Wang Donger's opinion. He replied, "Donger, I think you're going to lose this time." Wang Donger smiled back defiantly. "Then we'll just have to wait and see." Chapter 216. At the registration site, Shrek finally met Yuhao. At this moment, Yuhao and Wang Donger were not the only ones who were making choices in the gap between the planes. So when it came time to answer, they were not the only ones engaging in the conversation. The discussions in the chat room kept emerging. After this chat, many soul masters also learned what answers their companions had chosen this time. Among them, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming were naturally included. At this moment, they could finally start communicating. Kong Deming immediately asked Jing Hongchen, which option did you choose this time? Jing Hongchen was not one to hide anything from Kong Deming, and he quickly responded, "Me, I chose A." Kong Deming raised his dignified eyebrows slightly and asked Jing Hongchen again, "A, I thought you would choose C." Jing Hongchen smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Kong, to be honest, I did want to choose C at the beginning. But then I changed my mind. Although Xu Wenzai and Yan Shayaj are not good people, they should not be so beastly. They are here to study and are just changing schools, so feeling anger is not unreasonable. If he is as angry as option C states, wanting to kill Yuhao in the parallel world, I think that's too exaggerated." Jing Hongchen continued speaking. Kong Deming agreed with Jing Hongchen's perspective. So after listening to what Jing Hongchen said, he did not refute it. However, he never mentioned what his choice was from the beginning to the end. This made Jing Hongchen feel a little curious. He couldn't help but ask Kong Deming, "Why, Mr. Kong, did you choose C?" Kong Deming shook his head. "No, I also chose A. It's similar to your idea. I also wanted to choose C at first." Jing Hongchen smiled and said, "It's better to be a little more stable. Even if it's Xu Wenzai, it shouldn't be so outrageous." Kong Deming nodded in agreement. On the other side, Caiyan Rengsu began asking Bibai Dong, "Mother, what about you? What did you choose?" Bibai Dong immediately responded after hearing Caiyan Rengsu's question, "Me, I chose C." "Zuer, what about you?" Caiyan Rengsu nodded and replied, "Me too." Bibai Dong couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It seems that we are really in sync with each other. Caiyan Rengsu continued, "After all, it's Shrek. The people of Shrek are generally not normal, and their bottom line is extremely low. If it were someone else, they might not necessarily do such a thing. But if it were Shrek, I think it would be reasonable for them to do such a thing." Bibai Dong nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think so too." The god of destruction, overhearing the conversation between mother and daughter, interjected, "It seems that we have different choices. This time I also chose C." Tang San remained silent throughout. He had been secretly observing Bibai Dong, Caiyan Rengsu, and the god of destruction. Upon learning from their communication that the answer they chose this time was C, Tang San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to choose A. But Tang San was not foolish. In fact, he was quite intelligent. Learning from previous failures, Tang San thought that the answer he chose might still be wrong. So he chose the opposite, C. Now seeing that his choice aligned with those of Caiyan Rengsu, Bibai Dong, and the god of destruction, Tang San exhaled with relief. Not to mention, they had a high chance of winning by choosing beforehand. Even if they didn't choose this time, Tang San would lose nothing as long as they didn't abandon him to secretly become stronger. So Tang San quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the screen with expectation. At this moment on the screen, after successfully killing the death god envoy, Yuhao and others were not in a hurry to leave. They took the time to eliminate all the remaining robbers in the cave. After that, they burned everything. Once they finished all this, they left directly and hurried towards the direction of Star Luo Imperial City. They continued on their way without stopping. When they were tired, they set up camp right there and barely managed to get through the night. Even under such circumstances, Yuhao and Wang Donger still slept together without hesitation. Unknowingly, Wang Donger seemed to have become inseparable from Yuhao. Now, when she slept, she always felt insecure without being hugged by Yuhao. It was nearly impossible for her to fall asleep. So under such circumstances, she still needed to be hugged by Yuhao to drift off. It wasn't until the next morning that they simply washed themselves with the clean water in the storage soul guide and set off again. They ate dry food while hurrying on their way. Finally, they arrived at Star Luo Imperial City around noon. And today was the last day to register for the Soul Master competition. Let's eat first. We should try the food in Star Luo Imperial City. After Jing Hongchen brought them to Star Luo Imperial City, he took them to eat first. After all, they could still register in the afternoon, so they could wait until after dinner. They were already tired from the journey. Yuhao and the others appeared very satisfied with Jing Hongchen's arrangement. After that, they had a pleasant meal, and then they booked a high-end hotel in advance. Once all these tasks were completed, they left the hotel and rushed to the registration site for the Star Luo Empire's Soul Master competition. The registration procedure was not too troublesome. You just needed to bring enough certificates and fill out the information on site. However, because it was the last afternoon to register, there were indeed many people in line. Yuhao and his group spent quite some time there before completing the registration. When they finished registering, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, they were all quite tired, so everyone planned to head back to the hotel to rest. Unexpectedly, as they were about to leave, Zio from the Shrek team suddenly recognized Yuhao from the Sun and Moon team and couldn't help but shout, "Yuhao, Donger, why are you here too?" Chapter 217. Fantasy shattered, Xuanzai was angry. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters became a little nervous upon seeing Shrek and his party finally collide with Yuhao in the picture. After all, the climax was coming. Having learned that Yuhao in the parallel world had joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, the question remained: what choice would Xuanzai make? This directly affected whether their choice was correct and determined whether they could receive rewards. Consequently, the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes became solemn, all looking at the screen very seriously. However, among all the people present, Yuhao remained relatively relaxed. After all, he had strong feelings and trust for Shrek. He believed that Shrek would not betray him, so he felt confident that the choice he made would not be wrong. In this case, why should he be nervous? Looking helplessly at Wang Donger beside him, Yuhao smiled and said, "Relax, Donger. The answer I chose will not be wrong." Wang Donger exhaled and said nothing more. Yet, she genuinely wanted to point out that Yuhao was indeed blindly confident in Shrek. At least after spending so long in this dimensional gap, Wang Donger had seen many dark sides of Shrek and was not as confident about everything related to Shrek as she had been before. However, she felt that Yuhao seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally ignored these realities. He dealt with some of the revealed problems in detail. For instance, she had previously discussed this matter with Yuhao, who had claimed it was a mistake made by a teacher or a senior executive, not representative of Shrek as a whole. Thus, Wang Donger felt a headache coming on about this matter, but it was evident that Yuhao's feelings for Shrek ran too deep, making it difficult for her to persuade him otherwise. She could only continue to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Zio's voice sounded, which naturally caused the Shrek team to tremble. Originally, all the members of the Shrek team had completed their registration and were now planning to return to the hotel to rest and prepare for the next game. But unexpectedly, Zio's shout rang out suddenly. Upon hearing Zio's shout, Bebe, Su Sanchi, and Jiang Nanan, who were not familiar with Yuhao, felt nothing. However, for Xuanzai, Wang Yan, Ma Ziada, and even Dai Huabin and Zhulu, who had replaced Yuhao and Wang Donger in joining the reserve team this time, Zio's shout was a great shock. They had been laughing and chatting just moments before, But after hearing Xiao's call, everyone halted simultaneously. They then turned their eyes and scanned the surroundings. Everyone carefully checked around and quickly located Yuhao's position. When they discovered that Yuhao was in the Sun-Moon Royal Team's formation, everyone in the Shrek team was struck with even greater shock. Yuhao is really him. Xiao is right. Zhulu couldn't help but say as she looked at Yuhao and Wang Donger's position. Dai Huabin sneered and added, "But if I'm not mistaken, that should indeed be the Sun-Moon Imperial Team's formation, right? Yuhao is wearing the same clothes as the members of the Sun-Moon Imperial Team behind him. It seems he has joined the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy." "Humph, this traitor, I have long seen that he is not a good guy. But never mind, I wanted to seek revenge on him when I went back to Shrek during the holiday. I didn't expect that he wouldn't come back. This has always made me feel very regretful, but now that he has joined the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, I have even more reason to fight him. This time, I will trample Yuhao under my feet in front of the people of the Star Luo Empire, in front of His Majesty, the Emperor, and my father. I will reclaim all the humiliation I suffered in the past." As he spoke, the flames of revenge ignited in Dai Huabin's eyes. Later, after hearing what Dai Huabin and Zhulu said, Ma Xiaotao's face turned extremely ugly. No wonder he didn't come back. It turns out he climbed up to the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy. Damn it, no one will help me treat the evil fire now. At that moment, Xuanzai felt extremely foolish. His old face burned with shame as he recalled the countless boasts he had made previously. At this moment, all of it hit him like a boomerang. He gritted his teeth in anger. His thin fists creaked, and a dangerously fierce light appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, Jing Hongchen couldn't help laughing after witnessing this scene. Xuanzai in this parallel world is almost infuriated. Ha ha ha, look at him, a pure clown. Kong Deming frowned and said to Jing Hongchen, but from his attitude, it seems that something is wrong. The correct answer isn't C, is it? Jing Hongchen immediately stopped laughing. It shouldn't be, he hasn't done anything yet. Don't scare me, Mr. Kong. They looked at the screen again, their expressions serious. At that moment on screen, the people of the Shrek team stood there for a long time. Finally, Mr. Xuan couldn't bear it any longer. He did not continue to stand still, but walked toward the Sun-Moon team's formation in front of him with fierce momentum. He walked straight ahead. Due to his anger, he inadvertently knocked down several passers-by, who were engulfed by his powerful aura and feelings of fear. Those passers-by were also very angry. They had been knocked down by this old man. However, after carefully sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Xuanzai, they all felt a bit scared. It seemed that this old guy was not easy to mess with. Forget it, I'll just consider myself unlucky today. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Oh, a Shrek person is coming over aggressively. What is he doing? On the side of the Sun-Moon Imperial team, Jing Hongchen also observed Xuanzai's movements, stopping with a frown. Chapter 218. Xuanzai's attitude must follow me back to Shrek. Hearing Jing Hongchen's words, a group of students from the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy frowned. After feeling the strong aura lingering on Xuanzai's body, they all sensed a heavy pressure. Meng Hongchen said to Jing Hongchen, "Grandpa, you are here with bad intentions." Jing Hongchen naturally could not appear weak in front of his granddaughter. After hearing what Meng Hongchen said, he replied, "Don't worry. With Grandpa here, no one can hurt you." Although this old man has a high realm, Grandpa is not a pushover. If Grandpa is pushed into a corner, I will take out the 9th level soul guidance device and start bombing. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, ready to protect everyone. However, at this time, Yuhao and Wang Donger stepped forward. He was not the kind of person who shirked responsibility. Seeing Xuanzai coming towards their team aggressively, Yuhao understood why he had come without thinking too much. Therefore, at this moment, Yuhao also chose to show his cards. He walked forward and said to Jing Hongchen, "Dean, this matter may have been caused by me." Jing Hongchen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Yuhao, "Did you offend this old thing?" Yuhao shook his head. "I didn't offend him, but before joining the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy, I studied at Shrek Academy for some time. You are also clear about my abilities. Later, Shrek Academy invited me to join their inner courtyard and become a member of their inner courtyard. Jing Hongchen frowned even deeper after hearing this. He was not afraid of other things, but if Yuhao had already joined the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and was a member of it, then he would have no way to deal with Xu Wenzai's request. Although DOLOU continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak, whoever has the bigger fist has the right. But when everyone's fists are about the same size, right and wrong become very important. So Jing Hongchen was genuinely afraid that Yuhao would claim he was from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and that he had sneaked out this time. However, Yuhao did not say that. He continued, "Of course, I did not join. Because the level of the soul guidance devices at Shrek Academy is a little too poor. And I just happened to know Sister Meng before, so at her invitation, I came to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy." Jing Hongchen felt relieved immediately after hearing what Yuhao said. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and then said, "Then there is no problem. You are not from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, so what is there to be afraid of? Now you are from our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. If he dares to cause trouble again, then our Sun Moon Imperial Academy is not a soft persimmon. I guarantee that you will be safe." After finishing his statement, he planned to help Yuhao negotiate with Xu Wenzai. But Yuhao said directly, "Thank you, Dean, but let me negotiate with him first and understand his intentions. Although I am no longer a student at Shrek Academy, I have learned something there after all. Moreover, I don't want to see the Sun Moon Imperial Academy and Shrek Academy have conflicts because of me, so it would be best if this could be resolved peacefully." Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing the scene before them, a group of soul masters couldn't help but become increasingly nervous. They were very curious about how the subsequent events would unfold. Moreover, despite their curiosity, they couldn't hide their admiration for Yuhao in the parallel world. Many soul masters could not help but express their opinions. Yuhao in this parallel world is very responsible. At this moment, he did not choose to hide behind the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, but opted to take the initiative to stand up and negotiate. Such courage is truly rare. Many soul masters also expressed their appreciation for Jing Hongchen's behavior in the parallel world. This Jing Hongchen is commendable. After understanding the situation, he immediately chose to stand beside Yuhao in this parallel world. He did not wag his tail and beg for submission due to the strength of Shrek Academy. They looked at the screen again. Everyone was eager to see what would happen next. At this moment on the screen, Xu Wenzai had finally walked in front of Yuhao and others. After Xu Wenzai arrived, the Shrek Academy students behind him quickly followed. The two groups soon faced each other. But Yuhao knew how to behave. Although Xu Wenzai had a poor attitude and came with a threatening demeanor, he had learned skills from Shrek Academy, so he maintained basic respect for Xu Wenzai. "Long time no see, Elder Xuan. How have you been recently?" He bowed gently to Elder Xuan and then asked him a question. But the other party didn't acknowledge his courtesy at all. When Xu Wenzai saw Yuhao appear in the Sun Moon team, he was already furious and didn't give Yuhao a good look. He asked Yuhao coldly, "Yuhao, let me ask you, didn't you say you wanted to consider whether to join our Shrek Academy inner courtyard? Why are you with the Sun Moon Imperial Academy now?" Yuhao replied to Xu Wenzai, "Yes, I did consider it, but after thinking about it, I decided not to go. I came to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Of course, I have always felt guilty about this matter. I wanted to take the initiative to withdraw from school before, but I didn't have the time, so I didn't. I wrote several letters to Shrek Academy after that, but judging by the current situation, you didn't receive them." Yuhao felt no anger at Xu Wenzai's attitude at all, but spoke in a humble and dignified manner. After he said this, Xu Wenzai's face suddenly turned even uglier. Yuhao behaved very politely, even stating that he had sent a letter back, but they just hadn't received it. So if they continued to blame him, they were essentially in the wrong. However, Xu Wenzai didn't want to give up on a student as gifted as Yuhao. especially since Yuhao had joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, the only academy that could threaten Shrek Academy. So Xuanzai felt extremely uncomfortable at that moment and truly did not want to see this happen. He frowned, pondered for a long time, and finally told Yuhao, "In short, I haven't agreed to your dropping out. Our Shrek Academy is not a place where you can come and go as you please. You must return to our Shrek Academy to study. Even if you don't join the inner courtyard, you have to wait until you graduate from our Shrek Academy before you can leave." Chapter 219. Xuanzai, Yuhao, do you want to be the sinner of the entire Doluo continent? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, everyone was concentrating on the screen, and because of this, they saw the progression of the events very clearly. After hearing Xuanzai's latest words, Kong Deming was so angry that he laughed out loud. He couldn't help but say in the chat room, "Xuanzai from this parallel world is shameless. Students going to school to study is originally just a fair transaction. Students pay tuition, and the school imparts knowledge to students. The relationship between the two has always been equal. But according to Xuanzai, those who join Shrek Academy, even if they are just outside the school, can't leave casually. Anyway, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I can only say that those who don't know would think they've joined some kind of prostitution organization. Well, Xuanzai in this parallel world is something." Jing Hongchen nodded at Kong Deming after hearing this and also said, "Yes, Xuanzai in this parallel world is indeed remarkable. However, his words can't convince Yuhao in the parallel world. He is not a fool. He can't go back obediently after being threatened by him. Based on my understanding of Yuhao in the parallel world, he will start to fight back soon." After they finished talking, the two continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after hearing Xuanzai's words, Yuhao was indeed stunned for a moment. He seemed to have heard a very big joke and couldn't help laughing, but he still shook his head at Xuanzai with all his might. "Master Xuan, what you said doesn't make sense. Whether students want to go to Shrek to study is their right, and whether Shrek Academy wants to teach students is also the right of Shrek Academy. When selecting students, no one would question Shrek Academy because Shrek Academy is the school. Whether it wants to teach students is the Academy's business. On this issue, even if they set the admission standard to title Doluo, it doesn't matter, because this is the right of Shrek Academy. But if the students don't want to go, then you can't stop them. I went to Shrek Academy to study, and I paid tuition during the enrollment period. It's not for nothing. I never owed Shrek anything from the beginning to the end, and I have never accepted any favors from your Shrek Academy. Do you remember? I didn't take anything that didn't belong to me." Yuhao said to Xuanzai calmly. After hearing this, Xuanzai's face suddenly became a little gloomy because he suddenly recalled that long ago, when Shrek wanted to give Yuhao a favor, Yuhao had refused. So he asked Yuhao again, "So, from that time on, you don't plan to stay at our Shrek Academy for a long time?" Yuhao shook his head. "That's not the case, but I don't like to owe people things, because what you owe must be paid back. But as long as I don't owe anything, no one can restrain me." Yuhao said to Xuanzai again, "I won't go back with you, please go back." After he finished speaking, he planned to leave directly. And Jing Hongchen and the others on the side secretly praised Yuhao after hearing what he said. Not humble or arrogant, with reason and evidence. In this case, he guesses even Shrek Academy would have nothing to say, right? So they quickly followed Yuhao and planned to go back to the hotel with him to rest. But Xuanzai still didn't want to give up. It was still the same reason. Yuhao's talent was too strong, and Xuanzai didn't want to give up such a student. And the most troubling thing was that Yuhao had joined the Sun Moon Imperial Academy at this moment. So in Xuanzai's opinion, even if this matter went to the end, there was no way to bring Yuhao back to Shrek Academy. But at least, the Sun Moon Imperial Academy couldn't have Yuhao. Otherwise, the reputation of Shrek Academy, as the first Soul Master Academy, would truly be in jeopardy in the future. Thinking of this, Xuanzai stood up again and subconsciously blocked Yuhao's path. But after seeing this scene, Jing Hongchen couldn't hold back any longer. He had given Shrek enough respect before, and Yuhao had just made his words very clear. However, Xuanzai in front of him continued to be persistent. Since that was the case, Jing Hongchen thought he could no longer remain silent. He had not spoken before because he wanted to show face to both Shrek and Yuhao. Yuhao planned to handle the matter himself, and he handled it very well. But at this moment, Xuanzai still refused to give in, and it seemed that he was not willing to reason. Since that was the case, as a member of the academy, Jing Hongchen now had to stand up and express his position. Otherwise, this would become a problem for Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Therefore, Jing Hongchen walked out directly. He said to Xuanzai with an indifferent expression, "You are Taudi Duluo, right? I am Jing Hongchen, the Dean of Sun Moon Imperial Academy. I have already understood what happened just now, and I think that Yuhao, a student of our academy, has already explained this matter very clearly to you. So I hope you will not continue to entangle the students of our academy. As the Dean of Sun Moon Imperial Academy, I must protect the safety of our students." Jing Hongchen said this very firmly. After hearing what Jing Hongchen said, Xuanzai's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Jing Hongchen would personally come out from Sun Moon Imperial Academy this time, which made Xuanzai realize that Sun Moon Imperial Academy attached great importance to Yuhao. Because it was now in public, countless passersby had begun to talk about it. People's words are powerful, and Shrek Academy wants to maintain a good reputation. Therefore, although Xuanzai was unwilling to let Yuhao go, at this moment, he still had to consider the reputation of Shrek Academy. Suddenly, Xuanzai's eyes lit up, and he became more confident as he spoke. He snorted coldly and said, "I can understand what Yuhao said just now. Since he doesn't want to go back to Shrek Academy, I won't force him. But he can't continue to study at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. First, he learned skills from our Shrek Academy. To prevent the knowledge of our Shrek Academy from spreading to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, he can't stay there. Second, Yuhao, please don't forget which continent you are from. We are from the Duluo continent, and Sun Moon Imperial Academy belongs to the Sun Moon continent. What is the relationship between our two continents? I won't elaborate, but I believe everyone knows it well. Under these circumstances, if you join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, it is tantamount to aiding and abetting. Especially in events like the Soul Master Competition, you are from our Duluo continent, but you don't help us fight. You are a traitor to our country. You are the sinner of our entire Duluo continent. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will eliminate you, the scourge, from Duluo continent." Chapter 220. Falling Out, Yuhao angrily scolds Xuanzai. This parallel world's Xuanzai is good at putting labels on others. I have to say, this is disgusting. Originally, it was just a Soul Master competition, but with his few words, it directly escalated into a conflict between continents. This is too outrageous. That's why I always feel that he is not a good person. This old guy is going to ruin Yuhao in the parallel world. Wait, with this development, the correct answer can't be C, can it? Damn, I chose A. I underestimated this old guy. I didn't expect him to be so inhumane. At this moment, as the screen continued to play, the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but start complaining again. Many of them thought that Xuanzai was deliberately making trouble. Once they found that they couldn't recover Yuhao in the parallel world, they forced their values to rise and put labels on Yuhao. Their purpose was to ensure that Yuhao in the parallel world stayed away from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. So at this moment, when these Soul Masters looked at Xuanzai, they didn't like him. Let's part ways in peace. The reason Yuhao left Shrek Academy in the parallel world was that Shrek Academy could not provide him with excellent soul guide training, right? What do students want to learn from the academy? They want to improve. Could it be that they stay at Shrek Academy for sentimental reasons? That's too ridiculous. Therefore, many Soul Masters in the gap between the planes showed strong dissatisfaction at this moment. On the other side, after witnessing this scene, Wang Donger couldn't help but exhale. She said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, I wanted to say this a long time ago. your trust in Shrek Academy is indeed a bit blind. Although Shrek Academy has taught you a lot. But this is just a school after all. You can't truly treat it as your home. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yuhao and fell silent. Yuhao, however, didn't say a word the whole time. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang Donger could only helplessly withdraw her gaze and look at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, after hearing what Xuanzai suddenly said, Yuhao's face turned gloomy. He had indeed been very grateful to Shrek Academy. During his time at Shrek Academy, he learned a lot of useful concepts. If he hadn't learned those there, he would not be as strong as he is now. Therefore, he had always treated Xuanzai with respect. But he was not a person without temper. After hearing what Xuanzai just said, Yuhao recognized that Xuanzai didn't want to make things easy for him. And Yuhao had never been the kind of easy target to bully. Due to favors, Yuhao could ignore some insignificant things. But at this moment, since Xuanzai was ready to break ties, Yuhao was too lazy to care about such minor favors. After all, he never owed Shrek Academy anything. If Shrek Academy treated him better, he might have been willing to help them in the future because of their old friendship. But now, that was impossible. After being treated this way by Xuanzai, Yuhao lost all goodwill toward Shrek Academy. So he would not continue to sit there and wait passively. Before Jing Hongchen could speak, Yuhao walked out in advance. Then, in front of everyone, Yuhao said calmly, "Xuanzai, I am very disappointed in you and Shrek Academy. To be honest, I was respectful to you because of our old friendship. However, you don't seem to care about that friendship, so I don't need to care about it anymore." As Yuhao said this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Now, as he continued to look at Xuanzai, he no longer had the respectful demeanor he had before. His eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. Then he said to Xuanzai, "I can give you a clear response to the 2 points you just mentioned. First of all, the Soul Master competition is just a small competition and will not involve the entire continent. Today, the dean of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, Jing Hongchen, is also present. I can speak very clearly in front of him. If a war breaks out between DOLOU continent and Sun Moon continent in the future, I will not favor either side, nor will I support either side. Because I don't like war, I just want to protect my family and friends. So, if it doesn't involve my bottom line, I don't care about anyone. And the Soul Master competition is merely a competition between academies. Whether it is your Shrek Academy or any other academy on the DOLOU continent, it doesn't represent DOLOU continent. You are just one academy among many on the DOLOU continent. Don't think too highly of yourselves." Yuhao continued to speak. And his words made Xuanzai's face grow even uglier. Especially what he said just now. "You are just one of the academy on the DOLOU continent. Don't think too highly of yourselves." This statement struck a nerve with Xuanzai. After all, Shrek Academy had always felt quite noble and even regarded itself as the guardian of the DOLOU continent. Otherwise, they would not have established an organization like the Shrek Academy Supervisory Group. Now what Yuhao said was like a slap in Xuanzai's face. He felt extremely uncomfortable hearing this, but he couldn't refute it in public, so he could only remain where he was with an annoyed expression. At this time, Yuhao spoke again. "As for the other point, you said that I learned from your Shrek Academy, so I can't join other academies. What kind of twisted logic is this? I paid tuition, so everything I learned is mine. I can do whatever I want. If you can't even understand this truth, then I suggest you just close Shrek Academy. If you're not convinced, you can also go out and ask others. You can publicize your remarks just now and see if people on DOLOU continent are willing to enroll at Shrek Academy from now on." It's ridiculous. Chapter 221. Xuanzai himself chose C. The Soul Master in the Plain Gap was angry. At this moment, on the screen, after realizing that Xuanzai did not intend to leave any room for himself, Yuhao in the parallel world did not plan to be polite to Xuanzai. He directly tore his face against him. When he continued to face Xuanzai, he no longer harbored the slightest respect he had before. In the end, Yuhao even mocked and confronted Xuanzai mercilessly. After witnessing this scene, the soul masters in the plane gap were naturally very happy. They had long disliked Xuanzai from the parallel world and knew that he was merely accusing Yuhao of crimes without basis. Therefore, they had been waiting for Yuhao from the parallel world to fight back. Now, Yuhao had indeed fought back, and his retaliation was executed beautifully, which satisfied the soul masters in the gap between the planes. At that moment, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Good fight, that's how he should be confronted. This old guy has no shame at all." Yeah, he started a dyeing factory when given a little color. Those who don't know might think that others are soft persimmons. He should be fought hard. This moment is truly gratifying. Look at Xuanzai on the screen. His face is twitching with anger. That's how it should be. A group of soul masters persisted in their discussions. Similarly, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming felt very relieved after watching the scene on the screen. However, Kong Deming quickly added, "Although it is quite satisfying, judging from the current situation, we should have chosen the wrong one. We should have chosen C." Jing Hongchen helplessly spread his hands. "There is no way. We can only wait for the next quiz with prizes. Who would have thought that Xuanzai in the parallel world would be so shameless?" The two of them glanced at the screen again. At that moment on the screen, after listening to Yuhao's words, Xuanzai was already gritting his teeth with anger. He was speechless after being rebuked by Yuhao. If he could have acted at that moment, he would have wanted nothing more than to attack Yuhao and skin him alive. Not only did Yuhao join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, the rival force of Shrek Academy, but he even dared to belittle the glory and pride of Shrek Academy in public just now. This was completely unbearable in Xuanzai's view. Unfortunately, Xuanzai also knew that there were too many people and eyes around. If he attacked Yuhao directly here, it would inevitably give people a reason to criticize him. They still had to maintain the reputation of Shrek Academy. So, even if Xuanzai hated Yuhao in his heart and wanted to beat him to death on the spot, he knew that he must not give in to his anger. He did not continue to engage with Yuhao, but looked at him with a gloomy expression. Then he said to the members of the Shrek team behind him, "Let's go." After hearing Xuanzai's words, everyone followed him and departed. But aside from Zio, the rest looked at Yuhao with hostility. After all, they were all students of Shrek Academy, and each of them had a strong sense of belonging. Yuhao had spoken ruthlessly just now, which made them very angry. So, at this moment, except for Zio, everyone hated Yuhao. Xuanzai spoke again only after leading them for a considerable distance. At that moment, the number of passers-by was not as dense as before, so he proceeded to speak. "You saw what happened just now. This Yuhao is an ungrateful wolf, a pure traitor. We at Shrek Academy invested a lot of effort in training him. Without us, how could he have reached where he is today? Instead, he turned around and joined a school like the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. HMPH, it's too harsh, so I won't say much more. But little ones, as students of Shrek Academy, we were publicly humiliated. I hope this spurs your sense of loyalty. If you meet the Sun Moon Imperial Academy and Yuhao in competition later, I trust you all know very well what to do." Xuanzai's words were quite veiled. But all the students of Shrek Academy present heard them clearly and understood exactly what Xuanzai meant. They quickly nodded in agreement with cold eyes. Among them, Dai Huabin was the most pleased. His hatred for Yuhao was no less than Xuanzai's. He truly despised Yuhao. At this moment, witnessing Xuanzai and others' attitude towards Yuhao made him nearly burst out laughing. "You deserve it, Yuhao. You asked for it." After he snorted coldly, he followed the group back to the hotel to rest. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, as the screen played to this point, the strange voice sounded again. "From now on, we will announce the answer to the question. The correct answer is C." At this moment, Xuanzai hated Yuhao so much upon learning of his choice that he wanted to kill him on the spot. All those who chose A and B will not be able to receive the reward. A strange voice fell. Many soul masters felt lost in the gap between the planes. Since they failed to choose the correct answer, many could not help but vent their frustration on Xu and Zai from the parallel world. They kept posting messages in the chat room. Damn it, I underestimated Xu and Zai in the parallel world. This old guy is truly inhumane. I thought option A was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect this old guy to be even more extreme. Hateful my reward. The Soul Masters continued to express their frustrations. At this time, the strange voice sounded again, announcing those who successfully chose the correct answer and earned a rare reward. Congratulations, Xu Zai received the reward. He gets a chance to upgrade the soul ring when opening the treasure chest. He chose to upgrade his first soul ring to 100,000 years. When this voice echoed, the Soul Masters in the cracks of the entire plane became enraged once more. Chapter 222. Wang Qiuer's disappointment, have you been brainwashed? At this moment, the main reason everyone felt so angry was that the person who received the reward was Xu Zai. If the person who received the reward was anyone other than Xu Zai, the Soul Masters in this plane gap would not have felt as angry. However, the fact that the reward went to Xu Zai made the situation completely different. After all, countless Soul Masters in this plane gap had missed the reward because they had misjudged Xu Zai. Looking back, they realized that Xu Zai had made the right choice. Consequently, they were all extremely upset. So, at this moment, they started to mock Xu Zai mercilessly in the chat room. Okay, as expected, you know yourself. We were all deceived by you before, Xu Zai. Everyone thought that you were just angry and had severed relations with Yuhao in the parallel world, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. You are still amazing. You know that you are nothing. You deserve this reward. The Soul Masters in the plane gap continued to berate him. After hearing the remarks from the Soul Masters, especially from the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, who had firmly expressed their belief in Xu Zai through their actions, they now felt like fools. Did they still believe in Xu Zai? They no longer trusted themselves. As a result, they remained empty-handed while Xu Zai received the reward. At this moment, for this part of the Soul Masters, although they dared not express their frustration on the surface, deep down, they harbored significant resentment towards Xu Zai. Xu Zai, however, had prepared a good excuse. He immediately began to defend himself upon hearing the insults from everyone. That's not what I meant. The reason I chose C is because I have always hated traitors. This parallel world's Yuhao was cultivated by our Shrek Academy with great effort. But after being cultivated, he did not choose to repay Shrek Academy. That's fine. We at Shrek have never longed for students to repay us. But the problem is, he was a member of our DOLOU Three Kingdoms before. How could he use the skills he learned to benefit the Sun Moon Empire? He went to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and it was inevitable that he would spread some of our Shrek's excellent theories, which, in disguise, strengthened the Sun Moon Empire. So I know very well that my parallel world self will never let him get away with such a matter of right and wrong. Xu Zai fabricated a plethora of reasons for himself, stating them with righteous conviction. After hearing his words, the Soul Masters in the plane gap had mixed reactions. Some believed him and found his reasoning logical, while most still did not believe him. However, this no longer mattered to Xu Zai. He was merely speaking nonsense. As long as he could justify himself, that was enough. It was certainly better than maintaining a previous negative reputation, right? Too much nonsense. Who would believe what Master Xu said? Besides, haven't Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Imperial Academy always had exchange students? What he said is completely contradictory. Alas, Yuhao, I've mentioned it before. It's better not to be so blindly trusting in Shrek Academy. Wang Donger frowned and spoke after hearing Xu Zai's words. As a Shrek student, she knew a lot of inside information, so she realized that what Master Xu said was indefensible. Therefore, Wang Donger tried once more to persuade Yuhao. But Yuhao shook his head at Wang Donger after hearing this. I think what Master Xu said makes sense. This is for our DOLOU Three Kingdoms. If I were in his position, I would probably do the same. Wang Donger couldn't help but twitch her lips at this response, while Wang Qiuer scolded Yuhao after hearing his answer. Are you sick? She had always held a good impression of Yuhao. However, after seeing Yuhao in this parallel world, her opinion of him in the original time and space had grown more negative. Soul beasts originally admire the strong, and as for Yuhao in the original time and space, Wang Qiuer had felt indifferent before seeing Yuhao in the parallel world. But now, she increasingly viewed him as cowardly, leading to a gradual decline in her perception of him. Just then, after hearing Yuhao's self-deceiving and ridiculous speech again, Wang Qiuer truly lost it and scolded him harshly. Yuhao was speechless after the beratement, while Wang Donger was unusually silent. She felt that Yuhao was indeed acting quite outrageously at that moment. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, due to successfully choosing the correct answer, Tang San also received a reward treasure chest. At this moment, a huge treasure chest, shining with golden light, fell from midair. The treasure chest slowly descended in front of Tang San, exuding a sacred aura. Finally, it's my turn. The smile on Tang San's face could no longer be contained. He had waited a long time for this treasure chest. Previously, he could only watch as others received rewards without any chance for himself. But now, it was finally his turn to open the box. At that moment, Tang San's excitement was palpable. "Treasure box, start." He yelled and promptly opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, golden rays of light swiftly radiated outward. A blue shield soon emerged from the treasure box and floated away. At the same time, a strange voice spoke. "Ding, congratulations to Tang San, who successfully obtained the treasure box reward. Successfully obtained the artifact, the Sea God Shield, by opening the box." Tang San eagerly grasped the shield with one hand. At the moment he did so, he felt his soul power surge dramatically. "An artifact, I also got a new artifact. Excellent, it should have been like this long ago." He laughed wildly, his expression brimming with excitement. After seeing Tang San's triumphant demeanor, in the cracks between the planes, Qian Rengsu, Bibai Dong, Tang Ya, and the God of Destruction, who also received rewards, all gazed at their treasure chests simultaneously. Chapter 223. Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu obtained 2 artifacts. Tang San was furious. "Tisk, the guy who stepped in dog shit luck," Bibai Dong snorted in dissatisfaction. "Finally, he gets an artifact." Upon seeing that Tang San had acquired a powerful artifact, Qian Rengsu frowned and said, "This is a bit troublesome now. After all, Tang San's strength is already very formidable. I didn't expect him to now possess such a divine weapon, which only makes him more terrifying. It will be more challenging for us to deal with him in the future." Bibai Dong, however, was unwilling to aid others in bolstering their ambitions while undermining her prestige. After hearing Qian Rengsu's concerns, she shook her head and replied, "What is there to worry about? We have more people. It's great that he got a divine weapon, but we can also obtain one. If we each open a box, 2 to 1, why don't we just take him down directly?" She expressed her thoughts with indignation. After hearing Bibai Dong's words, Tang San started laughing. His disdain was evident, and he felt his stomach ache from the hilarity. He then said to Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu, "You think you can both get artifacts? I don't think you will get any. What do you think this is? Artifacts or cabbages? As many as you want, it's truly hilarious." Since arriving in this plain gap, Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu had deeply annoyed him. Tang San had long been at odds with them, so he naturally took pleasure in mocking them. "You wait." Bibai Dong's face turned slightly ugly after hearing Tang San's taunts. She was about to open the treasure chest directly when, unexpectedly, the mysterious voice rang out again. "Ding! Congratulations to Tang Ya, who successfully opened the box and received the reward. The second martial soul, the ancient lick tree." While this reward seemed appealing, Tang Ya was not satisfied. After all, she was already a super duo. Under these circumstances, even if she received another martial soul without a soul ring, it wouldn't serve her well. What she most desired was a reward to help elevate her soul power level to 99. Unfortunately, she did not get what she wanted this time and could only sigh helplessly, muttering, "Damn it, I guess I have to wait for the next quiz with prizes." Meanwhile, Tang San smirked at this scene, filled with pride and sarcasm. He said to Bibai Dong and Qian Rengsu, Oh, your luck has run out, don't get too excited, you'll probably end up like her. Maybe you too are just a bit unlucky and won't be able to snag the same kind of reward. Remember that thank you for your patronage? That suits you too perfectly. Tang San laughed wildly, making faces at Kaiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong. The two women exchanged glances, clearly unhappy but choosing to ignore him. Open the box, let's make that annoying guy shut up, Bibai Dong declared. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded in agreement. Okay. Bibai Dong swiftly began to open her box. She injected her divine power into the lid of the treasure chest and exerted some force with her fingers to lift the lid. Squeak! Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and with it, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the treasure chest. This is... A potent aura radiated from it, and feeling this strong energy, Bibai Dong's eyes blazed with intensity. An artifact. Ding! Congratulations to Bibai Dong for successfully opening the artifact from the treasure chest. Rakshasa armor. The mysterious voice proclaimed again. Bibai Dong seized the armor and donned it immediately. She transformed into a majestic female war god, radiating a powerful presence. Mother, you succeeded. Congratulations! Kaiyan Rengsu exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement as she congratulated Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong smiled and said, Next, it's your turn, Zuer. You should open a divine weapon and slap Tang San's face hard. With 2 divine weapons, we can take him down again. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded solemnly. Tang San, on the other hand, felt fury building within him. How is this possible? What kind of ridiculous luck does she have? Did she unlock an artifact? I can't accept this. His expression turned extremely grim. He truly felt that Bibai Dong's newfound strength made his weakness more frustrating. The sea god's shield, which he had once valued, now seemed trivial compared to her newly acquired artifact. He glared at Kaiyan Rengsu, silently cursing her for not opening an artifact. However, what happened next was the exact opposite of what he wished. Without saying a word, Kaiyan Rengsu proceeded to open her treasure chest. A golden spear floated out of the treasure chest. The moment Kaiyan Rengsu laid eyes on the spear, a fiery intensity surged in her gaze. She could sense that the spear before her was undoubtedly a magical weapon. As she seized it, the strange sound chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations to Kaiyan Rengsu for successfully opening the artifact, the Angel Spear. Good, 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 finally something good comes our way, Bibai Dong exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. She clapped her hands and cheered, looking exuberantly happy. Kaiyan Rengsu tagged Tang San in the chat room, challenging, Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you silent now? Tang San, speak. Tang San's face darkened, feeling the weight of his situation. He was at a complete loss for words. Originally, he had been excited to finally acquire a divine weapon. But who could have predicted that both Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rengsu would also obtain artifacts next? Now it was truly 2 against 1. Each had opened a divine weapon. Tang San couldn't muster any happiness about his achievement. Yet, what he never expected was that the marvelous voice would sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the God of Destruction for winning the reward Divine Skill, Eye of Destruction. Chapter 224, Tai Tan and Niu Tian appeared. This strange voice that suddenly echoed was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Tang San's nerves. Tang San already felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, he had worked hard to obtain a divine weapon. His original plan was to use this divine weapon to distance himself from Bibai Dong, Kaiyan Rengsu, and the others. However, he never anticipated that both Bibai Dong and Kaiyan Rengsu would obtain one as well. This left him feeling somewhat disillusioned. Unexpectedly, the strange voice sounded again at that moment. When he listened carefully, he quickly realized that the person who received the reward this time was the God of Destruction. Tang San was completely stunned. He felt incredibly uneasy and immediately shifted his gaze toward the God of Destruction on the other side. At this moment, the God of Destruction was filled with excitement. The Eye of Destruction was not a divine weapon, but its effect was no less than that of one. As the wondrous voice faded, a divine skill suddenly manifested in the mind of the God of Destruction. This was the so-called Eye of Destruction. He began to channel the divine power within him to utilize the Eye of Destruction, using it without reservation. At this moment, the eyes of the god of destruction began to radiate a dazzling purple light. He gazed at the surrounding gods, and though he did nothing at first, the power within the gods began to stir restlessly in response to him, causing their divine bodies to disintegrate bit by bit. "Isn't this much more powerful than a divine weapon?" the god of destruction exclaimed, filled with joy. Although an artifact could be powerful, it remained an external object. Now that he had learned this magical skill, Eye of Destruction, it had become part of his abilities, and this ability was indeed very formidable. Good, come on." The god of destruction couldn't help but laugh joyfully. "Ah, damn it!" Tang San, however, was truly enraged. He realized that the Eye of Destruction acquired by the god of destruction was even more precious than the artifact he had just obtained. And who was the god of destruction? He was Tang San's mortal enemy. Tang San had always intended to gather evidence of the god of destruction's crimes and bring him down. Although he had never managed to obtain solid evidence before, Tang San was certain it existed. Eventually, as the events unfolded, the god of destruction would inevitably uncover the clues. At that point, Tang San knew they would have to face off. This was also the primary reason for Tang San's desperate urgency to improve his strength. But who could have thought that the god of destruction would gain such a massive boost in power, surpassing even Tang San's growth? This made Tang San feel immensely frustrated. "This is troublesome. If I want to turn the tables, I can only rely on the next quiz with prizes. But can I get the answer right next time? Damn it." He looked at the screen with a serious expression. On the other side of the screen, it shifted back to Yuhao in the parallel world. Xuanzai did not completely clash with Yuhao just now. After all, there were many onlookers present. He was also speechless in the face of Yuhao. If he had gone all out and attacked, he certainly could have killed Yuhao. However, this would undoubtedly damage Shrek's reputation afterward, which was not worth the cost. Thus, Xuanzai was extremely angry, yet he suppressed his fury and planned to deal with Yuhao after the Soul Master competition. After returning to the hotel, Yuhao proactively apologized to Jing Hongshan, Xiao Hongshan, and Meng Hongshan. "Sorry, Dean, Sister Meng, Brother Xiao. It's because of me that the relationship between our Sun Moon Imperial Academy and Shrek Academy has become so tense. This is my problem," he said. Jing Hongshan immediately replied, "What are you talking about? What does this have to do with you? They are just being unreasonable. You didn't do anything." Meng Hongshan added, "That's right. Shrek Academy itself is not capable enough to provide students with better teaching conditions, so it is reasonable for students to leave. What do you have to apologize for?" Yuhao smiled bitterly. "But, after all, it's because of me that our relationship with Shrek has become so strained." Jing Hongshan shrugged. "What are you talking about? When did our Sun Moon Imperial Academy have a good relationship with Shrek Academy? Even if this didn't happen today, we cannot be friends with them." Jing Hongshan then patted Yuhao's shoulder, saying, "Okay, stop overthinking it. It was just registration today. You don't have anything to do. Take a break, go outside, don't just stay in the room. Go out and get some fresh air." Xiao Hongshan chimed in, putting his arm around Yuhao's shoulder. Yes. Let's go out and have some fun." But before he could finish, Meng Hongshan pulled him back. "What does this have to do with you, brother? Yuhao and Donger are going out on a date. Why are you butting in? Go away." Meng Hongshan then dragged Xiao Hongshan away. Wang Donger's cheeks flushed upon hearing this. She turned to Meng Hongshan and remarked, "Actually, I enjoy lively places too. We can go together." Meng Hongshan waved dismissively, saying, "No, you guys enjoy yourselves. We'll do our own thing." With that, he left, creating enough space for them to be alone. "Let's go, girlfriend." Yuhao grabbed Wang Donger's hand without hesitation and led her to explore Star Luo Imperial City. After a long stroll, they finally found a place to rest. But just then, two tall figures appeared before them. Wang Donger's expression shifted upon seeing this. "Big Daddy, Second Daddy, what are they doing here?" Chapter 225. Xiao Wu is angry. Are Tai Tan and Niu Tian here to break up the couple? At this moment, After seeing the figures of Tai Tan and Niu Tian suddenly appear on the screen, not only was Wang Donger shocked, but even the soul masters in the gap between the planes could not help but start discussing. Xiao spoke first. Aren't these two Dongers eldest and second fathers? I think they are called Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Why did they come here? Jiang Nanan replied, yes. If I remember correctly, there seems to be no mention of them before. When we participated in the Soul Master competition, we didn't see them at all. Why are they here now? Su Sanchi chimed in, Xiao Nanan, have you forgotten? Donger in this parallel world ran away secretly. Before this, both Tai Tan and Niu Tian disagreed with her leaving Shrek Academy. That's why Wang Donger in the parallel world ran away. Xiao suddenly realized, oh, I almost forgot about this. Then it wouldn't be surprising for Tai Tan and Niu Tian to appear here. Jiang Nanan frowned at the thought. But they wouldn't come here specifically to break up the couple, would they? If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Everyone continued discussing the matter in the chat room, all worried about Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world. After all, they had seen the moments from this parallel world, and many had already started supporting the CP of Yuhao and Wang Donger. Having witnessed the experiences of Yuhao and Wang Donger, most of the reasonable people in this parallel world were looking forward to seeing them end up together. Naturally, they didn't want to witness such a bloody thing as forcefully breaking up a couple. After the arrival of Tai Tan and Niu Tian, many were genuinely nervous. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu also saw the scene on the screen. Upon witnessing this unexpected event, she grew alert. Now that she saw everyone discussing the matter in the chat room, her face contorted into an angry frown. If anyone could claim to be the leader of the CP in the parallel world between Yuhao and Wang Donger, it was undoubtedly Xiao Wu. She wanted to see the parallel world, Yuhao and Wang Donger together more than anyone present. From what she had seen earlier on the screen, this parallel world Yuhao had completely passed her test. So, at this moment, Xiao Wu was obsessively convinced that the parallel world Wang Donger must marry the parallel world Yuhao. If it turned out that the parallel world Wang Donger was the one to let down Yuhao, then even if she was her daughter, Xiao Wu would not stand by her side. This was because she was thoroughly satisfied with her son-in-law. After seeing the barrage of comments in the chat room, Xiao Wu finally exploded with anger. Deming, Erming, are you going to break up the couple? You don't take me seriously. Fuming, she tagged Tai Tan and Niu Tian in the chat room, which made them sweat profusely on the other end. They knew very well that if they appeared in this timeline, they might take actions even more excessive than breaking up the couple. The mastermind behind this whole situation was none other than Tang San. Thus, Tai Tan and Niu Tian found themselves in a dire predicament, caught between Tang San and Xiao Wu. On Xiao Wu's side, they didn't want to offend her or earn her ire. They still harbored feelings for Xiao Wu and had not stopped thinking about her despite her being a wife. They did not want to incur her wrath. But they didn't dare to offend Tang San either. What were their identities compared to Tang San's? It would be easier for Tang San to kill them than to squash an ant. Thus, they found themselves in a dilemma. In the end, they had no choice but to take action. No, Sister Xiao Wu, this is happening in the parallel world. You can't blame us, they tagged back. Xiao Wu retorted, if I don't blame you, who should I blame? Anyway, I'm saying this. If you dare to break up the couple, I will beat you up. Tai Tan and Niu Tian could only respond with bitter smiles at her remarks. But they didn't dare to speak further. On the other side, after witnessing Xiao Wu's extreme emotions, Tang San's face darkened. This is a bit troublesome. Xiao Wu seems to be fond of that boy. If she finds out about my previous plot against Yuhao, won't that land me in hot water? Plus, Tai Tan and Niu Tian from the parallel world are here now. I have a strong feeling that I'm behind this arrangement. Thinking about this made Tang San break out into a sweat. He loved and feared Xiao Wu. What he loved was their long-standing relationship. Tang San truly cherished Xiao Wu, but he feared that she was the vessel of the Asura god. Tang San was terrified that if he and Xiao Wu broke up, his Asura god position would inevitably be compromised, leaving him finished. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he grew increasingly anxious. He kept brainstorming ways to resolve the problem before it escalated into an unmanageable situation. "Brother San, you seem to be sweating." Xiao Wu noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Tang San could only respond awkwardly. "Yes, hahaha, I'm just worried about Yuhao and Donger in the parallel world. After all, one of them is my son-in-law and the other my daughter. I care deeply about their relationship issues." Xiao Wu nodded in approval. "That's right, I think so too. Deming and Erming are too much this time. In short, if they meddle, I will not forgive them." Tang San could only keep agreeing. Yes, I think so too." Chapter 226. Strong Wang Donger, you have to agree even if you disagree. At this moment on the screen. Although Wang Donger was briefly distracted after discovering the figures of Tai Tan and Niu Tian in front of her, she quickly came back to her senses. After that, she immediately grabbed Yuhao's hand, laughed, and said, "Yuhao, let's go over there." Yuhao didn't know Tai Tan and Niu Tian, and he hadn't looked at Wang Donger just now, so he didn't know what she was feeling at the moment. He simply thought that Wang Donger wanted to go to the other side, so he naturally would not refuse her request. "Sure, let's go shopping over there." Yuhao agreed directly. But before he could finish his words, Wang Donger hurriedly pulled his hand and ran over. Yuhao helplessly said to her, "Don't be anxious, Donger. There's nothing to be anxious about, take your time." But Wang Donger never slowed down. Under her guidance, they quickly arrived at another street. What puzzled Yuhao was that he found Wang Donger didn't seem to have the heart to go shopping after arriving here. Instead, she looked around as if searching for something. After noticing something strange, Yuhao couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to ask her something, he spotted two tall men walking toward them, blocking their way. "Who are you?" Yuhao's expression became much more alert, and his soul power was ready to move. The two men said at that time, "Don't hide, Donger, can you run away?" Wang Donger knew she couldn't run away, so she looked at the two men with an embarrassed face. "Haha, daddy, second daddy, why are you here too? What a coincidence." This time, Yuhao was in trouble. Originally, seeing Tai Tan and Niu Tian blocking their way, Yuhao thought they were enemies and nearly planned to attack them directly. Unexpectedly, when Wang Donger suddenly referred to Big Daddy and Second Daddy, Yuhao couldn't help but be stunned. He then looked at the two men again. "Big Daddy? Second Daddy? You two are Uncle Tai Tan and Uncle Niu Tian that Donger has been talking about." After hearing this, the two men cast a look at Yuhao. However, their reactions were completely different. Niu Tian had been looking at Yuhao with a serious expression, while Tai Tan seemed filled with hostility. Later, he even snorted coldly and rushed towards Yuhao, preparing to slap him. "You are Yuhao. Wang Donger left Shrek because of you? Damn it." Due to Tai Tan's overwhelming strength and speed, Yuhao almost didn't react. Although he finally reacted at the critical moment, he could only barely resist. Thus, Yuhao prepared to use the defensive soul guide to protect himself. "Second father, I won't let you attack him. If you dare to hurt him, I won't let you go." At this moment, Wang Donger took a step forward, blocking Yuhao and staring at Tai Tan with a firm gaze. Although Tai Tan intended to teach Yuhao a lesson, he couldn't attack Wang Donger in this manner. So he could only withdraw his hand in a hurry. "Donger, what are you doing? Don't you know that it's easy to get hurt like this? What if I don't stop and end up hurting him?" Tai Tan reluctantly withdrew his hand, and after doing so, he spoke to Wang Donger with some dissatisfaction. But Wang Donger was filled with anger at this moment. "You dared to attack him. Are you afraid of hurting me? If I hadn't stood up just now, he would have been hurt. I'd rather be the one who got hurt." Tai Tan was truly helpless against Wang Donger and could only sigh. After seeing her furious expression, he felt a little scared. "I was wrong, my little ancestor. I was wrong, okay. I will never attack him again. Are you satisfied with this?" Wang Donger snorted and didn't say much. After witnessing this scene, Tai Tan cast a look of help towards Niu Tian. Niu Tian snorted coldly and said, "You deserve this. I told you not to act rashly. A married daughter is like spilled water. Although our donger is not married yet, she has fallen in love now. You dared to attack her ideal husband. It's lucky that she didn't break off her relationship with you. After hearing what Niu Tian said, Wang Donger finally couldn't hold back. She spoke to Niu Tian very shyly. "Big Daddy, what are you talking about?" Niu Tian exhaled and said, "Okay, your second daddy has no ill intentions, he just has a bad temper. Even if you hadn't stopped him just now, he wouldn't have seriously hurt the boy. At most, he might have suffered a little physical pain. But I say, that little physical pain isn't a loss for him. Who told him to kidnap our donger? Big Daddy and Second Daddy have been looking for you like crazy during this time." Yuhao on the side still didn't understand what was going on. He asked in confusion, "Uncles, what's going on now? Are you looking for donger like crazy? Didn't she say that you agreed to let her go to sun and moon with me?" Titan and Niu Tian were both stunned. Wang Donger scratched her head awkwardly. "Actually, they didn't agree before. But I ran away." Yuhao's mouth twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't want to blame Wang Donger, so he said helplessly, "Hey, since the uncles didn't agree before, we won't come." Wang Donger shook her head. "That won't work. Coming to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy will help improve your soul guidance technology. They can't say they won't come and then not come. I've thought about this before, it's best if they agree. If they don't, I'll just run away. Anyway, I'm going to settle down." After hearing this, Tai Tan and Niu Tian said, "So, according to this, we blamed the wrong person. It was all your idea." Wang Donger raised her head proudly. "What? Anyway, I've said this. You have to agree to the matter between Yuhao and me. No discussion." Chapter 227. No problem is the biggest problem. Tang San, Tai Tan, and Niu Tian are all sweaty. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, many soul masters couldn't help but discuss Wang Donger's statement on the screen. "Ha ha ha, she is indeed Wang Donger from the parallel world. She just showed her hand. Now, even Titan and Niu Tian can't do anything about it, right?" Wang Donger's attitude is so firm. Unless Titan and Niu Tian want to break up with her, they won't dare to act. I envy Yuhao from the parallel world. Before he even got married, his girlfriend stood firmly by his side. If my ex-girlfriend had been like her, I would have been married a long time ago. "Oh, please tell me your story." A group of soul masters kept chatting in the chat room. On the other side, Dubusi nodded in appreciation after seeing this scene. This little girl is good and courageous. Yuhao from the parallel world is lucky. Even Bibai Dong, Tang San's mortal enemy, couldn't help but appreciate Wang Donger after watching her for so long. She chuckled and said, "Then, how will Tai Tan and Niu Tian deal with this?" She looked at the screen again, and at this moment on the screen. After hearing what Wang Donger said, Niu Tian sighed helplessly. "Alas, your personality is the same as your mother's." But Wang Donger's face was serious at that moment, like an emotionless killer. No matter what Niu Tian and Tai Tan said, she maintained a cold expression that showed her strong determination. Seeing this, Niu Tian could only speak again. "Okay, don't keep your face straight. I thought we were enemies. This time, your second father and I aren't here to expose you. Otherwise, we would have taken you away by force." Wang Donger was slightly stunned at first but soon became happy again. She carefully asked Niu Tian, "Then, what are you doing here?" Niu Tian said unhappily, "Is it not okay to come and see you?" "You kid, you left without saying a word. We had to look for you, right?" "We came to see if you were safe." A stone in Wang Donger's heart finally fell, and a smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. She said to Tai Tan and Niu Tian, "So that's how it is. But Big Daddy, Second Daddy, now you can see that I am fine, and I have become stronger. My strength hasn't been affected at all by leaving Shrek. So can you leave now?" The corners of Titan and Niu Tian's mouths twitched when they heard this. But later, Niu Tian still said to Wang Donger helplessly, "We'll leave in a while, but it's okay to have dinner with us first, right? We haven't eaten yet." Wang Donger had to agree reluctantly, but she warned Niu Tian and Titan, "It's a deal, you leave after dinner. I don't want to be disturbed by you." Niu Tian sighed and agreed, Okay, I promise you." They began to look for a restaurant nearby. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, Soul masters who had worried that Tai Tan and Niu Tian were there to break up the couple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems they're not here to break up the couple. That's fine, I don't want to see them separate. This result is acceptable. Everyone continued to talk. On the other side, Xiao and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that things are developing in a good direction. Then I'm relieved. Xiao Wu smiled after seeing this scene. What? It turns out that I misunderstood De Ming and Ming. She bravely took responsibility for previously blaming Tai Tan and Niu Tian for the misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, Xiao Wu began tagging them again in the chat room. Quickly, she spoke in the chat room again. Xiao Wu at Tai Tan at Niu Tian. Ha ha ha, it turns out that it was a misunderstanding just now. De Ming and Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you two to be so open-minded. In this case, everyone is happy. Xiao Wu didn't say much after sending these words. But on the other side, after seeing Xiao Wu's tag, Tai Tan and Niu Tian didn't relax at all. Instead, both felt sweaty at that moment. This is bad. How could you come to see them specially? It's over now. They knew their personalities very well. If nothing had happened, they in the parallel world would never have traveled here to find Wang Donger and Yuhao. But why hadn't they attempted to break up the couple, as seen on the screen? This didn't mean anything. It only indicated their purpose this time wasn't benign. It might be more serious than this matter. Thinking of this, Tai Tan and Niu Tian grew increasingly anxious. They were genuinely afraid of doing something wrong in the parallel world next. If Xiao Wu witnessed such an incident later, based on her previous attitude, they would be in trouble. Therefore, the two could only pray in their hearts. My head hurts. Tang San couldn't help rubbing his temples when he saw this. Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt sweaty at this moment, but so did Tang San. Didn't Tang San know what kind of people Tai Tan and Niu Tian were? How could he have any opinions? If they in the parallel world were here to seek out Yuhao and Wang Donger, it meant they must have received his instructions. Tang San felt very nervous at this moment. He could only pray that Tai Tan and Niu Tian in the parallel world wouldn't give him away. Everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, after searching for a while, Wang Donger and the others finally found a good restaurant. They quickly ordered their dishes and sat down to wait. However, at that moment, Wang Donger ran to the restroom because she was in a hurry. Seeing this, Tai Tan quietly walked to the door to keep watch. Niu Tian quietly sat next to Yuhao. Yuhao. Chapter 228. Xiao Wu is puzzled. What is this brocade bag for? Ever since seeing Yuhao, Niu Tian had been looking for an opportunity to be alone with him. At this moment, as Wang Donger ran to the restroom, Niu Tian immediately seized this hard-won opportunity. He shifted closer to Yuhao and spoke in an extremely experienced tone. Yuhao, we don't object to your relationship with Donger. In fact, the reason we didn't let Donger go with you before was that we were afraid she was too young and might be deceived. But now, it's clear that you both sincerely love each other, and Donger is growing up quickly and living a comfortable life with you. So we agree to your relationship. At this point, Niu Tian's tone suddenly became serious. It's just that I want to tell you something very important. Shortly, I may ask you to do something for Donger. That task is very important, and I hope you won't refuse. After hearing this, Yuhao responded seriously. Don't worry, Uncle Niu Tian. As long as I can help Donger, I will do my best. But what exactly did you mean? Tai Tan didn't clarify, but said to Yuhao, it's not convenient to tell you about this matter for the time being. However, I wrote the content in this brocade bag. I set a seal on it. If one day you can break the seal by your means, then you will know what is inside. But for now, you should put this brocade bag away first. After he finished speaking, he handed Yuhao a black brocade bag. Yuhao took it without hesitation. At this time, Niu Tian added, by the way, keep this matter a secret from Donger for now. For some unspeakable reasons, she shouldn't know at this time. Yuhao looked at Niu Tian meaningfully after hearing this. Meanwhile, Wang Donger returned from the restroom. She sat back down and asked Yuhao curiously, Yuhao, what were you talking about just now? She then turned her eyes to Niu Tian and asked, Big Dad, you won't bully Yuhao, right? Niu Tian scratched his head awkwardly. How could that be? Even if we wanted to bully him, we wouldn't have the courage to do so with you protecting us. Wang Donger snorted proudly and replied, That's good. The waiter soon started serving the dishes. After the dishes were served, they began to eat. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the scene that had just played on the screen was visible to the Soul Masters. Like the others, Xiao Wu was extremely curious about the contents of the brocade bag after watching the scene. She couldn't help but ask Tai Tan and Niu Tian again, De Ming, Ming, what is written in the brocade bag? Both Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt a bit panicked at this moment. While this had occurred in a parallel world, Tai Tan and Niu Tian had also given Yuhao a brocade bag in the original time and space before. So they could guess what might be written in it. At this moment, they knew they couldn't tell Xiao Wu the truth, otherwise they would be in trouble. They quickly replied to Xiao Wu, We don't know about this. Sister Xiao Wu, this happened in a parallel world after all. We haven't seen Yuhao in this timeline. So how could we possibly know what's in the brocade bag? Xiao Wu sighed helplessly after hearing this. That's true. She then looked at Tang San and asked, Brother San, you're smarter than me, do you know what's written in it? Tang San smiled awkwardly, I don't know. He scratched his head and continued, Let's keep watching, maybe the answer will appear later. He quickly changed the subject. After hearing what Tang San said, Xiao Wu agreed, albeit reluctantly. On the other side, Bibai Dong, who had been observing, couldn't help but sneer at the corner of her mouth after witnessing the scene. She thought to herself, I don't know, hee, Tang San, others can't see through your disguise, but can I? I think you can guess it more or less. However, since you dare not say it, it means the things inside are what you don't want to reveal. Hee, now things are getting more and more interesting. Her face was full of sneers as she thought this. Meanwhile, Wang Qiwer, being involved, made a direct guess. This thing isn't what Yuhao saw before he ran to the ice and fire yin-yang well, is it? Although Yuhao was uncertain, he nodded. I think it looks like it. When he remembered that moment, he felt a little scared because he almost died that time. But Yuhao didn't regret it at all. Because in his opinion, even if he were given another chance to choose, he would still conceal it as he had before, not telling Wang Donger and giving up everything for her regardless. Thinking of this, Yuhao looked at the screen again, wondering to himself, will I do the same in the parallel world? At this moment on the screen, after a simple meal, Tai Tan and Niu Tian honored their promise. After paying the bill, they quickly said goodbye to Yuhao and Wang Donger, and left Star Luo Imperial City one after another. After they left, Wang Donger breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, they finally left. Yuhao smiled and said, Are you so afraid of them? Wang Donger snorted coldly. Afraid of them? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just afraid that they will stop us from being together. Yuhao smirked at Wang Donger. So, you admit that you can't leave me? Wang Donger snorted and retorted, Shut up. The two soon returned to the hotel, tired from their day of activities and the earlier encounter with Tai Tan and Niu Tian. After Yuhao and Wang Donger returned to their room, he took out the brocade bag and told Wang Donger what had transpired earlier. By the way, Donger, this is what your father gave me. He told me not to tell you. Chapter 229, The Lottery Ceremony begins. As Wang Donger's elder and younger fathers, Yuhao naturally respects Niu Tian and Tai Tan. However, Yuhao has always understood the hierarchy between them. Although he respects Tai Tan and Niu Tian, that respect is primarily due to his deep love for Wang Donger. Therefore, Yuhao would never do anything to let Wang Donger down because of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Niu Tian asked him to hide the previous treasure bag from Wang Donger, which was nonsense in Yuhao's opinion. In fact, when Niu Tian made that suggestion, Yuhao initially wanted to refuse outright. But who would have thought that Wang Donger would return from the restroom just then? As she came back, Tai Tan and Niu Tian stopped discussing it, so Yuhao naturally didn't bring it up again. Now that Tai Tan and Niu Tian have left, Yuhao knows he must tell Wang Donger about this matter. He loves Wang Donger deeply, and he doesn't want her to hide anything from him. He believes Wang Donger feels the same way, so he decides to reveal the truth. After seeing this scene on the screen, in the gap between the planes, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were so angry that they started cursing. Damn, this bastard is dishonest. I told him not to say it, but he still did. He's such a piece of work. Yeah, he's a bastard. I am so angry. The two of them furiously cursed Yuhao from the parallel world. Meanwhile, Tang San was just as furious upon seeing this scene. This bastard told Donger everything. How can my plan in the parallel world succeed like this? Damn it, Yuhao from this parallel world is so annoying. Original time Yuhao suits my taste better. He mentally griped, seething with annoyance. On the other hand, Xiao Wu was quite satisfied with Yuhao's behavior in the parallel world. She couldn't help but say, right, that's the right way. Since we are two people who love each other, there shouldn't be any secrets. This parallel world's Yuhao is becoming more and more appealing to me. In this way, I'll feel relieved if Donger in the parallel world marries him in the future. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Later, she even praised Yuhao to Tang San. Brother San, this parallel world's Yuhao is good, don't you think so? Tang San felt goosebumps after hearing this. He wanted to scold the parallel world's Yuhao, but he knew he couldn't. So he reluctantly replied, yes, this kid is really good. Xiao Wu quickly changed the subject, but I'm still more curious about what's in that brocade bag. I hope the parallel world's Yuhao can open it soon so my doubts can be resolved. Tang San's expression became a bit awkward after hearing this. He had no choice but to change the subject again to avoid revealing the truth. Meanwhile, Wang Donger couldn't help but speak after watching this scene. Yuhao, although I am grateful to you for what happened earlier, I hope you can be like the Yuhao in the parallel world. Don't hide anything from me, okay? If you encounter any problems, let's face them together. Hiding them is not true love to me. She had been holding these words in her heart for a long time. Yuhao was willing to give up his life for her, which moved her. But she had hoped he would communicate openly with her instead of silently bearing everything alone. After all, they were partners who loved each other and intended to live together in the future. She didn't like the idea of Yuhao taking on everything alone. Wang Donger had never had the chance to express this before, but Yuhao's actions in the parallel world finally inspired her to speak up. Is that so? I understand. Yuhao absorbed everything Wang Donger had just said. He truly felt Wang Donger's words made sense, and upon reflection, he realized he had indeed been too impulsive. So he quickly agreed with her perspective. Well, don't hide anything from me anymore in the future. Wang Donger was very happy to hear this, and then she looked back at the screen. At that moment on the screen, after learning this, Wang Donger couldn't help but kiss Yuhao on the cheek. Thank you, Yuhao, for not hiding anything from me. Yuhao hugged her tightly and replied, silly, there's no need to thank me, I will never hide anything from you. Wang Donger was even more moved by his sweet words and couldn't help but kiss him multiple times. After a long time, she calmed down a little, her face flushed. She turned her attention back to the brocade bag, but what's inside? My father gave this to you and asked you not to let me know, so it must contain something he doesn't want me to find out. The more you try to hide it, the more I want to know. Yuhao, can you open it now? Yuhao shook his head. I can't open it. Wang Donger returned the brocade bag to Yuhao. Then I can't open it either. You keep it for now. Wait until you can open it, and let me see what's written inside. Yuhao nodded to Wang Donger. Then they didn't waste too much time. After taking a shower and drying their hair, they hugged each other and fell asleep as usual. One night passed in a flash. The next day, the Soul Master competition began, and the entire Star Luo Imperial City became lively. As contestants, Yuhao and the others arrived at the competition venue early in the morning. They waited for the Star Luo Emperor, the organizer of the event, to give a speech. The Star Luo Emperor spoke for a long time before concluding his address. Afterward, It was time for the draw ceremony for the first round of all teams in the Soul Master competition. To ensure fairness, the drawing process was conducted openly, and each school sent someone to participate. At this moment, Xuanzai, the leader of the Shrek team, left the team and walked up to the draw table. Chapter 230, Shrek's Glory, It's Really Too Much of an Eyesore. In the lottery ceremony this time, according to the rules, Ma Xiaoda was supposed to go up and draw lots, as she is the captain of the Shrek team. However, Xuanzai volunteered instead. What his purpose in volunteering remains unknown. Since Xuanzai himself volunteered, Ma Xiaoda and the others naturally could not refuse him for such a small matter as drawing lots. So the picture that emerged at this moment was as follows. After hearing the referee shout, "Shrek team representative, please come on stage to draw lots," Xuanzai walked toward the stage with a proud look on his face. The people present also gave Shrek a lot of respect. You could even say that they admired Shrek greatly. So when Xuanzai, the representative of the Shrek team, walked onto the stage to draw lots, the entire venue suddenly erupted with excitement. Shrek, 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 Shrek. The cheers were deafening. Amidst such loud cheers, Xuanzai finally reached the stage. At that moment, the pride on his face seemed to intensify. Then, in full view of the crowd, he stretched out his thin palm and reached into the lottery bucket. He quickly drew a lot and handed it to the referee, who announced on the spot that the Shrek team had drawn the 10th number. This also meant that if other teams drew the 10th number, they would face the Shrek team in the 10th match. Xuanzai finally walked back to the team amid the cheers of the crowd. However, it seemed that he was affected by the crowd's energy. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't stop smiling. Upon returning to the team, he made sure to remind Xiao and the other reserve team members who were participating in the Soul Master competition for the first time. Kids, did you see this? This is the glory of our Shrek Academy. Because of this glory, all of us from Shrek Academy will be treated as honored guests wherever we go. And this is precisely what our countless predecessors at Shrek Academy have won for you. So everyone must protect this glory, no matter what. After listening to Xuanzai's words, all the members of the Shrek team nodded repeatedly. Dai Huabin, standing nearby, took the initiative to ask, "Elder Xuan, if that's the case, then if the Sun Moon team draws number 10, we can meet them in the first round, right?" He had always wanted to seek revenge on Yuhao. Now, defeating Yuhao on the grand stage of the Soul Master competition and making him lose face was Dai Huabin's greatest wish. He hoped to meet the Sun Moon Imperial team in the first round and eliminate them on the spot. Yeah, if we can draw them. Upon hearing Dai Huabin's words, Xuanzai's face darkened. The truth is, love can turn to hate. How much he had admired Yuhao before now translated to how much he detested him. Especially after what happened yesterday, Xuanzai wanted nothing more than to see Yuhao suffer. Xuanzai was similarly eager to meet the Sun Moon Imperial team directly in the first round and eliminate them at once. This way, Yuhao could understand how foolish his choice had been. Ma Xiaodao beside him said to Xuanzai, "Master Xuan, can't you do something? Maybe let them draw number 10. Xuanzai sighed, "How can it be that easy? There are so many people watching, and there are also soul guidance devices monitoring. It's impossible." Ma Xiaodao sighed in disappointment. "That's a pity." Everyone quickly ceased their discussions on this matter and began to wait. While they waited like this, it didn't take long before Ma Rulong came on stage to draw lots on behalf of the Sun Moon Imperial team. As soon as Ma Rulong came on stage, Xuanzai, Dai Huabin, Ma Xiaodao, and the others looked on with solemn expressions. They all hoped Ma Rulong would draw the number 10, because that would mean they could teach Yuhao a lesson. But in the end, Ma Rulong drew number 3. "HMPH, what bad luck. They just dodged us," Dai Huabin scoffed upon hearing this. Xuanzai added, "Don't worry, we will meet them sooner or later. When that time comes, we'll teach them a lesson." Ma Xiaodao nodded to Xuanzai upon hearing this. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but start discussing the events they had witnessed on the screen. No way, Does Xu and Zai from this parallel world think they will win? They don't treat Yuhao from the parallel world like a human being. However, they don't seem to realize that Yuhao from the parallel world is already a six-ringed soul emperor, right? I wonder what their expressions will be when they see him show his strength. No, they seem to have received the news before but just don't believe it. Regardless, when they see Yuhao display his power, they will be shocked. On the other side, Jing Hongchen began to ask Kong Deming, "Mr. Kong, who do you think will win the battle between the Shrek team from this parallel world and the Sun Moon team?" Kong Deming exhaled, "It's hard to say. Didn't we fight before? On our side, the Shrek team suffered heavy losses, but in the end, they still won with some remaining troops. And now, the Shrek Academy in the parallel world doesn't have all its members." Jing Hongchen inquired, "So you mean that Shrek has a higher chance of winning?" Kong Deming shook his head. "That's not the case. If there were no Yuhao in the parallel world, Shrek would win without a doubt. But now there's another Yuhao in the parallel world, right? I feel his strength is greater than Ma Xiaodao's, so if they fight, it's difficult to predict the outcome. We can only wait and see." Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Cayenne Rengsu also posed the same question to Bibai Dong. "Mother, who do you think will win this match?" Bibai Dong smiled and replied, "It's hard to say who will win, but I support Yuhao from the parallel world. I support anyone who opposes Shrek, and anyone who opposes Tang San. Besides, don't you think the glory of Shrek Academy is just too annoying? I want to smash this damn glory." Chapter 231, The Trial Begins, Shrek's Disadvantages. Hearing Bibai Dong's words, Cayenne Rengsu nodded in approval. Indeed, compared to seeing Shrek win, she wanted to see Yuhao in the parallel world win more. After all, this Shrek Academy has 1,000 threads of relationship with Tang San. Even if Shrek Academy, after 10,000 years, has not offended her mother and daughter, just the fact that it has a strong connection with Tang San makes her feel very uncomfortable. Not to mention that the parallel version of Shrek Academy is a bit tainted, and many things done there do not align with Cayenne Rengsu's worldview. Therefore, Cayenne Rengsu disliked the Shrek Academy even more. Compared to their Shrek Academy, the parallel world's Yuhao was much more aligned with Cayenne Rengsu's temperament. He was decisive in killing, but knew how to treat his family well. Moreover, he was unreserved with his lover and would help his friends whenever possible. For Yuhao in the parallel world, with such a personality, it was only because he was not from the same era as herself. Otherwise, Cayenne Rengsu felt even she might be tempted by him. After Bibai Dong said this, Cayenne Rengsu nodded in approval and said, "That's right. If Yuhao in the parallel world can win, then it must be better for him to win." Shrek, go to hell. Bibai Dong smiled slightly upon hearing this. Then she withdrew her gaze and continued watching the screen. At this moment on the screen, after the Sun Moon Imperial Academy finished drawing lots, other academies followed suit and came on stage to draw lots. Given that all the students from the entire DOLOU continent came to participate in this competition, the number was a bit overwhelming. After the Sun Moon Imperial Academy finished drawing lots, the drawing ceremony lasted for more than an hour before it finally concluded. With the drawing ceremony over, this Soul Master competition finally entered its main phase, the first round of the qualifying competition. Once the competition begins, the teams that drew the same number must go on stage in turn, according to that number, to participate in the 7-on-7 team competition. The rules of the competition are simple. As soon as one side completely admits defeat or completely loses the ability to fight, it is considered the loser. There is only one chance. The winning team can directly advance to the next round, while the losing team is immediately eliminated and has no chance to participate in the subsequent competitions. At this moment, under the referee's announcement, the two teams that both drew number 1 in the earlier draw have now gone on stage to compete. The strength of these two teams is not very strong. The average strength is only at the 4-ring level. However, the two teams are evenly matched, so after stepping onto the stage, the fight was well balanced, and there was no one-sided situation. Everyone on the Sun Moon Imperial team was watching the fight from under the ring. After observing this, Xiao Hongchen yawned in boredom and said, "These guys are so weak. Let us go up quickly. I want to go back and rest after the fight." Ma Rulong replied seriously, "Don't be careless. There is only one chance. If you lose because of being too reckless, it will be disastrous." Meng Hongchen, hearing this, cast his eyes at Jing Hongchen behind him and asked, "Grandpa, aren't you going to formulate any strategic guidelines for us?" Jing Hongchen shook his head and said, "I'm here just to protect you. I don't want to interfere too much with your competition. After all, this Soul Master competition is yours. Moreover, it is also a good opportunity for you to gain experience. If I think of everything for you, then you won't acquire any valuable experience." He then looked at Yuhao on the side. "Yuhao, you are the captain. All matters regarding this competition will be arranged by you. So tell me your thoughts." After hearing this, everyone looked at Yuhao. Yuhao did not succumb to stage fright in such a scene. He stood up and addressed everyone. "Since the dean has said so, let me share my thoughts. Everyone, in my opinion, the only team we need to pay attention to in this Soul Master competition is the Shrek team. As for the other student teams, there is no need to worry about them. So I think we can start laying the groundwork for the battle with the Shrek team from now on." Everyone became interested when they heard Yuhao say this. Even Jing Hongchen looked at him in surprise. Originally, he just wanted Yuhao to speak casually, but from the current perspective, he seemed to be quite confident. So everyone quieted down and listened to him. Yuhao continued, "The Shrek team is very strong. Although I don't know the information about all of them, I do know that Ma Xiaodao's martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. She possesses soul emperor cultivation. Her teacher is Yan Shayaj, so she should be very strong. And Dai Yuheng is the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. His soul power level is also above level 60. He is a soul emperor, and his martial soul is the White Tiger. I do not know the cultivation levels of others, but judging from the strength of these two, the strength of other Shrek team members must be around the 5th ring. So this match is not very advantageous for us. We are slightly at a disadvantage in terms of soul power levels." He kept analyzing, and the students of the Sun Moon team listened attentively. Finally, Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but ask Yuhao, "Yuhao, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, what should we do in this case?" Yuhao smiled and said, "We need to preserve our strength. Our advantage now is that we have more intelligence, and the other side knows nothing about our strength. I have been part of the Shrek team, so I know their personalities very well. Anyone from Shrek Academy, whether it's a teacher or a student, actually has a huge drawback in their personalities." Meng Hongchen asked curiously, "Brother Yuhao, what is the drawback?" Chapter 232, The King of Ideas, Yuhao. "They are arrogant and conceited." After hearing Meng Hongchen's question, Yuhao directly expressed his opinion. This is not because he deliberately discredited the Shrek people, nor is it because he turned from love to hate after leaving Shrek Academy. The reason he said this is that Shrek Academy is indeed like this. Yuhao continued, "Originally, the students who can join Shrek Academy are already geniuses and outstanding individuals. Shrek Academy sets a very high standard for admission, so generally speaking, people without certain qualifications will not be able to join. Under this premise, most of the teachers in Shrek Academy are arrogant themselves, coupled with their unique teaching methods, such as those who don't cause trouble are mediocre, and so on. The students become arrogant, and after being taught like this, that emotion is further amplified. Their shortcomings become more obvious." At this point, Ma Rulong couldn't help but ask, "But Yuhao, how does this relate to our plan for the game?" Yuhao smiled and replied, "It is related, and it is very relevant." He said to Ma Rulong, "Their personalities determine their approach to things. We can target their style and create corresponding strategies to lure them into our game." After hearing this, everyone appeared deep in thought. Yuhao continued, "Everyone, let me ask you a question. Based on the personalities of these Shrek people, how would they perceive us?" Xiao Hongchen touched his chin and replied, "With disdain." Yuhao smiled and confirmed, "Yes, disdainful. In the eyes of these Shrek people, how can the Sun Moon Imperial Academy be their opponent? So from the very beginning, they didn't take us seriously. But this is beneficial for us. Yuhao extended his index finger and said seriously, because they don't take us seriously, they won't guard against us in advance. Therefore, they won't formulate any strategies. But we can guard against them in advance, and we can also arrange our strategies beforehand. Meng Hongchen asked Yuhao, "Brother Yuhao, what should we do then?" Yuhao said, "Continuously collect their information and intelligence, and understand all their abilities. At the same time, we must hide our abilities as much as possible." As he spoke, he took out a notebook and a pen and began to jot down notes. He wrote down the abilities and strongest techniques of everyone on the team. Meng Hongchen and the others were shocked when they saw what Yuhao wrote. They hadn't realized until now that Yuhao knew them so well. However, they still had some doubts about what Yuhao was doing. Meng Hongchen quickly asked again, "Brother Yuhao, what are you writing?" Yuhao smiled and said, "Look, everyone, I have written down all your trump cards and special abilities. Then, to prepare for the battle against the Shrek team later, I request that none of the abilities recorded here should be used before the final game begins." After hearing Yuhao's words, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Yuhao, you are too cruel. Then won't our next game be very difficult?" Yuhao smiled and said, "As long as we can win, it doesn't matter if it's a little hard. Think of it as practice and move forward with determination. And everyone, I didn't restrict your soul master abilities or soul ring abilities too much. What I have restricted is your soul guidance device abilities. I asked you to use your trump cards sparingly. Because the people of Shrek and those from the 3 kingdoms of DOLOU have a very shallow understanding of soul guidance devices. So, if you don't use many soul guidance devices later, they will genuinely believe you don't possess such capabilities. In this way, everyone can remain relaxed. Then we just need to wait for the finals when we meet Shrek, and then use those abilities. It will catch them off guard. After all, they don't understand and have not prepared for it, so how can they possibly deal with it? And we have already collected a lot of intelligence in advance, so when that moment comes, we will naturally have an absolute advantage." At this point, Xiao Hongchen asked again, "What if the Shrek people do the same?" Yuhao shook his head. "Brother Xiao, haven't I already analyzed the personalities of these Shrek people? They can't do such a thing. Because they have always been high and mighty and look down on others, how could they care about others? In their eyes, we are just fish for them to slaughter at will. Do you think they will bother with that?" Xiao Hongchen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Really? But he quickly added, "However, I feel that if we follow Yuhao's strategy, it will be very effective. All is fair in war. Since these Shrek Academy folks are so arrogant, let's design a trick to outsmart them. Besides, I've been annoyed with them for a long time. For so many years, Shrek Academy has always won the Soul Master competition. Now, it's our Sun Moon Imperial team's turn." The other students also recognized the merit of Yuhao's strategy and agreed with it. The strategy was finalized, and everyone expressed their approval of Yuhao's idea. At that moment, Yuhao suddenly had another thought. "By the way, everyone, I have another idea." After hearing what Yuhao said, everyone looked at him again. They felt he was the king of ideas, quirky and capable of coming up with creative ideas anytime and anywhere. So they quickly asked again, "What is it? Tell us." Chapter 233, DD2, Chapter 233. Shrek in the Parallel World is really going to be plotted to death. At this moment, after hearing Yuhao say that he still has an idea, the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team cast their eyes towards Yuhao again. Their expressions were filled with expectation and curiosity, clearly indicating their interest in the idea Yuhao just mentioned. Yuhao did not keep them in suspense any longer. After realizing that everyone's eyes were fixed on him again, he said directly, "I was thinking that, before I meet Shrek Academy, I might as well not go on the court." The students of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy were slightly stunned. Yuhao continued, "According to our previous observations, the schools participating in the Soul Master competition this time are generally not very strong. Even if we have decided to hide our strength, I think we can still easily win against opponents of this level. And most importantly, this will better confuse our opponents. Yuhao explained, the people of Shrek Academy are arrogant, and they still don't know my specific cultivation level. When I left Shrek, I was still very weak, so their impression of me stays at that time. But if I go on the field, I will have to fight. Once I fight, I will inevitably expose my cultivation, which is not ideal. So, I thought of a way. I might as well not go on the field at all. Anyway, with everyone's strength, we can make it to the finals. I can reveal myself at that time. Then we will catch them off guard. We have all their information, and the information they have about us is inaccurate. In this way, Shrek Academy has no chance of winning. Yuhao continued expounding his thoughts. After hearing Yuhao's idea, all the members of the Sun Moon team were stunned. Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but sigh, Yuhao, it's a good thing you're on our side. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Ma Rulong, still in shock, said, Captain, your method is amazing. The people from Shrek Academy will be in trouble. Meng Hongchen added, then let's do as Yuhao suggests. You're so smart, it's right to listen to you. The rest of the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team agreed after hearing this. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, just like the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team in the parallel world. After watching Yuhao's analysis of the members of the Shrek team and the strategy he devised, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were completely dumbfounded. Dubusi said, the Shrek team in this parallel world is finished. Although the gap in strength between the two sides may not be huge, the gap in IQ is vast. The Shrek team was plotted against before the fight even started. When the fight begins, everything will go wrong. Jing Hongchen sighed with great regret. What a pity. If only we had Yuhao from the parallel world joining us, we surely wouldn't have lost the last Soul Master competition. Most of the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes shared this sentiment. They believed that the Shrek team in this parallel world was doomed to defeat due to Yuhao's strategy. Even Xu Wenzai and other high-ranking members of Shrek Academy felt this way. Seeing this, Xu Wenzai cursed with hatred. How despicable, Yuhao from the parallel world. Our Shrek Academy has always been upright, but now we've been plotted against by such a base villain. Kong Deming snorted coldly and said, Xu Wenzai, don't try to sour grapes. This isn't called despicable, it's called resourceful and fair in war. It's the Shrek in the parallel world that's too foolish. He mocked Xu Wenzai and Shrek openly. After witnessing this exchange, Bibai Dong smiled but said nothing. She did not engage in the quarrel, instead, she just sneered inwardly. It seems that this time, the glory of Shrek will be shattered by Yuhao from the parallel world. He is truly worthy of being my handsome man, he's remarkable. She praised Yuhao from the parallel world in her heart without restraint. Then she looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao and his team continued to wait for a while before starting to play. In this game, just as Yuhao had arranged, he did not participate, and the team members who played were restricted from using many core soul guidance devices. Despite this, although the Sun Moon Imperial team successfully won, it was not a victory achieved by simply overpowering their opponents. Especially the students of Shrek Academy, who were very dismissive of the strength the Sun Moon team displayed. Thus, they laughed derisively at the arena. Ma Xiaoto, is this the strength of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy? They are so weak. Dai Yueheng, if we are just facing them, I feel that we don't even need to use our main forces. A few members from the reserve team can still beat them. Dai Huabin, I don't know what Yuhao is thinking. How could he leave our Shrek Academy to join such a place? Is he out of his mind? Xu Wenzai, isn't he? Moreover, after he went there, he could only watch from the audience. Did everyone see that? He's a complete substitute. I think so too. Although we think the students of the Sun Moon Imperial team aren't that strong, they are certainly much stronger than Yuhao. So, he has to sit on the bench peacefully. This is foolish. They expressed their thoughts mercilessly one by one and laughed continuously. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, the expressions of all the soul masters became extremely strange. When Jing Hongchen looked at the students of Shrek Academy on the screen, it seemed he was looking at a group of clowns. Finally, he couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, they've fallen into the trap. They don't even realize they're being plotted against, and are all laughing happily. Chapter 234, DD2 Chapter 234, all the data is collected. These Shrek people are too stupid. Kong Deming smiled and said, otherwise, how can you call them clowns? Look at their complacent expressions, it's really funny. Many soul masters in the gap between the planes laughed at Xu Wenzai and the others in the parallel world after seeing this scene. Even Xu Wenzai and the others in the gap felt a bit embarrassed after witnessing their actions in the parallel world. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. However, the picture on the screen continued at this moment. After waiting for a while, it was finally the turn of the Shrek Academy students to participate in the competition. At this time, Xu Wenzai specifically addressed the Shrek team members. It's finally our turn. Yesterday, for various reasons, I couldn't let you vent your frustration, so I know everyone feels unhappy. In that case, let's all go all out in this next game. Xu Wenzai declared to all of them. Although the opponents in this competition are not from the Sun Moon Imperial team, they are still watching from the sidelines, so give it your all and beat them hard. Let these foolish guys understand what a real strong person is. At the same time, let them realize that if they meet us later, they won't have a chance of winning. After Xu Wenzai finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling all the members of the Shrek team to take the stage for the competition. Since all the participants were students from the inner courtyard, they were extremely arrogant and held Xu Wenzai in high regard. After hearing Xu Wenzai's words, they felt validated and immediately agreed, saying, got it, Master Xu Wen. Then let's give it our all and show these guys what real strength is. After they finished speaking, they turned and walked up to the ring. Subsequently, under the referee's announcement, their opponents in this match also quickly took their positions in the ring. The strength of the Shrek team's opponents this time was not particularly impressive. Their average soul power level was only around 45 or 46. However, Ma Xiaotao and the others were eager to prove themselves, and Xu Wenzai had encouraged them before. So at this moment, they unleashed their full strength without reservation. Just to deal with a team whose average level was merely 45 or 46, they exhausted even their 5th soul skill. In fact, they almost resorted to using their 6th soul skill directly if the opponents hadn't given in. At this moment, everyone at the scene was shocked after witnessing this display. Shrek, 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 Shrek. Cheers erupted once again. Upon hearing the cheers, all the members of the Shrek team felt elated. They raised their chins high, held their heads up, and looked extremely proud. After observing this scene, Su Jiawei on the high platform couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's worthy of Shrek. It's as strong as ever. The white tiger duke beside him commented, yes, it seems that Shrek Academy has claimed the final victory in this Soul Master competition. Under the ring, Xu Wenzai's face radiated pride at this moment. Although he hadn't participated, as a member of Shrek, he felt a sense of honor after hearing countless people shout Shrek at the scene. So he smiled happily. After waiting a while, Ma Xiaotao and the others finally returned to him. Xu Wenzai praised them directly. Well done, kids. Your performance truly lives up to the name of Shrek. Everyone present has been impressed by your power. At this point, his voice grew louder as he continued. Listen to the cheers. This is the public's acknowledgement of our strength, and this is something the Sun Moon Imperial Academy will never achieve in their lifetime. The members of the Shrek team were bustling with pride upon hearing this. What they didn't realize, however, was that on the other side, in the spectator seats. After witnessing the scene that just happened on stage, Yuhao had no worries or fears at all. Instead, he smiled and said to Zhao Hongchen and the others behind him, everyone, did you see that clearly? Write down all the 5th soul skills these people used, so we don't forget them later. Ma Rulong, who was beside him, had already made notes. He handed his notes to everyone and said, don't worry, I've got it all written down. Look, I've noted down everyone's martial soul, martial soul category, and the effects of their 5th soul skills. There should be several more games to come. These Shrek idiots will continue to show their strength without reservation. I'll record all their other soul skills then. Yuhao smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Well, that's perfect. This group of people is even more foolish than I thought. They're too eager to show off and have no sense of restraint. In that case, let's record all their information. Then, we'll simulate actual combat back home and strategize specific responses. I remember the Dean has a soul guidance device for actual combat exercises. When the time comes, we can input the program and watch the soul guidance device exercise while testing the data to figure out how to handle them. Xiao Hongchen couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. Damn, Yuhao, you're too cruel. Are you planning on having my grandfather bring out that 8th-level soul guidance device? Yuhao smiled and replied, what does it matter? Since they've given us such a big opportunity, we must make the most of it. We can't waste this chance. After saying that, he took a pen and jotted down some details he had just observed in Ma Rulong's notebook. On the other side, in the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene on the screen, the group of soul masters was once again unsettled. Their feelings mirrored those of Xiao Hongchen earlier. Everyone thought that Yuhao in this parallel world was truly too cruel. Chapter 235. DD2 Chapter 235. On the eve of the finals, the intelligence has been completely collected. After witnessing this scene, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were shocked for a long time before they came to their senses. When they finally regained their composure, they looked at the screen one by one. And at this moment on the screen, the subsequent games were still ongoing. In response to these games, the Sun Moon Imperial team continued to implement the game strategy set by Yuhao throughout. They didn't let Yuhao play at all, and those who participated did not utilize their powerful soul guidance devices during the matches. Most of the time, they relied on their soul skills to resolve the battles. Even when they occasionally encountered some strong opponents, they didn't have to rely solely on their abilities. Instead, they only used some relatively low-level soul guidance, devices that they didn't even bother to deploy in their daily lives to win the battles. So, although their subsequent path to promotion may seem a bit bumpy, they didn't reveal their cards at any point. However, the Shrek team was different. They didn't understand the value of patience. In fact, because they were all addicted to the cheers and applause. Sometimes, to garner more praise, they chose to expose all their cards that didn't need to be revealed in advance. It was all just to impress the audience. And at this moment, after successfully defeating the Star Luo team in the semifinals, the Shrek team also successfully advanced to the finals, just like the Sun Moon Imperial team. Shrek, 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 Shrek. As the cheers from the audience rang out again, the faces of the Shrek team members displayed an air of pride. They walked off the stage one by one and returned to Xuanzai. Well done, we've made it to the finals. Xuanzai was satisfied with their performance, so after seeing them return victoriously, he smiled and praised them. Then Xuanzai added, tomorrow's match will be just like the previous one, win it with ease. It's time to show those idiots from the Sun Moon Imperial team the vast gap between us. Ma Xiaotou smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Master Xuan, we are determined to win this time. Based on my observations, the strength of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy is quite mediocre. They are even weaker than the Star Luo team we just defeated. So, the championship is ours this time. Xuanzai smiled and stroked his beard, looking proud as he said, that's great. It's a pity that Yuhao can't participate because he is too weak. Otherwise, it would have been a good experience to humiliate him after defeating him head-on. Dai Hyubin laughed from the side. Master Xuan, that's easy. When Sister Xiaotou and the others win, we can just go up and taunt them. In fact, I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. When facing a traitor who betrayed our Shrek Academy, we must humiliate him to vent our frustration. Master Xuan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, just like the members of the Shrek team who were full of joy, the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team were also filled with elation. Having passed the last match between the Shrek team and the Star Luo team, they had obtained a complete set of intelligence about the participating members of the Shrek team. At this moment, Yuhao and the others had returned to their residences. Each of them held thick documents in their hands. The documents accurately listed the abilities of all members of the Shrek team, including their martial soul abilities, the effects of all their soul skills, whether they possessed soul bones, and even their combat habits and personalities. The documents detailed all the information about Ma Xiaoda and the others. At this moment, after carefully reading through the documents, everyone smiled. Xiao Hongchen, finally, we have obtained complete intelligence. Meng Hongchen, now we know all their abilities and even their fighting habits. When the battle starts tomorrow, no matter what attacks they try, we can predict them in advance with the intelligence we've gathered. Ma Rulong, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's game. I believe that when these Shrek team members realize we know everything about them, they will be very shocked, right? Xiao Hongchen, not only that, Yuhao will also take part in tomorrow's game. Those Shrek idiots still don't know that the strongest member on our side is Yuhao. Moreover, we still have many soul guidance devices we haven't used. Ma Rulong, tomorrow, I genuinely don't know how they can lose. Everyone looked very confident about this and felt certain of their victory. However, after witnessing this, Yuhao reminded them. Everyone, a lion will fight a rabbit with all its strength. Although we have obtained all their information, we still cannot be careless in tomorrow's battle. We must catch them off guard first, and then seize victory in one swift move. Everyone quickly agreed, yes. They originally planned to start practicing again. But Yuhao said to them at this time, everyone is quite tired recently, so let's take a break today. Although the finals will start tomorrow, excessive tension could lead to problems. Don't practice tonight. As he said this, Yuhao took out an invitation letter and added, let's go to the Starlight Auction in the Star Luo Empire. It's been a long time since you've had a chance to relax. It just so happens that the Starlight Auction in Star Luo City is about to be held. Everyone should unwind and shop a bit. We can return afterward, rest, and get some sleep. He proposed to everyone. After hearing Yuhao's suggestion, everyone agreed one after another. And at this moment, in the plain gap, after witnessing this scene on the screen, Jing Hongchen appeared slightly stunned. But he quickly regained his composure. Starlight Auction. I remember that when the original time and space clip was played, Yuhao seemed to have obtained a ranking knife there. That thing seemed to be called something like the Life Gold. Was that the name? Yuhao in the original time and space seemed to greatly increase his strength after obtaining that item. Now Yuhao in the parallel world may also acquire it. Wouldn't his strength increase again? Chapter 236, DD2 Chapter 236, Ice Scorpion Soul Bone, A Promise to the Ice Empress. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, what Jing Hongchen could think of, the other soul masters present could also think of. After all, the previous playback of the original time and space scenes was not too long ago. So the soul masters present could still clearly remember what had happened in the original timeline. They all remembered distinctly that Yuhao had successfully obtained the ranking knife at this time. And with Electrolux's assistance, he had achieved a significant improvement in strength and a major enhancement in the overall capabilities of his body. So, would the events that transpired in the original timeline occur again? If this were true, would Yuhao in the parallel world experience a tremendous boost in strength? Thinking of this, the eyes of many soul masters in the plane gap suddenly grew a little strange. Even Du Bu Si, who wished for Shrek's downfall, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Shrek in this parallel world is really in trouble. It was not a match to begin with, but now the opportunity has arisen again. Yuhao in this parallel world will experience a substantial improvement in strength. How can they fight? He couldn't help but voice his concerns. After hearing this, Kong Deming was gloating. However, upon seeing this scene, Xu Wenzai and the other Shrek Academy executives wore grim expressions. Although this was something they desperately did not want to witness, they had to admit that Shrek Academy in this parallel world was likely doomed. How could they fight? At this moment on the screen. After listening to Yuhao's suggestion, all the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team hurried to the venue of the Starlight auction. After all, they were in Star Luo Imperial City, and due to the Soul Master competition, many people from other regions had come to watch. This made the entire Star Luo Imperial City extremely lively. As soon as Yuhao and the others left the hotel, they encountered huge crowds outside. They put in considerable effort to reach the site of the Starlight auction, which was already packed with people at this point. Yuhao and his companions presented their invitation letter at the auction house and proceeded directly into the venue. After finding good seats to sit down, they felt much more relaxed. They began to survey their surroundings. Yuhao, those are the people from Shrek. Xiao Hongchen soon spotted the members of Shrek Academy and pointed in their direction, reminding Yuhao. I didn't expect to encounter them here, Yuhao said calmly. At this moment, the members of the Shrek team also noticed their presence. Unlike Yuhao's calm demeanor. After seeing Yuhao and his group, they couldn't help but sneer and ridicule them. Especially Xuan Zai and Dai Huabin, who held great resentment toward Yuhao, felt a surge of annoyance upon seeing him again, as if they had consumed explosives. So they quickly began to discuss Yuhao and his group. Dai Yehang, Master Xuan, look, aren't those the people from the Sun Moon team? Yuhao is with them. Xuan Zai, HMPH, are they still in the mood to visit the auction at this time? We came out to relax because we were confident in our victory. Why are they acting like this? It seems they don't have a clear understanding of their abilities. Dai Yehang, blind self-confidence like that is typical. After a few light jabs, they didn't pay much attention to Yuhao and his companions. The auction was about to start anyway. As the auction commenced, a long-legged girl with beautiful legs stepped onto the stage. Her clothing was revealing, her voice sweet, and her slender feet gracefully made their way across the stage. She began to introduce the auction items one by one. Yuhao and the others observed the proceedings with the mindset of spectators. However, toward the end of the auction, a rare item appeared. This soul bone was not the so-called 100,000-year soul bone. Initially, Yuhao looked down on it. But when the soul bone appeared, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress within the ancient tree suddenly reacted, prompting Yuhao to communicate with them mentally. Ice Empress, this soul bone belongs to a damned human. Snow Empress, I didn't expect there to be a soul bone of an ice jade scorpion here. Yuhao, ice jade scorpion, isn't that from Binger's tribe? Snow Empress? Yes, it appears that one of their kind was accidentally slain by a human. However, based on its age, it is not very old, likely only tens of thousands of years. Yuhao immediately inquired, Binger, do you want me to buy it for you? At the very least, I don't want the relics of your tribe to fall into the hands of others. The Ice Empress expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you, Master. Yuhao replied lightly, It's just a small matter. He again focused on the soul bone. The Snow Empress noted, The Ice Jade Scorpion's soul bone skill is Ice Explosion, which is a very powerful ice-attributed divine skill. However, your second martial soul has already absorbed a similar soul skill before. Though it may not be called Ice Explosion, the effects are nearly identical, so you wouldn't have the honor to absorb this soul bone. Yuhao nodded. It would be better to buy it and set it aside. When we return to the far north, let Binger take it back and bury it. He quickly withdrew his spiritual thoughts. Since he had promised the Ice Empress, he would naturally secure it at all costs. Meanwhile, on the Shrek team, Ling Luochen became fervent after seeing this soul bone. She couldn't help but exclaim, Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone. If I can obtain this soul bone, my martial soul might evolve into the ultimate ice. Xuan Zai's eyes brightened upon hearing ultimate ice, and he couldn't help but say, Oh, ultimate ice, really? Ling Luochen replied, I can't guarantee it 100%, but there's a great possibility of success. Xuan Zai responded immediately, In that case, I will take charge of acquiring this soul bone for you. No matter who it is, don't think about taking this soul bone from me today. Chapter 237, DD2 Chapter 237, 800,000 gold soul coins. The courage of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. After successfully realizing that the soul bone in front of him might allow Ling Liuchen's martial soul to evolve into the ultimate ice, even Xuanzai and Ma Xiaodao became extremely excited. The former immediately expressed that he would do his utmost to help Ling Liuchen obtain this item. And the latter, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but look at Ling Liuchen with a fiery intensity. After all, even now, Ma Xiaodao was still suffering from the evil fire. The reason she had valued Yuhao so much before was simply because he possessed the ultimate ice, which could help her dissolve it. Now that Ma Xiaodao knew that Ling Liuchen also had the chance to gain the ultimate ice, her worth to Ma Xiaodao naturally increased significantly. Therefore, at this moment, Ma Xiaodao's demeanor toward Ling Liuchen suddenly became much gentler. After hearing Xuanzai's words, she quickly added, "Don't worry, Liuchen. Since this is useful to you, our Shrek Academy will help you get it at all costs. Not only our Shrek Academy, but as the captain, if my team members need this soul bone, I won't sit idly by. If the competition is fierce in the future and there's a need, I will take out my savings from many years to assist you." Ling Liuchen was immediately grateful upon hearing this. She hurriedly thanked Ma Xiaodao and Xuanzai. Xuanzai took this opportunity to say to Ling Liuchen, "Haha, I believe you know how the academy treats you. If you truly develop the ultimate ice martial soul in the future, I hope you won't forget the academy's kindness." Ling Liuchen quickly assured him, "Don't worry, Master Xuan, I will always remember the academy's support. If any students need my help in the future, I will do my best." Xuanzai smiled and nodded. He then began to wait for the auction of the soul bone to start. The auctioneer at the auction table commenced the bidding a moment later. In fact, the starting price of this soul bone was not high, but it seemed that many people had their eyes on it this time, so the price quickly shot up to 80,000 gold soul coins. However, if it was only 80,000 gold soul coins, it wouldn't be difficult for Shrek Academy. Therefore, Xuanzai raised the paddle and fiercely announced, "We offer 160,000 gold soul coins." As soon as he raised the price and doubled it, many soul masters who had considered bidding on the soul bone were quickly discouraged. All the soul masters looked at the soul bone on the auction table with regret, finally letting out sighs of helplessness over this outcome. Hee, compare financial strength with my Shrek. As the top academy in DOLOU continent, our Shrek Academy still has a lot of confidence. Xuanzai felt very proud after witnessing this scene. He smiled, stroked his beard, and then said to Ling Liuchen, "Liuchen, I'll get this soul bone for you." Ling Liuchen hurriedly prepared to thank him upon hearing this. As the auctioneer began to prepare to announce the final winner of this item, Yuhao, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I'll offer 170,000 gold soul coins." He did not bid in the name of the academy, but he was not lacking in funds at all. After all, he had the savings he had obtained from robbing the White Tiger Duke and had made significant profits from selling soul guidance devices over the years. So, a mere 100,000 gold soul coins were trivial for him. 200,000. Xuanzai was already a bit annoyed upon hearing another bid, but when he realized it was Yuhao, his frustration grew. He added 30,000 gold soul coins to his bid. 200,000. Yuhao raised his paddle again. Although Xuanzai felt discomfort at the escalating costs, for the sake of face and to secure Ling Liuchen's desired item, he pushed the bidding to 250,000 gold soul coins. At this point, it was pushing the limits of Yuhao's resources, causing him to frown. "Master, maybe we should let this go." The Ice Empress seemed to sense Yuhao's predicament and spoke to him. But at that moment, Wang Donger interjected, 300,000. As the little princess of Clear Sky sect, she had some savings. Although she didn't know why Yuhao was so intent on acquiring this soul bone, she supported him unconditionally. So, Wang Donger called out the price without hesitation. When Yuhao heard this, he couldn't help but clasp Wang Donger's hand tightly. 400,000, but Shrek is still a prestigious academy after all. What they could afford was certainly much more than Yuhao and Wang Donger, who were alone. So, at this moment, Xu Wenzai waved his hand and raised the price again. Wang Donger initially wanted to continue bidding despite the pressure. But at this time, Jing Hongchen raised his hand and stated, 800,000. At this announcement, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. Xu Wenzai did not raise the price this time, but merely gazed at Jing Hongchen in astonishment, as it was evident he could not amass such a large sum of gold soul coins in a short time. Compared to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, their financial power was still significantly lower. So, he could only regard Jing Hongchen with an extremely grim expression. Dean this. Yuhao was also a bit at a loss. In fact, he had been considering giving up. After all, this soul bone was not worth such a high price. But unexpectedly, Jing Hongchen simply smiled and replied, "A mere 800,000, what is that?" Yuhao smiled bitterly and replied, "Dean, no merit is not acceptable." Jing Hongchen responded with a smile. "As long as you can lead our team to defeat Shrek in the finals of this Soul Master competition, won't it be considered a merit? This would be a historic breakthrough for our Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Since the establishment of our Sun Moon Imperial Academy, we have always been suppressed by Shrek Academy and have struggled to turn things around. We have never even seen a hint of victory. But this time, we not only see the dawn of victory, it can even be said that the chance of winning is very high. In that case, what is a mere 800,000 gold soul coins? Although I am not entirely sure why you are so determined to acquire this soul bone, it appears very useful to you. Thus, consider this an investment by our Sun Moon Imperial Academy in this Soul Master competition. If we can't win, it will just be a failed investment at worst. But if we win, not only will you have this soul bone, but the news will also reach His Majesty the Emperor, and an 8 million bonus will be approved for you. So, accept this soul bone with peace of mind." Chapter 238, DD2 Chapter 238, Life Gold, Blind Spots Ignored Before. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh after seeing what Jing Hongchen said on the screen. It's Jing Hongchen, he's truly generous. This is much more generous than Shrek Academy. And I have to say, he speaks with reason and evidence. He genuinely wants to help Yuhao in the parallel world. It's completely different from Shrek Academy's previous practice of deliberately trying to make Yuhao in the parallel world owe them. I believe that if this is the rhetoric, Yuhao in the parallel world will accept it. They couldn't help but discuss it amongst themselves. At this time, many soul masters noticed Xu Wenzai's embarrassed look on the screen. They enjoyed seeing Xu Wenzai in the parallel world get humiliated, so upon witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Xu Wenzai in the parallel world failed to fulfill his promise again this time. This old guy likes to boast as always, but unfortunately, he can't back up his words. This time, this old guy is embarrassed again. They continued to chatter. Meanwhile, they glanced at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, although he did feel unworthy at the beginning, after hearing what Jing Hongchen said, Yuhao felt much more relaxed. He said to Jing Hongchen in front of him with a serious face, "In that case, I will try my best to help Sun Moon Imperial Academy win the championship in the next Soul Master competition." Jing Hongchen smiled and did not say anything more. Then he paid the money, got the soul bone, and handed it directly to Yuhao. After Yuhao received the soul bone, he naturally put it directly into the storage soul guidance device. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Liuchen's eyes were still staring at the soul bone with envy until the second before Yuhao completely stored the soul bone away. As soon as Yuhao put away the soul guidance device, Ling Liuchen let out a sigh of regret. Xu Wenzai and Ma Xiaotao beside her also looked very embarrassed at this time. Especially Xu Wenzai. He had boasted earlier and even started to open champagne at halftime, thinking that this soul bone belonged to them. At this moment, Xu Wenzai felt extremely embarrassed that he failed to successfully obtain the soul bone. But he certainly couldn't remain silent. He could only say to Ling Liuchen beside him, "Sorry, Liuchen. I didn't expect the Sun Moon Imperial Academy to be so extreme." They paid 800,000 gold soul coins at once. Although Ling Luochen felt quite dissatisfied at that moment, and even began to curse Shrek Academy in her heart for being useless, she also knew that some truths could not be spoken aloud. So, although she felt very dissatisfied internally, in the end, she still didn't dare to show even the slightest bit of it. She could only let out a sigh of relief, suppress her regret, and say to Xuan Zai, "It's okay, Master Xuan, I understand." Xuan Zai quickly took advantage of the situation and said, "That's good, as long as you can understand the difficulties faced by the academy." On the other side, Zio Hongchen and others laughed at Xuan Zai again. The subsequent auction began soon after. Yuhao also started to pay attention to the other auction items that followed. However, these items were not to their liking, as they were primarily some soul guidance devices. For the people of the DOLOU Three Kingdoms, these soul guidance devices were indeed quite outstanding. But for Zio Hongchen and others, these items were just some worthless goods, so they didn't appreciate them at all. The more they looked, the more bored they felt, and they almost left early. But they didn't expect that, at this time, another heavyweight auction item would appear. The item being auctioned this time is a carving knife, and it is an extremely rare carving knife on the list. When the carving knife was revealed, the entire audience erupted with excitement. However, Jing Hongchen recognized the carving knife's identity immediately. This is the soul-devouring carving knife, rank 99th. This is a vicious tool that has claimed countless users. This knife should not be used. He promptly addressed Yuhao and the others in front of him. At that moment, Yuhao received a divine message from Electrolux. "Yuhao, take this carving knife, this is the life gold." Since Yuhao in the parallel world had already become Electrolux's apprentice, he learned a great deal from him, including knowledge about the gold life gold. Therefore, after hearing what Electrolux said, his eyes lit up. Life gold, it's such a superb item. Electrolux's divine consciousness came again. Moreover, this piece of gold of life is very large. Yuhao, don't be deceived by its small appearance as just a carving knife. The energy contained within it is far beyond your imagination. So, you must obtain this piece of life gold. Upon hearing this, Yuhao's eyes suddenly grew more fervent, and he asked Electrolux again, "Teacher, you mentioned before that if I acquire enough life gold, my vitality and mental strength can be transformed by absorbing the power of life gold. What if it is such a substantial amount of life gold?" Electrolux responded without hesitation, "Yes, if you can absorb this large piece of life gold, you will be reborn. At that time, you will find that you have entered a completely new realm." After hearing this, Yuhao immediately began to raise his placard and bid. In the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene, Jing Hongchen suddenly realized something. He said to Kong Deming, "Mr. Kong, I just remembered something." Kong Deming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is it?" Jing Hongchen replied, "Mr. Kong, do you recall? Although Yuhao in the original time and space also gained a huge increase in strength from this incident, he did not absorb too much energy from this piece of life gold at that time, because most of the power was utilized by Electrolux to heal his wounds. But this time, Electrolux has recovered significantly with the help of the ancient trees treatment. He and Yuhao in the parallel world have once again obtained this piece of life gold. Life gold, either it will be absorbed by Electrolux so he can better restore his strength to its peak state, or it will be directly absorbed by Yuhao in the parallel world. And in either case, Yuhao in the parallel world will see a significant improvement. If it's the former, then Yuhao in the parallel world is likely to be protected by a powerful, unparalleled powerhouse once again. And if it's the latter, then I can't imagine to what level Yuhao in the parallel world will be elevated. Chapter 239, DD2, Chapter 239. Dispel evil spirits and absorb the gold of life. At this moment, Jing Hongchen did not hide his evaluation of Yuhao in the parallel world at all. He openly expressed his opinion on the matter. Because of this, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes were reminded by Jing Hongchen. The so-called act of awakening a person from a dream is just like this. Before Jing Hongchen expressed his point of view, All the soul masters in the gap between the planes had not considered this. But now that he said this, all the soul masters in the gap felt that his words made a lot of sense. As they continued to watch Yuhao in the parallel world on the screen, their eyes were filled with deep shock. Yes, Jing Hongchen is right. The Electrolux in this parallel world has recovered significantly due to the help of the ancient wood. So he doesn't need to rely on this piece of life gold to restore his strength. In that case, there is a high probability that this piece of life gold will be absorbed by Yuhao. By then, how terrifying will his strength become? They couldn't help but discuss it. Then they all looked at the screen again. Meanwhile, Xuanzai and the others' faces became extremely grim. But they realized they couldn't change anything, and they continued to watch the screen in great distress. At this moment on the screen, after making a decision, Yuhao said nothing and directly placed a bid for this carving knife on the list. His move was obviously beyond Jing Hongchen's expectations. After all, Jing Hongchen had just made it clear that this carving knife was a vicious weapon and had advised Yuhao to avoid touching it. But Yuhao still took action at this moment. Therefore, Jing Hongchen could not help but ask Yuhao, "Yuhao, what are you doing?" Yuhao replied confidently, "Dean, I am sure I can dispel the evil spirit on it." Jing Hongchen raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. Dissolving the evil spirit on this vicious knife is not an easy task. Countless people have tried, but they have all failed. Yuhao said with a determined expression, "I am different. Dean, please believe me." Jing Hongchen knew Yuhao's personality very well. Although he had not known him for long, he also understood that Yuhao was quite resolute. Once he made up his mind about something, only a few could interfere with him, unless Wang Donger spoke up. So he glanced at Wang Donger beside him. After Jing Hongchen looked at her, he found that she was gazing at Yuhao with trust. He could only sigh helplessly and say, "I believe you. However, when the time comes for you to dispel the evil spirit, I must be by your side to protect you. If you can agree to this condition, I will not stop you." Yuhao hurriedly thanked Jing Hongchen. On the other side, because Hikaidu was present in the team, everyone on the Shrek team also knew that this carving knife was a murderous weapon. So at this moment, when they discovered that Yuhao took the initiative to ask for this murderous knife, they couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what a fool. Does he think he has found something of value? He rushed to grab it because he was afraid someone else would. How could he know that only someone like him, who lacks vision, could appreciate such a thing? When he acquires this murderous knife, I want to see if he lives. Xuanzai laughed the loudest among them. After mocking Yuhao, he kept praying inwardly that Yuhao would purchase this murderous knife, hoping he would be killed by it. In fact, there were very few people interested in this murderous knife. So, not long after, this murderous knife was directly auctioned off to Yuhao. The price for this vicious knife was not high. After all, compared to soul bones, the applicability of carving knives is limited, and this one is also labeled as a vicious knife. Thus, Yuhao easily acquired it with his finances. After obtaining the carving knife, he quickly led the others to leave the Starlight auction and went straight back to the hotel. However, upon returning to the hotel, Jing Hongchen immediately said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, you promised me that when you plan to take action, you must let me protect you." Yuhao quickly agreed, "Okay." The other members of the Sun Moon Imperial team were also very concerned about Yuhao at this moment. After all, through this time spent together, their relationship with him had grown quite strong, so they were watching from the sidelines. Under their watchful gaze, Yuhao brought out the soul-devouring carving knife. The moment the carving knife appeared, bursts of black evil fire began to emanate from the blade, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. But a burst of golden light radiated from Yuhao's palm. He grasped the carving knife with one hand, and the evil fire on the blade suddenly calmed down because Yuhao had just employed the light magic he learned from Electrolux, which effectively suppressed the evil spirit. However, since Yuhao had not studied under Electrolux for long, resisting this evil spirit with his power was already quite challenging. Thus, if he needed to expel the evil spirit solely by himself, he would be incapable of doing so. He could only reach out to Electrolux, saying, "Teacher, I'll need your help." "It's a small matter," Electrolux replied with a smile. He then directly took control of Yuhao's body. With the same energy, but after taking control, this energy began to move with remarkable flexibility. Under Electrolux's command, the evil power on the soul-devouring carving knife dissipated at a visible speed. This scene left Jing Hongqian and the others on the side dumbfounded. They watched in amazement, and when they saw Electrolux completely dissolve the evil aura from the carving knife, shock registered on their faces. And at that moment, in the gap between the planes, a solemn expression appeared on Kong Deming's face. Next, the real highlight. Chapter 240, DD2 Chapter 240, Yuhao is going to play? The Shrek team was dumbfounded. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the highlight that Kong Deming mentioned was, naturally, the matter of Yuhao in the parallel world absorbing the life gold. After all, the fact that Electrolux could dissolve the evil spirit on the soul-devouring knife was already known to all the soul masters in the gap. Now, having witnessed Electrolux perform this unique skill again, they were no longer shocked by it. What they cared about were two things. One, who would absorb the energy contained in this piece of life gold, Electrolux or Yuhao. Two, after absorbing this energy, to what level would either Electrolux or Yuhao's strength be raised? At this moment, they all looked at the screen with anticipation. And at this moment on the screen, with Jing Hongqian and the others completely leaving, Yuhao stepped forward and locked the door. Then he did not delay any further. He first asked Wang Donger to protect him on one side and then requested Electrolux to assist him in the next absorption process of the life gold. Electrolux immediately began his work. This time, his choice was to let Yuhao absorb all the energy from this piece of life gold. When the time comes, all of the energy that his body can absorb will be absorbed. If his body cannot bear it and cannot absorb all the energy, Electrolux would use special means to seal it within Yuhao's body, allowing him to slowly absorb it in the future. The reason Electrolux made this choice was that, compared to the original time and space, he was not worried about his life now. Although the Electrolux of the original time and space could also dissolve the evil energy in this piece of life gold during that period, it is not an exaggeration to say that he was dying at that time. Electrolux in the past could be destroyed at any moment. But now, Electrolux had no such worries. Thus, he naturally had the means to make a completely different choice than in the original time and space. On the other hand, it was also because the mysterious ancient tree had planted a special mark on Electrolux's body, forcing him to think wholeheartedly for Yuhao. Everyone has their selfish desires. Even the original Electrolux at that time did not have such a close relationship with Yuhao, so he would inevitably think of himself. However, now Electrolux is influenced by the mark of the ancient tree. Even if he wanted to act selfishly, he couldn't. So, influenced by all these factors, it became the conclusion that he began to help Yuhao absorb the life gold wholeheartedly. Under his control, Yuhao's life force began to see a tremendous increase. He could feel that his physical strength was growing stronger. Simultaneously, his mental power was also on the rise. With the absorption of the life gold, Yuhao felt that his mental power had doubled. He remained in this special state for a considerable length of time. Finally, it stopped after an unspecified duration. At this moment, Yuhao's spiritual power had at least tripled compared to the beginning. Next, I will seal this piece of life gold into your body. Electrolux's voice sounded again. While controlling the process, he explained to Yuhao, helping him better understand his current condition. He continued, "The life force you can absorb has now reached its limit. You will need to spend a long time slowly absorbing it. When you have absorbed all the life force, you can unseal part of this life gold and absorb the remaining life force in it." With that, he began to work on the next task. This next task was more challenging than the one before. So, by the time Electrolux completed the final step, the sun had already risen the next day. He sighed with emotion and said, "Finally, it has succeeded. Next, you will need to absorb and practice step by step." After that, Electrolux went back to the ancient tree to rest. Yuhao then carefully checked his current situation. Upon inspection, although his soul power aura had not changed much, his physical and mental strengths had at least tripled. And this was much more useful than simply improving soul power. He looked out the window and soon noticed that Star Luo Imperial City had become crowded. So, he immediately woke up the lazy cat Wang Donger, who had fallen asleep beside him. "Wake up, lazy cat. It's time to defeat the Shrek team in the final stage." Wang Donger immediately woke up upon hearing him. She then began to inquire about Yuhao's current condition. Yuhao naturally told Wang Donger everything. After that, the two went to find the other members of the Sun Moon Imperial team. After a simple breakfast, they headed to the venue of the competition with them, preparing for the match. Finally, they are here. The Shrek team had also arrived at the scene. They believed they would unquestionably win today, and were all looking forward to the game. In fact, before the time was up, the Shrek team had already been waiting at the venue. At this moment, they all smiled upon seeing Yuhao and the others arrive, their faces brimming with expectations. "Humph, today, we can finally show our true strength." Yuhao and the others also smiled, each beam reflecting their bright confidence. After all, they had made sufficient preparations for today. So now, all they had to do was win the final battle and start reaping the fruits of victory. Both sides quickly submitted the list of members who would play today. Upon seeing the list of the Sun Moon Imperial team, all the members of the Shrek team were stunned. Yuhao. Why is Yuhao on the list of the Sun Moon Imperial team? Chapter 241, DD2 Chapter 241. The whole audience was shocked. Yuhao, 6 rings. At this moment, after discovering that Yuhao's name had been added to the list of the Sun Moon Imperial team, all the members of the Shrek team couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Their first thought was whether the people from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy had made a mistake. Did they let Yuhao participate in such an important event as the finals? Did this mean they didn't want to win? They kept looking at the list of the Sun Moon Imperial team with extremely puzzled expressions, intending to see if they were reading it wrong. But after looking for a long time, they still found that they were not wrong. At this moment, the puzzled look in their expressions suddenly became stronger. Among them, the one who reacted the most was naturally Dai Huabin. After all, he had always hated Yuhao to the core. He was the type who couldn't stand seeing Yuhao do well. After he discovered that Yuhao wasn't participating after coming to Sun Moon Imperial Academy, he laughed for a long time. But he didn't expect Yuhao to play today. This was unacceptable to Dai Huabin. Because on their Shrek team side, Dai Huabin didn't have any chance to play, but Yuhao was selected. Didn't this mean that Yuhao was doing better than him? After thinking about this, Dai Huabin became annoyed. But he also knew that this was something he couldn't change. In the end, he could only snort coldly. Humph, maybe he was sent to take the blame. It should be that the top leaders of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy know they cannot compete with us Shrek, so, to avoid embarrassment, they sent Yuhao to take the blame. Humph, this guy is pitiful. But Zio shook her head at Dai Huabin after hearing this and said, "Taking the blame? Not likely. If they didn't plan to compete, they could just replace the entire reserve team. Why would they need to send Yuhao? Since he is competing, it means that his strength must have been recognized by the team. In fact, the team letting him compete now may suggest they regard him as an extremely important weapon." Zio had no negative opinion about Yuhao. Because they were in the same class and had participated in the same competition before, they had developed a good relationship. So she couldn't bear to see Dai Huabin belittle Yuhao so much at this moment, and decided to stand up for him. Special weapon him. But Dai Huabin was extremely annoyed when he heard this. He was about to continue arguing, but noticed that the referee on the stage had already allowed both teams to prepare on stage. Feeling lazy to say anything more, he just snorted coldly and looked at the stage again. Anyway, the game will start soon. We will know soon enough whether it's a mule or a horse, he said again in a cold tone. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the scene unfolding on the screen was being observed clearly by everyone. So, many soul masters in the gap between the planes laughed directly at the foolish actions of Dai Huabin and the others. Particularly, Jing Hongchen laughed mercilessly. After seeing the picture on the screen, he remarked, "Haha, it seems that the people of the Shrek team in the parallel world have not realized the seriousness of the situation at all. Until now, they still don't know they are in great trouble, especially Dai Huabin, who is simply a fool." Kong Deming added, Zio in the parallel world seems very perceptive and has a keen eye." They quickly returned their attention to the screen. After waiting so long, they were all eager to see Yuhao in the parallel world truly display his strength. At this moment on the screen, after hearing the referee's words, both the Sun Moon Imperial team and the Shrek team quickly walked onto the stage. This time, because the Sun Moon Imperial team had included Yuhao, it also successfully caused a stir in the entire arena. After all, throughout this entire Soul Master competition, Yuhao had never appeared on stage even once. But now, in the most crucial match of the finals, he suddenly appeared. This inevitably confused the other audience members. So everyone kept talking about it, and they were all very curious about what was happening. "Your Majesty, that student seems to be on stage for the first time," said an observer. At this moment, on the high platform, White Tiger Duke also saw this and expressed his doubts to Su Jiawei. "Well, this young man seems to be called Yuhao. From what I've heard, he is a student with very good talent and used to be from Shrek," Su Jiawei stated, sharing the information he knew. White Tiger Duke's eyes narrowed. "Is there more? Wait, why does the name Yuhao sound familiar? It seems a bit familiar," he muttered to himself, a puzzled expression on his face. At this moment, both the Sun Moon Imperial team and the Shrek team had already taken the stage. Given their historically poor relationship, they confronted each other directly as soon as they entered. "Humph, I didn't expect your Sun Moon Imperial team to even send out such a student. It seems you have given up resistance, knowing you can't win." Ma Xiaotao hated Yuhao deeply. It was love turned to hate. She originally wanted Yuhao's help because he could resolve her evil fire, but after he left and snatched Ling Liuchen's soul bone the previous night, she lost another opportunity to resolve the issue. Thus, she truly hated Yuhao. Now, she started mocking him as soon as she stepped forward. But Meng Hongchen was not afraid of her at all. She shot back coldly, "I didn't expect the people of Shrek to have such poor vision. They still haven't realized how powerful brother Yuhao is." "Well, you will soon learn what cruelty is," she added. At this moment, the referee also announced the start of the game. As soon as the referee's voice fell, both the Sun Moon Imperial team and the Shrek team summoned their martial souls simultaneously. Suddenly, soul rings appeared under the feet of all the participating students. And at this moment, 6 soul rings, black, white, red, appeared directly under Yuhao's feet. Chapter 242, DD2 Chapter 242, the finals begin. No more pretense, real showdown. Powerful soul power continued to emerge from the bodies of the soul masters on stage. Colorful soul rings continued to materialize at their feet. But it is undeniable that, at this moment, on this huge stage, with all the soul masters summoning their soul rings, Yuhao became the focus of the entire audience. Yuhao had only made his first move in the Soul Master competition until today, making all the Soul Masters present curious about his strength. This included all the students from Shrek Academy, who were eager to see how powerful Yuhao truly was. Consequently, they had been paying close attention to Yuhao's situation before this moment. But who could have anticipated that once Yuhao exhibited his soul power, it transformed into an intensely terrifying aura that surged outward. This soul power was even more formidable than Ma Xiaotao's and Dai Yuhang's, successfully establishing tremendous pressure in the arena the moment it appeared. And this is not the most outrageous part. The most astounding thing is Yuhao's soul rings. Why is his first soul ring a 10,000-year soul ring? All the soul masters present could hardly fathom it. But why are his third, fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings all red 100,000-year soul rings? This phenomenon was completely beyond the common sense of the DOLOU continent. As a result, after witnessing the soul rings appearing under Yuhao's feet, everyone present was truly dumbfounded. Everyone fell into a deep existential doubt. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, the spirit masters watching couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this scene. After all, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Therefore, as the long-anticipated scene finally unfolded, everyone's expressions became filled with excitement. Jing Hongchen remarked, "Hee, Mr. Kong, look. Those Shrek folks in the parallel world have expressions as if they've seen a ghost. This is funny." Kong Deming replied, "Isn't it? These fools never dreamed that Yuhao in the parallel world has become so powerful now, right? Look at their faces, ha ha ha. Especially Xuan Zai's expression. It's even more uncomfortable than eating something bad. It makes me laugh to death." They continued to converse, laughing at the scene before them. But they also knew that this was merely the beginning of a great show. Yuhao in the parallel world had just summoned his soul ring, and a fierce battle was about to commence. Then the real climax would arrive. So after a brief discussion, they quickly shifted their attention back to the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, how is this possible? Dai Huabin finally came back to his senses, but now he had begun to doubt his very existence. He muttered in disbelief, his self-confidence significantly shaken as he was unwilling to accept that he had been overshadowed by Yuhao. Damn it! Xuan Zai underneath, the ring was also gritting his teeth after witnessing this scene. He had been holding back his frustrations, managing to only utter these words. The same went for Ma Xiaotao and the others on the stage. As they recalled their previous comments, they felt like they had been slapped in the face, leading to immense discomfort at that moment. But they also knew they could not give up. They were shouldering the glory of Shrek Academy for the past 10,000 years. There must be no flaws. Although the strength Yuhao displayed earlier was indeed impressive, this was a 7-on-7 team battle, not an individual competition. Thus, Ma Xiaotao believed they still had a strong chance of winning. At this moment, she quickly began to boost morale. She addressed her fellow Shrek team members, "Everyone, cheer up. I must admit that Yuhao's strength is indeed extraordinary, something I did not foresee. However, this is a 7-on-7 team battle. Regardless of how strong one individual is, their strength is ultimately limited. We have already learned about the strength of their Sun Moon Imperial team from before. They are not that impressive, so we have nothing to fear. Even if Yuhao's strength surpasses our imagination, their Sun Moon Imperial Academy will still lose. And as long as they lose, they will mean nothing." Ma Xiaotao continued passionately. After her words, the members of the Shrek team felt their fighting spirit rekindle. "Yes, we will win." They roared in response to Ma Xiaotao's encouragement, and then each began to unleash their soul skills, intending to claim victory. "Everyone, it's time to show your cards." However, Yuhao also chuckled at this moment, addressing everyone. Then, he activated spiritual detection, and shared it with all the members of their Sun Moon Imperial team to grant them a divine perspective. At this moment, the advantages of the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team became even clearer. After all, they already possessed all the information about the Shrek team members, and now they also had a divine perspective, making it exceptionally straightforward to predict their attack strategies and angles. Booms, booms, boom. At this moment, all the members of the Shrek team displayed their abilities. Each utilized their unique soul skills aggressively. But in the next second, they all realized just how aptly the Sun Moon Imperial team appeared to have mastered mind reading, as they were fully aware of their intentions. Many times, even before the Shrek team's attacks could be launched, the opposing team had already prepared. So when the Shrek members finally executed their moves, the Sun Moon Imperial team members easily sidestepped them. They countered with swift backhand attacks, effortlessly repelling the Shrek team members. Suddenly, the Shrek members found themselves in an extremely embarrassing situation. This scene also left Xuan Zai, standing under the ring, completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can the members of the Sun Moon Imperial team be so powerful? Chapter 243, DD2 Chapter 243. Parallel Yuhao's ruthless ridicule. You Shrek people are too stupid. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters, after witnessing the scene they most wanted to see unfold on the screen, could hardly contain themselves. Debussy exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, haven't these Shrek idiots from the parallel world reacted yet? They were hiding their strength before. In those unnecessary competitions, they never revealed their true capabilities, so now, their trump cards are all well concealed." Jing Hongchen added, "If they could think like this, they wouldn't have ended up like this." In this Soul Master competition, they were thoroughly outplayed by Yuhao from the parallel world from start to finish. Kong Deming chimed in, "They deserve it. The more arrogant they were before, the more miserable their current situation is. When I recall their earlier performances, I can't help but laugh again." They continued to mock the Shrek team in the parallel world. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the Shrek faction in the Gap also felt deeply uncomfortable, as they watched their parallel world counterparts act like clowns, leading to extreme embarrassment. They wished for a crack in the ground to crawl into. People like Su Jiawei, who had always supported Shrek Academy, also sensed something was amiss. After observing the scene, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this time, Shrek Academy in the parallel world is truly going to lose. Fortunately, this is happening only in the parallel world, not our own. The Soul Master competition will ultimately be won by the Sun Moon Imperial team. The Shrek team, which we hold in such high esteem across the DOLOU three kingdoms, has ended up in such a disgraceful defeat. I can hardly imagine the consequences if this were to happen. After expressing their concerns, they quickly turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment on the screen, the members of the Shrek team were also doubting their lives. After all, they had never anticipated the power of the Sun Moon Imperial team before. It's not that they hadn't observed their opponents' battles, but their observations led them to believe that the opposing team was weak, prompting them not to worry too much. However, the strength displayed by the Sun Moon Imperial team now was entirely inconsistent with what they had shown in prior matches. Following a brief confrontation, they felt as if their opponents possessed the ability to read minds, predicting their attack routes in advance. This notion was utterly outrageous to the Shrek team. They pondered the situation for a long time, but couldn't discern the reason. So one by one, they refused to accept reality. This must just be a coincidence, right? Reading minds is too ridiculous. This is simply impossible. Indeed, it must be a coincidence. Don't be afraid, brothers, the other side isn't our match. They kept talking, especially Dai Yuhang, who was acutely aware that his father, White Tiger Duke, was still watching the battle from the high platform. As his father's son, he always wanted to put on a good show in front of White Tiger Duke. So, while talking, he suddenly lost his composure and led the Shrek team to charge forward again in great anger, preparing to launch another attack. He rushed to the front, and as he summoned his martial soul, 6 soul rings flashed out simultaneously. But before he could unleash his attack, Yuhao had already devised a countermeasure. Based on his movement, he must use White Tiger Demon God transformation and White Tiger Fierce Light Wave at the same time. Everyone, be ready to dodge, and then counterattack him the moment he swings. He reminded Xiao Hongchen and the others in advance. After Yuhao's warning, Xiao Hongchen and the others prepared themselves. Then, as expected, Dai Yuhang utilized those 2 soul skills. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shot directly toward Xiao Hongchen and the others. Xiao Hongchen and his companions were easily dispersed due to their prior preparations. "Now do it," Yuhao commanded once more. Then, Meng Hongchen and the others deployed a long-range soul guidance device that they had never used before and launched a direct attack. Dai Yuhang was swiftly repelled again, sustaining injuries. He was beaten so badly that his martial soul was dispelled, while other members of the Shrek team sustained injuries of varying degrees shortly thereafter. After experiencing this second defeat, even the Shrek Academy members, despite their earlier confidence, began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. They started to summarize and put forth a theory that left them feeling frightened. Why do I feel like our movements are being observed? It seems that even at the moment we were about to attack, they already knew which moves we were going to use next. That must be why they can easily dodge our attacks and even counterattack. Yuhao and his team finally laughed at this revelation. Finally figured it out, did you? I thought you Shrek team members were a bunch of idiots. They admitted this openly to shake the opponent's confidence. In a real combat scenario, if the opponent's mentality collapses, the impact on the overall situation is tremendous. So at this moment, they stopped pretending and began to taunt the Shrek members outright. How is this possible? Dai Yuhang's mental state deteriorated completely after Yuhao and his teammates' admissions. His expression was marked by disbelief as he stuttered. You were hiding your strength all along, and simultaneously gathering intel on us. Yuhao laughed. Yes, exactly. He continued mocking. You didn't believe our strength was as weak as we initially displayed, did you? If so, then I can only say that you people from Shrek Academy are brainless. It's too easy to fool you. Chapter 244, DD2 Chapter 244, What is Evil Fire? Yuhao finally made a move. On stage, Yuhao's ruthless mocking voice continued to echo. After hearing his biting ridicule, the members of the Shrek team were so angry their faces turned red. They wanted to retort, as it was frustrating to be belittled by Yuhao. But the problem was that, after thinking long and hard, they could not figure out how to respond. Because their actions indeed seemed to confirm Yuhao's remarks, they felt like idiots. They were all fools. At this moment, they truly felt uncomfortable. Upon hearing Yuhao's words, all the soul masters in the audience suddenly realized. It was only now that they understood just how powerful Yuhao and the Sun Moon Imperial team were. They recognized that the Sun Moon Imperial team had laid such a massive trap from the beginning, only to spring it now. This revelation shocked everyone in attendance. They could not help but sigh. This time I made a mistake. Will Shrek Academy lose in the end? If so, that would be utterly embarrassing. This could be the biggest upset in history. The spectators continued to discuss this unsettling possibility. Under the ring, Xuanzai's face had turned extremely ugly. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn, what a cunning bunch of guys. Truly despicable and shameless. In a fit of fury, he wanted to curse all of Yuhao's ancestors. But as he observed the one-sided nature of the battle, his fear increased. No. Will we lose this game? This can't be happening. Not like this, at least not while I'm leading the team. The more he thought about it, the uglier his face became. Shrek Academy had not lost for far too long. Since the Soul Master competition began, Shrek Academy has always dominated. Moreover, as the strongest academy, their success represented the confidence of all the people in the DOLOU Three Kingdoms. If they were to lose under these circumstances, then not only would their long-standing winning streak be shattered, but their claim to being the top academy would be in jeopardy. Xuanzai could face substantial repercussions following this debacle. After contemplating all of this, he was truly frightened. Though he was a super DOLOU, these thoughts made him break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, he shouted to Ma Xiaotao on stage, "Xiaotao, you must win. Otherwise, we are finished. Not only will we be the sinners of Shrek Academy, but will also become the sinners of the DOLOU Three Kingdoms." He felt compelled to remind Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao's expression grew serious upon hearing this. I know. She responded assertively, diving into the battlefield with full determination. To secure victory, she unleashed her full strength, something she had never dared to do before. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dark red evil flames erupted from Ma Xiaotao's body. After summoning her entire power, Ma Xiaotao's aura became overwhelmingly terrifying. Even Ma Rulong and his companions could not help but feel a sense of solemnity after sensing her presence. As expected of Ma Xiaotao, her strength is still astounding. They couldn't help but express their admiration. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao made her move. The fifth soul ring beneath her feet began to flicker. Then, as her fifth soul ring glowed, massive dark red flames formed around her, condensing into over a dozen enormous dark red fireballs that hurled frantically toward Xiao Hongchen and his teammates. Although the fireballs had not yet struck them, the sheer heat radiating from them had already begun to warm the entire venue, making Ma Rulong and others feel as if they were inside a furnace. "Ma Xiao, leave this to me." At that moment, Yuhao also took action. Before Ma Xiao could unleash her fireballs, the Sun Moon Imperial team had successfully dominated the Shrek team throughout the battle. In Yuhao's view, they had an absolute advantage in the 6-on-6 match. He believed that as long as he defeated Ma Xiao, they could maintain their advantage in the 6-on-6 situation. Thus, Yuhao stepped forward. Before the fireballs could reach Xiao Hongchen, Yuhao snapped his fingers. He switched his martial soul from Spirit Eyes to Blue-Eyed Crystal Phoenix, and immediately, a chilling aura surged forth from his body. Though Ma Xiaotao's evil fire was incredibly hot, it was not the ultimate fire after all. Yuhao's Blue-Eyed Crystal Phoenix, however, was the ultimate ice, and it was superior to the inferior ultimate ice of the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress and the Ice Snow Girl. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With that immense force, the entire arena was instantly encased in ice. Not only did Ma Xiaotao's fireballs freeze, but even she found herself momentarily trapped in Yuhao's icy grip. Thanks to her control over the evil fire, Ma Xiaotao was able to boil the ice and break free from his control. However, as she continued to face Yuhao, her expression turned extremely serious. She realized that even with her utmost effort, she might not be able to defeat him. "Next, let's fight one-on-one." Yuhao continued with his previous strategy. Since he had a significant advantage in the 6-on-6 match, he would allow his teammates to handle that battle. As for Ma Xiao, he intended to confront her himself. He waved his left hand, and a massive ice wall rose from the ground. With a resounding crack, the ice wall separated Ma Xiao, Yuhao, and the others into two distinct battlefields. The entire arena had been divided into two separate combat zones. Chapter 245, DD2 Chapter 245, One Finger, Kill Ma Xiao in Seconds. Is this ultimate ice? So, Yuhao has the ultimate ice martial soul. What incredible strength. Although they are both six-ringed soul emperors, when Yuhao takes action, it's like he's in a completely different dimension from the others. Is Yuhao's strength really this formidable? This time, the Shrek team seems to be in danger. At this moment, with Yuhao's powerful attack, all the soul masters present finally realized he possessed ultimate ice. After all, Yuhao had never fought before, and these onlookers were encountering him for the first time, so naturally, they were unaware of his capabilities. Consequently, witnessing Yuhao's displayed strength shocked the gathered soul masters. They couldn't help but sigh, filled with admiration for Yuhao's abilities. This kid is so powerful. Damn, why did he leave our Shrek? Can Xiao Tao not defeat him? Under the ring, Xuanzai was also astonished by the scene before him. Even he couldn't help but look up to Yuhao after observing his displayed strength. Yet it was precisely because he was impressed that Xuanzai felt annoyed. Yuhao, who was so powerful, should have been a member of Shrek Academy. It baffled Xuanzai what had driven him to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Now Yuhao was their opponent, which made the situation even harder to cope with. The more he watched, the more fearful he felt, as he could sense the powerful aura emanating from Yuhao. Under his scrutiny, Ma Xiaotao's aura appeared weaker than Yuhao's. Xuanzai was truly scared. He feared that if Ma Xiaotao lost to Yuhao, the others would certainly be defeated as well. At that point, the entire Shrek team would suffer defeat at the hands of the Sun Moon Imperial team, and he would be held responsible. Just thinking about it made Xuanzai's expression grow serious. He gritted his teeth, staring at the ring as he prayed for Ma Xiaotao to make a comeback. Meanwhile on the ring. As expected of Ultimate Ice, he is indeed very strong. However, I carry the glory of Shrek Academy and will never lose to you. Feeling the soul power emanating from Yuhao's body, Ma Xiaota was genuinely worried about losing. But as they say, it's better to lose a battle than the war. Even though Ma Xiaota panicked upon feeling Yuhao's ever-growing soul power, she stubbornly forced herself to remain calm and spoke defiantly to him. Good sense of belief. But Yuhao was not intimidated by her words. He just chuckled in response and then shook his head. But sometimes, simply having faith is not enough. If you want to beat me, then show me your skills. He stated this calmly, standing still and allowing Ma Xiaota to take the initiative. Ma Xiaota, aware of the powerful soul power radiating from Yuhao, didn't dare act recklessly. Although being informed by others about Yuhao's strength was humiliating, she viewed him as a significant threat. When fighting such a formidable opponent, winning was all that mattered, glory be damned. Ma Xiaota immediately attacked with all her might. Whoosh! She dashed into the air, her phoenix wings spreading wide. Flapping them backward, she soared toward Yuhao like a meteor. Simultaneously, Ma Xiaota opened her mouth and unleashed a fiery red phoenix fire attack, directing it toward her opponent from a distance. In the gap between the planes, spectators reacted. Jing Hongqian remarked, "I must admit, Ma Xiaota's strength is still formidable." Yes, Ma Rulong responded with a bitter laugh. He understood Ma Xiaota's capabilities. Even though he wielded the Sword of Judgment, he was instantly defeated in the finals against an injured Ma Xiaota. Thus, he was well aware of how powerful she truly was. Kong Deming added, "Unfortunately, she's up against Yuhao from a parallel world. If a soul master like Ma Xiaota is a super genius, then a soul master like Yuhao from a parallel world is a monster on a heaven-defying level. There is a considerable gap between the two of them." Facing Ma Xiaota's attack, Yuhao remained completely unfazed. The fiery red phoenix ray shot toward him, and he neither dodged nor evaded. He simply stood still, as if he didn't consider the ray a threat at all. What does he mean? Does he look down on me? Ma Xiaota wondered, moving closer to Yuhao while feeling perplexed by his lack of reaction. But in the next moment, the ray she fired hit Yuhao. Yuhao extended one finger to directly block the ray. But the moment his finger made contact with the ray, a shocking event unfolded. The flame ray shot from Ma Xiaota not only failed to harm Yuhao, but instead froze on contact. The red ray rapidly transformed into a blue icicle, continuing to freeze Ma Xiaota, who was approaching him in the air. In the blink of an eye, not only was Ma Xiaota's ray frozen, but she was also encased in ice by Yuhao. She fell to the ground with a clang, completely immobilized. Though Ma Xiaota used her evil fire to thaw the ice at the critical moment, it drained her energy significantly. As she stood there panting heavily, her face turned incredibly pale. How could the gap be so vast? And in the gap between the planes, the surrounding soul masters stood in stunned silence. What's happening? He just used a finger to reduce Ma Xiaota to this state. Is Yuhao from this parallel world just a soul emperor? Chapter 246, DD2 Chapter 246, Xuanzai's bewitching, for the glory of Shrek, use evil fire. Dubusi, I didn't expect that Yuhao in this parallel world would be so powerful, although he still falls into the category of 6-ring soul emperors based on his soul power level. But from the actual strength shown, I feel that even some 7-ring soul saints or even 8-ring soul duos would be no match for him. This kid's strength is truly terrifying. Jing Hongqian, it seems we underestimated him. Kong Deming, what a pity, this is Yuhao from a parallel world. It would be fantastic if we had such an excellent student here. They all expressed their thoughts on the matter. And at this moment on the screen, although Xuanzai had vaguely sensed that something was amiss earlier, Ma Xiaota and Yuhao had not yet engaged in a real confrontation. So Xuanzai still held onto a glimmer of hope. But just now, Yuhao froze Ma Xiaota in an instant with a single move. That last bit of hope in Xuanzai's heart had completely evaporated. He was truly scared now. It's over, I can't lose this time, can I? If I lose, how will I explain this to Mu Lao and Shrek when I return? Xuanzai kept raking his hair. Finally, his gaze turned steely, a dangerous idea blossoming in his mind. No, we cannot lose this match at any cost. He immediately shouted to Ma Xiaotou on the stage. Xiaotou, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. You can't compete with him directly. So, you must use the evil fire to fight him. Xuanzai's shout startled Ma Xiaotou, who was gasping for breath on stage. But she quickly grasped what Xuanzai meant. He wanted her to give in to the evil fire, allowing her strength to increase severalfold. But the risk was clear. Succumbing would mean she might completely degenerate into an evil soul master. In the past, Ma Xiaotou had refrained from practicing with full intensity to avoid this fate. Yet here was Xuanzai, an experienced veteran, urging her to embrace the evil fire. At this moment, a swirl of conflicting emotions struck Ma Xiaotou. She hesitated, remaining silent. But Xuanzai shouted again from below the ring, "Xiaotou, this is for the glory of our Shrek Academy. You wouldn't want to see our academy's glory tarnished by your hands." At last, hearing Xuanzai's words steeled Ma Xiaotou's resolve. She began to feverishly summon the evil fire within her. The flames engulfing her body grew fiercer, but at a cost, becoming increasingly malevolent and harder to control. Eventually, Ma Xiaotou was completely enveloped by the evil fire and spiraled into a state of uncontrollable power. She appeared extraordinarily dangerous. And in the gap between the planes. Upon witnessing this scene, the faces of the watching soul masters changed again. No, how can you allow such a thing? You understand all too well the dangers of evil fire, how it can corrupt students and turn them into genuine evil soul masters. But for the sake of your glory, Shrek Academy coerces students into such actions. Is Xuanzai truly a person in this parallel world? They couldn't help but denounce Xuanzai, one after another. Even Jing Hongshan and the others could no longer remain silent. They started to mock him. Jing Hongshan, it's just as expected of Shrek Academy, truly selfish. Dubusi, tusk, what an eye-opener. Xuanzai, you're something else. Kong Deming, from now on, I doubt anyone would want to join Shrek, because as soon as you join, you may have to sacrifice yourself for the so-called glory of Shrek Academy. Ma Xiaotou is the best example. The executives of Shrek Academy faced a barrage of criticism and were left speechless. But Xuanzai stood up to defend himself. The emperor is untroubled, while the eunuch is anxious. Our students are pure-hearted. They willingly dedicate themselves to the glory of Shrek. Who are you to question that? But his justification earned him another round of scorn from everyone. Meanwhile, Kai and Rengsu watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. After taking in the developments, she remarked, I must admit, once under the control of evil fire, Ma Xiaotou's strength has indeed escalated significantly. At this moment, I wonder if Yuhao from this parallel world can defeat Ma Xiaotou. But Bibai Dong smiled and replied, of course he can. He hasn't even begun to exert his strength yet. Even though Ma Xiaotou, fueled by evil fire, is formidable, she still falls short compared to Yuhao from the parallel world. If things go awry, just watch him. With that, Bibai Dong turned her gaze back to the screen. And at this moment, in the arena, what a vile aura! Seeing the terrifying energy radiating from Ma Xiaotou, Yuhao couldn't help but frown. I never expected Ma Xiaotou would be willing to sacrifice herself for Shrek Academy. That kind of spirit is indeed commendable. But then Yuhao's attention shifted back to Xuanzai below the ring. Looking at Xuanzai, he felt nothing but disgust. This old man is truly repugnant. Initially, Yuhao had held a positive impression of Xuanzai. Yet, during this Soul Master competition, Xuanzai continuously pushed Yuhao's boundaries of his regard for him. Now Yuhao felt nauseated each time he saw Xuanzai. He snorted coldly and quickly averted his gaze. At that moment, the uncontrolled Ma Xiaotou had already launched a frenzied attack on Yuhao. Yuhao sighed, she is a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, she has been deceived by Shrek. He chose to attack once more, but this time, he didn't use the blue-eyed Crystal Phoenix's power. Instead, he employed the techniques taught by Electrolux. After all, Ma Xiaoda was now under the influence of evil fire and was effectively an evil soul master. To counter this kind of dark power, the abilities imparted to him by Electrolux were a perfect match. Chapter 247, DD2 Chapter 247. Pulling away the evil fire, the Sun Moon Royal team won the championship. Thinking of this, Yuhao no longer hesitated. He immediately stretched out his left hand and made an extremely special handprint. Then he opened his mouth and began to chant magical spells, while a faint golden light appeared on his body. What is he doing? A spectator wondered. Is he going to use some powerful ability again? Another remarked. This is the first time I have seen such a situation. After Yuhao appeared on the stage, all the soul masters present were surprised. They couldn't help but start talking and discussing amongst themselves. In one part of the audience, a man wearing a black robe and a big hat that covered his whole body suddenly brightened his eyes upon witnessing this scene. His expression, hidden beneath the hat, became a little excited, and he murmured to himself, "This power, could it be that he is the Holy Sun?" He continued to observe Yuhao. Meanwhile, in the ring, Ma Xiaoda was oblivious to everything else. At that moment, she had completely lost her mind, turning into a combat weapon focused solely on destruction. She roared, and as her roar echoed, the evil fire surrounding her intensified. She controlled the evil fire, transforming it into a massive black flame meteor that hurtled towards Yuhao with great ferocity. Holy extraction, Yuhao roared suddenly. Moments before Ma Xiaoda could strike him, golden lights erupted from Yuhao's palm, swiftly flying towards her. These golden lights quickly entered her body. It was clear that the evil fire was being drawn from Ma Xiaoda, transforming into countless tiny fire threads that flew towards Yuhao's palm. "Ah!" Ma Xiaoda gasped midair. However, her breaths didn't indicate pain. Instead, they seemed more like sounds of relief and comfort. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Yuhao completely extracted the evil fire from her. She plummeted from the air with a snap and collapsed powerlessly on the ground. In Yuhao's palm, an enormous black fireball hovered, containing all the evil fire he had pulled from Ma Xiaoda. He squeezed his palm tightly, and the fireball dissipated completely. At that moment, as Ma Xiaoda lay defeated on the ground, she looked up at Yuhao, her eyes wide with shock. "That is the evil fire within me? How is this possible?" she asked incredulously. "Even the evil fire that countless high-level soul masters in Shrek Academy couldn't subdue was absorbed by you so easily. It's all gone." Though she expressed her disbelief, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized Yuhao had essentially solved the issue of the evil fire in her body. Yet Yuhao ignored her, for he hadn't truly eliminated the evil fire. He could have, but that would have required effort he deemed unnecessary. In a year or two, the evil fire could reemerge within her. However, this didn't concern Yuhao. He had drained all soul power and evil fire from Ma Xiaoda, leaving her with no fighting ability in the short term. It also meant he could join the battle on the other side. He turned away from Ma Xiaoda and untied the ice wall that divided the competition venue in two, moving directly into the battlefield on the other side. At that moment, in the gap between the planes, "Is this the method of the parallel Yuhao? This is too strong." Even with Ma Xiaoda's evil fire transformation, she remains vulnerable before him. This thought rattled through many minds as they discussed the astonishing scene. However, the most shocked of all was Yuhao amidst the gap between the planes. He recognized the technique Yuhao had just used. It was a specialty of Electrolux. Sadly, he hadn't learned it in time because when Electrolux was prepared to teach him, he had already passed away. Now, seeing this alternate Yuhao expertly wielding a move he still hadn't mastered filled him with a mix of awe and longing. "Sure enough, my parallel counterpart's talent surpasses my own," he muttered. "If only I could learn that move too." He turned back to observe the unfolding events on the screen. At that moment on the screen, the mysterious black-robed man's eyes glimmered fanatically beneath his hat. He turned to leave the venue without a word, rushing toward the Sun-Moon Empire while murmuring to himself, "The Holy Sun, it is indeed the Holy Sun. This news must be relayed to the leader at once. On the other side, in the ring, with Yuhao joining the fray, the remaining members of the Shrek team faced crushing defeat. They managed to hold on for just one more minute before succumbing to Yuhao and his companions. Upon witnessing this turn of events, even the reluctant referee finally stood up, sighing helplessly as he announced, "This game is won by the Sun Moon Imperial team." Chapter 248, DD2 Chapter 248, The Sky is Full of Abuse. Shrek, are you worthy of us? Accompanied by all the members of the Shrek team, they had lost their last semblance of fighting ability. A reluctant voice sounded from the referee under the ring. "I declare, the final champion of the Soul Master competition is the Sun Moon Imperial team." A faint cheer erupted, but it was hardly loud. This was still the home court of the Star Luo Empire, and most of the spectators were from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms. Under these circumstances, supporters from the Sun Moon Empire were few and far between, so their cheers were weak. At this moment, after realizing that the Sun Moon Royal team had won the championship, only those from the Sun Moon Empire cheered. The spectators from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms fell silent, their eyes full of dissatisfaction as they glared at the Shrek team on stage. "Fuck you, give it back," cried one voice. "Shrek team, are you worthy of us?" another shouted. "How could you lose to the Sun Moon Royal team? Do you even deserve the title of the first academy on the DOLOU continent? Stop calling yourselves the first DOLOU Academy." Dissatisfaction swept through the crowd like surging waves. Those who had once supported the Shrek team were seething with anger. They all knew the Sun Moon Imperial team was aligned with their enemies. Had the Shrek team lost to any other team, not the Sun Moon Empires, they likely wouldn't have felt so betrayed. But to lose to the Sun Moon Royal team stirred deep disappointment. The audience began cursing the Shrek team in collective outrage. "It's over." Seeing this scene, Xuanzai's face turned pale. Though he had expected this result, he fully understood that the public's outburst was just the beginning. Their loss would inevitably incite lingering anger among the spectators. Their initial cursing was surely insufficient to vent their frustrations. This would likely lead to even more extreme reactions. What troubled Xuanzai most was that he had led the team into the Soul Master competition. As the team leader, he would bear the brunt of the criticism for the failure. At this moment, Xuanzai envisioned an extremely bleak future. Returning to Shrek Academy would bring severe punishment. Thinking of this, his expression grew increasingly grim. On the other side, Dai Huabin remained speechless. He had intended to taunt Yuhao, but ended up becoming the real fool. He couldn't bring himself to look at Yuhao. Instead, he lowered his head to the ground, accepting the derision with a wooden expression. Soon, it was time for the award ceremony of the Soul Master competition. The spectators from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms couldn't bear to watch. They understood that their team fell short due to a lack of skill, which made it hard to voice any complaints. They chose to leave early, muttering curses towards the Shrek team as they departed. Not long after, the award ceremony concluded. Yuhao and the other members of the Sun Moon Imperial team returned to their hotel. "Children, I am proud of you," Jing Hongchen exclaimed. "You broke through Shrek Academy's limitations and fought valiantly for our Sun Moon Empire. I believe that, when news of this competition reaches our Sun Moon Empire, you will be hailed as heroes. I will also personally report to His Majesty, the Emperor, upon our return, so that you can be well rewarded." Jing Hongchen was excited. Back at the hotel, he booked the entire place for a celebration, spending a large sum of money in the process. After feasting and reveling, he encouraged all members of the Sun Moon Imperial team to go back and rest. Meanwhile, Yuhao and Wang Donger, feeling too full, decided to take a walk. "Congratulations, Yuhao Donger." Unexpectedly, as they took a few steps, they heard a familiar voice. They turned around and smiled. Zio, what are you doing here?" Zio smiled bitterly. "We were feeling pretty low over there. Master Xuan was furious after our loss to you. Everyone got scolded by him. I found a chance to slip away to avoid more reprimand." Yuhao felt guilty. "I didn't realize you'd have to take the blame for this." Zio shrugged helplessly. "What can I do? I just feel unlucky. But I didn't expect you to be so strong now, Yuhao. How did you do it? Yuhao grinned. I had a breakthrough during training, but it wasn't intentional. Zio rolled her eyes at him. You're still as annoying as ever. As they exchanged pleasantries for a while, they prepared to part ways. Before separating, Yuhao hesitated and asked, Zio, have you decided to stay in Shrek after this competition? Zio smiled. You don't want me to join the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, do you? Why not? Yuhao replied. Zio shook her head. I don't know how to use soul guidance devices. Plus, the Sun Moon Imperial Academy is too far away. Yuhao sighed in relief but didn't press her. Everyone has their aspirations, and the Sun Moon Royal Academy belongs to the Sun Moon Empire. As a member of the DOLOU Three Kingdoms, it made sense for Zio to feel attached to her roots. All right, it's fine to continue studying at Shrek. There are plenty of benefits to studying there. I have learned a lot myself, he reassured her. Zio looked surprised. I thought you would speak poorly of Shrek. Do I look like that kind of person? Yuhao countered, looking exasperated. While I still appreciate Shrek, Master Xuan was a bit harsh. Zio chuckled. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Yuhao smiled. Don't worry, we're friends, I won't hold it against you. But I think I should remind you that studying at Shrek Academy has its upsides. But if they want you to join the inner courtyard, think carefully. To be blunt, it may do more harm than good. This is just my personal opinion, though, you can take it as you wish. Zio looked at Yuhao gratefully. Thank you, I'll remember that. With that, she turned and walked away. As she left, she reflected on the recent competition and Yuhao's advice, making an internal decision. What Yuhao said does make sense. It seems I can't stay at Shrek anymore. Chapter 249. DD2, Chapter 249. The Invitation from the Body Sect, The Crisis of Yuhao in Parallel World. It was already late, and they had to return to the Sun Moon Empire the next day. After parting from Zio, Yuhao and Wang Donger quickly made their way back to the hotel. After a quick shower and drying their hair, they fell asleep together in each other's arms, a routine that no longer surprised them. The night passed swiftly. Early the following morning, Yuhao and Wang Donger planned to find Jing Hongshan and others to return to the Sun Moon Empire together. However, they encountered two other soul masters just as they left the hotel. These two claimed to be from the Body Sect, and they had come to invite Yuhao to join them. Although Yuhao ultimately declined their invitation, the others did not give up. They left a contact number and mentioned that their sect leader, Du would reach out to him later. After hearing this, Yuhao fell silent for a moment. Body Sect? I've heard they can help the owner of the body martial soul achieve a second awakening. Wang Donger looked at him, inquisitive. Are you considering it? Yuhao sighed. Let's talk about it later. I'm currently well settled at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and there's still a lot of soul guidance device knowledge I haven't learned yet. We shouldn't rush into a decision about the Body Sect. Wang Donger nodded in agreement. With that, they continued their search for Jing Hongshan and the others. At that moment, in the gap between planes, after observing the scene, Du Si's eyes lit up. It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world is quite interested in our Body Sect. If this continues, he may truly have a chance to join us. Jing Hongshan scoffed, don't count on it, it's impossible. Du Si sneered, oh, impossible. Jing Hongshan, your skepticism suggests that Yuhao in this parallel world might join us. Jing Hongshan frowned, sensing the implications. What do you mean? Du Si continued. Have you forgotten about Yuhao's character in this parallel world? While he may lack loyalty to Shrek Academy, he also doesn't feel attached to your Sun Moon Imperial Academy. To him, both are merely institutions for learning. He'll study and leave when he's done. Jing Hongshan fell silent, recognizing the truth in Du Si's words. Du Si pressed on. Moreover, after your Sun Moon Empire realizes how powerful Yuhao is, can you truly continue to accommodate him? Jing Hongshan frowned deeper. What are you suggesting? Du Si smiled knowingly. His outstanding performance will draw the attention of key figures within the Sun-Moon Empire, and what will they notice first? His identity. He is still from the DOLOU continent. The smile on Du Buxi's face twisted slightly as he continued. Because he's from the DOLOU continent, the Sun-Moon upper echelons will harbor resentment towards him. How can we eliminate this animosity? By having Yuhao in this parallel world join illustrious Virtue Hall and genuinely become one of your Sun-Moon people. But do you think he would agree to that? Asked Jing Hongchen gravely. Jing Hongchen's expression grew serious as he comprehended Du Buxi's meaning. He realized that what Du Buxi posited was not far-fetched. Though he and Kong Deming from the parallel world might not pressure Yuhao into making a choice, the ultimate authority in the Sun-Moon Empire lay with the emperor and the nobles. Even they sometimes had to acquiesce to the majority's will, so Du Buxi's scenario might become a reality. After pondering this, Jing Hongchen's smile stiffened. He knew that if events unfolded this way, Yuhao in the parallel world would certainly refuse to join illustrious Virtue Hall. Joining illustrious Virtue Hall might not exploit him like the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, but Yuhao's inherent personality would lead him to decline. At that moment, Jing Hongchen could practically foresee the outcome. Feeling this weight, he glanced at Kong Deming, who could only sigh helplessly. We'll simply have to see how it unfolds. They both continued to watch the screen. Another scene depicting the original time and space began to play again. The onlookers in the gap between planes no longer cared much about these images, but observed them nevertheless. Finally, the scene from the parallel world returned. In another part of the plane gap, Wang Qiuer, who had just finished watching the original time and space, also witnessed her first meeting with Yuhao on the screen. Their encounter when Xuanzi took Yuhao to the Stardew Great Forest to obtain his soul ring. But shouldn't this kind of thing in the parallel world be impossible? She said wistfully. She was certain that if she encountered Yuhao in the parallel world, she would undoubtedly fall for him more fiercely than she had in the original time and space. After all, Yuhao from this parallel world was more aligned with her preferences. Yet Wang Qiuer understood that there was no guarantee she would meet him in the parallel world. Moreover, even if she did, Yuhao had Wang Donger by his side. With Yuhao's deep feelings for Wang Donger, how could he ever accept her? Her eyes dimmed with realization. It seems that whether it's me in the parallel world or in the original time and space, it's equally disheartening. If this is how it ends, perhaps it would be better not to meet at all. She sighed helplessly and looked back at the screen. Chapter 250, DD2 Chapter 250, The End of Shrek. Yi Zishui and Long Xiao appear. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao and his companions had arrived at the border of the Star Luo Empire after several days of non-stop travel. Throughout their journey, their only entertainment had been keeping up with the current events on the DOLOU continent via the Intelligence Soul Guidance device. Today was no different. They remained focused on the intriguing happenings on the continent. Suddenly, Jing Hongchen's expression brightened. Haha, this time Shrek Academy suffered heavy losses. He couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing his laughter, the students of the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy turned to him, curious. Yuhao asked, Dean, what do you mean? How did Shrek Academy sustain such heavy losses? Jing Hongchen eagerly shared the news. Of course, the loss is significant in every sense. We've broken Shrek Academy's centuries-long dominance in the Soul Master competition. First, we shattered their undefeated status. Everyone knew that Shrek Academy's biggest claim to fame was its standing as the strongest academy. But now that they've lost to us, their title as the strongest academy is gone. Moreover, because they lost to us, the DOLOU Three Kingdoms are filled with resentment. Countless people and nobles have criticized them from all sides, leading to a rapid decline in Shrek Academy's reputation. It's said there's already a trend of students dropping out. Many Shrek Academy students are unwilling to continue their studies there. Xiao Hongchen chuckled at this, shaking his head. The people of the DOLOU Three Kingdoms are so pragmatic. Jing Hongchen nodded. That's the way of the world. Those who act recklessly must eventually pay the price. For years, Shrek Academy has used its reputation as a marketing tool, but now that its house of cards has collapsed, they must face the consequences. At this point, Jing Hongchen turned to Yuhao. Speaking of which, Yuhao, your friend Xiaoxiao seems to have dropped out as well. Being one of the first to do so, she has garnered quite a bit of attention. I remember you and Donger chatting with her outside last time. You must have been close, right? Yuhao smiled at the mention of Xiaoxiao. Yes, she was a good friend. I didn't expect her to drop out so soon. It seems the legend of Shrek is coming to an end. Wang Donger then asked Jing Hongchen, what about Xuanzai? At this, Jing Hongchen's smile grew more pronounced. Xuanzai, he bears the responsibility. It's said that after the finals, the dragon god Duluo Muen was furious. Xuanzai has been severely punished by Shrek Academy, locked up somewhere and denied food and drink. You know, Xuanzai's martial soul is touty. Not letting him eat or drink is worse than killing him. Wang Donger snorted coldly. He deserves it. They continued to chat, while making their way toward the Sun Moon Empire. After a few more days, they finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongchen did not take them directly to the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, as the Sun Moon Emperor wished to see them. Jing Hongchen led them straight to meet the Sun Moon Emperor, who seemed delighted by the news of their accomplishments. In the Grand Hall, he rewarded Yuhao and his companions before allowing them to leave. However, just as Yuhao and Wang Donger stepped outside the palace, they were blocked by a man. This man was a disabled individual sitting in a wheelchair. Despite his disability, he had an air of nobility, flanked by several powerful soul masters, all in the 5th and 6th rings. He wore luxurious clothing, and there was an undeniable grace about him. As he approached Yuhao and Wang Donger, he glanced at Wang Donger discreetly. Yuhao noticed this and frowned. Excuse me, who are you? The man snapped to attention and smiled warmly. Ah, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Su Tianren, the Prince of the Sun Moon Empire. You must be Yuhao and Wang Donger. Upon realizing Su Tianren's identity, Yuhao greeted him respectfully, but quickly posed a question. Is there something important you wish to discuss with us, Your Highness? Su Tianren chuckled. Haha, nothing of great concern. I've heard of your remarkable deeds and simply wish to make your acquaintance. He then retrieved a storage soul guidance device, handing it to Yuhao. This is a little gift from me. I hope you won't refuse it. As Yuhao peered into the soul guidance device, he discovered it was filled with an immense wealth of gold and silver treasures, a high-level soul guidance device. Although it may seem small in size, its contents were worth enough to purchase 1 or 2 cities. Understanding Su Tianren's intentions to recruit him, Yuhao politely declined. Your Highness, I truly appreciate your kindness, but we are just students. These gifts are too valuable for us. I must insist you take it back. After bowing respectfully to Su Tianren once more, Yuhao turned to leave with Wang Donger. Seeing this, Su Tianren's expression darkened. You lack proper etiquette. Ignoring Yuhao and Wang Donger's retreat, Su Tianren was escorted by his guards to a secluded area outside the Sun Moon Imperial City. The terrain there was obscure and gave off a sinister vibe. Despite having encountered multiple waves of evil soul masters in the past, they all greeted Su Tianren with respect upon his arrival. An elder stepped forward and said, Your Highness, the leader is waiting for you in the hall. Su Tianren smiled and agreed, then entered the hall where he bowed to a slightly old woman and an old man. Teacher Elder Long. Long Xiao remained silent, while Yi Zishui addressed Su Tianren directly. I heard you met that Yuhao. Chapter 251, DD2 Chapter 251. Su Tianren's Strategy, Parallel World Yuhao in Great Crisis. After hearing Yi Zishui's question, Su Tianren will naturally not continue to hide anything. After all, the reason he went to see Yuhao before was to find an opportunity to help Yi Zishui take down Yuhao. For Su Tianren, Yuhao is the person Yi Zishui wants to get, and Yi Zishui is the biggest helper who can assist him in ascending to the throne. So as long as Yi Zishui agrees to continue helping him, no matter what she asks for, as long as it does not harm Su Tianren's interests, he will agree to it. This time Yuhao's matter is the same. Before Yuhao returned to the Sun Moon Empire, Yi Zishui had already approached him and expressed the hope that he could help her take down Yuhao. Zhu Tianren naturally agreed. His previous move to look for Yuhao was just to test him. Therefore, after hearing Yi Zishui's words, Zhu Tianren quickly responded. His tone was full of strong flattery. Then Zhu Tianren said to Yi Zishui, "Teacher, you are well informed. You can't hide anything that happens in the Sun Moon Imperial City. I just met Yuhao, and you got the news so quickly. I envy your intelligence." Yi Zishui replied indifferently, "Okay, stop flattering me, let's talk business." She said directly to Zhu Tianren, "You promised me before that you would help me get Yuhao after he came back. Now he's back." Zhu Tianren also knew that Yi Zishui was impatient, so after hearing her, he immediately said, "Don't worry, teacher, I've thought of a way. But after all, Yuhao has just returned from the Soul Master competition on behalf of our Sun Moon Empire, so we can't just attack him outright. Before we do anything, we must find a legitimate reason to make him lose the protection of the Sun Moon Empire." After listening to this, Yi Zishui said to Zhu Tianren calmly, "Well, that's right. Then what are your plans?" Zhu Tianren continued, "I have already thought of a way to sever his connection with our Sun Moon Empire. Although I only really met him today, he has been so popular this time that it's easy to learn about him. Through my investigation, he was originally a student of Shrek Academy, and Shrek Academy is a close ally of his. However, just because he was invited to join the inner courtyard of Shrek, he couldn't accept it and ran away." Yi Zishui frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" Zhu Tianren said, "Teacher, what I want to convey is that Yuhao is not willing to be inferior to others. He left because he didn't want to join the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. So now, will he be willing to join our illustrious Virtue Hall or the Sun Moon Empire? I just need to go to my father to sow discord and have him send someone to test whether Yuhao has any interest in working for our Sun Moon Empire. At that time, once Yuhao refuses, it will prove that he is unwilling to serve our Sun Moon Empire. Is he going to work for the nation? Based on my understanding of my father, he would never allow such a terrifying genius to go unchecked, especially since he is from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms." Yi Zishui felt that this made sense, but she soon questioned Zhu Tianren again. "What if Yuhao joins?" Zhu Tianren smiled faintly. "If he joins, he will be a member of my Sun Moon Empire. When the time comes, you can help me and let my father pass away soon. When I become emperor, getting Yuhao will be just a matter of a word from you." Yi Zishui was very satisfied with Zhu Tianren's arrangement. After listening to his words, she smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Okay, in that case, you can rest assured to do it. As long as you handle this for me, our Holy Spirit Church will support you in rising to the top." Zhu Tianren withdrew with a smile on his face. On the other side, in the gap between the plains. After watching the scene on the screen, all the Soul Masters were very surprised. From the previous conversation between Yi Zishui and Zhu Tianren, someone in the gap had guessed the identities of Yi Zishui and Long Xiao. Dubuxi said, "Those two could be Yi Zishui and Long Xiao. They have disappeared for so many years, I didn't expect them to still be alive." Su Jiawei added, "Not only are they alive, but they also have a deal with Zhu Tianren, the prince of the Sun Moon Empire. Yuhao in the parallel world is going to be in trouble." Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming fell silent after seeing this scene. They knew very well that the Sun Moon Empire and the evil Soul Masters were collaborating, so they were not too surprised by this revelation. However, they did not expect Yi Zishui to also take a liking to Yuhao in the parallel world. Thus, things could indeed become a little difficult. They were aware of the Sun Moon Empire's situation at that time. As for their situation, they needed the assistance of the Holy Spirit Church. While the Sun Moon Empire was technologically powerful, the DOLOU Three Kingdoms shared a common hatred for enemies. Moreover, their Sun Moon Empire had always lacked the top Soul Master's help. Under these circumstances, they could only rely on the Holy Spirit Church to compete against the DOLOU Three Kingdoms. If someone else had taken an interest in Yuhao, it would have been manageable. But if it was truly Yi Zishui who wanted him, they would have to think very carefully. After contemplating this, even Jing Hongqian and Kong Deming fell silent. Xuanzai couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Haha, this is the fate of a traitor. If you had continued to stay in our Shrek honestly, even if Yi Zishui set her sights on Yuhao in the parallel world, we Shrek Academy would have protected him. But now that he has gone to the Sun Moon Empire, who cares if he lives or dies? He deserves this fate. Xuanzai smiled happily, because the existence of Yuhao in the parallel world made Shrek Academy lose face. Although these events did not directly harm Shrek Academy, they continuously damaged its reputation in another way. Xuanzai had long disliked Yuhao of the parallel world. Now that he finally had a chance to add insult to injury, he would not let it go easily, so he began to mock Yuhao in the parallel world severely. On the other side, Wang Donger and Wang Qier looked at the screen nervously. This time, can Yuhao in the parallel world escape danger? Chapter 252, DD2, Chapter 252. Should Yuhao be handed over to the Holy Spirit Church? Kong Deming's opinion at this moment is presented on the screen. After leaving the Holy Spirit Church, Su Tianren returned to the Sun Moon Imperial City. He went directly to the palace, and after the report was over, he came to the palace to meet the Sun Moon Emperor. After meeting the Sun Moon Emperor, Su Tianren first asked about his well-being. After that, the Sun Moon Emperor noticed that Su Tianren's intentions were not pure, so he did not continue to waste time with Su Tianren. He directly asked Su Tianren in front of him, "Okay, Tianren, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry." After hearing what Sun Moon Emperor said, Su Tianren replied respectfully, "Yes." Then he did not delay any further and directly expressed his thoughts. "Father, I wonder what you think of Yuhao." After hearing what Su Tianren said, Emperor Sun Moon replied directly, "Yuhao? A super genius with extraordinary talent. He helped our Sun Moon Empire win the Soul Master competition and made great contributions to our Sun Moon Empire." Su Tianren said, "But he is too dangerous, isn't he?" After hearing what Sun Moon Emperor said, he smiled and replied, "Tianren, you still know how to figure out my thoughts, as always." He said to Su Tianren, "Yes, Yuhao is indeed dangerous. I have been worrying about how to treat Yuhao in the future. If we don't use him, it would be a waste of talent, and my Sun Moon Empire does lack such talents. But if we use him, he is not a member of my Sun Moon Empire. This matter has always troubled me." After hearing what the Sun Moon Emperor said, Su Tianren replied directly, "Father, I came here today at the request of my teacher." Upon hearing this, the Sun Moon Emperor's expression suddenly became solemn. "Master Yi, what does she want?" Su Tianren said, "My teacher is interested in Yuhao and wants to recruit him into the Holy Spirit Church. She said that if you are willing to let him go if the war with the three kingdoms of DOLOU really breaks out, their Holy Spirit Church will support our Sun Moon Empire unconditionally." After hearing this, the Sun Moon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. What she means is that if you don't agree, once the war breaks out, they will simply stand by and watch, or even attack us in secret. After the Sun Moon Emperor finished speaking, he turned to Su Tianren and asked, "Tianren, what do you think?" Su Tianren replied to the Sun Moon Emperor, "I think I should listen to my teacher's advice. Not to mention that the Holy Spirit Church is currently powerful in our country. Even if our Sun Moon Empire is fully committed, it would be hard to win if we were to attack. Let's just consider whether Yuhao is worth the Sun Moon Empire turning against the Holy Spirit Church for him. If he were a native of our Sun Moon Empire, it would be fine because he would work wholeheartedly for our country. But he is not. Who knows if he is willing to contribute to the construction of our country? Who even knows if he will help the DOLOU Three Kingdoms to counterattack our country in the future?" Su Tianren grew more and more fervent. By the end, he said to the Sun Moon Emperor, "So, I think it's better to heed my teacher in this matter. It's not that I want to boost others' ambitions and destroy my prestige, but the current Yuhao is not enough for us to offend the Holy Spirit Church." After listening to Su Tianren's words, the Sun Moon Emperor remained silent. He did not make a direct decision but replied, Okay, I understand your opinion. Then he spread his hands and said to Su Tianren, however, this kind of thing is not trivial after all, so it cannot be dealt with casually. You go back first and let me think about it. Yes, Su Tianren agreed immediately after listening, and then left. With Su Tianren's departure, the Sun Moon Emperor promptly sent someone to invite Kong Deming over. He informed Kong Deming about everything that had happened, and then began to ask him. Mr. Kong, this is what happened. The Holy Spirit Church has now set its sights on Yuhao, and the prince advocates that I hand him over. I wonder what your opinion is, Mr. Kong. Kong Deming pondered for a long time after hearing this. In fact, he also recognized the gravity of the matter. It's just that Kong Deming's attitude towards Yuhao is very different from a few months ago. After exhaling, he said to the Sun Moon Emperor, Your Majesty, in fact, a few months ago, Dean Jing Hongchen had already raised this concern with me. At that time, he was reluctant to truly teach Yuhao because of his identity. But back then, my opinion was to teach him patiently, because I was sure that Yuhao would never be a spy from the DOLOU Three Kingdoms, and I also wanted Dean Jing Hongchen to engender a sense of gratitude in Yuhao through the teaching at the academy, so that he would ultimately join illustrious Virtue Hall and be useful to my Sun Moon Empire. The Sun Moon Emperor asked again after hearing this, What about now? Has Mr. Kong changed his mind? Kong Deming nodded and said, I have changed. The Sun Moon Emperor asked, Why? Kong Deming replied, Because of Shrek Academy. He continued, It was not until a competition that I learned that Yuhao is originally from Shrek. Although he has nothing to do with Shrek now, his previous experience in Shrek Academy demonstrates that this person is indeed extremely difficult to subdue. Speaking of this, Kong Deming expressed great regret. If this person could be subdued, then my opinion would be to keep him at all costs. After all, our Sun Moon Empire is now cooperating with the Holy Spirit Church. To put it bluntly, it's like driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. But whether it is a wolf or a tiger, they are both dangerous. If our Sun Moon Empire wants to develop sustainably, we must not put the knife into the hands of the Holy Spirit Church. Therefore, under the premise of being able to subdue Yuhao, I must advocate for keeping him, as he is likely to become our trump card against the Holy Spirit Church in the future. However, what the prince said is also reasonable. Yuhao today is not worth making us hostile to the Holy Spirit Church. So I have a suggestion. The Sun Moon Emperor replied to Kong Deming, What suggestions does Mr. Kong have? Kong Deming replied, I suggest that your Majesty confer a title upon him and grant him the qualification to join illustrious Virtue Hall on the grounds of their victory this time. If Yuhao is conferred, it means that he is willing to join our Sun Moon Empire, and we must protect him at all costs this time. But if he is unwilling to be crowned, it means that we cannot subdue this individual. In this case, we might as well do him a favor and leave his affairs alone. Chapter 253, DD2, Chapter 253, Yuhao refuses to be conferred. After hearing what Kong Deming said, the Sun Moon Emperor was silent for a moment. He began to calm down and think, weighing the pros and cons. After some contemplation, he truly believed that what Kong Deming had said made sense. Furthermore, Kong Deming held an extremely high status in the Sun Moon Empire. At this moment, since the opinions he put forward made sense to the Sun Moon Emperor, the Emperor naturally chose to adopt them directly. Come here, summon Yuhao to see the Emperor. He shouted directly and issued an imperial decree, clearly stating that he wanted to see Yuhao. After receiving his order, the officials below immediately set to work. They hurriedly left the palace and went to Yuhao's residence to look for him. At this moment, in the gap between the plains, after watching the scene that had appeared on the screen earlier, the soul masters in the gap understood Yuhao in the parallel world. They realized that Yuhao in this parallel world would likely break ties with the Sun Moon Empire. Consequently, many soul masters expressed their concerns. I never thought that Yuhao in the parallel world would end up in such a difficult situation with the Sun Moon Empire. I can only say that sometimes having too strong a talent is not a good thing. After all, if the talent is too strong, everyone will covet it. If it were one of us, we would naturally cultivate him at all costs. But if he is not one of us, then no matter which force it is, they will never want to let such an individual survive. So, although Yuhao in this parallel world possesses terrifying talent, his character of not wanting to be inferior to others is destined to make his life challenging. A genius means little if he has not truly matured. At this stage, he still has the possibility of falling. If he does not receive protection from the strong, whether he can survive until he grows up is another matter entirely. The Soul Masters continued to discuss this issue. On the other side, Bibaidong and Kaiyan Rengsu also began their discussion. Kaiyan Rengsu asked, "Mother, do you think that Yuhao in the parallel world can escape danger this time?" Bibaidong shook her head, stating, "It's difficult." Kaiyan Rengsu nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Although Yuhao in the parallel world has the protection of the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Electrolux by his side. But if it's just the Ice and Snow Empress, their power is only at the Super Duo level. As for Electrolux, he must have been very powerful at his peak, but unfortunately he is not at his peak now. Speaking of this, Kaiyan Rengsu exhaled and said, "But what about their opponents? That evil soul master, Yizishui, is a level 99 extreme Duo and is very powerful. And that Long Xiao is also very strong, with a soul power of level 99. Not to mention that the Holy Spirit Church is a massive organization, and there must be many evil soul masters at the level of titled Duo. The situation for Yuhao in the parallel world is really grim this time." Bibaidong added after hearing this, "In short, we can only wait and see what happens next. Although I like Yuhao in the parallel world, it's unfortunate that we cannot interfere with what occurs there. Now we can only watch from here." Kaiyan Rengsu sighed with regret after hearing this. It can only be like this. She looked forward again. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao received the news that the Sun Moon Emperor wanted to meet with him shortly thereafter. Yuhao didn't have much information at the moment, so he was unaware of how dangerous his situation was now. After receiving the news, he discussed it with Wang Donger for a while. But in the end, he could not come up with anything and decided to go directly to the palace to meet the Sun Moon Emperor. "Here you are, Yuhao." The Sun Moon Emperor was still very enthusiastic towards Yuhao. When he looked at Yuhao, his face was filled with smiles, devoid of the oppression he deliberately displayed when facing others. He gave Yuhao a very friendly impression. However, he did not engage Yuhao in too much small talk. After a brief greeting, he chose to get straight to the point. So the Sun Moon Emperor said directly to Yuhao, "It's like this, Yuhao. I have just discussed things with Elder Kong. As the absolute hero of this Soul Master competition, while our Sun Moon Empire must ensure equal treatment regarding rewards, your reward is still too little. We both contemplated it for a long time and finally decided to give you a new reward." As he said this, he motioned for the eunuch on one side to step forward. The eunuch, seeing this, took out the imperial edict and began to announce the Sun Moon Emperor's will. He publicly named Yuhao as a noble of the Sun Moon Empire, granting him the title of the highest level noble, with a status only below that of the royal family. In addition, he also granted him the status of a lifetime honorary elder of illustrious Virtue Hall. It must be said that these two rewards are indeed very generous. The former may be something that many people in the Sun Moon Empire cannot attain even after a lifetime of hard work. And the latter requires outstanding contributions to illustrious Virtue Hall to earn the opportunity to receive it. But at that moment, to test whether Yuhao would submit, the Sun Moon Emperor also made a significant gesture by publicly presenting these generous rewards. Soon, the eunuch finished reading the contents of the imperial edict. After reading it, Kong Deming and the Sun Moon Emperor both looked at Yuhao, their gazes filled with intense scrutiny. Yuhao was stunned after hearing the details of the reward. He hadn't expected that the Sun Moon Emperor would bestow such a reward upon him. However, to be honest, he truly did not want such a reward. On one hand, he didn't want to get involved in the power struggles of the major empires, so he was entirely unwilling to join the Sun-Moon Empire and become a noble here. On the other hand, he also did not want to join illustrious Virtue Hall. The reason was similar to why he didn't want to join Shrek Academy. It was about losing his freedom, which I won't go into detail about. So after a brief silence, he quickly spoke again. He refused the award and said calmly, "Sorry, Your Majesty, I cannot accept your reward. Please forgive me." Chapter 254, DD2 Chapter 254, Jing Hongchen's Choice, Meng Hongchen's Reminder. After a brief moment of thought, Yuhao still refused the canonization of the Sun-Moon Emperor. He provided several reasons for his refusal, intending to use these to convince the Sun-Moon Emperor. But after listening to Yuhao's words, the Sun-Moon Emperor only asked him one question: "Are you sure?" He further stated to Yuhao, "This kind of opportunity only comes once. If you miss it, you miss it. After this, even if you regret it, it's gone. So I ask you again, are you sure?" The Sun-Moon Emperor looked at Yuhao very seriously. Kong Deming, standing beside him, also awaited Yuhao's answer with a stern expression. "I'm sure." In the end, Yuhao responded to the Sun-Moon Emperor this way. This made the Sun-Moon Emperor and Kong Deming both look disappointed. The Sun-Moon Emperor then said to Yuhao, "If that's the case, I won't force you. I'm tired, you can leave first." Yuhao quickly agreed, "Yes." After that, he headed straight for home, pondering what exactly was happening along the way. And in the palace, as Yuhao left, the Sun-Moon Emperor sighed and said, "The prince was right. This man cannot be subdued. What a pity." Kong Deming also felt very sorry. But now that things had come to this, he thought the Sun-Moon Emperor needed to make a decision. He said to the Sun-Moon Emperor, "In this case, how should the matter be handled? I believe Your Majesty has already made a decision. I will withdraw first." The Sun-Moon Emperor nodded to Kong Deming. Kong Deming turned around and left. Then, the Sun-Moon Emperor summoned Su Tianren to meet him. After receiving the news, Su Tianren rushed to the palace with excitement. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene on the screen, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh. A soul master said, "Sure enough, things turned out like this in the end." Another soul master echoed, "This time, Yuhao in this parallel world is really in danger." Soon, another soul master added, "But fortunately, he still has the support of the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Electrolux. If there were none of them, Yuhao in this parallel world would be finished, given the strength he possesses in the original time and space." Another soul master shook his head. That being said, even with the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, Yuhao in the parallel world might not come out safe and sound. The enemy's strength this time is too formidable. We can only hope that Yuhao realizes something is wrong soon. After some discussion, the Soul Masters once again looked at the screen with anxious expressions. As the situation for Yuhao in the parallel world grew increasingly perilous, their mood became more tense, leaving little time for further idle chatter. They continued to focus on the screen. Now on the screen. After answering a call from the communication soul guidance device, Jing Hongchen's expression became completely solemn. He never dreamed that events would develop to this point, so after listening to the call, he immediately used the communication soul guidance device to contact Kong Deming. Kong Deming quickly answered the soul guidance device call and asked Jing Hongchen, "What's the matter?" Jing Hongchen didn't hesitate. "Mr. Kong, I called to talk to you about Yuhao." Kong Deming, unwilling to continue discussing this matter, replied, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Your Majesty and I have already made a decision. We are not concerned with Yuhao's affairs. I hope you do not take unnecessary actions." Kong Deming hung up after saying those words. Jing Hongchen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. "You are unlucky this time, Yuhao." He stood there for a long time, gazing out the window deep in thought. Finally, after considerable deliberation, he made a decision. He first used the communication soul guidance device to call Meng Hongchen. Then, he gave Meng Hongchen some instructions over the phone. After that, he crushed his communication soul guidance device with one hand, sat back in his seat, and sighed. Hey, why don't you want to join? Haha, I didn't expect our Sun Moon Imperial Academy to find itself in the same situation as Shrek Academy regarding Yuhao. It's just that Shrek is ruthless, but our Sun Moon Imperial Academy cannot afford to be ruthless. Speaking of this, Jing Hongchen exhaled again, saying, "In short, this time I have done my best. Without violating principles, I have done the best I can. So whether you can survive depends on your luck. Moreover, this is also to leave a way out for our Sun Moon Empire. What if Yuhao escapes later and becomes a mortal enemy of the Sun Moon Empire? Then our Sun Moon Empire will have offended another future superpower." He no longer focused on this matter and started to busy himself with other affairs, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Yuhao had already learned what happened from the communications soul guidance device call from Meng Hongchen. Meng Hongchen was very guilty. After explaining what had occurred, she repeatedly apologized to Yuhao, feeling responsible for bringing him to the Sun Moon Empire. But now, she felt helpless to assist him in his time of danger. Yuhao, hearing Meng Hongchen's apologies, simply smiled and replied, "You don't have to feel guilty, Sister Meng. You have done everything you can. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank you and Dean Jing Hongchen. Okay, you should end the call quickly, and remember to dispose of the communication soul guide so that no one knows you helped me." After saying that, Yuhao turned off the communication soul guidance device, then crushed it with one hand. "What's wrong, Yuhao?" Wang Donger, sensing the seriousness from his somewhat troubled expression, immediately approached Yuhao and asked. Yuhao didn't hide it. After taking a deep breath, he said to Wang Donger, "Something has happened." Chapter 255, DD2 Chapter 255, Yi Zishui takes action, Yuhao is caught. Yuhao never hides anything from Wang Donger. Therefore, when telling Wang Donger what happened, Yuhao did not hold back. Meng Hongchen had also informed Yuhao in detail before. Not only did he explain the crisis that Yuhao and his friends faced this time, but he also discussed the current situation of the Sun Moon Empire and their previous considerations. At this moment, Wang Donger understood everything clearly after Yuhao's narration. After learning everything, she said to Yuhao with emotion, "I didn't expect things would turn out like this. We're in big trouble now." Yuhao sighed and said, "Yeah, if I had known, I would have restrained myself a little during the Soul Master competition. But there's not much point in talking about it now, and we cannot blame the Sun Moon Empire for this situation." Wang Donger was a little surprised by this and asked Yuhao, "Yuhao, you don't seem to hate the Sun Moon Empire." Yuhao shook his head. "The people who are going to attack us are from the Holy Spirit Church, not the Sun Moon Empire. Why should we resent them?" Wang Donger replied, "That's what you say, but they didn't protect us, did they?" Yuhao explained, "Donger, sometimes you can't expect too much from them. When I left the palace, I was still thinking about why the Sun Moon Emperor gave me another chance to choose after I refused the conferment. But they were waiting to see what I would do. If I had agreed to join the Sun Moon Empire, then they could have legitimately helped me. Otherwise, I have no ties to the Sun Moon Empire, and their situation is so critical right now. How could they take risks on my behalf?" Wang Donger nodded after hearing this. "That's true." Yuhao continued, "Besides, Sister Meng was able to contact us at this time. Do you think the Sun Moon Empire had no part in this?" Wang Donger raised her eyebrows slightly. "That's not the case, is it? This should be what Dean Jing Hongchen intended, right?" Yuhao disagreed with this statement and replied, "If Kong Deming and the Sun Moon Emperor were truly determined to kill me, even if Dean Jing Hongchen wanted to help, what could he do? So, they likely turned a blind eye to this matter." At this point, Yuhao exhaled and said, "Anyway, discussing these things is pointless now. What we need to do is to escape from here first. The Holy Spirit Church wants to make trouble for us, and we will settle that account with them later." Yuhao then went to find Yuner again. In fact, their biggest challenge at this moment was how to take Yuner with them. If it were just him and Wang Donger, things wouldn't be so complicated. But Huo Yun'er's presence added a layer of difficulty that Huo Yuhao had to carefully consider. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the latest scene on the screen, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. This Jing Hongqian is different from Shrek Academy. They remembered their old friendship and helped Huo Yuhao in the parallel world at this critical moment. Huo Yuhao in this parallel world did not forget their kindness and did not hold a grudge against them. This also provides some leeway for both sides. Yes. But the most important thing now is whether Huo Yuhao in this parallel world can escape from the Holy Spirit Church safely. This is no easy feat. After a sigh, the Soul Masters quickly returned their attention to the screen. At that moment on the screen, after some thought, Huo Yuhao decided to take Huo Yun'er and Wang Donger into the ancient tree space. That space is also an independent world, and crucially, it allows living beings to survive there for a long time. While the undead demoplane that Electrolux gave to Huo Yuhao has a similar function, the atmosphere there is far too dark. Therefore, Huo Yuhao chose not to send his mother and Wang Donger to the undead demoplane. However, the undead demoplane does have its benefits. For instance, Huo Yuhao can be directly teleported there, while once he enters the ancient tree space, the ancient tree will remain in place. This is the only drawback of the ancient tree space. After placing Huo Yun'er and Wang Donger into the ancient tree space, Huo Yuhao quickly began to move again. He activated his first soul skill, using his mental power to complete the transformation, becoming invisible throughout the entire process as he rushed out of the Sun-Moon Imperial City. Traveling in this manner made it less likely for him to expose his whereabouts. Unless it was a soul master with stronger spiritual power than his, ordinary people could not see through his disguise. Moreover, after being strengthened by the Gold of Life, Huo Yuhao's spiritual power was roughly comparable to that of an 8-ring soul duo. Thus, to see through his disguise, one must possess at least 8-ring soul duo capabilities, a rarity on the duo continent. Huo Yuhao began fleeing outside the imperial city. At that moment, after Su Tianren received the news from the Sun and Moon Emperor, he had already informed Yi Zishui. Yi Zishui was naturally very excited upon receiving the message. Oh, can I finally take action? In this case, the Holy Son of my Holy Spirit Church is finally in place. After being notified, she immediately rushed to Huo Yuhao's residence. However, upon arriving, Yi Zishui kicked open the door, only to find the entire residence empty. She used her mental power to search but found nothing. This caused Yi Zishui's expression to darken significantly. Run away, wishful thinking, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. After saying that, Yi Zishui quickly used her soul guidance device to inform all the evil soul masters under her command, and began a thorough search for Huo Yuhao. Master, I found him. And on the other side. After leaving the Sun-Moon Imperial City for a short distance, Huo Yuhao was still caught by a titled duo. At that moment, the titled duo had seen through Huo Yuhao's disguise and intercepted him with a sneer on his face. Surrender, Holy Son, and join the glorious evolution together. The evil soul master approached Huo Yuhao with a smile. Huo Yuhao sighed helplessly and said, "Are you kidding me? In that case, Binger, it's up to you." Chapter 256, DD2 Chapter 256, Fire and Robbery, Xuanzi and Yan Shayaj reappear. Okay, Master. Since she has been staying in the ancient tree, Bingdi now understands the seriousness of the situation. So after receiving Huo Yuhao's order, she immediately began to act. Swish, swish, swish. A piece of ancient tree wood suddenly floated out of Huo Yuhao's hand. Accompanied by a deep blue light, Bingdi's body appeared directly beside Huo Yuhao. Die. Bingdi moved quickly. As soon as she appeared, she attacked the evil soul master in front of her. Although the evil soul master had a soul power of level 91 and was a rare strong man on the Duoluo continent, his bad luck was encountering the Ice Empress. Before he could fully react, the Ice Empress flashed past the evil soul master. As she passed, the evil soul master's body turned into an ice sculpture, frozen solid and completely motionless. Ride on me? When we leave the Sun-Moon Empire and step into the territory of the three kingdoms of DOLOU, even evil soul masters will not dare to be too presumptuous. The Ice Empress transformed into her original form, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, allowing Yuhao to mount her. Yuhao showed no hesitation. After hearing the Ice Empress's suggestion, he immediately complied and flew directly toward the border of the Sun-Moon Empire. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, a group of soul masters sighed again. Sure enough, she deserves the title of Ice Empress. She's still incredibly strong. A mere titled DOLOU is no match for her at all. Yes, thanks to the Ice Empress, it's fortunate that this is Yuhao from the parallel world. If it were our Yuhao, he wouldn't be able to escape now. They continued to converse, but when discussing Yuhao's current predicament, many displayed pessimistic expressions. However, Yuhao in the parallel world is still in a very dangerous situation. Although the Ice Empress is present, her strength is at most that of a super DOLOU of level 97. If she encountered the evil soul master just now, she could kill him instantly, but if faced with Yi Zishui and Long Xiao, she would be in trouble. Yes, the Ice Empress is likely at the level of a level 97 soul master, while the Snow Empress is probably just a level 98. A level 99 limit DOLOU is comparable to the Beast God Emperor Tian, not to mention that Yi Zishui and Long Xiao are seasoned masters with strong trump cards. If those two join forces, even the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress might not be able to withstand it. After exhaling, they continued. In short, I hope Yuhao in the parallel world can escape successfully. Though they may not manage to escape, since their position was revealed just now. They looked back at the screen. And at that moment on the screen, after riding the Ice Empress, Yuhao began rushing toward the border of the Sun-Moon Empire. They traveled quickly, and fortunately, they did not encounter any other evil soul masters along the way. Finally, after a day or two, they successfully arrived at the border area of the Sun-Moon Empire. As long as they moved a little further, they would have truly left the Sun-Moon Empire, and at that point, they would have successfully escaped danger. But just then, two familiar figures appeared in front of Yuhao. These two figures were Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi. Jing Hongchen, what's going on? Why are Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzi here? It's too much of a coincidence for them to appear at this time, isn't it? Dubusi, could it be that they are here to help Yuhao from the parallel world? That's not right. I remember that Xuanzi and Yuhao from the parallel world had a complete falling out. They were genuinely puzzled by this. The more they thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, and they could only continue watching the screen. And at that moment on the screen, after Yuhao saw Yan Xiaozhi and Xuanzi approaching, he was filled with doubts. He didn't want to engage with them, but he didn't expect Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi to stop him. The two of them gazed at the Ice Empress that Yuhao was riding, their expressions filled with deep surprise. Is this the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion? I didn't expect you to have such a secret. Yuhao looked somewhat displeased when he saw Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi, as they were blocking his path and he didn't want to linger any longer. He said coolly, "You two, please get out of the way." Xuanzi sneered upon hearing Yuhao's words. Yuhao, if the information we received is correct, you are currently being hunted by the Holy Spirit Church. So this is what happens after leaving our Shrek Academy. Now that you're targeted by the Holy Spirit Church, only our Shrek Academy can save you. Mr. Mew said we can let bygones be bygones regarding our previous conflicts. At this point, a smug expression crossed Xuanzi's face. As long as you follow us back to Shrek Academy willingly, we will ensure your safety. And in the gap between the planes, upon seeing this scene, a group of soul masters couldn't help but feel angry. Dubusi, humph, that sounds nice, but isn't this taking advantage of someone's misfortune to force Yuhao from the parallel world to join Shrek? Sure enough, it fits with Shrek Academy's usual style. Xuanzi, humph, at this time no one except us at Shrek Academy is willing to help him, and this is his fault. We just want him to come back to Shrek with us, what's the big deal? Dubusi, no matter how you explain it, it's still a despicable act. They continued to observe the screen. Yuhao hadn't anticipated that Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi were coming for him. But honestly, he was not the type to easily submit. Even in such a dangerous situation, he was still unwilling to surrender to Shrek. So after hearing Xuanzi and Yan Xiaozhi's words, he merely snorted and replied, "My affairs are none of Shrek Academy's business." After speaking, he intended to leave directly. What he didn't expect was that just as he was about to depart, Xuanzi had no intention of letting him go. Upon hearing Yuhao's rejection again, Xuanzi became furious, unleashing his long-standing resentment. He suddenly attacked Yuhao, forcing Bingdi to halt and defend herself. Then Xuanzi's sneer echoed once more. "Okay, if you won't join us, we won't force you." But the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, this type of soul beast, cannot remain in human territory. For the safety of our people, we must capture it and return it to Shrek. Chapter 257, DD2 Chapter 257, The Battle Begins. Ice Empress and Snow Empress versus Xuanzai, Yan Xiaozhi. Xuanzai already hated Yuhao. So this time, although he received the order from Yuan, he also received the order to recruit Yuhao again. Xuanzai also specifically asked Mu and what they would do if Yuhao was unwilling to return to Shrek. And Mu decided after a short silence. What he meant was that, if Yuhao did not intend to come back, then there was no need for him to live. At this point, the choices of most of the strong men on the DOLOU continent were surprisingly the same. All of them were eager to get Yuhao and were willing to please him at all costs. But once they found that their forces could not acquire him, they would choose to turn against him and destroy him. Therefore, Xuanzai dared to do this at this moment, because he had received Mu's instructions in advance. He launched a ruthless attack on the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and Yuhao. And at this moment, in the gap between the plains. After seeing the scene before them, the soul masters in the gap between the plains could no longer bear it. Bibai Dong, it's Shrek Academy indeed. This is consistent with their usual style. They traveled thousands of miles to push Yuhao from the parallel world to hell. They are amazing. Su Jiawei, but in this way, the Shrek from the parallel world is effectively severing relations with Yuhao from the parallel world. According to the personality of Yuhao in this parallel world, after this incident, he will regard the Shrek Academy from this parallel world as an enemy. Once he perceives them as an enemy, it is uncertain how Yuhao will take his revenge. Kaiyan Rengsu, he should retaliate ruthlessly. This kind of hypocritical academy does not need to exist at all. It would be better to destroy it as soon as possible. Moreover, they never thought that, besides the Ice Empress, Yuhao from the parallel world also had two powerful allies, the Snow Empress and Electrolux. With just Xuanzai and Yan Xiaozhi, they are not qualified to stop them. A group of soul masters kept condemning the actions of Shrek Academy in the parallel world and expressed their extreme dissatisfaction. After witnessing this, Wang Donger finally couldn't remain silent in the gap between the plains. He said to Yuhao, "Yuhao, otherwise, after this matter is resolved, let's leave Shrek Academy." But upon hearing these words, the senior leaders of Shrek Academy could not contain themselves. Xuanzai was the first to react, saying to Wang Donger, "Donger, what are you talking about? The parallel world is a parallel world, and our world is our world. You must not vent your anger on our Shrek Academy because of what happens in the parallel world." Yan Xiaozhi quickly added, "Yes, even we can't stand what the Shrek Academy and the parallel world has done. But Master Xuan is right. The parallel world is still a parallel world, and it has nothing to do with us. Apart from anything else, our Shrek Academy has not let you down like the parallel world has. And even if we take a step back, isn't Yuhao in the parallel world different from Yuhao here? So it is understandable that the Shrek in the parallel world differs from the Shrek here. The worse they are doesn't mean that our side is any less." A group of Shrek Academy executives continued to defend themselves. Wang Donger was waiting for Yuhao's response. However, after waiting a long time, she only heard a sigh from Yuhao. He said to Wang Donger, "Donger, what Elder Xuan and Dean Yan Xiaozhi said is indeed reasonable. Things in the parallel world cannot be taken to heart. We should not let matters from the parallel world affect us. Wang Donger was about to say something, but Yuhao had already turned his gaze away. She could only shake her head in disappointment after hearing this, and then looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, Xuanzai, Yan Shayaj, I say it for the last time, get out of the way. After being blocked by Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj several times, Yuhao was completely furious. He no longer gave Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj any respect, but directly shouted their names and demanded they step aside. But Yan Shayaj and Xuanzai still clung to him like two pieces of dogskin plaster, and even launched direct attacks on him. Damn it, I'll repay you 100-fold for what happened today. He snorted coldly, and then gave a direct order to the Snow Empress in the ancient tree. Zuer, you must take action now. The Snow Empress had been observing the outside world the entire time, so she knew what was happening. She was also extremely angered by Shrek Academy's behavior of adding fuel to the fire. After hearing Yuhao's order, she responded to him. Okay, master. She sent a divine thought to the Ice Empress again. Binger, let's team up and turn these two troublemakers into ice sculptures. The Ice Empress was completely furious at this moment. Okay, let's go. And so she responded and took immediate action, sending countless extremely cold freezing rays shooting toward Yan Shayaj in front of her. Yan Shayaj initially wanted to dodge these attacks, but the number of freezing rays shot by the Ice Empress was overwhelming. After attempting to dodge a few times and realizing he could not evade them, he had no choice but to summon a massive golden phoenix using his 9th soul ring to fiercely resist the Ice Empress's ice rays. However, the strength of the Ice Empress was still far greater than that of Yan Shayaj. Although they were both super DOLOU level combatants, the Ice Empress was significantly stronger than Yan Shayaj. As soon as Yan Shayaj's golden phoenix was struck by the Ice Empress's rays, it was frozen over half its body, and the freezing continued to spread at an alarming rate. Xuanlao, help me. Seeing this, Yan Shayaj could only ask Xuanzai for assistance. Don't worry, I'll intervene right now. Xuanzai sneered upon hearing this. He then used his martial soul body, transformed into a gigantic glutton, and suddenly slapped the Ice Empress. But at that moment, a girl suddenly appeared. Chapter 258. DD2 Chapter 258 Emperor Sword, Emperor Palm, Emperor Cold Sky. Xuanzai is beaten and flees. At this moment, before Xuanlao could make a move, the one who suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than the Snow Empress. She was dressed in a white gown, her expression indifferent. She looked extremely small in front of Xuanzai, who had completed his martial soul body, but her gaze, when directed at Xuanzai, was akin to looking at an ant, a piece of trash. Then, under her cold stare, the Snow Empress made her move. A burst of emerald green light suddenly emerged from the Snow Empress's body, rapidly spreading at an incredibly terrifying speed. In just a moment, it covered an area of several hundred meters. The temperature in the air dropped suddenly at an astonishing rate, reaching -200 degrees in an instant. Moreover, this range even extended to high altitudes. The ground, which was ordinary a moment ago, instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow. The goose feather-like snow raged wildly under the blowing of the strong wind, even covering Xuanzai, who had completed his martial soul true body, with a thick layer of ice and snow. It must be said that the strength of the Snow Empress is far greater than that of the Ice Empress. Although the Snow Empress would most likely lose in a desperate fight against a 99-level limit DOLOU, she would find it extremely easy to handle the 98-level Xuanzai. In other words, the Snow Empress can be considered invincible below the extreme DOLOU. Therefore, with the Snow Empress's move, the entire situation was completely reversed. What she had just used was only Empress's Chill, one of the 3 unique skills of the Snow Empress. However, even if it was just one of the 3, Xuanzai and Yan Shayaj still needed to expend a significant amount of soul power to resist. And the most terrifying aspect was that under the influence of the Snow Empress's Chill, the Ice Empress's strength seemed to have increased compared to before. Consequently, even Yan Shayaj gradually found it difficult to hold on. Xuanlao, hurry up. He called out to Xuanzai for help once again. Upon hearing Yan Shaia's cry for assistance, Xuanzai disregarded everything else. He attacked the Ice Empress again, unleashing a massive palm that carried an overwhelming force, aimed from above down onto the Ice Empress. It must be noted that Xuanzai's attack this time was still very fierce. His palm contained an incredibly terrifying Taodi power. Even if the Ice Empress were struck, she would certainly sustain serious injuries. But would the Snow Empress allow Xuanzai to attack? Not. As Xuanzai executed his Taodi divine palm, the Snow Empress also launched her attack. Compared to Xuanzai's powerful assault, the Snow Empress's strike appeared ordinary. Yet at the moment she struck out, Xuanzai's massive palm was instantly frozen by her. Empress's palm, great cold and no snow. This is also one of the 3 unique skills of the Snow Empress. The instant Xuanzai's Taodi divine palm collided with the Snow Empress's great cold and no snow. All the soul power in his body felt as though it had been frozen. Consequently, Xuanzai, deprived of soul power, became extremely vulnerable. His massive palm was frozen on the spot. Had he not burst forth with all his strength at the critical moment and retracted his palm in time, he would have likely become an ice sculpture crafted by the Snow Empress's palm. But even so, Xuanzai's hand still sustained serious frostbite. As for Yan Shaiaj, his fate was even worse. Without Xuanzai's assistance, he was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. He stood there motionless, desperately trying to use the soul power in his body to unfreeze, but his efforts proved futile. In the end, Xuanzai quickly flashed behind Yan Shaiaj and injected a large amount of soul power into his body, successfully freeing him. Now, both Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj were gravely injured and unable to continue fighting. They both stared at Zhu Dai, their hearts filled with intense shock. Finally, they couldn't help but express their astonishment, saying in a tone reminiscent of seeing a ghost, "Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Ice Snow Girl. Yuhao, you are carrying such a significant secret." Until now, they still couldn't comprehend why these 2 powerful soul beasts would choose to stay by Yuhao's side and actively protect him. Based on their previous attitudes, it seemed that Yuhao's status was even higher than theirs. Not to mention Yan Shaiaj, even Xuanzai was filled with envy. After all, these 2 are the masters of the far north. To have their protection is something that would make many people envious. So at this moment, both Yan Shaiaj and Xuanzai were overwhelmed with jealousy. Binger Zuer, kill them. At that moment, Yuhao was completely infuriated by their actions. Yes, Yuhao had considered their past friendship and did not wish to sever ties with Shrek Academy. But what had Shrek Academy done? They had repeatedly made things difficult for Yuhao, and this time they insulted him at a critical moment. As the saying goes, even a clayman can have some temper. Yuhao is not a saint. Since Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj are determined to oppose him, he will respond in kind. Thus, he issued direct orders to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress at this moment. Ice Explosion Technique. Empress's Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress were more determined than ever in their resolve to kill. Yuhao, who once had a good impression of Shrek Academy, was provoked by Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj to harbor murderous intentions against Shrek, not to mention the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. So, at this moment, upon hearing Yuhao's orders, both the Ice Empress and Snow Empress unleashed their ultimate techniques. One utilized Ice Explosion, while the other executed Ice Extreme Unparalleled, which terrified Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj to the core. Not good, run. Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj immediately realized the gravity of the situation. They didn't dare to stay a moment longer and turned to flee, their faces filled with embarrassment. And in the gap of this plain, upon witnessing this scene, a group of soul masters could not help but burst into laughter. Dubusi, no way. Xuanzai and Yan Shaiaj in this parallel world are hilarious. They were so aggressive when they arrived, but now they are beaten and fleeing. How embarrassing. Jing Hongchen, is this Taodi Duo? This is priceless. Wang Qiyuer, there's still Electrolux who hasn't made a move. I should have instructed Electrolux to step in just now and eliminate them both. The laughter continued among everyone. But at that moment, they noticed a terrifying evil spirit emerging on the screen. This caused all the soul masters in the entire gap of the plane to grow tense. Kyan Renksu said, "Oh no, Yizishui is catching up." Now, Yuhao in the parallel world is in serious trouble. Chapter 259. DD2 Chapter 259, Entering the Undead Demoplane, Yizishui is stunned. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, it became evident that Yizishui from the parallel world had led a group of evil soul masters to pursue Yuhao. All the soul masters present wore expressions of deep solemnity. After all, they knew very well that, although they were also enemies of Yuhao in the parallel world, Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj were far less powerful than Yizishui and Long Zaiao. Faced with Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj, Yuhao had little to fear because he was under the protection of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. But Yizishui and Long Zaiao were on a different level. Both were limit duoluos. Moreover, they brought along a large number of evil soul masters at the title duoluo level. How could a smaller group fight against a larger, stronger one? Thus, after witnessing this scene on the screen, many soul masters in the gap between the planes became worried. Even Bibai Dong and Kyan Renksu's expressions turned grave. Can Yuhao in the parallel world overcome these difficulties this time? They continued to watch the screen intently. At this moment on the screen, after repelling Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj with one strike, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress had no time to pursue them. They had already sensed many extremely powerful and evil spirit energies approaching from behind. Therefore, at that moment, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress could not concern themselves with scumbags like Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj. They both turned to Yuhao and said, "Master, let's go." But Yuhao shook his head. "No, they have more people and are fast. If we go directly, we'll be easily surrounded and won't be able to escape." The Snow Empress quickly asked Yuhao, "Then Master, do you have any ideas?" Yuhao nodded to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "Come in first." He no longer had time to explain. Yuhao used the ancient tree to collect the Ice Empress and Snow Empress simultaneously. After completing this step, he used his undead half-plane once again, executing the teleportation successfully. In an instant, Yuhao's aura vanished from the spot as he left Duoluo continent and arrived at the undead demoplane. This was Yuhao's plan. Since he couldn't run away, he would instead hide. After all, he had the undead demoplane, which could serve as a refuge for 10 days or half a month. When the time was up, he would find a chance to return to Duoluo continent and devise his next step. So, at this moment, Yuhao utilized his last resort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yizishui, Long Zaiao, Zhongli Wu, and others who were chasing Yuhao soon arrived at the place he had been. There were 12 of them, all of whom were titled duoluo level masters. Yuhao couldn't defeat opponents of this level with his current combat capabilities. However, because Yuhao had already hidden in the undead demoplane, Yizishui and the others did not sense his presence upon arriving at the scene. They were all taken aback. "What is going on? Where are they?" Yizishui's voice was cold, laced with anger. At this time, Zhongli Wu also spoke up. "I could sense their aura just now. Why can't I sense it now?" "Wait, those two auras belong to Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai from Shrek Academy. Could it be that those two captured him?" Long Zaiao was hesitant about attacking anyone from Shrek. He still remembered his previous relationship with Muen. Therefore, after hearing Zhongli Wu's words, he replied lightly, "If they took him away, they would certainly not escape our notice. Since we can't find him now, it means it has nothing to do with them." Zhongli Wu countered, "It's better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go. We have no other options now." Yizishui, after a brief silence, made up her mind. She said coldly, "Chase." Once she spoke, Long Zaiao dared not voice any further objections. Though he was reluctant to attack the people from Shrek due to his friendship with Muen, he recognized that the individuals here were not Muen. Therefore, while he valued their old friendship, he understood he had his limits. That limit was marked by Yi Zishui. Since she had spoken, Long Xiaoyao would naturally remain silent. Consequently, he followed the group, his expression grim, and flew directly in the direction of Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. Upon witnessing this scene, a group of soul masters couldn't help but gloat. Dubusi, I didn't expect the outcome to unfold like this. Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj from the parallel world are in big trouble. Jing Hongshan, if you hadn't pointed it out, I would have forgotten that Yuhao in this parallel world possesses both the ancient tree and the undead demiplane. Even the god realm can't detect those two spaces, so as long as Yuhao wishes, he can escape anytime, anywhere. It appears that he has successfully averted danger this time. Kaiyan Rengsu exhaled. Indeed, he is worthy of being the man I recognize. He excels even in such dire situations. But since they failed to eliminate Yuhao this time, both the Holy Spirit Church and Shrek will face dire consequences in the future. Having offended Yuhao, their fate will surely be as miserable as the Duchess's shortly. Bibai Dong chuckled, no need to contemplate the future. For now, Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj from the parallel world are in significant trouble. After all, Yi Zishui and the others still believe that Yuhao was rescued by them. They all burst into laughter and turned their attention back to the screen. And at that moment on the screen, Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj, who continued to flee, desperately tried to escape. But in the end, they were unable to evade the pursuit of Yi Zishui and the others. Accompanied by a black light slicing through the air, Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj both fell to the ground like kites with their strings cut. Chapter 260. DD2 Chapter 260 Tyrannical Xuanzai, Crazy Evil Soul Master Yi Zishui. Pop! A deafening sound suddenly rang out. After that, Yan Sheyaj and Xuanzai, who were unable to withstand Yi Zishui's attack, crashed to the ground, creating a loud noise. Suddenly, the entire ground began to show clearly visible cracks. Then, both Xuanzai and Yan Sheyaj fell to the ground in disarray. At this moment, Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao and others quickly caught up. After successfully arriving at their location, the other evil soul masters did not dare to act rashly, and Long Xiaoyao did not act casually. Instead, Yi Zishui took action directly. However, her target was solely Xuanzai. After reaching Xuanzai, she stepped directly on his chest, pressing down hard so that Xuanzai's chest sank in. Xuanzai wailed in pain. Yi Zishui, on the other hand, completely ignored his wailing. She simply looked at him with indifference and said in a cold tone, "Hand over the person." At this moment, Xuanzai was utterly confused. He thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who Yi Zishui wanted him to hand over. He hadn't brought anyone with him. He certainly couldn't hand over someone he didn't have, and as a touty dueluo, being stepped on by another woman made him feel extremely angry. His dignity was challenged, and he gritted his teeth as he faced Yi Zishui. "I advise you to let me go. Do you know who I am?" "Pa," but Yi Zishui slapped him in the face without reply. With one slap, a bloody mark appeared on Xuanzai's face, and several of his teeth were knocked out by her blow. His expression twisted in anger, but Yi Zishui grabbed his hair with her other hand, pressed him down forcefully, and smashed his head against the ground, drawing blood. Then she asked, her gaze cold. "I ask you one more question. Will you hand over the person? If you don't, you will die today." At this point, she seemed to recall what Xuanzai had just said, and annoyance flickered in her eyes as she cursed. "Who do you think you are? I won't show any courtesy to Mu En today, let alone to you. Hurry up and tell me, you'll die if you don't." She emphasized her demand by stepping on Xuanzai's face. Yan Sheyaj, witnessing this scene, felt completely exhausted. "Stop it!" He shouted in anger and prepared to confront Yi Zishui. "Calm down." But Yi Zishui dismissed him with a light remark. Then Zhongli Wu acted, punching Yan Sheyaj in the lower abdomen. Although Yan Sheyaj was knocked unconscious, at least he avoided suffering the same torture as Xuanzai. At this moment, witnessing the scene on the screen, a group of soul masters began to discuss again. "Evildoers will be punished by their evil. I can only say that he will die a good death. Xuanzai truly deserves this. He has done so many evil deeds, and now he's finally getting his retribution. He deserves it. The Soul Masters continued their chatter, and after discussing the scene where Xuanzai was beaten, all of them wore smiles of ridicule. Xuanzai in the parallel world had committed numerous evil acts, which had already caused dissatisfaction among many Soul Masters in the gap between the planes. Thus, they were all eager to see him face consequences, especially since Xuanzai had traveled thousands of miles to embarrass Yuhao, making their disdain even stronger. So when they witnessed Xuanzai being beaten, all the Soul Masters in the gap applauded with glee. At this time, Dubusi spoke up. However, I feel that the treatment of these two individuals is somewhat different. They are both from Shrek, yet Xuanzai is nearly killed by Yi Zishui, while Yan Shayaj is only controlled and suffers no harm. Jing Hongchen nodded after hearing this. Maybe this old geezer Xuanzai is just annoying. They continued to observe the screen. At this moment on the screen, after enduring a lot of torture, Yi Zishui still couldn't extract any information about Yuhao from Xuanzai. Long Xiao, unable to hold back, spoke up. He addressed Yi Zishui. It seems that it has nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would have spoken up long ago. Long Xiao glanced at Xuanzai, who was covered in blood from Yi Zishui's torment, and finally felt a hint of sympathy. Yi Zishui remained silent for a moment after hearing Long Xiao's voice, and then looked at the unconscious Yan Shayaj with a meaningful expression. Finally, she exhaled and said, "Let them go." Zhongli Wu and the others naturally released the half-dead Xuanzai and the unconscious Yan Shayaj upon hearing Yi Zishui's command. Then they began to search for traces of Yuhao nearby. On the other side, in the undead demiplane, Yuhao had no intention of returning to DOLOU continent at this moment. On one hand, he knew that Yi Zishui wouldn't easily give up if she couldn't find him. She would likely continue sending people to search around. If he returned to DOLOU continent now, he would likely be caught red-handed. On the other hand, Yuhao recognized his weaknesses. To be honest, he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Since obtaining the Ice God's inheritance and subduing the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Yuhao had sailed smoothly during this time. This had caused him to subconsciously lack a genuine sense of crisis. That was understandable. After all, he had two powerful super soul beasts protecting him. Under normal circumstances, what did he have to fear? But this incident served as a wake-up call for him. He finally understood that even though he had the protection of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, he was not invincible. For example, despite their protection, he was still in a perilous situation and had to hide in a place like the undead demiplane to survive by chance. Thus, he dared not relax any longer. After arriving at the undead demiplane, he sat quietly for a long time before finally calming down. Then he looked at the sea of skeletons and sighed. "It seems that I must keep getting stronger. My strength isn't enough to protect myself and my family. To ensure my protection and that of my family, I need to keep growing stronger." Chapter 261, DD2 Chapter 261, half a year later. Breakthrough to level 68. After taking a few deep breaths and sorting through his thoughts, Yuhao closed his eyes slightly and entered a state of cultivation. Though he initially intended to comfort Yuner and Wang Donger after their recent peril, something strange surged in his heart. Uncertain of what was happening, he found himself entering an extraordinary state of meditation. In this remarkable state, he felt he had a new understanding of soul power. As he continued to explore the use of soul power, time outside continued to pass uninterrupted. After witnessing the events unfold on the screen, the Soul Masters in the gaps between the planes began to react. Dubusi, deep meditation. Yuhao in this parallel world just escaped danger and has now immediately entered this extraordinary state of cultivation. Bibai Dong, this isn't mere deep meditation. It seems he has reached a state of unity between man and nature. In this state, the efficiency of cultivation is nearly 100 times greater than usual, allowing him to gain new insights into his power. Jing Hongchen, is it truly so? Yuhao in this parallel world is indeed terrifying. Kaiyan Rangsu, In short, the Holy Spirit Church and Shrek Academy in this parallel world are bound to be unlucky. Individuals like Yuhao are both gifted and ruthless. If they can't eliminate him directly and instead choose to make enemies, given some time for him to grow, all their adversaries will ultimately perish. The Duchess is the perfect example of this. The discussions continued, with each soul master commenting on Yuhao's current situation in the parallel world. Ultimately, all the prominent figures believed that the Holy Spirit Church and Shrek Academy were in deep trouble. After all, Yuhao's talent was undeniable, and he was cultivating a state of unity between man and nature. If they offended him, both Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit Church would have to pay a steep price in the future. They continued to observe the screen. At that moment on the screen, half a year had passed unknowingly. During this time, Yuhao remained in that special state, continuously cultivating. Although Yi Zishui was increasingly frustrated at not catching Yuhao, there was little she could do. Following the failure to find his whereabouts, she sent evil soul masters to seek Yuhao's traces in the area where he had vanished for several months. However, after months of nothing, Yi Zishui ultimately had to withdraw her forces. This meant that, if Yuhao returned to DOLOU continent now, he would find himself quite safe. In the ancient tree space, Yuhao has he been cultivating for half a year. Yuner, as always, watched Yuhao in the undead plain through the ancient tree. Without the reassurance of Wang Donger, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress, she would have been driven to madness. Her anxiety over Yuhao bordered on despair. But she was acutely aware that, apart from herself, Wang Donger, along with the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, were equally concerned for Yuhao. Thus, Yuner did her best to restrain her emotions. Today, she brought it up again. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Yuhao in the undead plane suddenly shift. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura erupted from his body. After 6 months of deep meditation, Yuhao not only made significant strides in soul power, but also broke through to level 68. Most importantly, his body and spirit had been continuously nourished by the gold of life over the past 6 months. Consequently, both his body and spirit saw substantial enhancements. At that moment, he finally opened his eyes. After carefully sensing his strength, Yuhao realized that his improvement was immense. He glanced ahead casually, and a potent mental force burst forth. Under its influence, numerous skeleton soldiers before him collapsed instantly. Switching to another martial soul, the blue-eyed crystal phoenix, a chilling aura emanated from him. In mere moments, an area of over 1,000 meters around him froze solid. Waves of icy white mist rose from the ground. The soul masters in the plane gap were left stunned. Dubusi, he has grown stronger again. He truly is a genius. Jing Hongchen, and he's nearing level 70. If I recall correctly, his ice god inheritance in the far north becomes available at level 70. Bibai Dong, and the ring, the contents should be checked now, right? Hearing this, Tang San couldn't resist twitching his mouth. Xiao Wu expressed her anticipation. I wonder what treasures lie within the ring given by De Ming and Ming. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has increased significantly. Suddenly, the voices of Bing Dai and Zhu Dai resonated within Yuhao's heart. By the way, everyone is still in the ancient tree space. Upon hearing their voices, Yuhao remembered them and promptly released the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Wang Donger, and Yuner. He greeted the Ice Empress and Snow Empress first, then turned to Wang Donger and Yuner with a remorseful expression. I'm sorry for making you worry. Yuhao embraced Wang Donger and Yuner tightly, and only after a long time did they finally calm down. At this point, Yuhao took them back to DOLOU continent. After briefly confirming that there were no ambushes nearby and that they were safe, Wang Donger asked Yuhao again, Yuhao, what are you planning to do next? Yuhao paused for a moment before finally replying, let's go to the body sect. Chapter 262, DD2 Chapter 262, Arrival at the Body Sect. Du Bu-Si and Wei Na's attention. After hearing the words, go to the body sect, from Yuhao's mouth, Wang Donger and others were involuntarily stunned. After all, they all knew Yuhao's character very well. It can be said that before this, whether it was the feud with Shrek or the pursuit by the Holy Spirit Church, the fundamental reason for these two things was that Yuhao was unwilling to be inferior to others. Wang Donger and others did not say that Yuhao was wrong to do this. It is normal for everyone to have persistence. But the problem is that now Yuhao has taken the initiative to choose to go to the body sect, which means that he has given up this persistence. After all, the body sect is different from Shrek and the Sun Moon Royal Academy. The first two, after all, are just academies. You pay tuition to learn things, and after graduation, you have nothing to do with the academy, and you can easily leave. But the body sect is a sect. Once you join a sect, there is no such thing as quitting at will. So joining the body sect, in essence, is completely different from joining Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Therefore, Wang Donger and others couldn't help but be stunned after hearing Yuhao's decision. Then Wang Donger asked Yuhao again, "Yuhao, are you serious?" Yuhao exhaled and said, "Yes." He continued, "I have thought about it. My current strength is indeed too weak. But my talent is extraordinary. In the past, I was too aggressive and became targeted by evil soul masters. Now, I can only seek the protection of a major force. Otherwise, if I am discovered by the Holy Spirit Church next time, I may not be able to escape successfully." Wang Donger asked, "But don't you want to be ordered around?" Yuhao sighed. "Yes, it is precisely because I have endured the feeling of living under someone else's roof in the Duke's mansion that I secretly vowed to never do that again. But what happened last time made me understand that freedom needs to be supported by strength. However, I don't have that ability right now. In that case, I can only endure it for a while. It's not that I haven't endured it before. Now it's nothing more than repeating the old trick. When I truly become the top powerhouse on the DOLOU continent, then I will be free to fly without restrictions." Wang Donger and Yuhao fell silent after hearing this. And the Ice Empress and Snow Empress suggested to Yuhao, "Master, if you don't want to, you can go to the far north. If we go to the far north, as many people from the Holy Spirit Church as come will die. Even if they are extreme DOLOU, they are no match for us in the far north." Yuhao shook his head. "I have considered this method. But my mother is not a soul master, and the far north is not suitable for her. I don't want her to live in such a place." The Ice Empress and Snow Empress did not persuade him after hearing this. Yuhao showed guilt on her face. She said to Yuhao, "My child, you have suffered a lot. I am holding you back." Yuhao shook his head. "Mother, don't think too much. I will arrange everything. Let's go to the body sect first." Yuhao nodded to Yuhao and agreed. "Okay." She also knew that she was powerless and could not help Yuhao. In this case, the only thing she could do was to follow Yuhao's arrangements so that he could better complete his plan. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing what happened on the screen, everyone couldn't help but sigh again. Debussy, I didn't expect that Yuhao from the parallel world would join our body sect in this way. In this respect, our body sect should thank Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit Church. Jing Hongchen, now, Yuhao from the parallel world can truly be said to have no weaknesses. After all, his biggest problem before this was the lack of protection from top forces. With the support of the body sect, even the Holy Spirit Church would not dare to act casually. Bibai Dong, as long as he is given some time to grow, once he reaches maturity, the Holy Spirit Church and Shrek will not be a concern. Moreover, their current whereabouts have not been exposed. Kayan Rangsu, this time, Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit Church are in trouble. Everyone looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, after making a decision, Yuhao rushed directly towards the body sect. Yuhao did not know the exact location of the body sect, but the people of the body sect had invited him once before at the Soul Master competition. Although Yuhao did not accept their invitation at that time, at least he obtained their contact information. So this time, Yuhao roughly learned their address through the contact information and was heading towards the body sect's location. And on the side of the body sect, in front of the huge mountain gate, countless disciples stood straight in front of the entrance. Standing at the front of the team was Du Buxi. Behind Du Buxi stood Princess Wei Na and Long Jiashan of the Heavenly Soul Empire. At this moment, all of them were waiting with seriousness. Finally, when three figures suddenly appeared in front of them, Du Buxi's eyes sparked with excitement. Finally here. Du Buxi raised his eyes and looked forward. At this time, Yuhao also walked in front of Du Buxi. Master Du, hello, I am Yuhao. This is my wife, Wang Donger, and my mother, Yuner. I believe you already know about my circumstances. Yuhao first greeted Du Buxi, then stared at him with burning eyes, wanting to see what decision Du Buxi would make after learning about his situation. Would it be to add insult to injury, or to help in times of need? But what Du Buxi said next stunned everyone in the audience. Chapter 263, DD2 Chapter 263, Yuhao, the young master of the body sect. Hello, Madam Yuner, hello, Donger. After hearing what Yuhao said, Du Buxi first greeted Wang Donger and Yuner very gently. This made Yuhao's impression of him a little better. Wang Donger and Yuner were a little flattered and replied to Du Buxi, hello. Du Buxi nodded to them again in response. After that, he once again looked at Yuhao. When he looked at Yuhao, the importance in Du Buxi's eyes became more obvious. He said to Yuhao, Yuhao, I already know everything about you. I didn't expect that you would be targeted by those bastards from the Holy Spirit Church, and I didn't expect those good-for-nothings from the Sun Moon Empire to lack the courage to protect you. But they did it for me. Otherwise, how could our body sect welcome you so quickly? So from this perspective, I should thank those bastards from the Holy Spirit Church and those good-for-nothings from the Sun Moon Empire. At this point, Du Buxi laughed. But let's get back to the point. Since you have joined our body sect, we will help you reclaim all the grievances you have suffered. What you mentioned about the Holy Spirit Church and the Sun Moon Empire just now was merely a joke. If you need it in the future, everyone in our body sect will help you get it back. He then said to Yuhao, compared to this, I want to directly appoint you as the young master of my body sect. What do you think? As the young master of my body sect, you will have the same rights as me. All the disciples of the body sect will be at your disposal, and all the classics in the body sect will be available to you. Of course, I do have a request. As the young master of the body sect, you can't deliberately harm any members of our body sect. As long as you can meet this condition, I will agree to whatever you wish to do. Du Buxi continued talking to Yuhao. Among all the remarks he made, the most shocking one was his statement that he would directly pass the position of the young master of the body sect to Yuhao. Upon hearing what Du Buxi said, all the disciples of the body sect present could not help but be astonished. They stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. After considering Yuhao's talent and Du Buxi's authority, ultimately no one stood up to oppose. They just stood there, looking at Yuhao with belief. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing the latest images played on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes were dumbfounded. Although they had expected Du Buxi to attach great importance to Yuhao in the parallel world, they did not expect him to do so to this extent. Therefore, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, everyone was filled with emotion. Jing Hongchen, I never thought that this old man Du Buxi would be so bold. That's the position of the young master. He offered it immediately. How bold. Bibai Dong, this is the treatment that a super genius deserves. The treatment from Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire is truly disappointing. Kaiyan Rengsu, this time, Yuhao in this parallel world has found a good destination. I originally thought that Du Buxi would exploit the situation like Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire. I didn't expect him to make such a choice. A group of soul masters kept discussing this. Many people who had a favorable impression of Yuhao in the parallel world were very happy for him. Of course, the happiest person was Du Buxi. After all, the parallel world's body sect is also the body sect. Seeing that the parallel world's body sect successfully recruited Yuhao, he was happier than anyone else. At this moment, he directly mocked Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire in the chat group. See, this is the treatment that a super genius deserves. What you offered him before, not even a dog would accept. You don't even have the most basic respect for a super genius. So you don't deserve him at all. After hearing what Debussy said, the senior executives of Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire turned ugly. They looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen. In fact, Yuhao was also extremely shocked by what was happening now. After all, to be honest, after what happened at Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire, Yuhao no longer had any confidence in these so-called big forces. The reason he came to the body sect this time was forced. He had prepared himself mentally before coming. Now he felt at the mercy of others. For his mother to live a normal life under the sun, he could accept making some sacrifices. But he never expected that Debussy would treat him like this. At this moment, he was silent for a long time after hearing what Debussy said. Then he thanked Debussy sincerely. "Thank you, sect master." Debussy was naturally excited beyond words when he saw this. After all, Yuhao's reaction meant that he agreed to his request. Everything he had said just now was indeed sincere. Because Debussy was genuinely acting in the best interest of their body sect, and how could they ensure their body sect's stability in the future? By having Yuhao become the sect master. After all, according to Yuhao's current talent, he would be the #1 person on the DOLOU continent in the future. In that case, the sect he belongs to will naturally become the top sect on the DOLOU continent. So Debussy had already decided. As long as Yuhao joined their body sect, he would make him the young sect leader as soon as possible. After that, he would tutor, protect, and train Yuhao. Once Yuhao matured, he would pass the position of sect leader to him. At that point, Debussy would retire. When his life was nearing its end, he could face all the ancestors of their body sect with a smile. Therefore, at this moment, he truly wished for Yuhao's well-being. Yuhao was also very aware of this, so he felt genuinely grateful to Debussy from the bottom of his heart. Okay, let's put other things aside for now. First, let's take the young master and the others to their residence to rest. Debussy was not in a hurry to discuss other matters with Yuhao. He knew that Yuhao and the others must be tired after their long journey, so he immediately asked someone to take Yuhao and the others to the residence he had arranged for them to rest. Yuhao gladly accepted it. After that, Debussy and a group of members of the body sect watched Yuhao leave. After Yuhao and the others departed, Debussy's stern voice sounded again. "I don't want anyone to spread what happened today. There are many people who are hostile to the young master, but he has not yet fully grown up, so everyone in the sect must keep the young master's affairs a secret. If I find out that anyone is talking nonsense and causing this matter to be exposed, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 264, DD2 Chapter 264, Unreserved, the entire inheritance of the body sect. To ensure Yuhao's safety, Debussy gave the order in advance. This also made all the disciples of the body sect present pay attention to this matter. After all, Debussy's character was naturally very clear to them. So, they understood that if they chose to violate the rules after Debussy had repeatedly emphasized them, they would face significant consequences in the future. "Yes, we understand." They all hurriedly agreed to Debussy loudly. On the other side, Yuhao, Wang Donger, and Yuner, led by several disciples of the body sect, had already arrived at their residence. Before coming here, Yuhao had never thought that their residence would be so spacious, because they had seen the dormitories of other members of the body sect before. The body sect was built in the mountains, so the disciples' residences were all in one area. Although those residences were not narrow, they were not as spacious compared to big cities like the Sun Moon Imperial City. Therefore, Yuhao and the others had originally thought that their residences would be similarly sized. But what Yuhao didn't expect was that upon actually arriving, they found that their residence was astonishingly spacious. The large area consisted of a flat mountaintop. The environment there was also excellent. Not only was the residence they lived in very spacious, but it was as large as a villa. The most important feature was the large open space outside the residence, which included flowers and grass and even a small pond with fish. The central area was a stone platform specially arranged by DOLOU for Yuhao to practice. Next to the stone platform was a pavilion with a table and chairs and a chessboard on the table for playing chess. It must be said that the design here was truly very thoughtful. Therefore, Yuhao was genuinely touched after seeing this scene. Several disciples of the body sect seized this opportunity to promote DOLOU, so they told Yuhao about what DOLOU had done during this period. They said to Yuhao, "Young sect master, are you satisfied with this place?" In fact, this place was not so spacious originally, but upon learning of your arrival, the sect master went to the founding clan in the Heavenly Soul Empire to find someone specifically skilled in this area. It took a lot of effort to get this area ready for you. The sect master has instructed that if you are still not satisfied, you can make changes at any time. He will make adjustments until you are pleased. Yuhao quickly replied, "The sect master is truly thoughtful. The scenery here is beautiful, and I am very satisfied." After saying that, he glanced at Wang Donger and Yuner. Sure enough, Wang Donger and Yuner shared the same sentiment. The disciples of the body sect left quickly after briefly introducing themselves to the residents. DOLOU had already instructed them to give Yuhao and his family some time to rest, so the disciples of the body sect did not dare to disturb them. Yuhao and his family were indeed tired. After everything around them became quiet, they rested for an afternoon. In the evening, DOLOU sent someone to deliver food in person. What they delivered were delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The treatment was even better than what they had experienced in the Sun-Moon Empire. So, the body sect is this wealthy. Yuhao could not help but sigh after witnessing this. The female disciple, who delivered the food, said to Yuhao, "Young sect master, you may not know this, but the meals you are having are specially ordered by the sect master and prepared for you by the chef of the royal family. The reason it is the royal family's chef is that our main sect has a close relationship with the Heavenly Soul Empire, and the source of funds for the sect comes from the royal family. So, the sect is indeed not short of funds." After the female disciple finished speaking, she added to Yuhao, "Young sect master, madam, please enjoy your meal." After the meal, the sect master said you should come over. Wang Donger blushed upon hearing the title of madam, and Yuhao smiled and nodded. Then he began to eat with Yuner and Wang Donger. After their satisfying meal, Yuhao sat down and relaxed with Wang Donger and Yuner for a while before heading to the hall where DOLOU was. At this moment, in addition to DOLOU, there were another man and woman in the hall. Upon seeing Yuhao's arrival, DOLOU was very happy, so he took the initiative to introduce Yuhao. "Yuhao, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is Princess Wei Na of our Heavenly Soul Empire. Princess Wei Na is also from our body sect. And this is the first genius of our body sect, Long Yashin. Of course, that title is outdated now. You are the first genius now." DOLOU introduced Yuhao with a smile. While introducing Long Yashin, Yuhao secretly observed him. After all, he had heard from DOLOU that this person was the original first genius of their body sect, so he was a little concerned that Long Yashin might harbor resentment against him for taking his position. But Yuhao's worries were unfounded. Long Yashin was very respectful toward Yuhao, and through his observations, Yuhao noticed there was no hostility from him. He felt relieved and engaged in a brief acquaintance with Wei Na and Long Yashin. Then DOLOU took out a storage soul guide. "This is why I specifically called you here." He smiled at Yuhao and said, "Here is the second martial soul awakening method of our sect, along with the cultivation experiences of past sect masters. Since you have become the young sect master now, these things are naturally yours. You can accept it for now and then go back and practice well. If you have any other requirements, you can ask me directly." DOLOU handed the storage soul guide to Yuhao, his face full of sincerity. After Yuhao received the storage soul guidance device, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He accepted it carefully and thanked DOLOU again. Thank you, Sect Master. Chapter 265, DD2 Chapter 265, Silver Level Awakening, Soul Power Breaks Through Level 70. At this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing the latest images on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap were emotional. I have to say that DOLOU in this parallel world treats Yuhao well. Yes, Yuhao in this parallel world has just joined their body sect, but he has already been entrusted with the most precious things of their sect. This trust is the most valuable asset. Compared to this, both the Shrek Academy in the parallel world and the Sun Moon Empire in the parallel world are much worse. Now that Yuhao in this parallel world has joined the body sect, it can be said that he has finally received his reward after all his hardships. They continue to discuss their opinions, one by one. Seeing the situation from Yuhao's perspective in the parallel world, they all developed a favorable impression of the body sect. Suddenly, many soul masters in the gap between the planes began to hold a favorable impression of the body sect. Many soul masters who had not joined the body sect, despite having the body martial soul, began to consider joining the body sect. However, on the Shrek Academy side, Xuanzai was not pleased after seeing the scene in front of him. Shrek Academy had always been a mortal enemy of the body sect, so they naturally could not stand to see the body sect thriving. At this moment, upon hearing the exchanges of everyone in the chat room, Xuanzai began to speak sourly. HMPH, what's the big deal? If Yuhao from the parallel world were willing to join our Shrek, we would offer him similar benefits. He just doesn't know what's good for him. But DOLOU spoke up again after hearing this, snorting coldly. That sounds nice, but you Shrek Academy types never show up until you see the rabbit. As long as Yuhao from the parallel world doesn't join your inner court, you won't give him any genuine benefits. Otherwise, why would he run away? Our body sect is different. Whether he joins or not, our body sect will treat him as one of our own. Xuanzai was left speechless after being rebuked by DOLOU. In the end, he could only snort coldly and say, HMPH, go ahead and be proud. Where there are people, there are contradictions. I don't believe it. Yuhao from the parallel world has just joined your body sect and has become your young master. Wouldn't the other members of your body sect be dissatisfied? Are your people so noble? What a joke. DOLOU replied indifferently, then wait and see. Everyone turned their attention back to the screen. And at this moment on the screen, DOLOU understood that the second awakening of the body martial soul was very attractive to Yuhao. Therefore, after handing over the cultivation method and experiences of the second awakening of the body martial soul to Yuhao, he did not keep him for long. Yuhao hurried back to his residence, and his pace quickened a bit. Once he returned, he immediately entered a quiet room arranged by DOLOU for him to practice, and then settled down to begin his cultivation. He first adjusted his breathing a little, then directly took out the storage soul guidance device that DOLOU had given him. This storage guidance device included a book containing knowledge about the body martial soul. Yuhao began to flip through the book, soon discovering many details. The second awakening of the body martial soul is divided into 4 levels. The lowest is black iron, the most common is bronze, the extremely rare is silver, and the strongest is gold. The gold level second awakening is the most powerful, but requires a significant amount of resources. All disciples of the body sect who achieve a gold level awakening are selected as the next successors to the master of the body sect. The masters of the body martial souls from all generations have also reached a gold level second awakening. Awakeners of the gold level body martial soul may unlock special abilities, depending on the type of martial soul. However, it can be confirmed that gold level body martial soul awakeners possess very strong burst capabilities. They can unleash 1 to 3 times their normal power for a short period when utilizing their special abilities. That said, the awakening at the gold level cannot be achieved overnight. An awakener of the silver level must break through to the title DOLOU level to attain a gold level awakening. Thus, until the cultivation reaches the title DOLOU level, the highest awakening level achievable is silver. He kept flipping through the pages. Upon completing a thorough review, Yuhao gained a clear understanding of the specific capabilities of the body martial soul. He finally grasped why the body sect was so powerful. After learning all this, a fiery determination appeared in his eyes. It seems that I have come to the right place in this body sect. Although, at my current stage, I can only complete the second awakening of the silver level. This can already significantly enhance my abilities. And if I can complete the second awakening at the gold level, when I break through to title DOLOU in the future, then my strength will become even greater. The more Yuhao thought about this, the more excited he became. Finally, he could not hold back and began to practice according to the method recorded in the book. He kept trying, and powerful mental energy surged out of his body, completely enveloping a large area around him. Finally, behind Yuhao, a layer of silver-white halo slowly illuminated as a giant vertical eye gradually opened. Yuhao's spiritual power erupted suddenly, resembling an explosion, as strong silver light radiated outward from his head, and the vertical eye on his back began to solidify. Originally, this vertical eye was pure white, but as it stared, it transformed into bronze and then silver. That's right. At this moment, Yuhao has completed the second awakening of his silver-level body martial soul. At the moment of completing the second awakening of his silver-level body martial soul, Yuhao's soul power and spiritual power both received a tremendous boost. Regarding his spiritual power, it has doubled. This is alarming, because Yuhao's spiritual power is far more formidable than his soul power. His martial soul is a top-tier spiritual martial soul, and the most astonishing aspect is that he has absorbed a significant amount of gold of life. With the nourishment of the gold of life, Yuhao's spiritual power is extraordinarily strong. Now, with Yuhao achieving the second awakening of his silver-level martial soul, his mental power has doubled, which is incredible. Yuhao's soul power has also seen substantial improvement. Thanks to this martial soul awakening, his soul power has surged straight to level 70. Although Yuhao is still unaware of his exact level, the most crucial point is that his soul power has reached level 70. Previously, he had never been able to gain the second inheritance that the ice god left for him. This was primarily because his soul power level was not high enough. But now, with Yuhao at level 70, he can head to the far north at any time to obtain the second inheritance of the ice god. Chapter 266, DD2 Chapter 266, Yuhao and Wang Donger's kiss? No, gentlemen also have to be on guard, right? Thinking of this, even though Yuhao was still at the critical moment of awakening his silver-level martial soul, he couldn't help but feel a little warmth in his heart. However, Yuhao quickly suppressed his excitement. After that, he completed the remaining steps seriously. His movements were very swift. Not long after, the second awakening of his martial soul was fully completed. Afterward, Yuhao opened his eyes again. At this moment, Yuhao felt that everything he could see had changed. Perhaps because his mental power had doubled, Yuhao noticed everything in great detail. His vision was incredibly far-reaching. Although he was sitting inside, he could see the clear texture of the leaves on a tree a few hundred meters away through the window. This enhancement made Yuhao's mood very favorable. Yuhao, did you succeed? Perhaps sensing this powerful mental energy, Wang Donger quickly came inside. When she sensed Yuhao's new energy up close, her face showed deep surprise. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and hugged Yuhao. Yes, I succeeded. Yuhao replied joyfully to Wang Donger. You're worthy of being my boyfriend, you're so strong. Wang Donger smiled and praised Yuhao. But when she said this, she suddenly felt a bit disappointed, adding to Yuhao, it's a pity that you're so good. You've left me far behind. Yuhao pulled Wang Donger away, and then kissed her cheek several times. Wang Donger was still a little downcast, because she felt she was gradually unable to catch up with Yuhao. But as the saying goes, if a kiss can't solve the problem, then kiss a few more times. This is what Yuhao did at that moment. Wang Donger was originally in a low mood, but after being kissed by him repeatedly, her face flushed, and she said to him unhappily, "Don't kiss me, don't kiss me. It'll be bad if you kiss me again." Yuhao then hugged her tightly and said, "Baby, don't think too much. You just need to be responsible for being beautiful." Wang Donger was amused by Yuhao's words, but soon rolled her eyes at him and said, "I don't want to just sit back. I also want to help you. I can't let you face everything alone." Yuhao kissed her on the cheek again. "How could that be? You're always by my side. Because you have always been with me and supported me, I dare to face everything." After hearing this, Wang Donger felt a rush of warmth. She didn't expect Yuhao to be such a smooth talker, showering her with sweet words. When she looked at Yuhao with soft eyes, she playfully shoved him down and then unexpectedly hopped onto him. "Yuhao, you're playing with fire." The scene quickly became inappropriate for children. What annoyed the soul masters in the gap between the planes was that the dam screen was mosaicked at this critical moment, obscuring their view. All they could hear were the kissing sounds between the two. The soul masters in the plane gap became increasingly frustrated. Okay, a gentleman should be on guard, right? Is this fair? What about sharing? How abominable. The more they listened, the more irritated they became. Kaian Rangsu and Bibaidong, mother and daughter, awkwardly changed the subject. "I didn't expect that Yuhao in this parallel world would get such a great opportunity. His strength has improved a lot." "Yes, and the most important thing is that he is already at level 70. If nothing goes wrong, he will soon be able to go to the far north to obtain the second inheritance of the Ice God. His strength will likely see another significant boost. And then there's the matter of acquiring the 7th martial soul. The 7th soul ring is crucial for a soul master because the 7th soul skill represents the martial soul's true body. Having a martial soul true body versus not having one are completely different concepts." They continued their conversation. At this moment, the mosaic on the screen had completely faded. What appeared was the scene outside Yuhao's residence. Long Yashin was seen standing at the door, expressing his desire to meet Yuhao. Jing Hongchen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Long Yashin, what is he doing here?" Xuan Zai sneered. "What else can he do? I said it long ago. Yuhao from the parallel world suddenly became the young master of the body sect, and there will be dissatisfied people. I think this Long Yashin is the first to come and cause trouble." Dubusi replied, "Do you think that everyone in my body sect is as narrow-minded as you?" Xuan Zai felt a surge of anger at this response. "Then we shall see." They turned their attention back to the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao, after learning of Long Yashin's arrival, stepped outside, but his clothes were a bit disheveled. Of course, Long Yashin didn't pay attention to these small details. Upon seeing Yuhao, he went straight to the point. "Young sect master, excuse me, do you have time now?" Yuhao replied to Long Yashin, "Yes, but Yashin, what do you want to discuss with me?" Long Yashin said directly, "Young sect master, you know that before you arrived, I was the first genius of the body sect. After you came, I became the second genius. I'm saying this without any ulterior motives, and I don't dare to question the sect master's arrangements. However, I want to have a spar with you, young sect master, and I hope you will grant my request." After finishing his words, he looked at Yuhao with a determined expression, waiting for his reply. At this moment, Princess Wei now rushed forward and said to Yuhao, "Young sect master, don't worry. Yashin is just a stubborn person. He truly only wants to learn from you. He holds no other intentions." Yuhao smiled and agreed. "Okay, then let's learn together privately. Only God, the earth, and the two of us will know about it. How about that?" Long Yashin happily agreed. "Okay." Then he followed Yuhao directly to the empty training ground behind the residence. Although Princess Wei Na had an interest in watching, she felt too embarrassed to follow, considering Yuhao's earlier words. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the unfolding scene, Dubusi glanced coldly at Xuan Zai, and his voice turned icy once again. "I've said it before, our body sect members are never as petty as you." Chapter 267, DD2 Chapter 267, Battle with Long Yashin, the powerful Yuhao. Xuanzai was speechless after being mocked by Du Buxi again. Because facts speak louder than words, at this moment on the screen, Long Yashin was upright. He didn't have the slightest chance to show his face. Therefore, Xuanzai could only accept Du Buxi's mockery honestly. It's just that Du Buxi's words were very sharp, and in the past, he and Xuanzai had a long-standing grudge. So when he mocked, he said more and more excessive things, which made Xuanzai furious. In the end, Xuanzai could only curse in his heart with anger. "Damn it, you better not let me catch a chance, otherwise I won't let you go." After a round of ridicule, Du Buxi saw that Xuanzai was silent and felt bored, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him. At this moment, other soul masters in the Plane Gap began to talk about Long Yashin. Although this Long Yashin is indeed an upright guy. But he is not the opponent of Yuhao in the parallel world, right? That's what I said, but is it embarrassing to not be the opponent of Yuhao in the parallel world? Who among his peers can beat him? Everyone kept talking about it. But after discussing this, they suddenly realized something. Although Long Yashin in this parallel world is not as good as Yuhao in the parallel world, it seems that this is not a shameful thing. Because among his peers, no one can beat Yuhao in the parallel world. So what if he lost? Caiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong, on the other hand, didn't care about Long Yashin at all. What they cared about was only the strength of Yuhao in the parallel world. So the two began to communicate. Bibai Dong, although there is a huge gap in strength, it is still an opportunity to show off after all. Yuhao in the parallel world has just completed the second awakening of the silver-level martial soul, and his strength has increased greatly. This is just right, so I can see what level his strength has improved to. Caiyan Rengsu, yes, I am also very curious about his strength. Everyone looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after entering the training field, Yuhao and Long Yashin did not waste too much time. Yuhao looked at Long Yashin in front of him and smiled gently. "Yashin, please." Long Yashin did not look down on Yuhao at all. In fact, he attached great importance to Yuhao. Because although he had not seen Yuhao fight in person, he had heard about his performance in the Soul Master competition. And the most important point is that he believed in Du Buxi's judgment. He had never been dissatisfied with Yuhao because this was Du Buxi's choice, and Du Buxi's choice was correct. The reason he chose to challenge Yuhao at this time was that he recognized Yuhao and wanted to fight with a strong man of the same age. So at this moment, he was not arrogant at all. After hearing Yuhao's voice, he nodded to Yuhao, but soon, he seemed to merge with the entire training field. Heaven and man are one. Is this the first genius of the body sect before? Yuhao saw at a glance what state Long Yashin was in at the moment, and it must be said that Long Yashin's strength was very strong. Among all the opponents he had met, Yuhao was willing to call him the strongest. Even Ma Xiaotao from Shrek Academy was inferior to him. Therefore, his expression quickly became serious, his eyebrows slightly raised, and 6 soul rings, black, white, red, emerged directly from under his feet. An extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. 400,000-year soul rings, this is 2. Even Long Yashin couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Yuhao's 6 soul rings appear. After all, Yuhao's soul ring combination was too outrageous. The first soul ring was 10,000 years old, and why was the second soul ring white? Long Yashin also felt it was outrageous, and the most outrageous thing was the next 4, all of which were red and 100,000 years old. So, in Long Yashin's opinion at this moment, none of Yuhao's 6 soul rings were normal. Even he couldn't help but twitch his mouth after seeing this scene. But Long Yashin was still Long Yashin after all. After a brief twitch of his mouth, he quickly came back to his senses. He first summoned his soul rings, and suddenly 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black appeared under his feet. Then he made a strange movement with both hands in front of his chest, raising his right hand, with the palm facing left and the fingertips facing down, and then raising his left palm with the fingertips facing up, with the palm facing his right hand. After completing this simple movement, a layer of bright light was released from him. In the bright and transparent light, he looked like a jade sculpture. But Yuhao didn't care about him so much. He was a spiritual soul master. If Long Yashin didn't take the initiative to attack him, he was too lazy to get close, so he directly controlled his spiritual power to attack Long Yashin with a fierce soul shock. The light on Long Yashin's body dissipated instantly, and his whole spirit became a little dazed on the spot. He never dreamed that Yuhao's spiritual power would be so strong. Although he still had an advantage in level, Yuhao's attack just now had already made him feel a splitting headache. He dared to say that if Yuhao hadn't shown mercy, he might have been killed in an instant just now. And Yuhao also smiled at Long Yashin at this time and said, "Yashin, if you don't attack me, you may not be able to hold on to the next spiritual attack." Long Yashin became more and more certain of his guess in his heart. That is, Yuhao just must have the ability to kill him directly. At that moment, his respect for Yuhao in his heart became even greater. "I understand." He nodded to Yuhao with a serious face and then separated a part of his soul power to protect his head. After that, he rushed forward suddenly. Without any extra movements or releasing soul skills, he raised his right hand and made a sweating gesture towards Yuhao. Suddenly, the entire competition stage shook slightly. Yuhao, who was in front of him, felt that his opponent was not only Long Yashin, but all the air between the world, and even the sunlight became part of the enemy. Although the strange phenomenon did not appear, in Yuhao's eyes, there was a feeling that the world had changed color. Is this a fighting skill that combines heaven and man? Yuhao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and let out an exclamation. Chapter 268, DD2 Chapter 268, Long Yashin was convinced. In front of him, I was like a toy. Battle skills are a very special skill in the DOLOU continent. This skill is similar to self-created soul skills. They are both created by soul masters. However, compared to the self-created soul skills, battle skills are undoubtedly more mature and powerful. Even Yuhao has not mastered this skill yet. Therefore, at this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Long Yashin use this skill. However, battle skills are not invincible. Although Long Yashin's lethality after using the battle skills is very strong, Yuhao's mental strength is also ridiculously powerful. So at this moment, after witnessing Long Yashin's powerful move, he became much more serious. He increased his mental power output again and fiercely directed it toward Long Yashin. What he used was still just the plain and simple soul shock. But the soul shock skill is truly useful against enemies whose mental power is far inferior to his own. So at this moment, as Yuhao increased his mental power, Long Yashin felt as if his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer when struck by Yuhao's soul shock. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Then, accompanied by a thump sound, Long Yashin fainted, not knowing what had happened. Yuhao was naturally unharmed, but he had used too much mental power just now, so Long Yashin would not wake up for a while. He could only scratch his head helplessly and then ask someone to move Long Yashin to a bed. At this time, Weina also came over and was stunned when she saw Long Yashin's appearance. "Young sect master, is Yashin okay?" Princess Weina asked, worry etched on her face. Yuhao smiled gently when he heard this. "It's okay, I just accidentally hit him too hard and knocked him unconscious. Let him sleep for a while." He quickly asked someone to make tea for Weina. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the image that appeared on the screen, the soul masters in the gap were dumbfounded. "Jing Hongshan, I didn't expect that Yuhao in the parallel world has become so powerful. Just look at the mental attack he just executed. Who can withstand it? As long as it's not a mental attribute, I feel that even an 8-tringed soul DOLOU would be defeated by him in one move. Kong Deming, it's truly astonishing." Bibai Dong, the higher the level of this spiritual master, the more abnormal it becomes. After all, they specialize in mental attacks, and most soul masters, even at the level of titled DOLOU, have not specially cultivated their mental power. So, if you encounter a mental master like Yuhao in the parallel world, it's really like a scholar meeting a soldier. it's hard to explain. No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful your moves are, you will kneel when a soul attack hits you. Kyan Rengsu also agreed. Yes, spiritual power soul masters are indeed formidable after reaching a high level. And the most outrageous thing about Yuhao in this parallel world is that he possesses twin martial souls. Once he encounters an enemy he can't handle with spiritual power attacks, he can simply switch to his blue-eyed crystal phoenix to deal with it, and then the enemy will have another headache. Bibai Dong, I can only say that Yuhao in this parallel world is indeed becoming more and more invincible. They continued discussing this when, at that moment on the screen. After a while of waiting, Long Jiaxin finally woke up. After waking up, he subconsciously wanted to fight at first, but he was hit hard by Yuhao's spiritual power and felt a bit mentally weak at the moment. Though he would be fine after resting for a while, continuing to fight was out of the question. As soon as he was about to start practicing, he felt a headache, and Yuhao smiled and said to him, "Yashin, the winner has been decided. You should go back and practice some more." At this point, he did not forget to remind Long Yashin, "But let's not continue today. Go back to sleep and take a rest." Upon hearing this, Long Yashin smiled bitterly and thanked Yuhao. "Thank you, young sect master, for showing mercy." Then he did not stay with Yuhao any longer, and quickly bid farewell to him. After leaving Yuhao, Princess Wei Na could not help but ask Long Yashin questions. "Yashin, what happened to you before? Is the strength of the young sect master really that terrifying?" Long Yashin responded with lingering fear. "Terrifying, very terrifying. Compared to him, I'm like a toy." Wei Na was dumbfounded when she heard this. She was well aware of Long Yashin's character. He was always fearless. In the past, none of his peers could convince him. But now, he gave Yuhao such high recognition, and even admitted that he was just a toy in front of Yuhao. This left Wei Na feeling astonished. So she asked Long Yashin again, "No way, young master, is he really that powerful? What is his cultivation level?" Long Yashin replied, 6 rings. Princess Wei Na found this outrageous. 6 rings? Can 6 rings make you feel this way? Long Yashin smiled bitterly. "That's why I say he's terrifying. He may be 6 rings, but his spiritual power is stronger than that of an 8-ring soul duo. And he's unreasonable. He directly crushes me with his spiritual power. At the beginning of the battle, his spiritual power came at me fiercely. If he hadn't shown mercy, I wouldn't even have been qualified to fight." The more Long Jiaxin thought about it, the more he admired Yuhao. He has such a personality that he admires the strong the most. And Princess Wei Na could probably feel how powerful Yuhao was from Long Jiaxin's description. Indeed, if it is really as Long Jiaxin said, then meeting Yuhao would indeed leave people feeling powerless. She exhaled and said, "Forget it, let's go back. Now you have fought and you have achieved what you wanted. Go back and rest." Long Jiaxin nodded to Wei Na, then added, "Tomorrow I will go to the sect master to see if there's any way to cultivate my spiritual power." Wei Na's mouth twitched. "You still want to challenge the young sect master?" Long Jiaxin replied, "Not for now, but I might try later. It's rare to meet such a powerful opponent. As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to be challenged." The two left quickly. On the other side, Yuhao's side. Seeing the two leave, Wang Dong'er also smiled slightly. They left. Yuhao smiled lightly. "Yeah, they left. They were quite friendly. I thought he would blame me because of his status as the young master." Wang Dong'er smiled and replied, "Not everyone is as petty as the people from Shrek." After that, she asked again, "By the way, what are your plans for the future? I remember you said before that the inheritance of the far north can be obtained at level 70. Are you planning to go to the far north?" Yuhao nodded. "I will go, but this time you have to accompany me." Chapter 269, DD2 Chapter 269, Departure, Heading to the Far North Again. After hearing what Yuhao said, Wang Dong'er was slightly stunned. But she could understand why Yuhao wanted to take her to the far north at this time. Wang Dong'er had just completed a breakthrough in her cultivation not long ago, successfully reaching level 40. So Yuhao's plan to take her to the far north must have been to help her obtain a soul ring. However, she was still a little worried about Yuhao. After hearing Yuhao's arrangement, she said hesitantly, "But this will leave Auntie alone in the body sect." Yuhao smiled when he heard this, and his eyes became much gentler as he looked at Wang Donger. He touched her cheek and said with a smile, "Silly, this is the body sect. My mother is very safe here, and there are people taking care of her on weekdays, so there's no problem." Wang Donger was silent for a moment, and Yuhao quickly spoke again. "And don't you think we haven't had a world of two for a long time?" He smiled and continued, "You haven't been to the far north, and you probably haven't visited the nearby cities. This time we go there, I will take you to have some fun. Besides, after going to the far north, you can also get a 100,000-year soul ring. Didn't you always say that I left you too far behind? I'll let Zuer and Binger find you a suitable 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice." Wang Donger felt a little happy when she heard this, but after a moment of joy, she couldn't help but ask Yuhao, "Is it okay? But wouldn't it be too much? You are the descendant of the ice god, and the soul beasts in the far north are willing to sacrifice for you. This is no problem, but how can I be worthy of it?" Yuhao smiled and replied, "You are the wife of the ice god." Wang Donger blushed at this, and Yuhao added, "Don't worry, I will never treat the soul beasts in the far north unfairly, and I will bless them with luck. I never force things, and I will choose only those soul beasts who are willing to do it. If they don't want to, then I can choose some soul beasts with less than 100,000 years." Finally, Wang Donger agreed when she heard this. Then she said to Yuhao very obediently, "Well, shall I go tell Auntie?" Yuhao smiled and said, "Let's go together." The two of them then headed to inform Yuhao about their arrangements. Yuhao naturally didn't mind after learning about their plans. In fact, she supported Yuhao and Wang Donger going out together. After all, Yuhao and Wang Donger are now grown up, and something can happen between them. However, Wang Donger felt shy, and if she stayed by Yuhao's side all the time, there would be no chance for her to develop something with Yuhao. So they had to let them go out and spend more time alone together. When the time comes, the two of them will be in the same room, and maybe a spark will fly, allowing her to hold her grandchildren. After thinking this, how could Yuhao refuse them? Yuhao didn't even have time to agree. And in the gap between the planes. After learning about Yuhao's thoughts in the parallel world, a group of soul masters couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a wonderful mother. With her here, Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world will have no worries. And Yuhao in the parallel world is generous as well. He directly thought about getting a 100,000-year soul ring for Wang Donger. "I'm so envious." A group of soul masters in the gap between the planes kept discussing this. Not to mention other soul masters. Even Wang Donger and Yuhao, in the gap between the planes, were very envious of the scene in this parallel world. Wang Donger was naturally very envious of the relationship between Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world. Although her relationship with Yuhao was also very good, to be honest, she felt that their relationship wasn't as pure as that of Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world. Because Wang Donger and Yuhao in the parallel world had always been in a state of mutual support. As for her and Yuhao, although it was the same at the beginning after Yuhao went to ice and fire Yin-Yang Well for her last time and became disabled, she felt a bit guilty towards him. Consequently, she had turned herself into a gentle and virtuous girl when facing Yuhao. But this was not her true self. However, Wang Donger in the gap between the planes did not need to act like this. She could be herself very freely, which made her envious. And Yuhao was even more envious of his counterpart in the parallel world. In the same timeline, Yuhao in the parallel world had far surpassed him in strength. What made him most envious was the progress of the relationship between his parallel world self and Wang Donger. If it was in the same timeline, he was still an exchange student at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy at this time. But what about Yuhao in the parallel world? He had already confirmed his relationship with Wang Donger, and now he had done everything he should and shouldn't do, except for the last step of physical intimacy. So Yuhao truly envied himself in the parallel world. He felt a pang of jealousy after witnessing this scene. And at this moment, in the parallel world, after informing Huo Yuner of their plans, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger received Huo Yuner's strong support. Therefore, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger did not waste much time and planned to set off immediately. However, this was still the body sect after all, and Huo Yuhao was now the young master of the body sect. So before he left, he had to go to Du Bu Si to report. He quickly went to the sect master's hall to report to Du Bu Si, but of course, he didn't disclose what he was specifically going to do. Du Bu Si did not ask too much and gave Huo Yuhao, the young sect master, full freedom and respect. He understood and did not want to restrict Huo Yuhao too much. After hearing the last part, he simply asked Huo Yuhao, "Then, do you need someone to protect you?" Huo Yuhao shook his head, "No." Du Bu Si replied, "Then be careful and don't stay too long." Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger agreed, and then they set off without wasting any more time. Chapter 270, DD2 Chapter 270, Wang Donger breaks through. Huo Yuhao accepts the ice god inheritance again. After leaving the body sect, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger naturally headed for the far north. Huo Yuhao also fulfilled his promise to Wang Donger and took her around. But perhaps because they were too shy, the two never took the last crucial step. Huo Yuhao didn't care about it. He was not in a hurry at all. Even if he waited another 2 years, it wouldn't matter. After about half a month, they finally arrived in the far north. Upon arrival, it was completely the home turf of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. Under the leadership of the Ice Empress, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger first came to the Ice Empress's territory to wait. The Snow Empress, as always, went directly to find those 100,000-year soul beasts willing to sacrifice themselves. In fact, Wang Donger didn't hold out much hope at the beginning. After all, she was not Huo Yuhao, and other soul beasts had also worked hard to cultivate to 100,000 years. Normally, if their lives were not coming to an end, how could they be willing to sacrifice themselves? However, she underestimated the status of the ice god in the hearts of the soul beasts in the far north. For the soul beasts in the far north, Huo Yuhao's status was akin to Gu Yuina's in the hearts of the soul beasts in the Star Du Great Forest. As long as Huo Yuhao needed it, all the soul beasts in the far north would dare to obey his word. Although Wang Donger was not the descendant of the ice god, the Snow Empress stated that she was the future wife of the ice god. So when they learned that Wang Donger had a need, many 100,000-year soul beasts began to volunteer. When the Snow Empress brought a large number of 100,000-year soul beasts, Wang Donger was stunned. She had never seen such a scene before. At that moment, she was shocked, her mouth trembling as she said to Huo Yuhao, "This is too much, right? So there are so many 100,000-year soul beasts in the far north." Upon hearing this, Bingdi added, "Yes, mistress, there have always been many 100,000-year soul beasts in the far north. The reason people feel that there are few soul beasts is mainly due to the vastness of our territory. While the soul beasts of thousands and 10,000s of years are indeed not as prevalent as those in the Star Du Great Forest, if we're talking about 100,000-year soul beasts, we have more in our far north. Because soul beasts of this caliber live in the core area of the far north, an area that soul masters do not visit." Wang Donger finally understood after hearing Bingdi's explanation. Then she asked Huo Yuhao to help her choose soul beasts. After all, though she was the one obtaining the soul ring, her understanding of her martial soul wasn't as deep as Huo Yuhao's. Huo Yuhao was academically inclined. He had learned all the martial soul knowledge from Shrek Academy. Although Wang Donger also wanted to learn, she felt a headache after studying for half an hour or an hour, so she had to give up in the end. Sometimes, even when all the knowledge is in front of you, being able to learn it is a different matter. "Let's take this one," Huo Yuhao said, selecting a 100,000-year-old extreme ice-light tiger. Though this soul beast dwelled in the extreme north, it was a dual-attribute soul beast of ice and light. Wang Donger's martial soul was still the goddess of light butterfly, so the soul ring absorbed must be related to the light attribute. If there hadn't been an extreme ice-light tiger, it wouldn't have mattered. Considering the age of the soul ring, it would have been acceptable. but since the ice light tiger was available, there was no other choice. Thus, Yuhao chose Wang Donger immediately. Roar! The ice light tiger dashed out without hesitation. It felt honored to be chosen by Yuhao, and quickly stepped forward to sacrifice itself for Wang Donger. Wang Donger sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and carefully absorbed the soul ring. Because it was a sacrifice, she absorbed the soul ring very easily this time. There was no hindrance during the entire process. She sat there and absorbed the soul ring effortlessly. After that, her soul power level directly broke through to level 44. 4 levels in a row. Wang Donger was elated. She finally understood how Yuhao became so strong so easily. It seemed effortless. It turned out that absorbing 100,000-year soul ring could facilitate such rapid advancement. Okay, now that your spirit ring has been absorbed, it's my turn, Yuhao said to Wang Donger with a smile. Wang Donger nodded, and Zhu Dai asked Yuhao, Master, how about you keep a soul ring slot open first? Wait until you receive the inheritance of the ice god. Yuhao nodded at Zhu Dai, acknowledging, that's the plan. After that, he summoned his ancient tree once again. The ancient tree responded to Yuhao's request immediately, and as it appeared, bursts of dazzling light emanated from its body, leading Yuhao directly toward the ice god altar. Yuhao brought Wang Donger, while the Ice Empress and Snow Empress closely followed, arriving at the mysterious altar again. The ancient wood activated the altar once more, and a huge spatial crack appeared again. Is this the Ice God altar? The Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Wang Donger, and others displayed shock on their faces upon seeing this scene. Although they had heard Yuhao describe the matter before, witnessing it with their own eyes was still a tremendous shock. At this moment, they were all stunned, filled with awe at the sight before them. And in the cracks of the plain, a group of soul masters expressed their anticipation. After all, they all understood how terrifying the ice god's inheritance was. Yuhao had already gained a lot during his previous acquisition of the first part of the inheritance left by the ice god. And this time, the inheritance was said to be the complete legacy of the ice god. The more they thought about it, the more they looked forward to it. They couldn't help but wonder how strong Yuhao would become after receiving this part of the inheritance. Chapter 271, DD2 Chapter 271, Goodbye, Sky-Swallowing Ice Python, arrived at the land of inheritance. With great anticipation, the soul masters in the Plain Gap looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, under the gaze of Yuhao and others, the space crack that suddenly appeared in the air began to grow larger and larger. Initially, it was only about 10 meters long and wide, but it gradually expanded to a size of about 50 or 60 meters long and wide. Then, a huge python head poked out directly from the space crack. The python's body was white, but its eyes were ice blue. Its body was extremely massive. The width of its head alone was 40 to 50 meters. When considering the snake body that slowly stretched out from the large opening, it must have been thousands of meters long. After witnessing this scene, Wang Donger, Bingdi, and Zudi were shocked once again. The three of them stood there in a daze, like statues. After a moment, as they regained their senses, Bingdi and Zudi quickly knelt before the giant snake, their expressions becoming extremely respectful. This is Lord Swallowing Sky Ice Python, so the legend is true. However, Yuhao's expression remained calm. On one hand, as the descendant of the ice god, he did not need to salute the Swallowing Sky Ice Python in front of him. On the other hand, he had known the Swallowing Sky Ice Python for a long time. So he acted with much more composure. Respected inheritor, I am glad to meet you again, the Sky-Swallowing Ice Python said respectfully after recognizing Yuhao. Then it asked him again. Excuse me, what is your purpose for returning this time? Yuhao smiled gently and said, to accept the remaining inheritance of the ice god. The sky-swallowing ice python was a little surprised after hearing Yuhao's answer. After all, from its perspective, Yuhao had only just left the inheritance place for a short time. However, it soon carefully sensed the aura emanating from Yuhao's body and sighed. You are indeed worthy of it. Then it said to Yuhao, In that case, please come to me. I will take you to the place of inheritance. Yuhao immediately stepped forward and asked the sky-swallowing ice python, "Can my companions come too?" The sky-swallowing ice python replied, "Of course, you have the authority to decide whether they stay or go." Yuhao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." The sky-swallowing ice python responded, "That's what I should do." Then it allowed the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Wang Donger to climb onto its back. Next, it shuttled into the space crack behind it once again. The surrounding space became very strange, sometimes dark and sometimes bright, revealing countless stars that surprised the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who were witnessing this for the first time. However, they did not dare to inquire further and could only stay behind the sky-swallowing ice python, listening to its conversation with Yuhao. Yuhao began to ask the sky-swallowing ice python, "Once we arrive, can you accept the inheritance?" The sky-swallowing ice python replied, "Yes, you can accept the inheritance once you reach the inheritance site. However, the ice god has set 2 final tests for you, each corresponding to a reward. One of the tests was devised by the ice god himself, while the other was set up by another esteemed individual, the original owner of the ancient tree." Yuhao became very curious upon hearing this. He had a thorough understanding of the ice god, so he didn't have many questions regarding that aspect. However, he knew nothing of the other esteemed individual mentioned by the sky-swallowing ice python. From previous conversations, it appeared that the owner of the ancient tree was even more noble than the ice god. It seemed that his ability to obtain the ice god's inheritance was largely due to the favor of the owner of the ancient tree. Intrigued, he asked the sky-swallowing ice python, "Senior, can you tell me about that individual? What kind of test will he set for me?" The sky-swallowing ice python only shook its head. "Respected inheritor, it is not convenient for me to disclose this matter. The inheritance from that individual comes after the ice god's inheritance. You are only eligible to partake in that individual's test after you have completed the ice god's assessment and obtained the complete inheritance. I apologize for my rudeness, but I cannot disclose any details regarding that individual's inheritance before then." Yuhao smiled helplessly upon hearing this, but he did not dwell on it too much. However, the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Wang Donger, standing nearby, were all astonished after overhearing their conversation. Through Yuhao's exchange with the sky-swallowing ice python, they concluded that this other individual held a distinguished status, sparking their curiosity regarding who this could be. Why were they so respected by the ice god of the far north and considered the only servant of the ice god? Who was this being? And in the gap between the planes, the god of destruction harbored similar thoughts. Looking at the scene displayed on the screen, he appeared a bit dazed. At that moment, Yuina seemed to discover something. She had been staring at the ancient wood and suddenly recalled a memory, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. "It's not what I thought. If that's the case, it's truly unsettling." She gazed back at the screen, her expression serious. At this moment, guided by the sky-swallowing ice python, they finally arrive in another space. This space was completely different from the one Yuhao went to last time. The previous space had frozen all the time. However, Yuhao was keenly aware of the differences between this space and the last time. "We're here, respected inheritor. Please come down," the sky-swallowing ice python announced. It motioned for Yuhao and the others to disembark. Yuhao and his companions naturally complied without hesitation. But as soon as they descended, they were met with a terrifying chill. This made Yuhao, Bingdi, and Zudi feel even more shocked. All 3 of them were composed of extreme ice, yet they still felt cold at this moment. What was going on? Chapter 272, DD2, Chapter 272, Eternal Ice Heart, The Secret of the Ice God. Feeling the coldness that they haven't felt in many years again. Whether it was Yuhao, the Ice Empress, or the Snow Empress, a strong sense of surprise appeared on their faces. But Yuhao soon realized that even he and the others felt a chill here. So, what about Wang Donger? She didn't have the ultimate ice, wouldn't she feel even colder? He immediately looked at Wang Donger beside him and found that she was shivering from the cold. Even though she had a soul power cultivation level of 40 at this moment, she was still using her soul power to fend it off. However, she couldn't endure this terrifyingly low temperature. Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this and immediately ordered the Snow Empress beside him. "Zuer, protect Donger." The Snow Empress immediately complied, not daring to be careless. "Yes, master." She stretched out her finger, and a blue light appeared on it. Then, the Snow Empress flicked her finger, and the blue light floated into Wang Donger's body. Wang Donger originally felt very cold. But as the blue light entered her body, a transparent light shield suddenly appeared around her. Although the light shield did not create warmth for Wang Donger, it protected her inside, allowing her to see that the cold outside was being resisted by the blue shield. She began to activate her soul power again, and soon her body gradually warmed up, with her previously pale face turning rosy. "Madam, stay here and don't go any further. If you remain here, the cold current from the outside world won't be able to penetrate this barrier." The Snow Empress reminded Wang Donger. Wang Donger nodded and agreed with the Snow Empress after hearing this. After confirming that Wang Donger had resolved the crisis, Yuhao asked the sky-swallowing ice python beside him, "Senior, what is going on? We are all ultimate ice, so why do we still feel cold?" The sky-swallowing ice python laughed when he heard this and replied to Yuhao, "Because the temperature here is lower than what your ultimate ice can withstand." Speaking of this, the sky-swallowing ice python gestured to Yuhao, "Respected inheritor, look to your 6 o'clock direction." Yuhao looked in the indicated direction and soon saw a strangely shaped altar with a blue heart in the center. The heart emitted dazzling rays of light, and the air there seemed much colder than theirs. The sky-swallowing ice python asked Yuhao again, "Did you see it, respected successor?" Yuhao looked puzzled as he replied, "I saw it, senior. Is that a heart?" The sky-swallowing ice python confirmed, "Yes, it is a heart. That thing is called the Eternal Ice Heart." Upon hearing the phrase, Eternal Ice Heart, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were unable to contain their shock. They both exclaimed, "What? It's the Eternal Ice Heart." Yuhao asked the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, "Zuer Binger, do you know what the Eternal Ice Heart is?" The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress nodded to Yuhao, and then the Snow Empress explained, "Master, we naturally know what the Eternal Ice Heart is. This is the heart of our entire far north." Yuhao was stunned after hearing this. Isn't this far north just a piece of land? And if it is land, how can it have a heart? The Ice Empress added, "Master, it is normal for you to feel confused. But we want to tell you that our far north does indeed have a heart. This Eternal Ice Heart is it. Moreover, the Eternal Ice Heart contains the purest and most extreme ice power in our entire far north. It is precisely because of the existence of the Eternal Ice Heart that our far north is cold all year round. If one day the Eternal Ice Heart were to disappear, our far north would lose its ice and become like other areas on the DOLOU continent." Yuhao was surprised to hear this. However, after listening to the explanations of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, he finally understood what the Eternal Ice Heart was. He asked the sky-swallowing ice python, "Senior, then what is the purpose of bringing me here?" The sky-swallowing ice python responded, "Yes, it is as you think. The first test that Lord Ice God left for you is to gain the recognition of the Eternal Ice Heart." Yuhao raised his eyebrows in confusion. "Recognition, not refining it." The sky-swallowing ice python replied, "Yes, it is recognition. Because the Eternal Ice Heart contains all the power of the entire far north, it cannot be refined. But you can gain the recognition of the Eternal Ice Heart. In fact, before this, the luck from the far north that you obtained also belongs to the power of the Eternal Ice Heart. But that is only a small part of its power. Now, if you are recognized by the Eternal Ice Heart, you will immediately become the new ice god. Except in the far north, outside of it, it doesn't count. But at least in this far north, all the spiritual power of heaven and earth is at your disposal. Here, you are the master of everything, and you can easily control everything here. At the same time, the source power contained in the Eternal Ice Heart will help your martial soul evolve, allowing your second martial soul to evolve into a true eternal crystal phoenix. That is the true essence of the ice god. Yuhao was stunned for a long time after hearing this and then concluded. He asked the sky-swallowing ice python, "So, that means?" The ice god is not a real god. The ice god is only the god of the far north. Once you leave the far north, the ice god is no longer the ice god. The sky-swallowing ice python nodded at him after a moment of silence. Chapter 273, DD2, Chapter 273, Accept the Inheritance. Frozen for 2 years. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the soul masters there didn't know much about the so-called gods. So, they were watching the communication between Yuhao and the sky-swallowing ice python on the screen, and many soul masters felt perplexed. Because there were not only soul masters in this gap between the planes, many gods from the god realm were present as well. Thus, after witnessing the earlier scene, they all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. The first to sigh was the god of destruction. So that's it. The so-called ice god is just a creature recognized by the far north. Strictly speaking, it can't be considered a real god because it doesn't have a throne. And this explains why the throne of the ice god can't be found in the god realm. The god of destruction had sorted everything out. He had always been very curious about the ice god. Any god, especially one with a specific name like the ice god, must have a throne in the god realm. But the god of destruction couldn't recall the existence of anyone called the ice god in the god realm. Now, according to Yuhao and the sky-swallowing ice python's explanation in the parallel world, it all made sense. The so-called ice god is not a real god, which is why it has disappeared with time. Seeing this, Cyan Renksu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. But in this case, the power that Yuhao in the parallel world can obtain from the ice god is very limited. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot surpass the power of the native DOLOU continent. And as long as it is the power of the native DOLOU continent, at most, it can only reach the level of a demigod. I even suspect that unless Yuhao in the parallel world can truly refine the eternal ice heart, he can only use the eternal ice heart to exert the strength of an ultimate DOLOU at most. Bibai Dong smiled faintly and said, "But no matter what, this is enough for Yuhao in the current parallel world, isn't it? After all, his current soul power level is only level 70. Speaking of this, Bibai Dong quickly added, "And to be honest, compared to the inheritance of the ice god, I have always been more curious about the ancient tree. I had expected the matter of the ice god. After all, it does not have a real divine position. But I always feel the ancient tree is not simple." Cyan Renksu nodded, "Indeed. But don't be afraid. As long as Yuhao in the parallel world completes the first test of the ice god, the next second test will be related to this ancient tree. I believe that by then, the mystery of this ancient tree will gradually be revealed." The soul masters in the gap between the planes were confused, but the gods were watching with great interest. They still hadn't figured out the real origin of the ancient tree until now. For these gods, the unknown has always been the most intriguing, hasn't it? Only Tangsan smiled secretly. He said to himself in his heart, "What ice god? Nothing more than that. If that's the case, Yuhao in this parallel world will eventually not be able to escape my means." They continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after telling Yuhao all the secrets of the ice god, the sky-swallowing ice python did not rush Yuhao. Instead, it informed him of the risks he would have to take if he accepted the inheritance. It said to Yuhao, "Okay, respected inheritor, next you should make your final choice. Do you choose to continue to accept the inheritance of the ice god, or do you choose to give up? These two choices come with their advantages and disadvantages. Please think twice before you act. If you choose to accept the inheritance, once successful, you will gain a significant increase in strength. Especially as long as you are in this extreme north, you will become the master of this world, and you can mobilize the ice power of the entire extreme north at will. However, you should also know that everything has its advantages and disadvantages. If you choose to accept the inheritance, you will need to bear the corresponding risks. The risk of accepting the inheritance is, of course, failure. Once you fail, you will be frozen here forever. Unless the eternal ice heart is broken in the future, you will always remain an ice sculpture here. Of course, you can also choose to give up, but in that case, the eternal ice heart will deprive you of the luck of the far north. And you will have no connection to the far north. The sky-swallowing ice python kept speaking. And when it mentioned the latter, its eyes were filled with deep seriousness, waiting for Yuhao's final choice. After hearing this, Yuhao smiled bitterly and said to the sky-swallowing ice python, "Senior, what you said leaves me no room for choice. Let's get started now." Upon hearing Yuhao's reply, the sky-swallowing ice python showed a look of relief. Then it said to Yuhao, "In that case, step forward and touch the eternal ice heart with your finger. The next test will depend on you." Yuhao immediately stepped forward after hearing this. The closer he got to the eternal ice heart, the colder the surrounding air became. Finally, he stood in front of the eternal ice heart, then stretched out his finger and gently touched it. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a terrifying wave of coldness surged toward him. In the blink of an eye, Yuhao was transformed into an ice sculpture. And the white area returned to silence. Because this space was not frozen in time, after about 3 days, the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress, and Wang Donger were sent back to the far north. The sky-swallowing ice python told them that if Yuhao succeeded next, he would naturally come back to find them. But if Yuhao failed, his connection with the far north would be severed, and as servants, the luck of the far north carried by the Ice Empress and Snow Empress would naturally dissipate. So they could just go back and wait with peace of mind. Whether they succeeded or not, they would be able to sense it. However, Bingdi, Zudi, and Wang Donger didn't expect that they would wait for 2 years. Chapter 274, DD2 Chapter 274, 8 Rings, Parallel Yuhao becomes the new ice god. 2 years. Wang Donger, the Ice Empress, and the Snow Empress never thought that Yuhao would need 2 years to absorb the eternal ice heart this time. If it weren't for the fact that the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress could always feel that the luck they had obtained from Yuhao's body still existed during this period, they would have doubted whether Yuhao had truly failed. But no matter what, for 2 years, they definitely couldn't just stay in the far north and wait foolishly. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were fine, but Wang Donger felt uncomfortable staying in the far north. On one hand, it was inconvenient for her. On the other, she was worried about Yuner. Now that Yuhao was no longer with Yuner, Wang Donger believed she had the obligation to take good care of Yuner on behalf of Yuhao. First of all, Yuner needed her to stabilize her emotions. Although the body sect was good and there were disciples to look after her, it was not the same as having relatives by her side. Of course, Wang Donger also needed to explain the body sect. Therefore, even if Wang Donger was indeed worried about Yuhao in her heart, she finally chose to let the Ice Empress take her back to the body sect. However, without the undead demi-plane and ancient tree, the Ice Empress could not stay in the body sect directly. After leaving Wang Donger in the body sect, she returned to the far north to wait with the Snow Empress. Now, before they knew it, 2 years had passed. One day after these 2 years, in the inheritance land. Crack, crack. With a sudden burst of strange sounds, the ice sculpture of Yuhao in the inheritance land finally melted. Drops of crystal water emerged from his body. After that, Yuhao gradually returned to his original appearance. And in the gap between the planes. After witnessing this scene, the Soul Masters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were not the ones undergoing the test, they had watched Yuhao in the parallel world, and they all held a good impression of him. So, when they saw that Yuhao in the parallel world had not been able to pass the test for a long time, they were genuinely worried. At this moment, they finally saw the ice on Yuhao's body melt, his eyelids slightly raised, and he slowly began to recover from that state. They couldn't help but smile and started to discuss it. Finally, success. I was scared to death. 2 years have passed on screen. I almost thought he was going to fail. Yes, those 2 years felt like an eternity. Fortunately, it's finally over now. I just don't know what level Yuhao in the parallel world will reach this time. Bibai Dong and Kayan Rengsu in the gap between the planes couldn't help but start to converse at this moment. Kayan Rengsu, Mother, it seems Yuhao in this parallel world has finally succeeded. What level do you think his strength will be raised to this time? Bibai Dong, at least it should be level 70, right? I even think there's a chance he could reach level 80. Bibai Dong quickly expressed her thoughts. Then, like everyone else present, she looked at the screen again. At this moment on the screen, as the ice on his body completely melted, a light blue aura also radiated from Yuhao. He stood there for a long time with a calm expression. Finally, an extremely powerful aura gushed out from his body. Then, a huge crystal phoenix appeared behind him. This time, the crystal phoenix that emerged from behind Yuhao's body was much purer than before. The entire crystal phoenix looked crystal clear, flashing with dazzling light. Afterward, 8 soul rings, black, white, red, 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 and red, emerged directly from under his feet. 8? How could it be 8? He hasn't absorbed any soul rings in the past 2 years, so where did the 8 soul rings come from? Could it be the soul rings that the eternal ice heart gave him? Many soul masters in the gap between the planes were shocked after witnessing this scene. First, they were surprised by Yuhao's apparent strength in the parallel world, but soon they scratched their heads in confusion as they did not understand what was happening. But at this moment on the screen, as the 8 soul rings appeared simultaneously, a faint smile appeared on Yuhao's face. His eyes finally opened, and then he smiled and said, "Finally succeeded. I have gained the recognition of the eternal ice heart. Now, I am also the new ice god." He snapped his fingers, and all the wind and snow in the surrounding world dissipated instantly. Then he shouted in one direction of the space, "Where is the sky-swallowing ice python?" The massive sky-swallowing ice python suddenly appeared. However, at this moment, the latter also obviously realized that Yuhao had completed the assessment. As he continued to look at Yuhao, his eyes expressed a strong sense of respect and awe. "Congratulations on gaining the recognition of the eternal ice heart, respected ice god." The way he addressed Yuhao had changed as well. And on the other side, in another location in the far north, as Yuhao successfully gained the recognition of the eternal ice heart and became a true ice god, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress both felt the improvement in their luck. So the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress embraced each other excitedly. The two beauties hugged and said, "Master, it seems to be successful." "Great, let's tell the mistress." After that, they used the soul guidance device that had been reserved to contact Wang Donger of the body sect. On the other side, in the body sect, after learning that Yuhao had succeeded, Wang Donger was so ecstatic that she couldn't express it in words. She couldn't help but first share the good news with Yuner, then hugged her and exclaimed, "Auntie." Yuner took the initiative to say, before Wang Donger could speak, Go find him. You have suffered a lot in the past 2 years." Wang Donger agreed, her eyes glistening with emotion. Then she hurriedly rushed out of the main body sect. Chapter 275, DD2 Chapter 275, The Secret of the Ancient Tree, Dragon God. At this moment, in the inheritance land, after successfully obtaining all the inheritances of the ice god, Yuhao carefully checked his current strength for a long time. Through his investigation, he learned that his current soul power cultivation was about level 85. His first and second martial souls also obtained the 7th and 8th soul rings at the same time. In fact, Yuhao himself did not remember exactly when he obtained these 4 soul rings. However, after completing the test of the eternal ice heart, Yuhao did sense a powerful force being injected into his body by the eternal heart. After that, he successfully woke up. So now Yuhao thinks carefully. If these 4 soul rings are from the hand of the eternal heart, then they were probably obtained at that time. But in fact, what Yuhao cares about most now is not this. It is his next second assessment. After all, he has now completed the first assessment and become the ice god of the far north. So there is no need to dwell on the first assessment for the time being. He can think about it slowly in the future. But the assessment of the ancient tree is different. From the past to now, Yuhao's understanding of this ancient tree has always been very limited. Now he finally has a chance to truly comprehend the ancient tree, so he will naturally not give it up. He immediately spoke to the sky-swallowing ice python beside him, saying, "Sky-swallowing ice python, let's start my second assessment." But what surprised him was that the sky-swallowing ice python was silent for a moment after hearing what he said. Then it responded, "Lord Ice God, although you have now obtained all the inheritance of the previous ice god and become the new ice god, you will still face great danger when accepting this inheritance. The risks you may encounter may not be less than those of the previous assessment. This assessment is different from the previous one, and you are not forced to participate. However, once it starts, unless you pass the assessment, you will only end up dead. So, I want to ask you again carefully, do you still plan to participate in this assessment?" The sky-swallowing ice python looked at Yuhao with a serious expression. After hearing what the sky-swallowing ice python said, Yuhao nodded to him seriously. "I'll participate." The sky-swallowing ice python could only respond with a serious face. "I understand." Then he opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly emerged from within. After seeing the emergence of this 9-colored light, all the soul masters in the plane gap were a little excited. After all, although the sky-swallowing ice python in the plane gap had not yet stated it clearly, everyone with discerning eyes could tell that the next thing Yuhao in the parallel world would do was the ancient tree assessment that all of them had been looking forward to. This made many soul masters, who were very curious about the ancient tree, feel excited. Many of them awaited the revelation of what kind of divine object this ancient tree was, so at this moment, they all looked at the screen with serious expressions. On the other side, Gu Yuina also stared at everything before her with a serious face. She had doubted the identity of the ancient tree not long ago. But at this moment, with the familiar 9-color light emerging from the mouth of the sky-swallowing ice python, Gu Yuina became increasingly certain. She gazed at the screen with great regret. "It's true, just as I guessed. But why didn't this thing appear in our world? If it could also appear here, then I might be able to lead our soul beasts back to the god realm." She murmured to herself in great dissatisfaction, and even the god of destruction seemed to have caught some clues at this moment. His face turned extremely grim. "This 9-color light, it can't be." Everyone looked at the screen with their ulterior motives. At this moment on the screen, with the appearance of the 9-color light, the ancient tree carried by Yuhao seemed to become animated. It flew quickly toward the air. Yuhao stared at the spot for a long time with a look of astonishment, finally realizing that the piece of ancient tree he had originally been in had flown into the 9-colored light emitted by the sky-swallowing ice python. Then, the shape of the ancient tree gradually changed, transforming from its irregular form into a strange statue shaped like a dragon. The ancient tree dragon statue quickly floated back to Yuhao's body, and he naturally grabbed it. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the god of destruction finally managed to squeeze out 2 words hysterically after witnessing this scene. "Dragon god." Of this name, a group of gods from the god realm were naturally stunned. Even gods like Kaian Rengsu and Bibaidong, who had never been to the god realm, instinctively felt their souls tremble upon hearing those 2 words. The god of goodness and the god of evil frowned and said, "Dragon god, god of destruction, do you mean that thing is related to the dragon god?" Yes, in this case everything makes sense. Why is this ancient tree so magical? It turns out it is related to the dragon god. The god of destruction's expression turned deep and solemn. But in this case, things have become serious. No matter who it is, as long as they obtain the remains of the dragon god, they need to be paid special attention. After all, the dragon god is too powerful. Even if he only gains a slight benefit from it, if he can't use it properly, it will bring great harm to the entire universe. Not to mention Yuhao, a terrifying genius in the parallel world. There are too many unpredictable factors when a genius like him obtains the remains of the dragon god. The god of evil remarked, "That being said, we are unsure whether this thing truly belongs to the dragon god. Even if it does, what is its function? We must continue to observe." The god of destruction nodded in agreement. But the happiest person among those present was Tang San. As a law enforcer in the god realm, he understood better than anyone how troublesome it could be if someone got involved with the dragon god. So Tang San almost couldn't help but laugh at this moment. He believed that no matter how malevolent Yuhao in the parallel world was, as long as he was connected to the dragon god, his parallel self would have a reason to strike directly against him. And as long as that was the case, wouldn't it be easy to control Yuhao in the parallel world? No matter how talented he was merely an ordinary person. But he, Tang San, was the God King. If it came down to just dealing with Yuhao in the parallel world, it would be a straightforward task. Chapter 276. DD2, Chapter 276. The Ancient Tree Assessment begins, fighting the 9-colored dragon shadow. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but feel better and better. However, to prevent others from discovering his emotions, he deliberately suppressed them and didn't show too much. As he continued to look at the screen, he appeared increasingly proud. At this moment on the screen, as Yuhao grabbed the ancient dragon's statue directly in his hand, a dazzling 9-color light suddenly emerged from the statue. Seeing this 9-color light appear again, the sky-swallowing ice python knew that the ancient tree's trial was commencing. So it respectfully said to Yuhao, "I wish you success, Lord Ice God." Under its gaze, Yuhao was quickly sucked into the mysterious plane of the ancient tree by the ancient dragon statue. Upon entering the ancient tree space, he found a 9-colored dragon phantom in front of him. The phantom of the 9-colored dragon was not particularly huge. It was about the same height as him. However, for some reason, when Yuhao looked at the phantom, he couldn't help but feel a sacred and powerful sensation in his heart. After witnessing this scene, the god of destruction in the crack of the plane had a completely grim expression. As expected, the 9-colored divine dragon. Is this the dragon god or something else? It seems Yuhao in this parallel world has truly obtained the inheritance of the dragon god. I hope that I in the parallel world find out as soon as possible and respond in time. Before this revelation, the god of destruction had genuinely admired Yuhao in the parallel world. But now it was completely different. Because of the identity of the dragon god, the potential threat was too great. This was an existence that they could not sit idly by and watch in the god realm, and they would never want to see the birth of a second dragon god. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prohibited soul beasts from becoming gods all these years. Therefore, although the god of destruction had always wanted to catch Tang San in the parallel world off guard before this, he suddenly hoped that Tang San would take action against Yuhao. Once Yuhao obtained the inheritance of the dragon god, or even became the new dragon god, he could pose a significant danger to the god realm. This was intolerable to the god of destruction. As he continued to watch the images on the screen, his expression became increasingly solemn. At this moment on the screen, the shadow of the 9-colored dragon paused momentarily, and then an ancient and reverberating voice rang out in the peculiar ancient tree space. "Congratulations, you have obtained the qualification for the assessment. Next, you will be assessed. Assessment content: defeat this 9-colored dragon shadow." The voice quickly dissipated as it finished speaking. Then, the shadow of the 9-colored dragon began to move extremely quickly. It spread its wings and, with a swish sound, flashed directly in front of Yuhao, striking him hard in the face. Facing the opponent's attack, Yuhao did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his spirit eye martial soul and unleashed a mental attack. However, the 9-colored dragon before him seemed different from another soul masters Yuhao had encountered. It displayed significant resistance to mental attacks, so Yuhao's mental assault had little effect. Seeing this, Yuhao quickly switched to his second martial soul, the Eternal Ice Crystal Phoenix. He waved his hand, and the entire ancient tree space transformed into a frigid world of ice and snow. However, the attack from the 9-colored dragon phantom was unaffected. It charged through the wind and snow, slapping him once more. At this moment, Yuhao formed two strange gestures with his hands, and suddenly, countless ice spikes, each 1 meter thick and dozens of meters long, erupted from the ground in front of him. The ice spikes pierced the flesh of the 9-colored dragon phantom fiercely, lifting it into the sky. If it were an ordinary human, they would have died from Yuhao's previous attack. But the vitality of the 9-colored dragon was resilient. Even after its flesh was directly pierced by Yuhao's ice spikes, it produced a furious dragon roar, shattering the ice spikes that had risen from the ground. The injuries on the body of the 9-colored dragon phantom were healed in an instant due to its roar. After witnessing this, Yuhao clenched his fists and summoned two massive icebergs, tens of meters high, which crashed into the 9-colored dragon phantom in the middle. The 9-colored dragon phantom planted its forelimbs firmly to block Yuhao's attack. Though it managed to stifle the attack, it appeared to have no chance of recovery. "It seems it's time to put an end to this battle," Yuhao said calmly. Then, he transformed his spirit body into a gigantic eternal, ice crystal phoenix. Flapping his enormous wings, a massive ice storm erupted in the area ahead. The ice storm instantly drew the 9-colored dragon phantom into it, continually slicing its body. At this moment, Yuhao, now a gigantic eternal ice crystal phoenix, raised his head high, condensing a colossal ice attribute energy cannon with a radius of several dozen meters above him. He roared again, and the enormous energy cannon shot toward the 9-colored dragon phantom in the next instant. A deafening explosion echoed, and then a vast area in front of it was devastated by this energy blast, creating a hole hundreds of meters wide. The 9-colored dragon phantom within the hole gradually dissipated completely under the force of that energy. In the gap between the planes. After viewing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chapter 277, DD2 Chapter 277. Xiao Wu's Curiosity. What on earth was written in the treasure bag left behind by damming? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing the battle between Yuhao and the 9-colored dragon shadow on the screen, all the soul masters present were shocked. The strength displayed by Yuhao in the parallel world was terrifying. He was only an 8-ring soul duo, yet he had already mastered two extremely powerful abilities: changing terrain and creating things out of thin air. Especially the latter. When Yuhao in the parallel world demonstrated his ability to create things out of thin air, many soul duos and titled duos in the gap between the planes were left dumbfounded. Those soul duos couldn't believe they could do what Yuhao had just done. With just a few gestures, he could transform anything into something else. This ability was indeed too abnormal. And to be honest, it wasn't just the group of soul duos. Even some title duos below level 95 were terrified after seeing the strength displayed by Yuhao in the parallel world. They thought that if they were to fight Yuhao, they would surely be defeated by his two abilities. The most terrifying aspect was that Yuhao in the parallel world possessed more than just these two abilities. What they witnessed earlier was the horror he unleashed after using his martial soul avatar. They finally understood why the eternal ice crystal phoenix could become the ice god of the far north. Indeed, this martial soul was vastly superior to the ice jade emperor scorpion or the ice snow girl. Particularly, the terrifying ice attribute energy ball used by Yuhao in the parallel world had truly left many title duos in the gap trembling with fear. As a result, many soul masters in the gap couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Yuhao in this parallel world has become so terrifying. Moreover, he is only 8 rings, yet he already possesses combat power beyond that of an ordinary title duo level. According to the strength he just displayed, I fear only super duo level opponents could contend with him. But how long has it been? In just 2 years, Yuhao in the parallel world has improved so much. I truly don't know how terrifying he could become if given more time. These people from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit Church may be in serious trouble. Many soul masters continued to discuss this matter. Amid this conversation, Dubusi keenly noted another point. He hasn't started cultivating soul cores yet. Given Yuhao's talent in this parallel world, I believe he can strive for the yin-yang complementary twin soul cores. Although his current ability isn't enough to cultivate even one, once he successfully cultivates it, his strength will greatly increase. Dubuxi expressed his opinion. After hearing Dubuxi's perspective, Jing Hongchen couldn't help but sigh. Really? It seems that Yuhao in this parallel world may possess strength comparable to a super Duoluo even before reaching level 90. What will happen when he breaks through level 90 in the future? The more he contemplated, the more terrifying it felt. Everyone present also considered this, and they all gazed at the screen together. However, at this moment, the soul masters in the gap between the planes realized that the screen had changed again. It turned out that the 9-colored dragon phantom suddenly rushed to Yuhao's body and transformed into a huge tattoo on his back in the parallel world. Yuhao looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't decipher its meaning. Not long after, he noticed that the brocade bag he had obtained from Tai Tan and Niu Tian was emitting light. Upon seeing this, the soul masters in the plane gap quickly remembered the brocade bag. Hey, that brocade bag. It seems that Tai Tan and Niu Tian gave it to Yuhao. They mentioned showing it to him when he was capable. That's right, Yuhao is indeed much stronger now than before. Now he is certainly qualified to look at the contents of the brocade bag. The soul masters in the plane gap began to discuss constantly. They had initially forgotten about this matter. After all, too many things had happened to Yuhao in the parallel world recently, and the issue of the brocade bag had felt somewhat distant, so it was understandable for them to temporarily forget. But now, as the light from the brocade bag reappeared, all the soul masters in the plane gap became curious once more. They were eager to discover what was inside the brocade bag that Tai Tan and Niu Tian gave to Yuhao. At this moment, all the soul masters in the plane gap focused on the screen in unison. Xiao Wu was also very curious. She stared intently at the screen and asked Tang San beside her. Finally, we're about to find out what's in the brocade bag. Brother San, what do you think Damming and Erming in the parallel world will have put inside? Tang San's mouth twitched upon hearing this, but he quickly replied to Xiao Wu, it's difficult to guess. Let's continue watching. They continued to observe the screen. Then on the screen, the narration read. With the sudden appearance of light, Yuhao also noticed the brocade bag. He began trying to use his mental power to break the seal of the brocade bag. However, the seal of this brocade bag was very strong. Even though Yuhao continuously injected mental power into the brocade bag, he only succeeded in breaking the seal after expending considerable effort. After that, he opened the brocade bag and reached inside, discovering a piece of parchment in an ancient style. Upon opening the parchment, Yuhao found it was very large, twice the size of a normal envelope. The parchment had irregular edges and appeared as if the sheepskin had not been cut after being made. This primitive form further enhanced its original ancient appearance. At this moment, Yuhao stared at the parchment. Chapter 278, DD2 Chapter 278. I beg you not to tell Donger, and go pick the immortal herb for her. At a glance, Yuhao saw a lot of densely packed text on the parchment. However, he was not upset by this. He patiently continued to read the parchment. Yuhao, when you see this letter, I believe you are already capable of handling this matter. The two of us, the old man and my second brother, decided to entrust this task to you after much hesitation. Please don't shy away from this matter. The reason we must do this is that we are left with no choice, so I hope you will understand. Moreover, this is indeed for the future happiness of both you and Donger. When Yuhao saw this, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his expression became more solemn. The content in the parchment had captured his full attention. He continued reading and soon came to the next part. Donger was born in the Clear Sky sect. She has suffered from congenital deficiencies since childhood and has a weak physique. To improve her health, my second brother and Donger's parents tried everything possible. However, nothing seemed to work. When she was 3 years old, we discovered she had a strange illness. This condition was very peculiar. You know that at the age of 3, a person's martial soul is still dormant and takes 6 years to awaken. But Donger's martial soul awakened directly at the age of 3, and 2 of them awakened simultaneously. Her already fragile body faced an enormous burden due to this martial soul mutation, resulting in significant hidden trauma. If you look closely, you'll find that when Donger overuses her abilities, a golden pattern resembling a trident appears on her forehead. That pattern is a seal imposed by her father to suppress the trauma within her body. Her parents have been away from the Clear Sky sect all year to find natural treasures to treat her illness, leaving my second brother and me to take care of her. At one point, her father mentioned that the hidden injuries in Donger's body could only be suppressed by the seal until she turned 20. If her injuries weren't healed by then, she might. Yuhao kept reading the contents of the parchment. After reading this, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He was indeed worried about Wang Donger's condition. But more importantly, he felt confused. He and Wang Donger had shared a bed for so many years, yet he had never noticed anything wrong with her condition. Wang Donger had promised him that there would be no secrets between them, and there never would be. Now, Yuhao was sure he had never heard Wang Donger mention anything from the parchment. If that were the case, what did this mean? Contemplating this, his suspicions deepened. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel bewildered after seeing the contents of the parchment. Even she didn't know what was being said. Her expression turned strange as she looked at the parchment on the screen. Tang San, standing beside her, started to sweat profusely. Although he remained there, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Wu had not spoken until now, but he sensed that she might be questioning him. Thus, Tang San felt truly worried at that moment. Yuhao let out a sigh of relief after noticing this. It's true. When he previously saw the brocade bag, he had already guessed its significance. After all, he had gone through a similar experience once. So he could somewhat predict its contents. But for Yuhao in the gap between the planes, what he was most curious about was how Yuhao in the parallel world would handle this situation. He believed he had sacrificed everything for this purpose. Though he later realized he had been deceived, he dared to give everything for Wang Donger. But what about Yuhao in the parallel world? Did he share the same courage? With these thoughts in mind, Yuhao continued to observe the screen. Wang Donger and Wang Qi were beside him also kept a serious expression as they watched intently. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao is still looking at the contents of the parchment. He saw Niu Tian's continue writing. After constant searching, Donger's parents finally found an immortal herb that can cure her hidden injuries. However, this immortal herb is extremely difficult to obtain. Its requirements are very specific. It must be a man who has a romantic relationship with Donger and treats her as his only lover, using his blood and sweat to retrieve it. If you attempt to forcefully pick this magical herb, it will only get damaged and lose its effectiveness. It has an appropriate name: Yearning Heartbroken Red Immortal Herb. We have tried various methods to collect it, but have failed each time. To preserve this last glimmer of hope, we can only endure, waiting for the one who loves Donger deeply to appear. Donger's parents have searched for other alternatives for her, but Donger is now 17 years old. She is drawing closer to 20, yet her parents have not returned, and hope is dwindling. So, when we learned of your existence, we felt immense joy. We placed great hope in you. I ask you again, please collect the immortal herb for Donger. This is for your future happiness and Donger's life. Moreover, Donger's life is now on a countdown, so I implore you not to delay. After reading the contents of the parchment, please help Donger pick the immortal herb as soon as possible. One last thing I must explain to you is that the reason for the seal on this letter is that Donger does not know she is secretly injured. To allow her to grow up happily, we did not disclose this information to her. We love her dearly and only hope for her safety. Therefore, we beg you not to reveal the truth to her until you bring back the yearning heartbroken red. Even if you ultimately do not succeed, we hope that she can find happiness in her final moments. Chapter 279, DD2, Chapter 279, Returning to the Far North, the choice of Yuhao in the parallel world. The map below indicates the location of the yearning, heartbroken, red, immortal herb. It is a place full of dangers, the habitat of soul beasts. The area where the yearning, heartbroken, red, immortal herb grows is even more perilous. A detailed introduction to the flora in that area is provided below the map. After you arrive, you must first locate a book that Donger's father left behind. It records the differences between various immortal herbs and aqueducts, and will guide you in finding the yearning, heartbroken, red, immortal herb. The location where the book is buried is marked in detail on the map. You must find the book first before searching for the immortal herb. Don't risk venturing too deep. Finally, if you truly love Donger, then go. We await your good news, but please prioritize your safety. The last signature reads, Niu Tian. After reading all this, Yuhao stood motionless, deep in thought. From the content, it seemed Niu Tian had justified himself. He was puzzled about why Wang Donger had never mentioned this matter. Niu Tian clarified in the letter that Wang Donger herself was unaware. Thus, Yuhao should have chosen to believe it and proceed directly to the mark on the map. Yet, for some reason, he felt something was amiss and hesitated. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, Yuhao regarded his counterpart in the parallel world with a touch of contempt. He hesitated. Sure enough, Master Xuan was right. A parallel world is indeed a different realm entirely. If it were me, I would never hesitate concerning this matter, because my love for Donger is unwavering. But Wang Qier shook her head. But he didn't say he wouldn't save her, he just sensed something was off. Yuhao replied, but he hesitated. Wang Qier argued, he simply didn't want to be manipulated by others. After all, he trusts Wang Donger. He might not fully trust Niu Tian and Tai Tan. This is a significant difference between him and you. He only trusts those he knows well, while your trust can be a bit blind. She used to admire Yuhao, but after comparing him to Yuhao in the parallel world, she realized her feelings were not as strong. So when Yuhao began to belittle his counterpart, Wang Qier stood up in defense of him. Even Wang Donger was at odds with Yuhao in the parallel world in her heart. While Yuhao in their original world had disregarded everything for her, she believed the Yuhao from the parallel world would certainly confront the situation with her. To be honest, this was what Wang Donger truly wanted. She sighed and said nothing more. Meanwhile, in another part of the gap between the planes, Xiao Wu could not contain herself after reading the recent contents. She was a bit angry, because she could assertively state that the contents of the parchment were unfounded. Where did Wang Donger get sick? Where did this rumor originate? At this moment, she turned to Tang San beside her and asked, Brother San, do you know anything about this? Tang San broke into a nervous sweat upon hearing Xiao Wu's question. However, he quickly gathered himself, saying, Xiao Wu, how could I possibly know about this? After all, this happened in a parallel world, which is different from ours. Moreover, as a law enforcer in the God realm, I have been busy maintaining order there. How could I have time to worry about such matters? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression darkened. I know this has nothing to do with you, Brother San. You are not that kind of person. Then this must have been caused by De Ming and Ming. As Xiao Wu spoke, her voice rose. This prompted both Tai Tan and Niu Tian to twitch their mouths in unison. Although they had mentally prepared for such reactions, they were still startled by Xiao Wu's sudden outburst. Sister Xiao Wu, you can't wrongly accuse us, they both exclaimed. But Tai Tan and Niu Tian quickly added, Xiao Wu, this all took place in the parallel world. We haven't done anything wrong here. What does this have to do with us? If you're looking for someone to blame, you should confront Tai Tan and Niu Tian in the parallel world. You still say you didn't wrong us. Initially very angry, Xiao Wu started to reflect on what Tai Tan and Niu Tian had said. After a moment of silence, she decided to let it go. The soul masters in the gap between the planes continued to observe the screen. At that moment, the screen displayed. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhao seemed to come to a decision. He studied the 9-colored dragon tattoo on his body again, but could not discern anything further for the time being, so he temporarily gave up. Then, he asked the sky-swallowing ice python to take him back to the far north. He soon found the Snow Empress in the far north again. "Master, you are finally back." Upon seeing Yuhao's return, the Snow Empress couldn't help but embrace him. Yuhao inquired about Wang Donger and the Ice Empress's whereabouts. After the Snow Empress explained, Yuhao finally grasped what had transpired. He then asked her about the situation mentioned in the letter from Niu Tian. "The world is vast, nothing is impossible. But Master, I roughly know where the place Niu Tian mentioned is." Zhu Dai first responded to Yuhao's inquiry, then asked, "So, Master, what are your plans?" Yuhao smiled faintly. "What else can I plan? Let's go find Donger and Binger first. We must discuss this matter together." Chapter 280, DD2 Chapter 280, Xiao Wu tortured Tai Tan and Niu Tian. "Didn't you say you didn't know?" After hearing Yuhao's response, Zhu Dai quickly nodded. Then she set off directly with Yuhao, heading towards the direction of the body sect, ready to find Bing Dai and Wang Donger. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After witnessing Yuhao's choices in the parallel world, many soul masters in the gap continued to praise him. In their view, Yuhao's approach in the parallel world was correct. No matter what dangers they faced, since they were two people in love, they must confront it together. If what Niu Tian and Tai Tan said was true, hiding such an important matter from Wang Donger was, in fact, a lack of trust. Everyone has the right to know about their physical condition. The actions of Niu Tian and Tai Tan undoubtedly deprived Wang Donger of that right. Even if their intentions were good, this approach was inappropriate. Therefore, after observing what Yuhao had done in the parallel world on the screen, many soul masters in the gap praised his decision. Of course, in this gap, some thought Yuhao's behavior was misguided. Among this group, the most notable was Yuhao himself in the gap. This was the first time he had shown such disdain for his parallel world counterpart. In Yuhao's opinion, the way he handled this incident in the original world was truly correct. Yuhao in the parallel world should have tackled the issue alone, just like he did, instead of burdening Wang Donger with such cruel news. Thus, after seeing the scene on the screen, he snorted and shook his head. "Humph, in the end, isn't it because he doesn't dare to go? He doesn't truly love the Donger in the parallel world at all." Wang Donger frowned slightly upon hearing this. Wang Kia, enraged, prepared to retort. But unexpectedly, at that moment, the screen displaying the parallel world switched off. Then the screen showing the original timeline fragment appeared again. Upon seeing this, all the soul masters in the gap between the planes could no longer contain themselves. Damn, no way. At this critical moment, they're changing the channel again. Is this done on purpose? This is too much. Yeah, who cares what Yuhao in the original timeline is doing? With his cowardice, what's so interesting? Many soul beasts in the gap couldn't help but express their dissatisfaction. But ultimately, they had no power to change this fact. They could only continue to watch the scenes from the original timeline, their expressions helpless. However, they have to say that the scenes from the original timeline were exceedingly dull. The clip currently playing showcased the exchange student finishing his studies and preparing to return to Shrek. Frankly, it wasn't worth watching. Because, in the same timeline, Yuhao in the original time and space had already surpassed level 80, and everything he experienced was far more thrilling than that of Yuhao in the parallel world. Eventually, viewers realized that Yuhao in the original timeline also received a treasure bag from Tai Tan and Niu Tian. This revelation piqued everyone's curiosity. So, did Yuhao in the original timeline also get a treasure bag? When will he open it? I want to see how Yuhao in the original timeline will handle the same situation. Many soul masters in the gap began to chatter. Xiao Wu, her expression ugly, questioned Tai Tan and Niu Tian, who were nearby. "Ming, Ming, didn't you say you didn't know? Then, why did you send the treasure bag to Yuhao here?" Tai Tan and Niu Tian were sweating profusely. They stood in silence, at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. At that moment, a new significant event appeared on the screen. allowing Xiao Wu to pause her interrogation of Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Tai Tan and Niu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave an imploring glance toward Tang San. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu focused intently on the screen. And at this moment on the screen, although Yuhao in the original time and space relied solely on his abilities, he still could not open the treasure bag. However, with the help of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, he was able to successfully open it. Thus, he also discovered the contents of the treasure bag. The contents of the brocade bag were the same as those in the parallel world. However, the choice made by Yuhao in the original time and space was entirely different from that of Yuhao in the parallel world. Yuhao in the original time and space quickly turned pale upon seeing the specific contents, and even the hands holding the letter began to tremble. He continued looking down, but the more he read, the more frightened he became. After finishing, he bit his lower lip hard, leaving a deep imprint. Under the stimulation of pain, he managed to calm down. Then, he chose to conceal the matter according to the instructions of Tai Tan and Niu Tian on the parchment, and set off directly. After this scene unfolded, Yuhao himself in the gap felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had always believed that he was not as good as Yuhao in the parallel world. However, in addressing this issue, he felt confident that he could stand up to comparison with his parallel counterpart. So, at that moment, he was eager to see the admiration and praise coming from the chat group. But what he hadn't anticipated was the lack of the responses he craved. After watching the earlier scene, the Soul Masters in the chat room commented, "It seems Yuhao in the original time and space chose a completely different way to handle this situation from Yuhao in the parallel world. He decided to hide the truth from Wang Donger and bear the burden alone. But doesn't this imply that he doesn't trust Wang Donger? Why should he shoulder such an important matter by himself? And let's not forget, Yuhao in the original time and space doesn't seem calm enough. When Yuhao in the parallel world faced a similar issue, he remained composed and contemplative. But did you notice Yuhao in the original time and space? He appeared quite panicked. Yes, this certainly shows that he loves Wang Donger deeply, but does Yuhao in the parallel world not love her? His feelings are equally passionate. Yet he maintained his sanity in the end and kept thinking it through. Conversely, Yuhao in the original timeline, to put it bluntly, he seems to have lost the ability to think clearly. Even if he was following what Tai Tan and Niu Tian said, that's merely their one-sided statement. He should have at least verified it, right? Regardless, I think his actions were inappropriate." Me too. Chapter 281, DD2, Chapter 281. Yuhao in the original time and space was indeed too stupid. At this moment in the gap between the planes, Yuhao's face turned very ugly after seeing the discussion about his actions in the chat room. After all, he had originally thought everyone would praise him for what he did. But the result was the opposite. Instead of support, most of the Soul Masters in the chat room criticized his behavior. This left Yuhao feeling very disappointed. He looked over at Wang Donger and Wang Qier, hoping to find some comfort from them. However, it seemed they supported the decisions made by Yuhao in the parallel world. This caused Yuhao's mood to plummet further. Am I wrong? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, especially after realizing that this was a test set by Tai Tan and Niu Tian. Yuhao felt more and more like his previous actions resembled those of a clown. He continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao met Wang Qier as he just left Shrek Academy. Although he was initially reluctant to take Wang Qier with him, in the end, he chose to confide in her about the matter and brought her along. Upon seeing this scene, the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes remarked, he would rather tell Wang Qier about this than Wang Donger. Wang Donger let out a sigh. Yuhao and Wang Qier finally arrived at their destination after much hardship. It was called the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. After enduring numerous trials, he barely saved his life with the help of Wang Qier and Zhu Dai. Yet he ended up disabled because of this. Wang Qier returned to Shrek Academy with Yuhao and the yearning heartbreak ray immortal herb. She immediately denounced Wang Donger's incompetence and recounted everything that had happened. Upon learning of the incident, everyone looked at Yuhao with respect, but their gazes toward Wang Donger held an inexplicable meaning, as if she were somewhat confused. In extreme pain and overwhelming guilt, Wang Donger burst into tears. After witnessing this, the soul masters in the gap between the planes could no longer hold back. They began to discuss. So, is this the ending that Yuhao in the original time and space wanted to see? Because of his actions, Wang Donger was brought to tears. She even began to feel guilty, and afterward she devoted herself to Yuhao. But all of this wasn't Wang Donger's choice. It must be said that while Yuhao acted for Wang Donger's sake, his forced tenderness is harsher than pain. Wang Donger had no say in this matter from start to finish, right? While they acknowledged Yuhao's dedication, they also criticized his handling of the situation. Such a significant issue rendered Wang Donger unable to make any choice for herself. They recalled a particularly striking moment from the previous scenes. Yuhao and Wang Qi had been absent for so long, and Wang Donger was left in the dark about their whereabouts. Therefore, her worries about the two of them were justified. She wondered what they had been doing all that time. However, when Wang Qi brought Yuhao back, she slapped Wang Donger, exclaiming, "Do you know what he did for you?" leaving Wang Donger momentarily speechless. But did Wang Donger truly want Yuhao to go through all this? The more they watched, the more they felt that Yuhao in the original time and space had handled this matter poorly. To be honest, if it hadn't been for Wang Qi and Zhu Dai, even if Yuhao in the original time and space had 10 lives, it wouldn't have been enough. He would have died in the ice and fire yin-yang well. This impulsive behavior appeared extremely foolish in the eyes of many. They sighed helplessly and continued watching the screen. However, upon learning that all of this was merely a test set forth by Tai Tan and Niu Tian for Yuhao in the original time and space, their frustration peaked. In that moment, Yuhao in the original time and space transformed into a complete clown in their eyes. He had been completely manipulated by Tai Tan and Niu Tian, solely to prove his love for Wang Donger. But was such proof really necessary? Many soul masters in the gap could no longer endure this situation. What a clown! He was easily deceived. This just reinforces how Yuhao in the original time and space is all too easy to control. He fell for their words in an instant. In contrast, Wang Donger is the one who suffers. What did she do to deserve this? She was perfectly fine before, but because Yuhao in the original time and space was foolish, she now has to care for him after his injury. And like I said, after this incident, Yuhao gained prestige. But what about Wang Donger? She now owes Yuhao far more than she ever should. Yet the yearning heartbreak, red immortal herb Yuhao obtained is of no use to her. The soul masters in the gap between the planes continued to express their grievances. Even Caiyan Rangsu and Bibaidong shook their heads in disapproval. Only Xiao Wu, standing nearby, glared at Tai Tan and Niu Tian with discontent. De Ming, Ming, I expect an explanation for this situation. Tai Tan and Niu Tian sighed in response. This is merely a test we devised for him. Sister Xiao Wu, didn't you notice? We had sealed the sack earlier to ensure that Yuhao was strong enough when he came, they explained. But who would have thought he would cleverly let the Tianmeng ice silkworm break the seal? We had no idea he possessed the Tianmeng ice silkworm within him at that time. And we had to be cautious about handing Donger to him. This yearning, heartbroken red immortal herb is the best proof of his intentions, even if it ultimately serves just this single purpose. Once again, Tai Tan and Niu Tian deflected the blame onto circumstances. Xiao Wu could only accept this explanation. After all, Tai Tan and Niu Tian's points made sense. They had entrusted Wang Donger to Yuhao, believing they had tested him thoroughly. Who would have guessed Yuhao would be so reckless? Reflecting on this, Xiao Wu turned her gaze back to the screen. As it lit up again, showcasing the parallel world, the sudden light in her eyes mirrored the heightened anticipation among the other soul masters in the gap. They all felt a surge of curiosity. eager to find out how Yuhao in the parallel world would handle the situation moving forward. Chapter 282, DD2 Chapter 282, Goodbye Wang Donger. In that case, let's go find Tai Tan and Niu Tian to question them face to face. Thinking of this, all the soul masters in the planar gap looked at the screen at the same time. At this moment, the screen was displaying the parallel world. After leaving the far north, Yuhao and Zhu Dai rushed to the body sect. They originally planned to go directly to the body sect. But along the way, they unexpectedly felt a strong breath from ice-attributed soul beasts. Zhu Dai immediately became a little excited. Due to her understanding of Bing Dai, she quickly realized that this breath belonged to Bing Dai. As for why Bing Dai appeared here, the reason is natural, needless to say. She had sensed that Yuhao's power of destiny had become stronger, and the Ice Empress, who had reached a contract with Yuhao, could naturally sense it. Therefore, the Snow Empress guessed that the Ice Empress had probably brought Wang Donger with her. Master, I sensed Binger's aura. I'll take you to find her, she should be with the mistress. The Snow Empress immediately said to Yuhao. Yuhao immediately agreed after hearing what the Snow Empress said. Then, under the guidance of the Snow Empress, they finally found the Ice Empress and Wang Donger near a city. Seeing Yuhao again, the Ice Empress immediately transformed into human form and went forward with Wang Donger to hug him. However, the Ice Empress also knew how to behave and soon made room for Wang Donger so that she could hug Yuhao better. While Yuhao was embracing her, he pinched the flesh on Wang Donger's body. Then, feeling the softness of her body, he said, distressed, Donger, you've lost a lot of weight. Wang Donger suddenly started to cry. It's all your fault. Do you know how worried I've been about you? To be honest, Wang Donger has been very strong in the past 2 years. Although she was deeply worried about Yuhao in her heart, she had suppressed her emotions for those 2 years, so she didn't even cry secretly once. But at this moment, after seeing Yuhao again, Wang Donger really couldn't hold it back. All the emotions in her heart were released, bursting forth at that moment. She couldn't help crying and even blamed Yuhao, which was rare, as she hit his chest with her little fist. However, Yuhao always hugged Wang Donger tightly. He also understood what it meant that he had not heard from her for the past 2 years. So he didn't stop Wang Donger from venting, but simply grabbed her face at that moment and kissed her passionately. Wang Donger struggled for a short while, but soon she was completely at the mercy of Yuhao. After a while, she felt herself soften a little, and then she let Yuhao go with a red face. But at this time, the two of them had attracted the attention of countless people around. Bad guy, go away, it's so embarrassing. Wang Donger's face turned red with shame. Looking at the time, they saw it was getting late, so they planned to stay in the city for one night. Yuhao took Bing Dai, Zhu Dai, and Wang Donger to have a meal together in the hotel. Afterward, Wang Donger's mood became much more stable. By this time, Yuhao had already checked in and returned to the room with the 3 of them. When the front desk attendant saw Yuhao checking in with 3 beauties, she looked enviously. In fact, Bing Dai and Zhu Dai went back to the ancient tree space after Yuhao returned to his room. They also knew not to be a light bulb, so they left Yuhao and Wang Donger enough time for the 2 of them. After Yuhao and Wang Donger took a shower, they climbed into bed together. They hugged each other tightly, with Wang Donger's neck resting on Yuhao's chest as he told her about his experiences over the past 2 years, bit by bit. When Wang Donger heard that Yuhao had almost been unable to hold on many times, she felt a chill. As she hugged Yuhao, she couldn't help but squeeze him tighter. Not long after, Yuhao took out the parchment from the brocade bag. He planned to tell Wang Donger about the brocade bag. He quickly explained everything about the brocade bag to Wang Donger, even letting her read the parchment herself. Wang Donger read the parchment carefully and immediately frowned. This handwriting is indeed my father's. But I have never felt that there was anything wrong with my body since I was a child. Besides, my martial soul did not awaken when I was 3. Wang Donger shared some information that differed from the parchment. After hearing this, Yuhao frowned even more. Is that so? That's getting weirder and weirder. It was given to me by your eldest and second fathers, but I still feel that something is wrong. He asked Wang Donger. Donger, what do you think about this? Wang Donger replied, what else can I think? Can't I just go to my eldest and second fathers and ask them clearly? There's still time anyway. Doesn't the parchment say that it will only start at the age of 20? There are still a few years left. Besides, what they wrote on this parchment is unclear, and many things are weird. Why don't you just come with me to Clear Sky Sect and ask them directly? Yuhao nodded in agreement. He quickly said to Wang Donger, in that case, let's go to Clear Sky Sect tomorrow. Let's find your eldest and second fathers and ask them directly. But Wang Donger immediately refused. That won't work. Yuhao was puzzled when he heard this. No, why? Wang Donger said unhappily, your mother has been waiting for you in the body sect for 2 years. Now that you are finally back, you must see her first. My matters can wait. Yuhao hesitated. But your matters are important after all. It should be more urgent. Wang Donger said firmly, no matter how urgent it is, you have to see your mother first. In the past 2 years, she has been as worried about you as I am. Besides, there is also the sect master. You've been missing for 2 years. If I hadn't stabilized him, he would have gone crazy looking for you on the DOLOU continent. And you should at least go back and explain things to the sect master, right? Chapter 283, DD2 Chapter 283, Breaking the Last Barrier, Return to the Body Sect. It must be said that even Yuhao in the parallel world gradually lost his composure upon learning that Wang Donger might be seriously ill. After all, Wang Donger was the woman he loved most, and he valued her immensely. So at this moment, after discussing with Wang Donger about going to Titan and New Titan for clarification, although Yuhao in the parallel world was more rational than Yuhao in the original time and space, he no longer had the mind to care about other things. However, at this time, Wang Donger still pulled Yuhao. While it was true that Yuhao loved her the most, wasn't the man she loved most Yuhao? At this moment, Wang Donger still did not forget to think about Yuhao. She strongly insisted that Yuhao deal with other important matters first. Eventually, Yuhao agreed under Wang Donger's persuasion. He couldn't help but let out a breath, then kissed Wang Donger on the face again and said, Donger, why are you so wonderful? Wang Donger kissed Yuhao on the face in return. Silly, because you are the man I love the most. How can I let you down other people who care about you because of me? Besides, my issue isn't urgent. You are just worried and confused. Yuhao hugged Wang Donger a little tighter upon hearing this. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, Cunning Renksu said, this is true mutual support. When encountering problems, they solve them together, and this is how we can live together. Cunning Renksu kept sighing. After listening to Cunning Renksu's exposition, Bibai Dong also agreed. Compared to Yuhao in the original time and space, she felt more and more that Yuhao in the parallel world was right. Moreover, Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world planned to go to Clear Sky Castle together to seek clarification from Titan and New Tian. In that case, this meaningless test might be exposed directly from the beginning. Thinking of this, Cunning Renksu continued to watch the screen, and Bibai Dong did the same. However, what she did not expect was that when she looked at the screen again, the content quickly turned inappropriate for children. Yuhao and Wang Donger had been apart for too long. They missed each other tremendously. Moreover, they were both 2 years older and now in the springtime of their lives, so the atmosphere naturally grew heated in the same room. Yuhao was still pondering how to deal with the future. But Wang Donger gradually could not hold back. She suddenly kissed Yuhao's earlobe and then whispered, Yuhao. Yeah, Yuhao replied softly. Will you take me? Wang Donger asked, taking the initiative to straddle Yuhao, her eyes gentle as water. Finally, even Yuhao couldn't resist. He wrapped one hand around Wang Donger's waist and brushed back her soft long hair, staring passionately at her beautiful face. When their eyes met, everything in their surroundings faded into insignificance. At this moment, they only had each other in their sights. Lowering his head, Yuhao kissed Wang Donger once more. They embraced tightly, completely content in their hearts at that moment. With such tacit understanding, the connection forged over the years allowed them to fully comprehend each other's intentions. Yuhao led Wang Donger to the bed, where they could feel each other's warmth more distinctly. Yuhao's big hand followed the curve under Wang Donger's nightgown, resting against her straight, slender, warm, jade-like legs. Gradually, mosaics appeared on the screen again. Covered by mosaics, the images gradually became blurred. Yet, those in the gap between the planes could vaguely guess the specific content on the screen through the mosaics. Yuhao and Wang Donger were both inexperienced, but the primal desires and instincts of humanity guided them through their inexperience, leading them to learn without a teacher. Over time, the two became more skilled in their endeavors, and the mysterious presence in the gap between the planes promptly muted the video. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, the Soul Masters were quite displeased. This long-awaited scene had been blocked again, which left them half angry. They soon began to vent their frustrations in the chat room. Eating alone again. Damn it. Beware of villains, watch out for gentlemen too. Quickly remove that thing. They kept expressing their dissatisfaction. But it was futile. Meanwhile, Wang Donger's demeanor was completely different from that of others in the gap between the planes. While others wanted to sneak a few more glances, Wang Donger was too embarrassed to look at it at all. She wished for a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, even simply gazing at the blurry mosaic made her associate many things, causing her pretty face to flush deeper and deeper. But Yuhao felt a pang of discomfort. Until now, he had hardly touched Wang Donger at all. Never mind the intense exploration that Yuhao in the parallel world had on-screen. Therefore, Yuhao truly felt uncomfortable at that moment. He had never been so envious of the Yuhao in the parallel world. And on the screen. At noon the next day, Wang Donger shyly left the hotel with Yuhao. After departing, the two rushed toward the body sect again. After a long journey, they finally returned to the body sect. At this moment, within the body sect, as if sensing something in the dark, Dubusi just walked out of the mountain gate. He ran into Yuhao and Wang Donger, who had returned from outside, and was immediately overjoyed. After sensing the powerful aura on Yuhao's body, the joy on Dubusi's face intensified immensely. Chapter 284. DD2 Chapter 284. Researching Soul Cores Dubusi's. With excitement in his eyes, Dubusi quickly stepped forward. Then he gave Yuhao in front of him a big hug. While hugging Yuhao, he said, "Where have you been these past 2 years, you little brat?" Yuhao could sense Dubusi's concern and replied, "I had a little opportunity, and I have been practicing in the far north for these 2 years." Soon the two separated. But Dubusi hesitated for a moment and did not ask any further questions. After all, he knew that everyone had their secrets. He had one too. And he would never want his secrets to be known by others. So Dubusi would not ask Yuhao any more questions at this time. He just changed the subject and said to Yuhao, "Okay, I'm glad you came back safely. I can sense that your strength is much stronger than before. Yuhao, tell me the truth, what realm are you in now?" Yuhao did not hide this from Dubusi. He replied, 85th level. Dubusi was slightly stunned at first, because he did not expect Yuhao's improvement to be so rapid. But soon, his expression showed deep joy. After all, Yuhao was now the young master of their body sect. He was one of them. Thus, Dubusi was naturally very happy that he had become stronger. He patted Yuhao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy, you have improved so quickly. At level 85, I'm afraid that even some weaker title duo are not as good as you." He praised Yuhao first, but then he thought of something and asked, "Have you learned about soul cores? You are almost level 90 now. It is time to learn about soul cores." Yuhao was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He didn't know what a soul core was. After all, it was a high-level concept that only truly powerful individuals could practice, and he hadn't encountered this kind of topic because of his lack of strength. Now that Dubusi mentioned it, he felt a little confused. When Dubusi saw his reaction, he immediately understood. he said to Yuhao, "It seems that you don't know what a soul core is yet. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to learn. Just make sure you understand before you break through to title DOLOU." After a brief silence, he continued, "How about this? Yuhao, you go back and see your mother first. You haven't been back for a few years. Nothing is more important than seeing your mother. Then come to me tomorrow morning. I will explain what a soul core is and how to cultivate it. This matter is crucial for whether you will become a truly top-notch warrior in the future." Yuhao immediately agreed and said to Dubusi gratefully, "Thank you, sect master." But Dubusi just smiled faintly and said, "Silly boy, there's nothing to thank me for. Okay, go see your mother." Dubusi left first after saying that. Yuhao and Wang Donger rushed directly to their residence. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after watching the conversation between Dubusi and Yuhao on the screen, the soul masters in the planar gap couldn't help but sigh. Dubusi in this parallel world treats Yuhao very well. That's right, especially the trust he places in him. That's something far superior to Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire. And he did what he promised. He said he would take care of Yuhao's family in this parallel world, and he truly did. Yuhao disappeared for 2 years, and Dubusi looked after him all that time without complaint. If it were the Sun Moon Empire or Shrek Academy, they might not have done the same. Yes, it seems that Yuhao made the right choice by joining the body sect in this parallel world. They continued discussing, praising the body sect's approach in this parallel world. Of course, some envied Yuhao. Not everyone has access to guidance from a master. Many titled Duoluo on the Duoluo continent, lacking proper guidance, condensed their soul cores in confusion. This resulted in various difficulties during the process. But Yuhao, having just returned to the body sect, would not encounter such issues. Speaking of this, many soul masters in the gap once again felt that Yuhao in the parallel world had made a wise choice. He informed Wang Donger about the situation, leading her to urge him to return to the body sect sooner to learn about the soul core. Otherwise, he would have had no experience at that time, making the condensation process quite troublesome. They looked at the screen again. At this moment, the screen displays. Yuhao and Wang Donger soon returned to their residence to look for Yuner. Yuner was also overjoyed to see Yuhao return, unable to contain her tears. Yuhao comforted her, and they shared a meal. After eating and drinking, the family sat in the pavilion, chatting and enjoying tea, relishing each other's company. This was simply the happiest and warmest time they had experienced in the past 2 years. Although it was just a simple tea chat, as long as the family could be together, Yuhao, Yuner, and Wang Donger felt happy. They chatted for several hours before finally stopping. Eventually, as it neared bedtime, they returned to their rooms to sleep. Of course, Yuhao and Wang Donger still slept together, but since they had resolved Pandora's box last time, they wouldn't just sleep at night. So they soon began to engage in physical activities once more. Early the next morning, Yuhao gently kissed Wang Donger in his arms before getting up. Afterwards, he quietly went out for breakfast, and then went to find Dubusi as agreed. He and Wang Donger discussed last night that although going to Clear Sky Castle was important since he had just returned after 2 years, he should spend more time with Yuner. While long-term companionship was a luxury, achieving at least 3 or 4 days together was a necessity. Additionally, Yuhao could use this time to consult Dubusi and study the so-called soul core. Chapter 285, DD2 Chapter 285, the concept of soul core, Yuhao begins to try. Therefore, Yuhao set off and walked toward the direction of the master's hall. On the way, he also saw other disciples of the body sect doing their morning exercises. Speaking of which, all the disciples of the body sect had very heavy training tasks. Except for him, practically all the disciples were required to do morning exercises outside the master's hall each morning. Thus, when Yuhao arrived outside the master's hall, he saw many disciples practicing. "Hello, young master." The disciples in the sect respected him greatly. Upon seeing Yuhao, they took the initiative to greet him. The same was true for Long Yashin and Wei Na. After they noticed Yuhao's arrival, both were a little surprised but quickly greeted him. Yuhao smiled and responded to them. After that, he walked directly into the sect master's hall. In the back, Long Yashin stared at Yuhao's retreating figure in a trance. Noticing Long Yashin's strange expression, Weina asked, "What's wrong, Yashin?" Long Yashin exhaled and replied, "His strength has grown." Weina was slightly stunned. "How strong?" Long Yashin replied, "Unfathomable. 2 years ago, at least regarding cultivation, I wasn't behind him. But just now, while sensing his soul power, I could only feel a strong pressure. That unfathomable feeling made me realize the gap between us is widening." Weina's mouth twitched. "Is it really that exaggerated?" Long Yashin nodded seriously. "Yes, and I suspect it's even more exaggerated than you think." After saying that, he quickly resumed practicing. It seemed Yuhao's progress had hit him hard, prompting a more serious approach from Long Yashin than before. In front, Yuhao had already entered the hall. Since Dubusi had made an appointment with Yuhao the previous day, he was waiting for Yuhao early in the morning. Upon seeing Yuhao arrive, Dubusi smiled slightly and said, "Yuhao, you're here. Did you talk more with your mother last night?" Yuhao smiled subtly. "Of course I did. I haven't seen her in 2 years. Mother had a lot to tell me. Among other things, she expressed a lot of gratitude to you, thanks to your care over the past 2 years." Dubusi spread his hands. "Oh, there's no need to mention that." After a few more polite words, they got straight to the point. Dubusi said to Yuhao, "Okay, let's talk about soul cores now. Generally speaking, soul cores can only be approached after reaching level 90. However, since you have always improved quickly, I thought I would pass this knowledge to you in advance. This way, you won't have to scramble for information when you're ready to break through to titled DOLOU. Yuhao nodded gratefully at Dubusi. Dubusi continued, "Let's start with the basic principles. When a soul master's soul power reaches level 90, it will transform from its original liquid state to a solid one. Upon completing this step, the soul master will hit the bottleneck of level 90. Only after obtaining the 9th soul ring can they become a titled DOLOU. This bottleneck is challenging for most soul masters to cross, which is one key reason why there are many soul DOLOU on DOLOU continent, but the number of titled DOLOU is limited. However, another significant issue arises after breaking through the bottleneck. Because solid soul power is extremely challenging to cultivate. This is easy to understand. Gaseous soul power can flow within the body, and liquid can also flow, but can solid soul power move?" Yuhao nodded in sudden realization and quickly asked, "So what do we do?" Dubusi smiled slightly and explained, "At this point, we need to cultivate soul cores." Dubusi elaborated, "In essence, it is a special core. The primary function of this core, aside from helping soul masters use and absorb the surrounding soul power more efficiently, is that it can decompose the solidified soul power within the soul master's body into smaller particles. This approach addresses the previous problem that troubled soul masters. By decomposing solid soul power into tiny particles, it can flow again within the soul master's body and facilitate their cultivation. However, as soul masters continue to progress, the amount of solid soul power in their bodies increases. So, as the efficiency of a soul core remains unchanged, it will seem that the practice for soul masters post-titled DOLOU becomes gradually more difficult and dangerous." Dubusi kept explaining to Yuhao. Later, he even provided all the methods for refining soul cores. After listening to the explanation, Yuhao understood the effects and refining methods of soul cores. In short, these cores improve the combat effectiveness and cultivation efficiency of soul masters, meaning the more you have, the better. Once you break through to titled DOLOU, you'll rely on soul cores to reduce the solid soul power in your body each time you cultivate. The more soul cores you possess, the greater the efficiency of this process, and the faster your cultivation speed, right? However, after considering this, Yuhao still had a doubt. He asked Dubusi, "If that's the case, why don't you condense a few more soul cores?" Dubusi chuckled and replied, "Because condensing soul cores is extremely challenging. Although they are beneficial, you have to go through rigorous training. To condense a soul core, you must continuously compress and rotate the soul power in your body. The more soul cores you have, the harder it becomes to condense them. That's not just talk. If you're not careful, it could explode within you. Do you have any idea what happens if such a powerful bomb goes off inside your body? At the very least, you'd be severely injured. At worst, you'd be killed instantly. Thus, many soul masters are reluctant to attempt breaking through to titled Duoluo when they've reached the peak of soul Duoluo because the risk is too high. If they fail by accident, it would be disastrous. Dubu continued explaining, worried that Yuhao might take unnecessary risks. However, he soon encouraged Yuhao to try again, as this was an experience he had to confront eventually. While he advised against condensing multiple soul cores at once, he acknowledged that Yuhao could still draw some soul power to practice during everyday training. As long as he controlled the amount well, even if an explosion occurred, it shouldn't cause serious injury. At most, he'd need some time to recover. In any case, this was better than cramming for knowledge right before breaking through to titled Duoluo. Therefore, Dubu promptly told Yuhao, "All right, I've said so much already. Now it's your turn to try. I'll guard you while you practice freely, so you can gauge your control. Of course, my suggestion is that you only use 10% of your soul power at first, and as you gain success, gradually increase the amount until you feel you can no longer manage it. Don't worry, I'm here with you. I'll assist you when needed." Chapter 286, DD2 Chapter 286, Successfully Condensed Soul Core, 9-color dragon tattoo activated. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Sect Master. After hearing Dubu's instructions, Yuhao nodded repeatedly. He was a little eager to make a move, after listening to Dubu's explanation earlier. Now that Dubu was willing to help him, he was determined to proceed. Thus, he quickly stabilized his mind and calmed himself to achieve the best state of focus. When he opened his eyes again, his mental power had become extremely concentrated, and his eyes began to shine with a bright light. He quickly raised his right hand, and the milky white soul power flowed out like drops of water. Despite this, Yuhao's mental power was incredibly strong. With his formidable mental strength, the soul power gradually began to condense into a water ball in his palm, and then started to rotate and compress in front of Dubu. Under such rotation and compression, the soul power quickly became viscous. Yuhao didn't feel any effort at all because his mental power was so potent. He even controlled the compression and rotation of the soul power more vigorously, and after a moment, this soul power finally transformed from liquid to solid. Are you serious about this terrifying control? Even an ordinary titled Duoluo wouldn't possess such remarkable control, right? Oh, I remember. He's a spiritual soul master. The spiritual power of a spiritual soul master far exceeds that of an ordinary one. In particular, he is several levels stronger than a typical spiritual soul master. That's why this situation is occurring. Dubu's eyes widened as he witnessed this scene. After all, he had never imagined that such an extremely challenging task would become so straightforward in Yuhao's hands. However, Dubu was not an ordinary person. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly deduced the reason, adopting a serious expression once again. In short, this is a beneficial development for him. It seems that, when he breaks through to level 90 in the future, condensing the soul core shouldn't pose a significant challenge for him. Meanwhile, in the gap between the planes, many titled Duoluo and soul Duoluo were filled with envy as they observed the scene. They had never realized just how powerful spiritual soul masters truly were, especially after witnessing the parallel worlds Yuhao effortlessly complete the solidification of his soul power on screen. Many titled Duoluo with slow cultivation rates and peak soul Duoluo who feared attempting to break through to titled Duoluo felt envious. How fortunate it would be to possess such abilities. Yuhao was entirely absorbed in his cultivation at this moment. He kept controlling the solid soul power in his hand, compressing, rotating, and compressing again. Gradually, the solid soul power morphed into a small funnel. As soon as it materialized, it burst forth with an incredibly strong suction force, greedily consuming the spiritual power present in the air. The twisted light patterns surrounding the funnel grew brighter and brighter. This immense suction continued to absorb the spiritual power from the surroundings, but at the same time, it also drew on Yuhao's soul power. This compelled Yuhao to continuously inject soul power into the funnel, causing it to expand further. Yuhao diligently maintained the balance of energy within the funnel, and his soul power had been injected into 4 layers. At this point, the funnel in Yuhao's hand resembled more of a small whirlwind. The whirlwind continued to consume the surrounding spiritual power, causing the body sect disciples practicing outside to feel uneasy. They could sense this was Yuhao's aura, prompting them to stop their actions with shocked expressions. Is this the young sect master's aura? What is he doing? It's such a terrifying presence. Long Yashin also glanced into the hall, his face reflecting shock. Though he couldn't see the specifics of what was happening inside, he could feel the raw power of this aura. This realization hit him hard, as it made him aware that he had previously underestimated Yuhao's abilities. Yuhao's strength surpassed what he had previously believed. At that moment, the soul power Yuhao injected exceeded 7 layers. Dubu immediately ordered the practicing disciples of the body sect to leave temporarily. Then he began to closely observe Yuhao's condition again. To his surprise, he found that Yuhao was still in good shape, even appearing to have spare strength. Although beads of sweat had started to appear on his forehead, his complexion remained remarkably healthy. Most importantly, his mental power was still fully charged, even after completing such a demanding task. Having just observed, Dubu realized that Yuhao's condition was completely stable, which made his surprise at Yuhao grow even more. No way, this kid can't truly be creating a miracle, right? Dubu sighed inwardly. He promptly reminded Yuhao, "Yuhao, you haven't reached your limit, keep going, don't stop." Yuhao continued increasing the soul power he injected into the funnel. Gradually, space cracks began to appear around the solid soul power. But Yuhao didn't stop. He exerted every effort to control his mental power and continue compressing. Finally, the funnel vibrated slightly, causing all the surrounding space cracks to dissipate. The funnel now completely resembled a black hole. It floated radiantly in Yuhao's palm. Dubu, standing nearby, gazed at Yuhao in shock. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "I didn't expect you to succeed." He had originally intended to stop Yuhao and allow him to absorb the soul core afterward. What Dubu hadn't anticipated was that in the next instant, the 9-color dragon tattoo on Yuhao's back began to emit a radiant 9-color divine light. A terrifying aura, accompanied by a massive dragon roar, suddenly burst forth from Yuhao's body. Chapter 287, DD2 Chapter 287, 9-colored dragon tattoo shows power, parallel to Yuhao, dual soul cores. The sudden appearance of the terrifying aura, accompanied by the continuous irradiation of the 9-colored divine light, spread out uncontrollably. The moment he sensed this terrifying aura, Dubu was stunned. Although the total volume of this aura might not exceed his own, its quality was far superior. Upon sensing this aura, Dubu suddenly felt a humbling sense of reverence. It was as if Yuhao before him was an extremely sacred and ancient being, and in facing this aura, he could only honestly crawl and tremble at its feet. However, this energy soon exhibited new movements. As the 9-colored divine light thickened, a powerful energy gradually formed a massive energy barrier around Yuhao. Yuhao became completely isolated within this barrier, unable to hear any sounds from the outside world. The same was true for Dubu. He could no longer guide Yuhao's auras from outside the barrier. Therefore, Dubu's expression grew increasingly grim. On one hand, he worried that Yuhao, isolated within the barrier, might encounter issues during his cultivation. On the other hand, he understood that approaching Yuhao at this moment meant he would need to break through the barrier. However, the question remained, would breaking the barrier affect Yuhao's practice? Dubu believed it certainly would. For that reason, Dubu felt an overwhelming headache. He was unsure of what to do and could only stare helplessly at Yuhao within the barrier. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, the scene displayed on the screen captivated all the gods present. They were all shocked, especially the god of destruction, Tang San, Bibai Dong, and Kaiyan Rangsu. At that moment, they all gazed at the screen with solemn expressions. God of destruction, the nine-colored dragon truly started showcasing its power again this time. What could it be planning? Bibai Dong, it seems that Yuhao in this parallel world may be receiving another significant opportunity. Kaiyan Rangsu, I wonder what level his strength will reach in the future. At this moment on the screen, under Du Bu Si's watchful eye, a nine-colored dragon phantom quickly materialized behind Yuhao. However, this phantom lingered only briefly before soaring directly to the soul core in Yuhao's hand. Then, with a mighty opening of its mouth, it swallowed the soul core as if it were devouring beans. Not only Du Bu Si, but even Yuhao was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Yet a moment later, the phantom spat out two soul cores from its mouth. The two soul cores radiated dazzling nine-colored light. The only distinction from the prior soul core was the impressive stability of these two. When the two soul cores appeared in Yuhao's palm, they didn't cause any abnormality. This made Yuhao feel as though these soul cores intrinsically belonged to him. Upon witnessing this, both Du Bu Si and Yuhao were left dumbfounded. However, unlike Du Bu Si, Yuhao heard the ancient voice from ancient tree once again. Absorb them. Gather them in the liver and heart of your body, respectively. Hurry! Yuhao chose to comply immediately after hearing this voice. He sensed the urgency in it. Furthermore, after completing the ice god's inheritance, he understood that this guidance came from the ancient tree. Thus, he quickly set to work. He began to absorb the two soul cores into his liver and heart as directed by the ancient voice. During this process, he experienced significant pain. But the voice urged him to endure, instructing him to also absorb the nine-colored power contained in the soul cores. Yuhao complied again. He began to withstand the forced absorption. Finally, as he absorbed more nine-colored energy, the pain gradually diminished. Yuhao even found that the two soul cores no longer rejected him at all, feeling as if they had become one with him. As he controlled the two soul cores, he felt no effort at all, as if he were merely managing his own hands and feet with no risk involved. He opened his eyes again. At this moment, Yuhao had completed the absorption of the soul cores. He carefully sensed within himself and soon discovered two dazzling nine-colored vortices in his liver and heart. These vortices spun continuously, and under their influence, the speed of his soul power surged to astounding levels. He began to sense his ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth once more, and found himself utterly astonished. He realized that he resembled a vortex, capable of effortlessly devouring all the soul power around him at will. Honestly, this training efficiency surpassed even their 100% martial soul fusion skills. After witnessing this scene, Du Bu Si stood in shock. Now that the barrier around Yuhao had completely dissipated, he could see the tests Yuhao had just undergone. He couldn't help but approach and ask him the one thing he was most concerned about. Yuhao, how many soul cores do you have now? Yuhao chose to be honest, too. After his voice faded, Du Bu Si stood there in a daze for a long time. When he looked at Yuhao, disbelief filled his eyes. 2 soul cores, a feat even he had never accomplished. He remained there questioning his understanding for quite some time, simultaneously considering the 9-colored dragon phantom he had just witnessed behind Yuhao. Finally, after a prolonged silence, he spoke again, addressing Yuhao. Yuhao, you must not reveal what happened today. He looked at Yuhao meaningfully and continued, I understand that everyone has their secrets. You are the next leader of my body sect, and you're one of us, so I won't pry into your secrets. But I hope you comprehend that what has transpired today must never become known to others. You are only level 85 now, yet you've managed to condense 2 soul cores. Do you understand what this means? It signifies that you have achieved something that only extreme duo can attain. Yuhao felt quite unsettled at this moment. After listening to Du Buxi, he nodded gratefully. But soon after, he asked Du Buxi again, "So, does that mean that I possess the fighting power of the ultimate duo?" Chapter 288. DD2 Chapter 288. Arriving at Clear Sky Castle, Wang Donger questioned Tai Tan and Niu Tian. "So what you mean is that I have the combat power of an ultimate, limit, duo?" After hearing Du Buxi's reply, Yuhao suddenly had this question in his mind. He did not choose to hide it and asked Du Buxi directly. But Du Buxi shook his head after listening to him. He said to Yuhao, "That's not the case. Although you have done what only a limit duo can do, it doesn't mean that you possess the combat power of a limit duo. After all, once a soul master breaks through to the level of a titled duo, the strength improvement from converting soul power from liquid to solid is only part of it. But the greater improvement comes from the overall soul power enhancement gained after each upgrade following the breakthrough to the level of a titled duo. This improvement is substantial. So, judging from your current total soul power, let alone being able to compare with a limit duo, even if you were to compare with many titled duos, you wouldn't measure up. It's just that you have the advantage of having 2 soul cores, and the speed at which the soul power in your body circulates is very fast. The energy that you can explode in actual combat is also considerable. Additionally, since your soul ring age is relatively high, the effect is very explosive. So, if you can unleash all your strength in a short period, you will have a chance to threaten super duo level experts. Even if they underestimate you, you can kill them. But once the opponent recovers, because their total soul power is much greater than yours, it will be consumed gradually over a prolonged period, and you will not be their opponent. Of course, if you wish to become a limit duo, don't even think about it. You're still too far from that. Not to mention limit duo, levels 95 to 98 are all super duo, and the difference in strength between these levels represents a world of difference. The super duo here can be divided into 3 tiers. Du Buxi patiently explained to Yuhao. Yuhao roughly understood the current situation after hearing Du Buxi's explanation. He let out a sigh of regret. After all, he had heard Du Buxi mention that only the limit duo could obtain dual soul cores, so he had once thought that he could have the combat power of the limit duo, but now it seems that he had indeed overestimated himself. Du Buxi rolled his eyes at him unhappily after hearing this. "You kid, are you still not satisfied? You should know that you are only level 85 now. At level 85, you can compete with super duo. You are the only one in the entire duo continent. Besides, what is your biggest advantage right now? It's that you practice quickly. Other title duos only have 1 soul core, and you now have 2, so the efficiency is directly doubled. As for not being sure of defeating a super duo now, what is there to be upset about? Those who can become super duos have the best talents on our duo continent. Without talent, who can reach this level? So having the combat power of the super duo level ahead of time is already quite impressive." He kept on enlightening Yuhao. After hearing Du Buxi's words of encouragement, Yuhao nodded gratefully. Then he chatted with Du Buxi in the hall for a while before leaving again. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, it was exactly as Du Buxi said. At this moment, many titled duo in the gap between the planes were indeed envious upon seeing this scene. Because these are 2 soul cores. It was what they had always dreamed of. But now Yuhao in the parallel world has obtained it at level 85. They couldn't even imagine how fast Yuhao in the parallel world would practice in the future. And the god of destruction frowned. Could this kid be practicing according to the dragon god's method of cultivation? Now he has 2 soul cores. He will need to condense them again at level 90 and once more at level 99. By then, how many soul cores will he have? Is this the secret to the dragon god's power? The god of destruction frowned, mulling over his thoughts. In his mind, Yuhao in this parallel world is becoming increasingly dangerous. And Xuanzai became extremely jealous, feeling irritated. Because that is a double soul core. Even he had tried for many years, but failed to obtain it. But now, it has been acquired by Yuhao in the parallel world. He felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Soon he exclaimed sourly, "Humph, getting 2 soul cores in advance, what's so great about this?" There are already 2 soul cores in his body now. When he prepares to break through to title DOLOU at level 90, he will need to condense another soul core. 3 soul cores, do you think he is Daitian? It'll explode soon. But now Du Si regarded Yuhao in the parallel world as one of his own. He immediately stood up and mocked Xuanzai in return. "Xuanzai, don't say grapes are sour. If Daitian can do it, why can't Yuhao in the parallel world do it? Besides, have you forgotten, he still has that ancient tree. What is there to be afraid of?" Xuanzai was rendered speechless by Du Si, but continued to curse Yuhao in the parallel world in his heart. He looked at the screen in the parallel world again, muttering something under his breath, hoping that Yuhao in the parallel world would perish quickly. At this moment on the screen, after Yuhao returned to his residence, he told Wang Donger everything that had transpired today. Wang Donger was naturally very happy after learning about the matter and congratulated Yuhao. In the following days, they stayed at home with Yuner. A few days later, they set out again and headed for Clear Sky Castle. However, after discussing it, Yuhao and Wang Donger decided not to tell Yuner about Wang Donger. After all, Yuner's situation is different from Wang Donger's. Yuner is merely an ordinary person after all, and due to her frailty and health issues in her early years spent in the Duke's mansion, Yuhao and Wang Donger did not want to burden her with this troublesome matter. Now this issue seemed distant to them. If there were truly no alternatives at that time, it would not be too late to inform her. Yuhao and Wang Donger finally arrived at Clear Sky Castle. Upon arrival, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were slightly taken aback at first, but soon pretended to welcome Yuhao enthusiastically. However, Wang Donger did not conceal anything from them. She directly placed the parchment on the table and asked them, "Uncle, what is going on here?" Chapter 289, DD2 Chapter 289, Wang Donger protects her calf. Tai Tan and Niu Tian were terrified after discovering that Wang Donger came back with Yuhao. Although Tai Tan and Niu Tian were not happy about it, they could only welcome her for Wang Donger's sake. But how could they have thought that Wang Donger already knew the contents of the parchment? At this moment, Wang Donger directly slapped the parchment on the table in front of them, intending to ask for an explanation. Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt like their conspiracy had been exposed, which made them both anxious. "Yuhao, who told you to tell Donger?" Tai Tan went berserk on the spot like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately walked towards Yuhao, and his angry expression was quite frightening. Yuhao couldn't help but frown upon seeing this scene. He was just about to step forward to argue, but Wang Donger, who stood to the side, couldn't contain herself any longer. "I asked him about it myself, isn't that okay?" She walked up defiantly and instantly summoned her martial soul, the light goddess Butterfly. The soul ring under her feet flashed rapidly, and she exhibited the intent to confront Tai Tan directly. Wang Donger was fierce in this moment. Her expression of uncontrollable anger even scared Tai Tan back. Tai Tan was no longer arrogant at this moment. He took 2 steps back, a wave of flattering smiles appearing on his face. "Don't be like this, don't we also want to keep you from worrying?" But Wang Donger didn't give Tai Tan any face. She wasn't that angry to begin with. However, Tai Tan's earlier attitude had completely touched her reverse scale. He dared to treat Yuhao like this in front of her. What would he do if she weren't there? Now that her relationship with Yuhao was completely confirmed, Yuhao had become the most important person to her, and no one could replace him. Thus, while she could have overlooked other matters, Wang Donger would not let Tai Tan's disrespect toward Yuhao slide. She quickly said coldly, "Don't I have the right to know? Don't I have the right to my affairs? Do you want me to die without understanding what happened?" The corners of Tai Tan and Niu Tian's mouths twitched upon hearing this. What Wang Donger said made sense. However, the issue was that Wang Donger's body was not ill to begin with. The parchment they had given Yuhao was merely a conspiracy they devised to test him. Who would have thought that the plan would be exposed before it could be implemented? Therefore, this matter seemed unreasonable no matter how they explained it. Thinking of this, Tai Tan cast a desperate glance at Niu Tian by his side. Niu Tian understood that he could not continue to spar with Wang Donger. So he spoke quickly. "Okay, Donger, this matter is the fault of your eldest and second fathers. We shouldn't have hidden it from you. But you have to understand us. After all, we have been keeping this from you since you were a child. We genuinely wanted to give you a good childhood. The reason we only told Yuhao is that the situation is too dangerous, and we were worried for your safety." However, Wang Donger became even more annoyed when she heard this. "So, what you mean is that my safety is important, but Yuhao's safety isn't important." Wang Donger spoke to Tai Tan and Niu Tian with fierce determination. "I'll tell you the truth. I only recognize him as the man in my life. If he suffers any misfortune because of your conspiracy, I will never forgive you. If he faces any misfortune, I will go with him. Anyway, I have given my body to him. Apart from him, I will not love any other man." At this moment, Wang Donger was truly like an old hen protecting her chicks. She was fierce and aggressive. Her words left Tai Tan and Niu Tian speechless. Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt a growing headache upon learning that Wang Donger had given herself to Yuhao. Originally, the instructions they received from Tang San were to use Wang Donger to slowly tame Yuhao. But now, Wang Donger had taken the initiative to give herself to him, going against their intentions. How could they ever tame him now? Thinking about this, Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt utterly numb. On the other side, in the gap between the plains. Awesome, so awesome. Why didn't I realize that Wang Donger was so domineering before? What else could a husband ask for with a wife like her? I didn't expect that Wang Donger in the parallel world would do this for Yuhao in the parallel world. It's truly enviable. After witnessing this scene, the soul masters in the gap between the planes were genuinely envious. Many of them had spoken about love, yet no one could match Wang Donger's devotion and desperation for her partner. Often, misunderstandings and differences of opinion could ruin relationships, leading to broken engagements. If they could all stand by their boyfriends as steadfastly as Wang Donger did, what difficulty could keep them apart? The many soul masters present at this moment were filled with jealousy, feeling envious and wistful. Could it be that I was wrong again? Even Yuhao fell silent upon seeing this scene. He had experienced similar situations, but ultimately, he chose a different path that he thought was correct. The consequence was that he became disabled and almost lost his life. Meanwhile, Wang Donger had to suppress her nature and take care of him like a servant. Yuhao had originally thought that was love. He was willing to give everything for Wang Donger, and she didn't look down on him. She was willing to take care of him. But after witnessing the scene on the screen at that moment, he recognized that this ending was infinitely better than his own. His concept of love felt like mere self-deception. Yet Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world were the real thing. They faced their difficulties together, supporting one another, trusting each other immensely. Wang Donger in the parallel world had willingly given herself to Yuhao earlier. Reflecting on this, Yuhao found himself filled with regret. He realized how selfish he'd been, and that he had been less forthcoming compared to Yuhao in the parallel world. He reflected that he had never even told Wang Donger about Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and Ice Empress. That was a far cry from what Yuhao in the parallel world had accomplished. After a long silence, Yuhao finally turned to Wang Donger beside him. He exhaled deeply and said to Wang Donger with genuine remorse, "Donger, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I was too inferior and too selfish." Chapter 290. DD2 Chapter 290. Wang Donger suggested, "In this case, why don't you escort Yuhao and me to pick the immortal herb?" At this moment, after witnessing everything that happened on the screen, Yuhao deeply realized his mistakes. He felt extremely regretful for many of his previous actions. Consequently, Yuhao's sense of self-blame took over, and he couldn't help but apologize to Wang Donger beside him. "Yuhao, don't dwell too much on the past. Let's trust each other more in the future, okay?" Wang Donger felt very relieved after hearing Yuhao's apology, because she secretly envied the relationship between Yuhao and Wang Donger in the parallel world. Before this, Yuhao had never realized his mistakes, and Wang Donger was too embarrassed to say anything. But now that Yuhao recognized his errors, Wang Donger was naturally very happy. Of course, what happened between Yuhao and Wang Donger at this moment was just a small episode. Most of the soul masters in the gap between the planes were more concerned about the next developments in the parallel world on the screen. Therefore, especially after watching the previous scene, Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong were also very pleased. The mother and daughter soon began to discuss. Bibai Dong, sure enough, it has to be the parallel world's Yuhao and the parallel world's Wang Donger. This matter should indeed be handled this way. Qian Rengsu. In this way, they will not fall into the trap set by Tai Tan and Niu Tian as Yuhao did in the original time and space. But to be honest, what I'm most curious about is how these two, Tai Tan and Niu Tian, will end up. Now that Yuhao and Wang Donger from the parallel world have come to them, won't even their lies get exposed? That would be interesting. Qian Rengsu and Bibai Dong kept conversing, eagerly watching the screen with anticipation. At this moment on the screen, after hearing what Wang Donger had just said, Tai Tan and Niu Tian truly felt a headache. Wang Donger had completely turned her back on them. In her eyes, the two of them together probably weren't as important as a single hair of Yuhao's. So, even if they wanted to plot against Yuhao, they found themselves powerless. Both of them felt extremely depressed, standing there in silence for a long time. But Wang Donger soon spoke again. This time, she remained the main speaker. After all, since they were dealing with Tai Tan and Niu Tian, Wang Donger's presence ensured that many things could be communicated more effectively. So in their negotiations with Tai Tan and Niu Tian, Yuhao and Wang Donger took her lead. She quickly asked Tai Tan and Niu Tian, "So, uncle, second uncle, can my illness be cured by taking yearning heartbreak red immortal herb?" Although Tai Tan and Niu Tian knew that Wang Donger wasn't sick, given how things had evolved, they could only make the best of a bad situation. They quickly responded to Wang Donger, "Yes." Wang Donger pressed further. "And the yearning heartbreak red immortal herb must be watered with the blood of a man who has a romantic relationship with me and regards me as his only lover before it can be picked." Tai Tan nodded in agreement, "Yes." At this point, he was about to defend himself and Niu Tian. Once again, they tried to explain that letting Yuhao go was their only option, since picking the yearning heartbreak red immortal herb themselves was not acceptable. But Wang Donger's next words stunned both of them. "Then why don't you two escort me and Yuhao there? You can deal with any troubles along the way, and when we reach the spot and find the yearning heartbreak red immortal herb, Yuhao can take action. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Wang Donger said calmly. At that moment, Tai Tan and Niu Tian's minds went blank. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. "Great. It can be done this way. Why didn't I think of that before? Ha ha ha, these Tai Tan and Niu Tian in the parallel world are shooting themselves in the foot. It seems like I have to go. But if I go, it will be a waste of effort. The reason they did this is to test Yuhao in the parallel world. But now, Yuhao in the parallel world hasn't been tested, yet they are testing themselves. This is truly amusing." After hearing what Wang Donger in the parallel world said, a group of soul masters couldn't help but be stunned. Then, after a brief moment of shock, they burst out laughing. As they continued to watch Tai Tan and Niu Tian in the parallel world, they were filled with glee. They kept their eyes glued to the screen as the scene unfolded. At this moment on the screen, Wang Donger noticed that Tai Tan and Niu Tian had not responded, so she quickly asked again, "What's wrong? Uncle and second uncle, don't you want to escort us there?" Upon hearing this, Tai Tan and Niu Tian couldn't help but twitch their lips. How could they say no? Wang Donger had said so much. If they didn't agree, it would be entirely unreasonable. This refusal would imply they were unwilling to save Wang Donger. So after a moment of silence, Tai Tan and Niu Tian could only put on smiles that appeared more like grimaces. How could it be? We are willing. If we hadn't been unable to help you pick that thing in advance, we would have picked it up for you a long time ago. Now that Yuhao is helping us, it's even better. Then we will escort you to that place. Wang Donger immediately thanked Tai Tan and Niu Tian happily. Thank you, big uncle, thank you, the second uncle. Afterward, Yuhao and Wang Donger rested in Clear Sky Castle for another night. Early the next morning, they did not continue to stay in Clear Sky Castle. Under the guidance of Tai Tan and Niu Tian, they headed directly toward the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chapter 291, DD2, Chapter 291, arrived at Sunset Forest and encountered miasma. Since we are heading to the ice and fire yin-yang well, we naturally have to return to the Heavenly Soul Empire. After all, the ice and fire yin-yang well have now become the Sunset Forest in the Heavenly Soul Empire, and the Sunset Forest is located within the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Therefore, Yuhao and the others quickly rushed toward the Heavenly Soul Empire. They pressed on along the road and finally arrived in the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. However, as they continued to fly, they suddenly found someone blocking their way. A team of 10 soul engineers quickly surrounded them, their soul guidance devices at the ready. They all released flying soul guidance devices. They regarded Yuhao and the others with hostility. Yuhao did not attack them directly, as he had a good relationship with Wei Na and was now a member of the body sect. He waited for them to speak. Soon, the 10-member soul engineers team reached them, led by a cold-looking woman. Who are you? How dare you fly in the airspace of our capital? This is a contempt for our country. Please come with us. The woman's voice sounded quickly, but her attitude was very aggressive. After she spoke, the soul engineers behind her drew their weapons, which were about 1/2 meter long, with thick barrels at the front and a diameter of about 30 millimeters. At this moment, as the woman finished speaking, 9 gun barrels were aimed at Yuhao and the others simultaneously. The atmosphere became extremely tense, yet Tai Tan and Niu Tian still had no intention of intervening. Although they were restrained by Wang Donger and obligated to go to the ice and fire yin-yang well, this didn't mean they were willing to swallow their anger. Having attempted to scheme against Yuhao, but failed only to be entangled instead made Tai Tan and Niu Tian very angry. So they deliberately refrained from action, eager to see Yuhao make a fool of himself. After hearing the woman's words, Yuhao frowned, preparing to take action. But unexpectedly, another voice suddenly sounded. Isn't this the young sect master and the young sect master's wife? Another soul master flew over. Unlike the previous group of soul engineers, this one flew using his soul power instead of relying on a flying soul guidance device. Upon careful confirmation of Yuhao's identity, the soul master was filled with surprise and immediately shouted at the other soul engineers. Why don't you lower your weapons? Do you know who you are aiming at? You are pointing your guns at Princess Wei Na's friend, the future leader of our body sect. You are truly bold. The soul master shouted angrily at the surrounding soul engineers team. Yuhao fell silent for a moment. He recognized the other party's identity. It turned out that this soul master was also a disciple of the body sect and had met him several times. However, Yuhao was puzzled as to why he was here at that moment. Liu Yuan, what are you doing here? Liu Yuan hurriedly explained to Yuhao. Young sect master, our body sect has a close relationship with the Heavenly Soul Empire, and many of the sect's disciples are natives of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Therefore, after our disciples reach a certain level of strength, the sect master allows us to go out of the sect to gain experience. This means that establishing a presence in the Heavenly Soul Empire has become one of our ways to gain experience. Yuhao suddenly realized, so that's it. Do you still need my cooperation? If necessary, I can accompany you. Liu Yuan quickly waved his hand. No, you are the young master of my body sect, and you are not subject to these rules. Young master, if you encounter such a situation again, just state your identity directly. All right, you can go now. We won't delay you. After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation to Yuhao. and the Seoul engineers team behind him moved aside, looking at Yuhao with respect in their eyes. Yuhao quickly thanked Liu Yuan and left again with Tai Tan and the others. They successfully exited the area. However, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were not at all pleased. They felt they missed the opportunity to teach Yuhao a lesson. But the two were not in a hurry. After exchanging glances, they seemed to come to a tacit understanding. Both thought to themselves, HMPH, just wait, when we reach Sunset Forest, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with you. They continued onward. Finally, they arrived at their destination, the Sunset Forest. Shortly after entering Sunset Forest, Yuhao frowned and stopped. Stop for a moment. Wang Donger immediately halted and asked Yuhao in confusion, "What's wrong, Yuhao?" Yuhao replied, "Do you feel that the light around us has become weaker?" Wang Donger responded, "Is it because it's getting dark?" Yuhao shook his head. "It's afternoon now. Even further north, the light shouldn't dim this much. Moreover, the sun isn't blocked by clouds. Just look at the shadows of the trees on the ground. The light is dimmer now compared to a quarter of an hour ago. How could it be getting dark so quickly? There is only one reason the light is dimming: miasma." He quickly analyzed the situation, then began to test the air around him with his spirit. Through this detection, he soon identified the problem. It turned out that light white dust was floating in the air. It wasn't dense, but was floating steadily. Yuhao realized something was wrong and began to observe more carefully, concluding, "This is miasma." Wang Donger asked in confusion, "Miasma?" Yuhao explained, "Miasma is generally a type of poisonous gas that forms when the corpses of plants and animals decompose and go unmanaged, without exposure to wind and rain. Although this is my first time seeing it, I can confirm that it is very dangerous." Wang Donger nodded in understanding. Yuhao began to contemplate how to deal with it. However, Tai Tan and Niu Tian, standing at the back, felt invisible. After seeing the miasma, they didn't utter a word, giving the impression that it didn't concern them. They were waiting for Yuhao to make a blunder. But Wang Donger was displeased upon witnessing this scene. She quickly cast a glance at Tai Tan and Niu Tian. "Big uncle, second uncle, say something. Even you two can't deal with this miasma, right?" Chapter 292. DD2 Chapter 292. Easily breaking the miasma, Tai Tan and Niu Tian are very uncomfortable. In fact, before this, as they were on the road, Tai Tan and Niu Tian had secretly resolved not to take action upon arriving in the Sunset Forest. Both of them wanted to take revenge on Yuhao and make him look bad. So, even after hearing Wang Donger's words at this moment, Tai Tan and Niu Tian remained somewhat indifferent. Especially Niu Tian, he even took the initiative to speak to Wang Donger. "Donger, this miasma is extremely toxic. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. Although your second uncle and I are quite powerful, we are still somewhat helpless against this kind of miasma." He explicitly stated that he was unable to take action, clearly indicating he had given up. This also made Wang Donger feel quite dissatisfied. She couldn't help but snort coldly, saying, "What? You can't even solve this little miasma. Don't you always brag about your strength? When it comes to a critical moment, why can't you be trusted?" Her words addressed Tai Tan and Niu Tian without any reservations. This caused Tai Tan, who had a somewhat bad temper, to barely hold back from standing up to refute that they were merely avoiding action deliberately. But at the critical moment, he was pulled back down by Niu Tian. "There's nothing we can do, Donger. This miasma is indeed not to be underestimated." The Seoul masters in the gap between the planes frowned as they watched. It seems that Tai Tan and Niu Tian aren't doing their job properly. Although they were forcibly brought here by Wang Donger, they had agreed to help before. But now it appears they don't plan to take action. If they want to access the ice and fire yin-yang well, they will have to rely on Yuhao and Wang Donger from the parallel world. But now, Yuhao in the parallel world doesn't have Wang Qer to assist him. In that case, can he successfully enter the ice and fire yin-yang well? The Seoul masters in the gap between the planes continued discussing. At this moment on the screen, Yuhao suddenly received a divine thought from Snow Empress. Master, have you forgotten? You possess the eternal ice heart, which is immune to all poisons. These miasmas are merely ordinary toxins. Such toxins cannot survive under the low temperatures created by your eternal ice heart. So, I suggest you freeze the entire area and wait for a while. It only takes a few hours, and the remaining miasma in the forest will naturally dissipate. Yuhao, who had been feeling a little troubled about the miasma, suddenly felt relieved upon hearing Zhu Dai's advice. He immediately had an idea and said to Wang Donger, "Donger, I have a solution." Wang Donger was overjoyed and praised Yuhao. "Really, Yuhao, you're amazing, much more amazing than my useless first and second uncle." Yuhao smiled slightly at her words. "Donger, don't say that. It just happens that my abilities are effective here. You step back first, I'm going to take action." Wang Donger quickly stepped back upon hearing this, while Tai Tan and Niu Tian exhibited strong displeasure on their faces. While they didn't verbally express it, their pupils were filled with doubt. Clearly, they didn't believe that Yuhao could dispel the miasma here. Frozen world. At that moment, Yuhao suddenly took action. His cold voice echoed, and with it came a chilling wave. Instantly, a gigantic ice phoenix materialized behind Yuhao. As the terrifying chill radiated outward, a large area around Yuhao transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The once damp ground became an ice field, and the vengeful animal corpses and decaying plant life were crystallized into hard blocks of ice. Yuhao unleashed his seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. An immense ice phoenix soared high, flapping its massive wings. Powerful gusts of cold wind surged forth, and as this icy wind howled, much of the miasma that lay before him was blown away in an instant. Yuhao quickly reverted to his human form. When Wang Donger saw him transform back, she rushed over and enveloped Yuhao in a tight embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Yuhao, you're truly incredible. Honestly, you're much better than my eldest and second uncle. If we had known you'd become this powerful, we would have handled everything ourselves and skipped having them here." Wang Donger eagerly kissed Yuhao again, entirely disregarding Tai Tan and Niu Tian behind them. Yuhao smiled and said nothing. After all, he could sense Tai Tan and Niu Tian's hostility toward him along the way. Although he didn't let it bother him too much for Wang Donger's sake, it wasn't realistic to expect him to speak kindly to them. He wasn't that type of person. At that moment, he also kissed Wang Donger back passionately, ignoring Tai Tan and Niu Tian behind him. This only served to make Tai Tan and Niu Tian feel even more uncomfortable. Originally, they had aimed to find an opportunity to embarrass Yuhao and make him lose face. To their surprise, this incident helped Yuhao and provided him a chance to showcase his skills. Thus, Tai Tan and Niu Tian felt profoundly unsettled at that moment, especially when they witnessed Yuhao and Wang Donger kissing passionately in front of them. They both clenched their fists in frustration. This situation truly infuriated them. The group quickly set off again, venturing deeper into the sunset forest. Soon, they arrived in a new area. Everything here was vibrant and green. Countless weeds and plants sprawled across the ground in thick patches, and a light green mist billowed upward, indicating the presence of incredible toxicity. Yuhao recognized it at a glance. This is the jade phosphorus flowers of the Seven Absolute. He quickly informed Wang Donger about this plant's specific properties, emphasizing its extreme toxicity. At that moment, Tai Tan suddenly stood up. He hadn't acted before, primarily to embarrass Yuhao. However, after witnessing Yuhao's ability to counteract the toxic flowers, Tai Tan was determined not to give Yuhao any further chances to shine. He stood up now, intent on stealing the credit. Chapter 293, DD2 Chapter 293, Wang Donger drives people away. Eldest uncle and second uncle, you seem a bit useless. And at this moment, he had completely made up his mind to grab the credit. After walking out, Tai Tan rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take action. But Wang Donger spoke at this time. "Uncle, didn't you just say that you can't do anything about that miasma?" Tai Tan said shamelessly. "Yes, we can't do anything about that miasma, but we are very experienced in dealing with the jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute. Wang Donger thought to herself, isn't the jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute more poisonous than the miasma? You couldn't even deal with the miasma before, and now you want to deal with the jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute. So when she looked at Titan, her eyes were full of suspicion. It was her suspicious eyes that completely hurt Titan's self-esteem. He suddenly got excited. In his opinion, he could deal with this jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute, but now Wang Donger didn't trust him, so he must find a chance to get back at her. So he immediately began to answer Wang Donger, just watch. He attacked soon after the sound. Soon, Titan directly summoned his martial soul, a huge Titan ape. Then he quickly hammered his chest with both hands, producing a series of dong, dong, dong sounds, followed by several colorful soul rings appearing under his feet. None of Titan's 9 soul skills could protect, so if he wanted to escort Wang Donger and the others, he could only use his soul power to open a shield, which was much more difficult than going alone. But he didn't think of this in advance. So after Titan truly started to control it, he quickly realized something was wrong. The soul barrier he was supporting was soon completely corroded and broken by the poisonous gas from the jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute. Although Titan started to remedy the situation in time, he still couldn't avoid the embarrassment. It wasn't long before countless green poisonous gases spread towards them. At the critical moment, Niu Tian took action, but he didn't have any soul skills for protection, and his martial soul didn't have a strong restraining effect on toxins like Yuhao's eternal ice heart, leading him to encounter the same problem as Titan. That meant he could indeed pass through easily, but he had no way to protect Wang Donger. HMPH. Fortunately, Yuhao made another move at the critical moment. As soon as the eternal ice heart opened, the countless jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute on the ground were all frozen. The poisonous gas that continued to spread towards Yuhao and Wang Donger was also completely purified by the extreme cold at this moment. Yuhao hugged Wang Donger in a princess carry, and then took her directly through this area. Wherever he went, there was freezing and there was no danger at all. However, Titan and Niu Tian on the side looked extremely embarrassed. They originally wanted to take Yuhao's credit directly, but who could have thought that the corrosiveness of the jade phosphorus flowers of the 7 Absolute was so terrifying? They accidentally nicked their chance in the end, leaving Yuhao to protect Wang Donger, so Titan and Niu Tian lost face. Their faces became extremely awkward, and when Wang Donger looked at Yuhao, the affection in her eyes grew more intense, because she became increasingly aware of her man's excellence. In the past, she always thought that her eldest and second uncle were very powerful, but now it seems the childhood filter was at work. Compared with her favorite Yuhao, the two of them seemed quite ordinary. So Wang Donger started to praise Yuhao in front of Titan and Niu Tian again. This made Titan and Niu Tian's faces even more uncomfortable. In the gap between the planes, many soul masters who had been watching the show were completely numb with laughter after seeing this scene. They had already been very dissatisfied with what Titan and Niu Tian had done along the way, and now they saw them repeatedly defeated, so they quickly began to laugh at them. Ha ha ha, look, they look like 2 dogs. Clowns, pure clowns, it's hilarious. I believe that from now on, their lofty image in the heart of Wang Donger has been completely shattered. They couldn't help but start discussing. At this moment on the screen, Wang Donger even said to Titan and Niu Tian directly after walking with Yuhao for a distance, "Eldest uncle, second uncle, you go first. You are here, it seems useless. Yuhao has to be distracted to protect you. Or you could go back first." Titan and Niu Tian twitched their mouths at the same time. Although leaving this place was something they both wanted, for some reason, after finally completing their goal, neither Titan nor Niu Tian felt happy at all. Instead, they felt extremely uncomfortable. "Yuhao, let's go." But Wang Donger had already left with Yuhao. Having realized that Titan and Niu Tian were completely useless, the two of them set off again. This was also Zhu Dai's idea. After all, Tai Tan and Niu Tian were not working hard, and everyone could see it all along the way. In that case, there was no point in forcing them to stay by her side. So Zhu Dai suggested letting them go earlier. As long as they left, Zhu Dai could take action directly. Then, no matter what soul beast was in the ice and fire yin-yang well, it would be useless. Just now, Yuhao felt that what Zhu Dai said made sense. He told Wang Donger his thoughts while holding her, and Wang Donger and Yuhao were on the same page. Since Yuhao said so, Wang Donger naturally asked them to leave. So they had already walked away. After seeing Tai Tan and Niu Tian walking away, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress transformed into human forms, guarding Yuhao and Wang Donger on the left and right. Chapter 294, DD2 Chapter 294, Ice Empress and Snow Empress about to break through. They continued to move forward, and soon completely entered the ice and fire yin-yang well. But upon arriving here, they found that the environment was completely different from the outside. It was simply two different worlds. The area that Yuhao and Wang Donger had experienced before was full of danger and terror. To put it bluntly, that kind of place, where no one lives, can kill them if they are not careful. If it wasn't for finding the immortal herbs for Wang Donger, Yuhao would not have been willing to come to that kind of rotten place outside. But it's completely different here. It's a beautiful valley. The area of the valley is not large, but it is teeming with all kinds of plants. Looking around, the colors abound. Various beautiful flowers competed with each other, and various vegetation was full of fruits. Many plants even emitted different strengths of precious light. Even looking at them, one could see that they were extraordinary. The most shocking thing is that there is a lake protected by these plants. This lake is divided into two parts. One side is ice white with a faint mist. The other side is fiery red, with light slightly distorted above it. Red and white, like two huge jade stones inlaid there. The rich breath of life in the air fills the entire valley from their evaporation. Yuhao has two soul cores in his body, making him extremely sensitive to the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this moment, after just entering this valley, the strong spiritual power of heaven and earth rushed towards him. The two soul cores in Yuhao's body automatically rotated, constantly absorbing the spiritual power surrounding them. In just this one encounter, Yuhao's soul power increase was almost equivalent to what some 8-ring soul duos would achieve in a day. Yuhao couldn't help but brighten his eyes after sensing this feeling. This is truly a treasure land. After all, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress were knowledgeable. Upon arriving here, they immediately said to Yuhao, "Master, this is the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, a rare treasure land in the world." The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress quickly took on the role of pioneers, constantly clearing obstacles for Yuhao and Wang Donger ahead. But not long after, they encountered a huge pink flower. With Yuhao's keen eyesight, he could tell in an instant that the flower had a cultivation base of 100,000 years. Yet he didn't feel nervous at all because, for Yuhao now, a 100,000-year soul beast was no longer an unattainable existence. Moreover, even if we took a step back, he also had an Ice Empress and a Snow Empress by his side. What did this mere 100,000-year soul beast mean to him? So he calmly called out to the Snow Empress, "Zhuer, communicate with it. We are looking for the yearning, heartbroken red immortal herb." After hearing Yuhao's voice, the Snow Empress immediately agreed and then took the initiative to communicate with the 100,000-year-old plant. "Don't pretend to be dead. I have something to ask you. If you keep pretending, I'll freeze you into an ice cube." However, when the Snow Empress was communicating with the soul beast, her tone was not as gentle as when she spoke to Yuhao. After all, Yuhao was the new ice god and the master of the Snow Empress, so she was convinced when facing him, and her tone became soft and obedient, like a maid. But upon facing anyone other than Yuhao and Wang Donger, the Snow Empress turned back into the leader of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. She was extremely arrogant in her speech, showing little regard for how to communicate with this soul beast. She was ready to kill it if it didn't obey. But the other party was indeed very afraid of Zhu Dai, so after hearing her voice, it immediately stood up, wearing a flattering expression. "No, no, no. If you have anything to ask, just say it." Zhu Dai said lightly, "The first question is, what is your name?" The large flower answered honestly, "My name is Beautiful Silk Tulip. You can also call me Yao Yu." Zhu Dai nodded lightly and asked, "I'm looking for yearning heartbroken red immortal herb. Do you have it here?" The large flower shook its head at Zhu Dai after hearing this. "Yearning heartbroken red immortal herb? I haven't heard of it." But halfway through her words, a terrifying icy aura emanated from Zhu Dai's body, and she spoke in a cold tone. "Really? Then there is no need for you to exist." After saying this, she planned to take action directly. This frightened the beautiful silk tulip immortal herb so much that she quickly replied, "No, no, no, I was just joking. Yes, 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 there is yearning heartbroken red immortal herb here." The Snow Empress glared at it coldly after hearing this, and just that one action truly terrified the other party. She said lightly, "Be honest. If I find out that you lied to me again next time, I will freeze you into ice and crush you." The beautiful silk tulip immortal herb trembled a little from fear. She answered honestly, "Okay, okay." Then she led Yuhao and the others to find the yearning heartbroken red immortal herb. Upon arriving there, Yuhao asked the beautiful silk tulip immortal herb how to pick the yearning heartbroken red immortal herb. The result was the same as what was said on the parchment before. Yuhao then began to pick it according to the steps with confidence. After some effort, he finally picked the yearning heartbroken red immortal herb and handed it to Wang Donger. Wang Donger didn't feel much after taking the grass, but they had already completed their task and didn't overthink it. After that, the beautiful silk tulip provided many very rare treasures under Zhu Dai's extortion, and even the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress absorbed all the ice power in the ice and fire yin-yang well. In this way, Yuhao and the others finally completed their trip to the ice and fire yin-yang well. They quickly left that place and made their way out of the Sunset Forest. However, as soon as they walked out of the Sunset Forest, perhaps because the energy they had absorbed before was too strong, both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress sensed that they were about to reach their limit. They forced themselves to endure and quickly return to the ancient tree space. Then, they sent a divine message to Yuhao. "Master, we seem to be about to break through." Chapter 295. DD2, Chapter 295. Ice Empress and Snow Empress fall into deep sleep, and Yuhao in the parallel world breaks through again. At this moment, after receiving the divine thoughts sent by the Ice Empress and Snow Empress from the ancient tree space, Yuhao's face suddenly took on a solemn expression. After all, he knew that soul beast breakthroughs were not a trivial matter. Especially for beings like the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had broken through many times, it was extremely important for them to experience such things. However, Ice Empress and Snow Empress were fortunate in a way. Even if they broke through, they were not threatened by heavenly tribulation. This was very lucky for them. They only needed to break through with confidence, and then wait for the improvement in strength after the harvest. However, Yuhao still asked the Ice Empress and Snow Empress at that moment, "Is there anything I can do for you?" The Ice Empress and Snow Empress made a rare request to Yuhao. "Master, although it is possible to break through in this ancient tree space, the far north is our home ground. If we can break through there, the time we need to spend will be much shorter. If we break through in the ancient tree space, it will take longer. If you need us at that time, we may not be able to help. So we want to go back to the far north to break through." Yuhao immediately agreed to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "There is no problem with this. You guys hold on for a while. I will leave for the far north now." He quickly cut off communication with the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Then, he directly informed Wang Donger about this matter. Wang Donger naturally would not refuse Yuhao's request. On one hand, this was a reasonable request, and on the other, Wang Donger considered the Ice Empress and Snow Empress to be like sisters. Although Yuhao was the master of Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Wang Donger had a very good relationship with them, especially during the period when Yuhao was undergoing the test of the eternal ice heart. It was always Ice Empress and Snow Empress who comforted Wang Donger outside. Wang Donger was always very grateful to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Now that she knew that going to the far north would be beneficial for the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Wang Donger even wanted Yuhao to take them there first. But Yuhao still took Wang Donger with him. He directly opened his martial soul body and transformed into a huge blue-eyed ice crystal phoenix, then carried Wang Donger, flying directly to the far north. At this moment, in the gap between the plains, the Soul Masters were filled with emotion after witnessing this scene. Especially the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the gap between the plains. They looked at the current situation of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the parallel world, feeling envious in their hearts. People yearn for freedom, and so do soul beasts. Although Yuhao in the original timeline treated the Ice Empress and Snow Empress very well, if they had the opportunity to choose, how could they not choose freedom? The Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the parallel world have freedom. Although they recognize Yuhao in that parallel world as their master and voluntarily become his servants, it is their own will. Yuhao in the parallel world has never forced them. Most importantly, they are still alive now. But what about the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the original timeline? One is left only with a soul, and the other has become a soul spirit. They can't be called living beings at all. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the parallel world, however, are completely different. They are truly alive and are doing things according to their own will. Now they are even about to achieve a breakthrough in strength. As long as this step is successfully taken, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the parallel world will become even more powerful. All of this is what the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in the original timeline dream of. Therefore, they are extremely envious of their counterparts in the parallel world. They stared at the screen intently, watching closely. At this moment on the screen, under Yuhao's full speed, he took only 1 day to reach the far north. The reason for this speed was that Yuhao was in the Sunset Forest before, which was relatively close to the far north. Another reason is that Yuhao is now powerful and has 2 soul cores. Long-distance high-speed flight tests a soul master's endurance the most. Because Yuhao has 2 soul cores, his endurance is exceptionally good. Thus, the soul power in his body can support him to travel at high speed to the far north. Upon arriving in the far north, Yuhao, as the ice god, can control everything in this world at will. His speed suddenly increased, and soon he arrived directly at the core area of the far north. Then, he released the Ice Empress and Snow Empress from the ancient tree space. "Okay, we're here. You can break through with peace of mind," Yuhao said to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. The Ice Empress and Snow Empress nodded to Yuhao but seemed a little worried about his safety. They said to Yuhao, "Master, while we sleep, you should stay in the far north or at the body sect. We know that you still have grievances against the Holy Spirit Church and Shrek, but we will help you get back those grievances after we break through and become stronger. Of course, if it doesn't work, you can forcibly summon us and we will wake up." Yuhao smiled and said, "Just rest assured to break through, I understand. I am invincible in the far north, you don't have to worry. Don't worry about breaking through." The Ice Empress and Snow Empress nodded at Yuhao after hearing this. After that, they fell into a deep sleep and began their breakthrough. Yuhao remained diligent in the far north. Except for taking time to return to the body sect to see his mother, he stayed in the far north all the while. On one hand, this was because it was safe here, and on the other, it was simply more suitable for Yuhao to practice. He had obtained a lot of immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well before, which could be used to assist in his training. After a year, Yuhao's level broke through once again. Chapter 296, DD2 Chapter 296, Breakthrough of 4 Soul Cores, Ice Empress and Snow Empress Resurrect. Of course, Yuhao has 2 soul cores, and he has been practicing hard for a year in the far north, a place that suits him very well. His soul power level will naturally not be as simple as just 1 or 2 levels. Although the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who have been in a deep sleep, have not made any movements over the past year, Yuhao achieved a breakthrough after a period of hard practice. Starting from level 85 at the beginning, Yuhao has surpassed several levels. Before today, Yuhao had raised his soul power level directly to level 89. Today, with Yuhao's soul power level breaking through again, he has successfully raised his soul power level to level 90. This also means that Yuhao has reached another milestone for soul masters. Once a soul master reaches level 90, they must construct a new soul core in their body. Even if Yuhao has already constructed 2 soul cores before, he still cannot avoid this step. He needs to condense a new soul core in his body once again. However, this raises a problem. The more soul cores you absorb, the greater the risk. If Yuhao wants to condense his 3rd soul core next, the risks he must bear will be greater than before. After realizing this, even Yuhao's face became a bit solemn. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing what happened on the screen, the soul masters in the plane gap also felt solemn. Once Yuhao begins to condense a new soul core, it will be the 3rd one. In the current DOLOU continent, there has not been a single successful case of 3 soul cores. No one has even attempted it. Because no one can successfully condense their 3rd soul core before level 90. So, thinking of this, the soul masters in the gap looked at the screen with a strong sense of expectation. Dubusi, can Yuhao in the parallel world succeed this time? If he does, it will mean he has 3 soul cores. Jing Hongshan, 3 soul cores, that's an unprecedented achievement on DOLOU continent. Bibai Dong, it may not be just 3. After all, before he absorbed 2 soul cores, others thought he could only condense 1, but in the end, he condensed 2. Kayan Rangsu, so, according to this, is it possible for him to have 4 directly? The soul masters in the gap continued their discussions. After some debate, they all focused their attention back on the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after adjusting his state, Yuhao quickly began to condense the soul core. The condensation of the soul core may be a difficult task for others, but for Yuhao, it is not difficult. Not only does he possess super strong mental power and control, but he also has experience from before. Therefore, for Yuhao, the biggest challenge in this process is mainly focused on absorbing the soul core. He quickly completed the condensation without spending too much effort. Then, at the moment the soul core condensed, the 9-color dragon tattoo on Yuhao's back emitted a dazzling 9-color light. As soon as the 9-color light appeared, it began to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth once again. Subsequently, the 9-color light split the soul core in Yuhao's hand into 2, transforming it into 2 identical 9-color soul cores. In the gap between the planes, Bibai Dong, sure enough, it's like this again. Kayan Rangsu, it seems that after Yuhao in this parallel world breaks through level 90, he will possess 4 soul cores. Dubusi, 4 soul cores, is this real? Jing Hongshan, this is truly getting more outrageous. Everyone couldn't help but sigh again. Then they continued to observe the screen. And at this moment on the screen, although the scene in front of him happened again, it still shocked Yuhao. To be honest, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, he had accepted it once. So Yuhao soon began to absorb the soul cores, according to the instructions of the strange voice that suddenly sounded in his mind. This time, the soul cores did not bring any rejection to Yuhao, just as they had before. It didn't take long for Yuhao to completely absorb the 2 soul cores. This time, he condensed the 2 soul cores in his spleen and lungs. Through this process, Yuhao noticed a detail. Could it be that the owner of that voice wants me to build soul cores in my internal organs? This is indeed very likely, Yuhao concluded. Then he began to carefully check his efficiency in absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth. After all, he now possesses 4 soul cores. After his exploration, he felt that when he absorbed soul power, the speed dramatically improved again. The same was true when converting the solid soul power in his body into liquid soul power. Is this the gold content of 4 soul cores? This is amazing. The more Yuhao checked, the more satisfied he became. He found that the speed of his soul power absorption was at least twice as fast. At this moment, he discovered that the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had been sleeping for a year, had begun to stir. An extremely strong aura radiated from their bodies. Then, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had completed their breakthroughs, walked up to him and smiled at Yuhao. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough." They congratulated Yuhao first. Yuhao returned the gesture, congratulating the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "You too, congratulations on your breakthroughs. I presume that with your cultivation improved, your strength has greatly increased as well." Chapter 297, DD2 Chapter 297, a huge increase in strength, some grudges, it's time to settle them. "Yes, Master, our strength has greatly increased now. It's time to make those who dared to attack us pay the price." Upon hearing Yuhao's question, the Snow Empress nodded with a smile. However, the words that came out of her mouth were not as gentle as her tone. They contained a strong murderous intent. This made Yuhao curious. He was very interested in the current strength of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. What level had they reached? Therefore, Yuhao did not hide anything and directly asked the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in front of him. "Binger Zuer, please tell me what level your actual combat power is at now. Then I will have a better idea." Hearing this, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress nodded to Yuhao repeatedly. The two looked at each other, and the Ice Empress spoke to Yuhao first. She said, "Master, through this retreat, I successfully broke through to a realm of 500,000 years. So my strength has gained a huge increase." After thinking for a moment, she added, "According to my current strength, I can easily kill the likes of Yan Shayaj from Shrek. Even a super duo like Xuanzi, whose soul power cultivation is as high as level 98, is not my opponent. However, if I have to deal with a level 99 ultimate duo, it will be a bit difficult for me. While there is only one level difference between level 98 and level 99, the difference in strength is not an exaggeration. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. So, currently, I cannot deal with a level 99 ultimate duo." But the soul masters in the gap between the planes were already envious after witnessing this scene. After all, this meant that Yuhao had an even stronger super bodyguard beside him. Although she may not be a match for a level 99 ultimate duo, how many level 99 ultimate duos are there on the duo continent? Apart from the level 99 ultimate duo, the Ice Empress truly feels invincible. When they thought of this, the soul masters in the gap became more curious about the Snow Empress on the screen. The Ice Empress had achieved such a huge improvement by breaking through to 500,000 years. What about the Snow Empress? This time, the Snow Empress broke through to 700,000 years. How terrifying would her strength become? With this in mind, the Soul Masters turned their attention back to the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after the Ice Empress briefly stated her current strength, the Snow Empress also spoke. She said to Yuhao with a smile, "Master, my strength is much stronger than Binger's. After all, I already had the combat power of the ultimate duo level. This breakthrough has further improved my strength." As she spoke, a confident light shone in Zhu Dai's eyes. "I can be sure that if I encounter an ultimate duo again, like the two from the Holy Spirit Church we faced last time, in a one-on-one situation, they are not my opponents. I am confident that I can kill them. Even in a one-on-two situation, I can guarantee that I will not be at a disadvantage for a short period. Although I may not be their match in the long run, as long as I am willing, I can retreat unscathed." Yuhao's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, because Zhu Dai's improvement was indeed significant. Previously, the biggest problem Yuhao faced was his inability to deal with the ultimate duo. Thus, to protect themselves, they had to live in anonymity. But now, with the increase in Zhu Dai's strength, everything has changed. One-on-one, she could dominate. One-on-two, she could escape unscathed. With this in mind, what did Yuhao have to fear? Now he was not only no longer afraid of Yi Zishui and Long Xiao, but he also wanted to turn around and cause trouble for them and Xuanzai. After all, Xuanzai had repeatedly provoked Yuhao, marking himself for death in Yuhao's heart. Yi Zishui and Long Xiao had also forged a deep grudge with Yuhao due to past incidents. Yuhao had always been someone who would never let go of a grudge. Perhaps before, when his strength was insufficient, he chose to endure. However, once he had the power of revenge, then everyone who offended him must die. By the way, there is also the White Tiger Duke. It's time for me to take his life. As he thought of this, Yuhao recalled the White Tiger Duke. Suddenly, his eyes turned extremely cold. Thus, Yuhao began to devise a revenge plan in his heart. At that moment, Electrolux's voice rang out. Yuhao, during this time, my strength has also recovered significantly. This was a pleasant surprise for Yuhao. Upon hearing Electrolux's words, Yuhao quickly asked, "Oh, teacher, your strength has recovered." Electrolux laughed, replying, "I can't say that it has fully recovered. However, according to your combat system, if I take action, I should be able to have combat power at level 98 or 99. Yuhao was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's fantastic. With us, we now have the combat power of 2 super dueluos and 2 ultimate dueluos. He began to formulate a comprehensive revenge plan in his mind. At this time, the Snow Empress's voice came once more. Master, revenge is important, but what's more crucial right now is your 9th soul ring. You already have 4 soul cores. Now you just need to absorb soul rings to break through and become a true titled dueluo. Once you become a titled dueluo, you will find that your strength will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, I have a bold plan here. Chapter 298, DD2 Chapter 298, Target, Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. After hearing what Zhu Dai said, Yuhao was intrigued. He quickly asked Zhu Dai directly, "Zhu, what is that bold plan you just mentioned?" Zhu Dai immediately responded, "Master, have you heard of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor?" Yuhao nodded in acknowledgement. The Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor? You must have heard of it. The top 3 on the Fierce Beast list are Dai Tian from the Stardew Great Forest, the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor from the Demon Forest in 2nd place, and in 3rd is you, Zhu, the Ice Snow Girl. Speaking of which, the strength of this Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor should be 1 level stronger than your current level. The Snow Empress replied, "That's true. Even though my current cultivation has broken through to 700,000 years, I am still no match for the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord. It's just that the gap between us isn't that huge. If I were still as powerful as before, I wouldn't have this plan. But after all, I have 700,000 plus years of cultivation now." When Yuhao heard this, he became increasingly curious and said to the Snow Empress in front of him, "Okay, Zhu, don't keep me in suspense." The Snow Empress smiled at Yuhao and said, "Master, this is what I think. After all, the 9th soul ring of a soul master is the last soul ring you can attach before becoming a god. The importance of this soul ring is enormous. But here's the problem, Master. Your 2nd martial soul, the Eternal Crystal Phoenix, is easy to discuss. You are the ice god. As long as you are willing, all the soul beasts in the far north will be inclined to become your allies. Our ice soul beasts are very compatible with your 2nd martial soul. But what if it is your 1st martial soul? That is not the case, right?" Upon hearing this, Yuhao raised his eyebrows slightly. The Ice Empress and Wang Donger, who were present, connected the words of the Snow Empress earlier and seemed to guess her intentions. They all looked at the Snow Empress with shocked expressions. "Zhu, you are not planning to confront the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, are you?" Zhu Dai smiled and nodded. "Why not?" Bing Dai smiled bitterly and said, "But you just said that you are no match for him." Zhu Dai shook her head. "Yes, I indeed cannot match him if I fight alone, but we are not fighting alone either. There are 4 of us, 4 against 1. Even if the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor is strong, can't we 4 deal with him?" I was still hesitant before Yuhao said that he had recovered a certain amount of strength, but as soon as he mentioned it, I felt that I could take a gamble. Because we are 4 against 1, to be conservative, it is equivalent to 1 level 99, 2 level 98, and the master currently possesses the combat power of the Super Dueluo level. As long as he first absorbs the 9th soul ring for the 2nd martial soul, his strength will improve further. At least he will have the combat power of level 96 or 97. At that point, won't we be able to take down the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor? As long as it succeeds, it will greatly benefit the master, because this is a soul ring with a soul power of 790,000 years. Once this soul ring is absorbed, the master's soul power cultivation is likely to break through to level 95. And the master already has the strength of a super DOLOU. As long as he improves his cultivation to super DOLOU, he can at least be invincible under the ultimate DOLOU, and even have the combat power at the ultimate DOLOU level. In that case, whether it is the guys from the Holy Spirit Church or those from Shrek, won't they all be at our mercy? The Snow Empress continued to express her thoughts. It must be noted that what she said did make Yuhao very excited. Eventually, Yuhao fell silent and began to think. "Donger, what do you think?" he asked Wang Donger. However, Wang Donger just smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I won't give you any advice on this matter. You should discuss it with Binger, Zuer, and Yilao. I can't help you." Yuhao seemed to sense Wang Donger's disappointment and hugged her in public. He then looked at Bing Dai on the side. "Binger, what about you?" Bing Dai was silent for a moment, then said, "Master, I think it's feasible. You can try it once." Zuer is right. Although the strength of the evil eye tyrant emperor is considerable, we have more people. Besides, even if we fail, we'll have a way to escape. If we can run straight away, we will. If not, we still have the undead demiplane and the ancient tree space. As long as we pay attention, we won't lose anything. So in this case, why not try it boldly? Bing Dai made her thoughts clear. Yuhao then asked Electrolux again. Electrolux surprisingly shared the same idea as the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. "In that case, let's go." After some consideration, Yuhao finally made up his mind. Now that he is the Ice God, he doesn't need the Ice Empress and Snow Empress to summon soul beasts. He sent out a divine thought, and a suitable 100,000-year soul beast approached him of its own accord, completing the sacrifice in front of him. Yuhao's soul power cultivation breakthrough to level 91 occurred on the spot. At this moment, Yuhao felt that the total amount of soul power in his body had greatly improved. "In that case, let's go." He gathered everyone and set off together. However, since this trip was perilous, Yuhao asked Wang Donger to return to the body sect and wait for him. Wang Donger naturally agreed and headed straight for the body sect. Meanwhile, Yuhao and the others set out to find the evil eye tyrant emperor. At this moment, people in the entire Plain Gap were once again embroiled in heated discussion. Chapter 299, DD2, Chapter 299, we are looking for the evil eye tyrant emperor. How did we find the Holy Spirit Church's base camp? At this moment, in the gap between the plains, after seeing this scene on the screen again, all the soul masters in the gap couldn't help but start discussing. Is this true or false? Has Yuhao in this parallel world set his sights on the evil eye tyrant emperor now? You know, that is the second-ranked super beast on the beast ranking list. Among the 10 fierce beasts, only Dai Tian can suppress him. According to legend, Dai Tian once fought with him. Although he won in the end, Dai Tian also suffered a heavy blow because of it. I didn't expect that even such a terrifying existence would be targeted by Yuhao in the parallel world. Is Yuhao in this parallel world a little inflated? Many soul masters were amazed at Yuhao's choice, but thought he was a bit too ambitious this time regarding the evil eye tyrant emperor. One thing that must be admitted is that the evil eye tyrant emperor is indeed one of the most powerful existences on the DOLOU continent. Although Yuhao in the parallel world is strong, it is still risky to take the initiative to attack such an existence. However, not all soul masters shared this view. Some thought that Yuhao in the parallel world was taking risks, while others found his actions appropriate. As a result, many other soul masters in the cracks of the plains stepped forward to express their differing opinions. You can't say that. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the bigger the fish. Although Yuhao's actions in the parallel world seem very risky this time, if he succeeds, he will experience tremendous improvement in strength. This can be considered the most powerful spiritual soul beast on the DOLOU continent, and Yuhao's first martial soul is the Spirit Eye. If he can obtain the soul ring from the evil eye tyrant, I can't even imagine how terrifying the 9th soul skill will be. Yes, you are right, And I think Yuhao in the parallel world has the capital to try it. Although the evil eye tyrant emperor is extremely powerful, Yuhao in the parallel world is also strong. They have Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Electrolux, and Yuhao in the parallel world. If they don't have a chance one-on-one, well, they have no chance four-on-one. So I think their attempt is also necessary. The soul masters in that part quickly express their opinions. At this time, the prominent figures in the gap between the planes also spoke. Dubusi. Anyway, now that the result has been decided, we can only hope that Yuhao in the parallel world can succeed. Jing Hongshan, yes, if he can succeed, it would be the best. Dubusi, oh, you still hope that he can succeed. Jing Hongshan, although he is no longer a member of our Sun-Moon Empire, I still admire him and hope that he can succeed. What's the big deal? Kong Deming, we have no grudges against Yuhao in the parallel world. Why would we wish for his failure? In most cases, having one more friend is much better than having one more enemy. Dubusi smiled strangely when he heard this. This magnanimity is far better than someone else's. Everyone looked at Xuanzai, who was on the side when they heard this. Xuanzai's face was full of sneers at this moment. He said lightly, "Humph, he doesn't know how to live or die. He dared to challenge the evil eye tyrant emperor. He is just seeking death." Everyone smiled knowingly at this. On the other side, Caiyan Rinxu asked Bibai Dong, "Mother, what do you think about this matter?" Bibai Dong replied, "It's hard to conclude at the moment. We can only say it's 50-50. After all, the opponent that Yuhao is targeting in this parallel world is indeed quite powerful. But what is certain is that once he succeeds, he will be reborn. At that time, with the protection of these powerhouses behind him, it is highly possible that no one on the entire DOLOU continent could do anything to him." Caiyan Rinxu nodded to Bibai Dong after hearing this and then said, "That's right. Then let's continue watching." As they said this, they looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after a long journey, Yuhao and his group finally arrived at their destination this time, the Demon Forest. Their original idea was to enter the Demon Forest directly upon arrival, and then attack the evil eye tyrant emperor with lightning speed. What they didn't expect was that after arriving at the Demon Forest, they encountered many evil auras before entering the core area of the forest. Yuhao's current perception ability is very impressive, so after a shallow perception, he confirmed that the owners of these auras are not soul beasts, but evil soul masters. This made Yuhao feel very strange. After all, this is the Demon Forest. Why are there so many evil soul masters' auras? Thinking this over, Yuhao directly used his spiritual detection sharing to start detecting and sharing. After his detection, he not only scanned everything in the entire Demon Forest. He even discovered a shocking secret. It turns out that there are a large number of evil soul masters in this Demon Forest. The reason these evil soul masters are here is quite simple. Their headquarters is here. Yuhao would never have thought that the Holy Spirit Church's headquarters is located in this evil forest. All the living facilities here are very complete, and the number of evil soul masters stationed here is even more terrifying. After discovering this news, Yuhao frowned. I didn't expect that the headquarters of this group of evil soul masters is here. Before this, I thought it was near the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire. But if they are here, doesn't it mean that Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao are also here? This may affect my plan. No, I have to investigate again. Chapter 300, DD2, Chapter 300, The War Begins, Fight the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, many soul masters were quite surprised after seeing the scene on the screen. They couldn't help but start discussing. I didn't expect that the base camp of this evil soul master was built in this evil forest. This is unexpected. However, what is even more incomprehensible is that this is not the territory of the evil eye tyrant emperor. Why did the evil eye tyrant emperor allow these evil soul masters to live here? Did he reach a deal with these evil soul masters? Things are getting weirder and weirder. Anyway, I can only keep watching to see how Yuhao in the parallel world will deal with this matter. However, for him, it is not a good thing. After all, based on Yuhao's current strength in the parallel world, even with the help of the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux, they are already taking a huge risk in dealing with the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. If Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and the evil soul masters in the Holy Spirit Church are included, then Yuhao in this parallel world has no chance at all. They can only go home early. After discussing this, everyone looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after realizing that this place was the base camp of the evil soul masters, Yuhao felt very surprised. But he soon initiated a new round of detection, because he clearly understood how troublesome things could become if Long Xiao and Yi Zishui were also present. If that were truly the case, he would go home directly. So he quickly began testing the sharing of spiritual detection again. Although there are many evil soul masters here, it seems that the core elites are not present. There are only a few evil soul masters at the title DOLOU level. Judging from their auras, they have not reached the super DOLOU level. As for Yi Zishui and Long Xiao, they are not here. The Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Electrolux on one side could also detect the current situation through Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. After learning this news, the Snow Emperor immediately reminded Yuhao, "Master, this is a very good opportunity for us. While Long Xiao and Yi Zishui are not here, let's go and kill the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. As the saying goes, once you lose an opportunity, it will never come again. If we don't seize this opportunity, when Yi Zishui and Long Xiao come back, we won't have such a good chance." Yuhao quickly nodded after hearing the Snow Empress's reminder. "Okay, let's go over there." Yuhao and the Ice Empress quickly concealed their auras and headed for the core area of the Demon Forest, where the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor was. They traveled a considerable distance in this hidden state, getting closer to the location of the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. But at that moment, the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor still discovered them. After all, the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's cultivation was even higher than theirs. And the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor was also a soul beast adept at mental power. Yuhao's most valued mental power might appear very strange in the eyes of other soul beasts or soul masters, but to the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, it was merely that. So, while they were not close to the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, they could rely on their strength and the Tyrant Lord's indifference to successfully evade his search. However, once they were within proximity, avoiding the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's search would be near impossible. Therefore, in the next second, a low, violent, and cold voice reached the ears of Yuhao and the others. "Who dares to step into the core area of my evil forest and disturb my sleep?" As the voice echoed, the sky suddenly darkened. Immediately afterward, a dark red light with a diameter of more than 100 feet dramatically descended from the sky, heading straight for Yuhao and the others. Is that the... Did someone break into his territory? In short, this kind of thing is not something we can control. Everyone stay in the Holy Spirit Church and don't go out. Otherwise, if you are affected by the Lord, you have only yourself to blame. The evil soul masters in the Holy Spirit Church heard the massive sound at that moment and chose not to watch, fully aware of the strength of the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. Although they had a titled DOLOU present, what was a titled DOLOU in the eyes of the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor? If they were affected by the attack of the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, even a titled DOLOU would find it difficult to survive. Soon, the elders of the Holy Spirit Church issued an order. On the other side, in the core area of the Demon Forest, "We have been discovered by the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. No need to hide, just attack." At that moment, Yuhao realized that the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor had targeted them, so he shouted. Immediately, the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, and Electrolux revealed their powerful auras simultaneously. They each employed their methods, causing the air around them to drop suddenly. Countless cold winds and snow fell from the sky, quickly turning this large area into an icy realm. Swish! Before the massive dark red light could strike them, Electrolux and Yuhao unleashed their spiritual powers. Although they couldn't directly negate the evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's attack, they managed to weaken it significantly. Afterward, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress created a gigantic ice shield in their vicinity. Soon, the weakened dark red beam collided with the ice shield, which proved so hard that it withstood the attack of the evil eye tyrant emperor. Boom! Amidst a thunderous roar, the ice shield remained unfazed as Yuhao and his companions surged forward, charging toward the body of the evil eye tyrant emperor. Chapter 301, DD2 Chapter 301, The Shock of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. Snow Empress, has she broken through 700,000 years? At this moment, in the gap between the planes, as the screen continued to play, the Soul Masters saw that Yuhao in the parallel world had survived the first round of attacks from the evil eye tyrant emperor. After witnessing this scene, the Soul Masters in the gap between the planes couldn't help but sigh. Debussy, I didn't expect that the combined strength of Yuhao and the other four in this parallel world is even stronger than I imagined. The attack launched by the evil eye tyrant emperor just now was undoubtedly very terrifying. But even so, with their cooperation, Yuhao and the others in the parallel world easily resolved it. It seems that the chance of success in this adventure is not small. Jing Hongshan, indeed. And did you notice that Electrolux's attack seems to have an extremely strong restraining effect on the evil eye tyrant emperor? Although Electrolux's ability has not been fully restored, and his mental power is not as strong as that of the evil eye tyrant emperor, his level is higher. It is precisely because of this that he has such a significant restraining effect on the evil eye tyrant emperor. It appears that the evil eye tyrant emperor is unlucky this time. They continued talking after observing the picture on the screen. Everyone felt that Yuhao in the parallel world had a good chance of defeating the evil eye tyrant emperor this time. However, on the other hand, Xuanzai's face was extremely ugly after witnessing this scene. He could be said to be the most uncomfortable person in the audience at this moment. Watching Yuhao in the parallel world become stronger was more unbearable for him than killing him. After seeing Yuhao and others join forces to suppress the evil eye tyrant emperor, he was completely anxious. He kept roaring in his heart, "Damn it, give me some strength, evil eye tyrant emperor. Aren't you the second-ranked super beast on the beast list? You can't lose like this." His eyes were fixed on everything on the screen, with bloodshot corners betraying his agitation. At this moment, while other Soul Masters were not as anxious as Xuanzai, they were nonetheless eager to see how the plot would develop, so they intently watched the screen. And on the screen, after dodging the first round of attacks from the evil eye tyrant emperor, Yuhao and others kept closing the distance. After advancing for a while, they finally arrived at the core area of the evil demon forest and saw the true body of the evil eye tyrant emperor. The body of the evil eye tyrant emperor was so enormous that, when Yuhao and others saw it, they realized it was a gigantic eye with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Surrounding the terrifying giant eye were 9,981 tentacles, each more than 500 meters long, constantly waving in the air. Behind its massive body was a dark red ocean of soul power, creating the sense that the end of the world had come when it appeared. Ice Empress, Snow Empress, you are two of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north, both ranked in the top 10 of the fierce beast list. Why have you come to my evil forest to disturb my sleep? For the sake of our common race, I will give you a chance. Leave the evil forest quickly, and I will spare your lives. The evil eye tyrant emperor had now seen the true forms of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. After seeing their true forms, the evil eye tyrant emperor did not rush to attack them, but instead offered them the opportunity to leave immediately. However, since the Ice Empress and Snow Empress had come today, they must help Yuhao take down the evil eye tyrant emperor. Therefore, neither the Ice Empress nor the Snow Empress accepted the evil eye tyrant emperor's persuasion. When the evil eye tyrant emperor's voice fell, both the Ice Empress and Snow Empress revealed their true forms simultaneously, unleashing 2 extremely powerful and terrifying soul powers that rushed toward the evil eye tyrant emperor from both sides. Looking for deaths, the evil eye tyrant emperor was angered by the actions of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Although he had previously given them a chance, that did not mean he feared them. In reality, even though the Ice Empress and Snow Empress were super soul beasts ranked in the top 10, particularly the Snow Empress who was only ranked third behind him, the evil eye tyrant monarch did not take her seriously. Because in the entire DOLOU continent today, the only one who could threaten him was Dai Tian of the Stardew Great Forest. Aside from Dai Tian, the evil eye tyrant emperor was not afraid of the two ultimate DOLOU cultivators, Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui. They could only fight him if they joined forces. Therefore, after realizing that the Ice Empress and Snow Empress dared to attack, the evil eye tyrant emperor no longer showed mercy. He snorted coldly, and countless purple rays shot toward the Ice Empress and Snow Empress in a frenzy. Faced with these rays, the Ice Empress managed to resist them but struggled. In contrast, the Snow Empress handled the assault much better, easily blocking the evil eye tyrant emperor's attack. She spread her jade hands, and a burst of ice suddenly emerged, directly nullifying all the rays fired by the evil eye monarch. This caught the evil eye tyrant emperor by surprise, making him regard her more closely. "Oh, Snow Empress, I didn't expect you to have broken through the 700,000-year mark, greatly increasing your strength. But even so, you are still not my opponent, for my cultivation is as high as 790,000 years. As long as I break through the catastrophe again, I can elevate my cultivation to 800,000 years. By that time, even Dai Tian will not compare to me. And when I deal with you, there is no need to wait until that time. You must die now." Chapter 302, DD2 Chapter 302, 4 people joined forces, successfully killed the evil eye tyrant emperor. Although the evil eye tyrant emperor was extremely shocked that the Snow Empress could successfully break through the 700,000-year mark. After a brief shock, he quickly adjusted. After all, even if the Snow Empress had successfully raised her cultivation to 700,000 years, she was still not his opponent. So, after snorting at the Snow Empress, the evil eye tyrant emperor quickly began to attack again. They saw that his 9,981 hands turned red and whipped madly at the Snow Empress and Ice Empress from all directions at the same time. After witnessing this scene, even the Snow Empress and Ice Empress became extremely solemn. It must be said that the strength of the evil eye tyrant emperor is indeed formidable. Even the Ice Empress and Snow Empress dared not be careless when facing the attacks of the evil eye tyrant emperor. Therefore, at this moment, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress stood back to back, with the Snow Empress taking the lead in opening the domain, which became extremely cold and filled with snow. Suddenly, countless blizzards fell from the sky, instantly transforming the entire demon forest into a world of ice and snow. Afterward, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress continued to use their skills to resist the 9,981 huge tentacles of the evil eye tyrant emperor that kept attacking them. "Teacher, let's go too." After seeing this scene, Yuhao immediately said to Electrolux, "Go." Electrolux nodded to Yuhao, and then both of them rushed toward the evil eye tyrant emperor in front of them simultaneously. Electrolux used his mental power again. However, unlike the evil eye tyrant emperor, who used mental power to attack directly, before employing his mental power, Electrolux quickly chanted a spell. Accompanied by huge formations emerging from the ground, one after another, massive undead creatures were summoned by him. Yes, Electrolux used his undead summoning technique. With the continuous recovery of his abilities during this time, Electrolux's memory had also been restored, allowing him to gradually remember many experiences from his previous life. He recalled living in a world called the Holy Demon Continent, and recognized that the energy he had now was only less than 1/3 of his original energy. His original power was composed of 3 parts: light power as the Son of Light, purification power capable of purifying everything, and the undead power he now possessed. In his previous life, he had given away both of his other energies to others, so now he could only use this undead power. However, this ability is still very abnormal. At this moment, as Electrolux's spell was completed, gigantic headless knights, undead ancient dragons, and all sorts of formidable ghost creatures were summoned. These powerful summoned creatures then began to relentlessly attack the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. Initially, the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor intended to use his mental power to forcibly destroy these undead creatures. But he did not expect that these undead creatures possessed substantial mental immunity. When the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's mental power struck them, it had little to no effect. Consequently, the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor was compelled to withdraw its tentacles and redirect its attacks toward the undead creatures summoned by Electrolux. What frustrated the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor was that these undead creatures could not be killed at all. They emanated a powerful undead aura. Once hit by the attacks of these undead creatures, the body of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor began to rot. After a strenuous battle, it realized it did not feel overwhelmed dealing with the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, but it felt somewhat helpless against the undead creatures summoned by Electrolux. At this moment, Yuhao also took action. He did not use undead magic or mental attacks to confront the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, as he recognized that he was not as skilled in undead magic as Electrolux and did not possess the same mental strength as the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. So Yuhao believed that using his first martial soul against the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor would be a self-defeating act. He switched his martial soul to the Eternal Ice Crystal Phoenix and activated his Eternal Ice Heart. The surrounding area suddenly became even colder. At this moment, not to mention the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, even the Ice Empress and Snow Empress felt the chill. With the aid of the Eternal Ice Heart, Yuhao launched a freezing attack on the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor in an extremely fierce manner. This action also gave the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor a headache. The ice from the Eternal Ice Heart was even colder than the extreme ice. This unique attack greatly restricted the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's capabilities. Ultimately, under the relentless attacks from the Ice Empress, Snow Empress, Yuhao, and Electrolux, even the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, who wielded the light of destruction, could not alter the situation. In a moment of vulnerability, Yuhao pierced its eyeball with an ice spear, signaling that its life had come to an end. The Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor looked at Yuhao before him, filled with despair. But in the next second, its entire body was frozen by Yuhao using the Eternal Ice Heart. Then, Yuhao exerted a sudden force, resulting in a crisp sound. The massive body of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, completely frozen, shattered into countless pieces. Countless ice shards scattered across the ground, and with the fall of these ice fragments, a blood-red soul ring filled with hostility burst forth. Yuhao stared at the soul ring in front of him in silence for a long time, until finally, a fiery glint appeared in his eyes. And in the gap between the planes, after witnessing this scene on the screen, all the soul masters in the cracks of the planes were filled with excitement. Chapter 303, DD2 Chapter 303, Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, taking over Yuhao's body. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, while many soul masters had imagined that Yuhao in the parallel world might be able to defeat the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor after seeing the content displayed on the screen earlier, fantasy is still just fantasy after all. Even with sufficient psychological preparations made in advance, they still felt a great shock when the event unfolded. So, at this time, all the soul masters in the gap were stunned after witnessing this incident. They stood there in shock and finally regained their composure after a long moment of astonishment. Then, all the soul masters in the gap began to discuss. I didn't expect him to succeed. This is the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, ranked second on the Fierce Beast list. Even when Daitian attacked it, he suffered considerably. I didn't expect such a terrifying being to fall into the hands of Yuhao in the parallel world. This is too exaggerated. Yes, from this perspective, Yuhao in the parallel world is practically invincible across the entire DOLOU continent. Although this isn't solely his power, as long as he can control it, does it matter whether it's his alone? Moreover, Yuhao in the parallel world already possesses the combat power of a super DOLOU. Yet he hasn't absorbed the soul ring of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, which has a soul power of 790,000 years. Once Yuhao in the parallel world absorbs this soul ring, his cultivation will surely increase again. By then, Even if he cannot directly reach the Super DOLOU level, he could at least advance to level 93 or 94. How powerful will Yuhao in this parallel world become then? I dare not even imagine such a thing. The soul masters in the gap between the planes kept discussing this. And through their discussions, they became increasingly aware of just how powerful Yuhao in the parallel world had become. This is truly invincible. Therefore, in the parallel world at this moment, some people began to gloat over the misfortune. Dubusi, I didn't expect Yuhao in this parallel world to accomplish this. After this, his strength will improve significantly. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most crucial aspect is that someone is going to be unlucky. As he said this, Dubusi tagged Xuanzai and Yizishui in the chat channel. Then he laughed on the screen again. Have you ever heard the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor? When Yuhao was still weak in the parallel world, you chased him desperately. Did you ever think of today? After hearing this, both Xuanzai and Yizishui in the gap between the planes looked extremely displeased. Jing Hongshan laughed triumphantly. It's what you deserve, it's what you deserve. Of course, he was targeting Xuanzai. But Xuanzai couldn't hold back after hearing Jing Hongshan's laughter. He retorted, what are you laughing at? Your Sun Moon Imperial Academy and Sun Moon Empire have also offended Yuhao in the parallel world. Jing Hongshan replied, we have offended him, but we haven't done so to the point of no return. I'm afraid you've forgotten that. In the parallel world, our Sun Moon Imperial Academy is not as foolish as your Shrek Academy. You acted so decisively. When the Holy Spirit Church was about to attack Yuhao in the parallel world, it was I in the parallel world who had my granddaughter remind him. So, do you think Yuhao's character in the parallel world will forget this favor? Jing Hongshan directly mocked Xuanzai without any pretense. After hearing Jing Hongshan's taunts, Xuanzai's face suddenly grew even uglier. With his understanding of Yuhao in the parallel world, and because Jing Hongshan and Meng Hongshan had helped him before, he feared that Yuhao might not turn against the Sun Moon Empire. Yuhao in this parallel world had such a temperament. If someone respects him 1 foot, he'll respect them 1 foot in return. But if someone wrongs him 1 inch, he would take 3 steps back. So he thought Yuhao might eventually let the Sun Moon Empire go because of the kindness shown by Jing Hongshan and Meng Hongshan. Upon this realization, Xuanzai's expression became increasingly grim. Everyone continued to watch the screen. At this moment on the screen, after a short pause, Yuhao directly began absorbing the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant emperor that lay on the ground. After all, he had come precisely for this purpose. He soon sat cross-legged and started the absorption process. However, as he began, Yuhao discovered an extremely powerful and evil spiritual power within the soul ring. This spiritual power was well hidden, and Yuhao hadn't noticed it at first. But when he reached the most critical moment of absorption, this spiritual power began to activate. And this meant the soul ring was ready to act. Not good. This is the spiritual power of the evil eye tyrant emperor. It turns out it's not completely dead. It deliberately left part of its energy in its soul ring and concealed it very well. Its real aim is to seize the master's body when the master is careless. Damn, how cunning. After witnessing this scene, Zhu Dai realized what was happening. She immediately spoke up to warn about the conspiracy of the evil eye tyrant emperor. Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress expressed extreme concern. What can we do? In response, Electrolux prepared to take action. He said, today, even if I have to expend all my energy to forcibly destroy the spiritual power of the evil eye tyrant emperor, I will not hesitate. After he finished speaking, he was about to act. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a dazzling 9-colored divine light suddenly flashed around Yuhao. Chapter 304, DD2 Chapter 304, Super DOLOU, Gold-level body martial soul awakens. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, upon seeing that the evil eye tyrant emperor could still make a desperate counterattack, Yuhao was completely on edge. A group of soul masters couldn't help but gasp. They began to discuss among themselves. Sure enough, He is worthy of being the second-ranked evil eye tyrant emperor on the fierce beast list. His methods are terrifying. Yes, I thought Yuhao in this parallel world had completely killed him. I didn't expect that he hadn't truly vanquished him, but had instead fallen into his trap. Now, Yuhao in the parallel world is in serious trouble. I wonder if Yuhao can survive this situation. As they spoke, their expressions were filled with tension. On one side, after witnessing the scene unfolding before him, Xu Wenzai's face became completely sinister. If there was anyone present who wanted Yuhao in the parallel world to die the most, it was him. Thus, upon observing this scene, Xu Wenzai silently cheered for the evil eye tyrant emperor. He kept cursing Yuhao, wishing for the latter's immediate demise. Meanwhile, Yuhao, who was in the gap between the planes, didn't share Xu Wenzai's sentiments. After seeing what transpired on the screen, he recalled the moment when Electrolux had used all his strength to save him. His eyes filled with tension as he continued to watch the screen. Yuhao couldn't help but murmur, "Come on, my parallel world. This time, we cannot let the teacher sacrifice for us." And at that moment on the screen, accompanied by a flash of dazzling 9-colored light, illuminating Yuhao's body, a sacred and powerful aura emerged directly from within him. Upon seeing this aura manifest, Electrolux, who had originally planned to rescue Yuhao, halted his actions and gazed forward, surprised. It's the 9-colored dragon tattoo on Yuhao's back that has begun to display its power again. Electrolux's gaze was firmly fixed on Yuhao. While the 9-colored dragon tattoo was displaying its power, he did not let his guard down. The strength of the evil eye tyrant emperor was simply too formidable. Even if the 9-colored dragon tattoo had always been invincible, Electrolux was unsure if it could handle the evil eye tyrant emperor as it had helped Yuhao with other challenges. Consequently, he remained prepared to attack. Should the power of the 9-colored dragon tattoo weaken, he would willingly choose to fight, even if it meant perishing alongside the evil eye tyrant emperor. Swish. However, Electrolux underestimated the power of the 9-colored dragon tattoo. Once it began exerting its strength, the mental power of the evil eye tyrant emperor was swiftly suppressed. The malevolent and violent aura emanating from the soul ring was gradually purified by the illumination of the 9-colored light. In the spiritual sea, Yuhao never relinquished his resistance. Although caught off guard by the evil eye tyrant emperor earlier, he had always protected himself and awaited the opportunity to counterattack. Now, with the 9-colored light weakening the evil eye tyrant emperor's power, Yuhao knew that his chance had come. Die! With a furious roar, Yuhao launched his attack once more. This time, the evil eye tyrant emperor truly could not withstand it any longer. Under the double impact of the 9-colored light, the evil eye tyrant emperor was soon defeated. Shortly thereafter, it transformed into a stream of pure power, which was directly absorbed into Yuhao's body. The aura surrounding Yuhao continually improved. His level rapidly ascended from 91 to 92, then even to 93. Yet he did not cease improving at this stage. In the next few seconds, strange rays of light swiftly condensed behind him. These rays of light formed an enormous vertical eye behind Yuhao. When this vertical eye opened, its pupil resembled the vastness of the starry sky. Gradually, the color of this vertical eye shifted from a mundane hue to silver, and then transformed into a dazzling golden color. At this moment in the gap between the planes, a group of soul masters observed Yuhao's substantial soul power improvement. But Du Buxi saw something different. He exclaimed in amazement, "This is a gold-level awakening." Sure enough, Yuhao in this parallel world has also completed the awakening of a gold-level body martial soul. Upon hearing Du Buxi's exclamation, the soul masters in the gap were suddenly even more stunned. Gold-level body martial soul awakening. Does that mean Yuhao's strength in the parallel world has increased once more? As they contemplated this, they were left in shock and speechless. After all, Yuhao had already acquired the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant emperor during this encounter, significantly enhancing his strength. But who would have anticipated that he had now also completed the awakening of his gold-level body martial soul. This made his already formidable power even more fearsome. As the weight of this sank in, all the soul masters in the gap fell silent. Ultimately, they all turned their attention back to the screen. At that moment, there was only one thing they wanted to know. After this incident, what level of strength would Yuhao in the parallel world ultimately achieve? They continued to focus intently on the screen. And at that moment on the screen, with the ongoing absorption of the soul ring's power, Yuhao's strength grew rapidly. It finally reached level 94. His soul power level continued to rise steadily. Then, it broke through the bottleneck of level 94. And Yuhao reached level 95, officially becoming a super DOLOU. Chapter 305, DD2 Chapter 305, Yuhao's ninth soul skill, Thorn Halo and Light of Time and Space. After successfully raising his cultivation to level 95, Yuhao was not in a hurry to withdraw from his cultivation state. Although the surge of his soul power had completely subsided by this moment, he still continuously circulated his soul power throughout his body to explore his newfound abilities and adapt his soul power. Under such exploration and adaptation, Yuhao sensed that his strength had improved significantly. No wonder others had said, before, that title DOLOU and ultimate DOLOU are two completely different levels. Previously, he hadn't quite grasped the distinction between the two. But through Yuhao's personal experience now, he understood that in terms of the amount of soul power stored in the body, the quality of the soul power itself, and the speed of soul power operation, all these aspects were crushed by the super DOLOU. So it's not surprising that others would have such an evaluation. He was still familiarizing himself with his new power. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after witnessing Yuhao's strength in the parallel world increase dramatically once again, the soul masters became increasingly uneasy. Dubu remarked, "Sure enough, he has successfully broken through to the level of super DOLOU. He has also completed the awakening of his gold-level martial soul. The strength of Yuhao in this parallel world continues to baffle me." Jing Hongchen replied, "Mr. Kong, do you think Yuhao in this parallel world can match the strength of an ultimate DOLOU?" Kong Deming replied, "It's hard to say. But what I can be certain of is that Yuhao in the parallel world is exceptionally powerful now. Even if his realm isn't as high as that of an ultimate DOLOU, his strength must be nearly comparable. After all, when he was only at level 91, he already had combat experience that could match levels 97 or 98. Now, having advanced from title DOLOU to super DOLOU, while the gap between the next levels of soul master cultivation increases significantly, I believe he still has a strong chance of challenging the combat power of ultimate DOLOU." Jing Hongchen took a sharp breath. "In that case, Yuhao in this parallel world is quite astonishing, isn't he? He is already one of the strongest individuals on the DOLOU continent, and he's only 16 or 17. That's far more powerful than our Yuhao." Dubu turned his gaze to Xuanzai, who looked increasingly uncomfortable. Dubu sneered, "It seems someone is about to be driven to the brink of anger. I believe the current outcome is something you don't want to see, am I right?" Xuanzai, fuming yet speechless at Dubu's remarks, only made the smile on the latter's face widen. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after a while of continued meditation, Yuhao finally ended his cultivation state. As soon as Yuhao withdrew from his cultivation state, Bing Dai, Zhu Dai, and the others immediately approached him. Zhu Dai asked Yuhao, "Master, what level is your actual combat power now?" Yuhao shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but I can feel that my strength has improved a lot." Zhu Dai paused for a moment before suggesting, "In that case, how about I help you test it?" Yuhao nodded in agreement, saying, "Okay." The two quickly retreated to create some distance between them. Afterward, Yuhao directly utilized his spirit eye martial soul. After successfully absorbing the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant lord, Yuhao felt that his spirit eye martial soul seemed to have evolved. Having previously completed the learning of the gold-level body martial soul, Using the spirit eye martial soul again provided him with a completely different sensation than before. He began to mobilize his mental power to attack the Snow Empress. After experiencing Yuhao's mental attack, Zhu Dai exhibited a hint of surprise, saying, "Hey, the master's mental power feels a bit different." Electrolux, standing nearby, also noticed something and commented, "It seems Yuhao's mental power level has increased. Is it because he has completed the golden awakening of his martial soul, or has he gained benefits from the absorption of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor's soul ring? In any case, it's undeniable that Yuhao's mental power level has indeed become elevated." However, even if the mental power level had risen, such a straightforward attack had little effect on Zhu Dai. Consequently, the attack Yuhao had executed earlier was soon easily neutralized by Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai then said directly to Yuhao, "Master, how about you use the soul skill you obtained from the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor? This should be the strongest mental attack skill you have at the moment, so using it against me should give me a rough idea of your actual combat power." Yuhao readily agreed, "Okay." He activated his 9th soul ring. Before he took action, he explained the effects of his 9th soul skill to Zhu Dai and the others. "After I obtained the soul ring of the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, I mastered 2 soul skills. The first one, Thorn Halo, is a counterattack skill. When the enemy attacks me, there is a 50% chance that I will counter with a spiritual attack of equal lethality. Of course, this attack isn't directly rebounded. I still need to endure the damage from the attack. But this can be advantageous, as some enemy attacks might not harm me. However, activating the Thorn Halo means that regardless of whether the enemy's attack hurts me or not, they will still be affected. In addition, I have also gained another offensive spiritual skill. It's called the Light of Space and Time." Chapter 306, DD2 Chapter 306, Everyone is shocked in the gap between the planes. Yuhao in the parallel world, the ultimate dual combat power. Yuhao continued, "Compared to the previous Thorn Halo, this Light of Time and Space is more effective. Because Thorn Halo is a passive skill that can only be triggered when the enemy attacks me. In contrast, this Light of Time and Space is an active skill. It can be activated at will. This skill is quite simple. It condenses and amplifies the mental power within my body, ultimately launching it in a special state. This skill consumes a significant amount of mental power, but it is precisely because of this that its power should be the most powerful among all the mental soul skills I have mastered. Moreover, this skill weakens the enemy's spirit at the moment it strikes, and it also contains elements of temporal manipulation." Yuhao continued to introduce his 2 new soul skills to Zhu Dai and the others. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after hearing Yuhao's explanation, all the soul masters in this space were filled with envy. They couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it's worthy of the soul ring from the Evil Eye Tyrant King, with a soul power of 790,000 years. The power of this soul ring is truly strong, even a bit frightening. Indeed, Yuhao in the parallel world is already formidable, but I didn't expect the power of the 2 soul skills he's acquired to be so terrifying. I can hardly imagine how overwhelming his actual combat ability must be. It just so happens that he's about to test it with Snow Empress. We must see this." The soul masters in the gap between the planes continued to discuss animatedly. After their discussions ended, they quickly turned their eyes back to the screen. At this moment on the screen, after listening to Yuhao's explanation, Zhu Dai and the others were genuinely amazed by the power of the 2 soul skills he had obtained. However, since the Snow Empress was about to test Yuhao's actual combat power, they didn't want to waste too much time and soon prepared for the next phase of the competition. "In that case, Master, you can use it and see. I will do my best to resist," the Snow Empress stated directly to Yuhao. Upon hearing this, Yuhao nodded in agreement. Then, without wasting time, he directly activated his Light of Time and Space. Boom! At that moment, a strange sound erupted. Without warning, a massive silver ray appeared out of thin air in front of Yuhao, shooting fiercely toward the Snow Empress standing before him. The Snow Empress immediately employed her abilities to defend. In that instant, she summoned a colossal ice shield in front of her, firmly blocking the attack. Then, the light of time and space unleashed by Yuhao collided violently with Zhu Dai's ice shield. Cracked! A series of strange sounds rang out, and following the impact of Yuhao's light of time and space, numerous visible cracks appeared on the ice shield before Zhu Dai. What immense destructive power! Upon witnessing this, Zhu Dai was also taken aback. However, what Zhu Dai hadn't anticipated was that even after increasing her defensive energy once more, her ice shield was still quickly shattered by the relentless destructive force of Yuhao's light of time and space. In the end, Zhu Dai's shield was completely obliterated. Stop! Fortunately, Yuhao managed to halt the attack just in time. However, the Snow Empress had already formed a rough estimate of Yuhao's strength. Zhuer, are you okay? Of course, Yuhao was not overly concerned at the moment. After witnessing the scene, he quickly approached and asked the Snow Empress. Yeah, I'm fine. The Snow Empress smiled and replied. Then she said to Yuhao, Master, your current strength is truly remarkable. Yuhao was taken aback. How powerful is it? The Snow Empress directly responded, It must be at the level of ultimate DOLOU. Although we were merely testing it, I don't think even an ultimate DOLOU could effectively resist your attack. Not to mention your other abilities are also exceptional. So, based on my assessment, even though your current soul power level is still unbalanced and you lack reserves, your advantages from having twin martial souls and multiple soul cores make your capabilities far exceed those of a super DOLOU. With those terrifyingly powerful soul skills at your disposal, I believe ordinary ultimate DOLOUs may not stand a chance against you. The Snow Empress confidently provided her evaluation. Though Yuhao was her master, she held him in high regard. At that moment, the Snow Empress's assessment was devoid of flattery. It was solely based on the undeniable fact that Yuhao's strength warranted such recognition. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, after hearing the Snow Empress's evaluation, the Soul Masters were left utterly dumbfounded. Dubuci declared, Indeed, has Yuhao's strength in the parallel world reached the level of ultimate DOLOU now? I truly didn't expect that this old man would be so easily surpassed by such a young boy. Indeed, the waves behind push the waves ahead. Jing Hongchen added, This is truly abnormal. They all stared at the screen with expressions of shock on their faces. At this moment on the screen, Zhu Dai quickly questioned Yuhao, Master, what shall we do next? Yuhao replied without hesitation, We must destroy the Holy Spirit Church headquarters nearby. Chapter 307, DD2 Chapter 307, Destroy the Holy Spirit Church. Kill the evil soul masters. After hearing Zhu Dai's question, Yuhao answered without saying a word. After all, Yuhao has always been very resentful of the Holy Spirit Church. His principle has always been to repay grievances with revenge. When he was not strong enough, he could tolerate these hatreds. But this does not mean that Yuhao will forget this hatred. Therefore, since the last time Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao brought a large number of evil soul masters to hunt down Yuhao, Yuhao has completely remembered this group of evil soul masters in his heart. Although he could not seek revenge on them at that time, he had already included them in his must-kill list in his mind. He has been waiting for the day when his strength will increase so that he can personally seek revenge. And even now, although Yuhao's strength has not yet become the strongest on the DOLOU continent, it is completely enough to deal with Long Xiaoyao and Yi Zishui, or even the entire Holy Spirit Church. Therefore, at this time, Yuhao will naturally not choose to keep quiet. It just so happened that, when he came to the demon forest to hunt the evil eye tyrant king, Yuhao discovered that the main purpose of the Holy Spirit Church was also established here. In this case, he naturally wanted to eliminate this damn Holy Spirit Church directly. Therefore, after hearing Zhu Dai's inquiry, Yuhao directly expressed his attitude. After hearing Yuhao's voice, both the Snow Empress and Ice Empress showed fierceness in their eyes. They quickly said to Yuhao in front of them, Indeed. It's time to deal with these bastards. They have to pay the price for what they have done. After saying that, they rushed directly toward the direction of the Holy Spirit Church. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the conversation between Yuhao and Snow Empress on the screen, all the soul masters in the gap couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. It seems that this group of evil soul masters is going to be in trouble today. Who made them offend Yuhao from the parallel world before? Yuhao from the parallel world has never been easy to mess with. But this can be regarded as Yuhao from the parallel world getting rid of harm for the people. Unfortunately, Yi Zishui and Long Xiao are not here. Otherwise, Yuhao from the parallel world would have gotten rid of them as well. What? Aren't you exaggerating? Exaggerated? The evil Eye Tyrant King is dead. Can Long Xiao and Yi Zishui survive? That's true, huh? But if I remember correctly, Long Xiao and Yi Zishui seem to have a relationship with Mu En from Shrek Academy. Especially Long Xiao and Mu En, they used to be brothers. If Yuhao from the parallel world wants to attack them, I'm afraid Mu En won't agree. If he doesn't agree, then kill them together. Anyway, Yuhao from the parallel world was unhappy with Shrek Academy because of Xuanzi, so he can just kill them together. The soul masters in the plane gap kept talking. While everyone was talking, their eyes kept looking at the screen. They hated the evil soul masters so much that they were looking forward to seeing Yuhao from the parallel world killing people shortly. At this moment, Yuhao and others on the screen finally arrived at the Holy Spirit Church. Boom! At this moment, after arriving at the Holy Spirit Church, Yuhao, Bingdi, and Zudi attacked without a word. They have never been merciful people. Since the evil soul masters in front of them have offended them, they must all die, not to mention that they are all evil soul masters who have committed many atrocities. Therefore, Yuhao and others have no psychological burden after killing these evil soul masters. As soon as Bingdi and Zudi entered the Holy Spirit Church, they directly attacked many evil soul masters inside. But the gap between the two of them and other evil soul masters is too big. Under such a vast disparity, those evil soul masters who were terrified in the past, once they fell into the hands of Bingdi and Zudi, were like toys and soon turned into ice sculptures. Whenever this happened, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress would casually slap their hands, and with a little force, they would directly smash all the evil soul masters who were frozen into ice sculptures into pieces. Die. And Yuhao's method was even simpler. Now, in terms of his mental power, he can find no opponent on the DOLOU continent. Before absorbing the soul ring of the evil Eye Tyrant King, perhaps the evil Eye Tyrant King could still crush him in this aspect. But now that the evil Eye Tyrant King has been absorbed by him, even Dai Tian is inferior to Yuhao in terms of mental power. Therefore, at this moment in the Holy Spirit Church, even if there are many evil soul masters at the titled DOLOU level, when they fought with Yuhao, they were like worms and had no power to fight back. As Yuhao used his mental power directly, invisible attacks bombarded their heads. After that, the evil soul masters present could feel that their heads were about to explode in pain. Then the evil soul masters knelt on the ground, howling in pain. They kept rolling on the ground and finally died tragically, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Yuhao was calm about this. He just took Ice Empress and Snow Empress and left the place directly. But at this moment, the entire plane was caught in the gap. All the soul masters were dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Is this the strength of the ultimate DOLOU? The strength of Yuhao in this parallel world is too terrifying. All the soul masters couldn't help but keep talking about it. As for Xuanzai, who was in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene in front of him, he even turned pale and was completely speechless. Chapter 308, DD2 Chapter 308, Killing the White Tiger Duke, Xuanzai is afraid. At this moment, in another place between the planes, unlike the previous Xuanzai, Dubuxi and others laughed out loud after seeing this scene on the screen. After all, they have never had a good impression of Xuanzai. So, seeing that Yuhao in the parallel world is becoming stronger and stronger, they are naturally very excited. Because of their understanding of Yuhao in the parallel world, they all know very clearly in their hearts that once Yuhao in the parallel world has enough strength, they can only imagine what will happen to those who have offended him in the past. So, at this moment, all the soul masters in the gap are looking at the screen with expectation again. And at this moment on the screen, successfully killing this large group of evil soul masters from the Holy Spirit Church was not difficult for Yuhao. He did not spend too much time to complete this task. After completing this task, he left the demon forest and headed towards the body sect. Though he originally planned to go back to the body sect directly, he did not expect to pass through the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire on the way. Thinking about how powerful he is now, and looking at the extremely prosperous Star Luo Imperial City, a trace of cold, murderous intent suddenly emerged in Yuhao's heart. Master, didn't you say you wanted to go back to the body sect first? At this time, Zhu Dai and the others also discovered that Yuhao had changed his path, and asked him with puzzled looks on their faces. Yuhao suddenly shook his head and said, "It just happened to be on the way, so let's deal with some other things together." After hearing this, Zhu Dai and Bing Dai didn't say much. Yuhao continued to rush towards Star Luo Imperial City. On the other side, in the gap between the plains, after seeing the scene in front of them, all the soul masters couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is this Star Luo Imperial City? Why did Yuhao in this parallel world go to Star Luo Imperial City? Many soul masters felt very confused about his actions. After all, in the eyes of many of them, Yuhao in the parallel world now has strength. He should go directly to Yi Zishui, Mu-En, or Xuanzai to seek revenge. Why did he run to Star Luo Imperial City now? But some people still remembered Yuhao's identity. At this time, they reminded the group of people and then said, "Have you forgotten? The enemies of Yuhao in this parallel world are not just Xuanzizi, Long Xiao and Yi Zishui. When he was in the Duke's mansion before, Yuhao in the parallel world had always vowed to kill the White Tiger Duke. Although he had killed the Duchess in advance, his hatred for the White Tiger Duke has not diminished over the years. It's just that Yuhao has always buried it deeply in his heart. So now you know why Yuhao in the parallel world came to Star Luo Imperial City. He must be looking for revenge on the White Tiger Duke." The soul masters in the plain gap kept discussing. After hearing this, they suddenly realized. They all began to sigh, "Really? I almost forgot about this matter." The Yuhao in this parallel world is patient. He was so patient that I forgot about it. However, according to the strength of Yuhao in this parallel world, killing the White Tiger Duke is as easy as killing a chicken, right? After some discussion, they looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after arriving at Star Luo Imperial City, Yuhao in the parallel world spent some time roughly searching for the location of the White Tiger Duke. He soon learned that the White Tiger Duke's mansion had been completely renovated and rebuilt. But unlike the previous Duke's mansion, the White Tiger Duke's mansion is now heavily guarded after the reconstruction. After experiencing the last incident, the White Tiger Duke's heart has been left with a very deep shadow. Haha, the layout is still similar to the Duke's mansion before. Yuhao quickly arrived near the Duke's mansion. However, with his current strength, he no longer needed to take any risks when going to the Duke's mansion again. Although the Duke White Tiger had deployed many troops in the Duke's mansion, facing Yuhao's current terrifying strength, even a more powerful force would be useless. Therefore, after a while, Yuhao easily knocked out all the soldiers with his mental power, and then walked directly into the Duke's mansion. At this moment, the Duke White Tiger was practicing in the courtyard. While he was practicing, he saw a group of young figures appear in front of him. But he didn't have time to react at all. Because the moment he successfully discovered Yuhao had already killed the Duke White Tiger directly. Killed with one strike, without any hesitation. "Let's go." Yuhao said this calmly. Then he did not look at the body of the White Tiger Duke on the ground, which had been killed by him, but turned around and flew directly towards the body sect. He did not say a word throughout the whole process, and his demeanor was calm. Neither the Snow Empress nor the Ice Empress disturbed him at this moment, because they felt that although Yuhao's face was full of calmness, he did not feel calm at all in his heart. On the other side, in the gap between the planes, in fact, after watching the scene on the screen, they also felt uneasy. Although they had thought they had a clear understanding of Yuhao's temper and personality in the parallel world. To be honest, they still could not have imagined that Yuhao in the parallel world could kill the White Tiger Duke so cleanly. Because no matter what, he is still his father. But when Yuhao killed the White Tiger Duke, he was as calm as if he was slaughtering a pig or a dog. So after seeing this scene, all of them were silent. As for Xuanzai on the side, his face became even uglier. Chapter 309, DD2 Chapter 309, Donger, what if your father betrayed you too? Dead. The me in the parallel world is dead. At this moment, after watching the scene on the screen, Xuanzai's heart has understood everything. Although he hates Yuhao in this parallel world very much, he has to admit that Yuhao in this parallel world is strong. 4 soul cores, a bunch of 100,000-year soul rings, and the 9th soul ring of the first martial soul is still the soul ring of the Evil Eye Tyrant King. Now, Yuhao in the parallel world is simply powerful. The most important point is that Yuhao in this parallel world is indeed much more ruthless than the one on their side. Whether it was the Duchess before, the White Tiger Duke this time, or all those who had offended him in the past, once he finds a chance to take revenge, there will be no good end for them. Since Xuanzai has seen that Yuhao in the parallel world is much stronger than himself in the parallel world, he naturally knows the fate of himself in the parallel world. So Xuanzai's face is really ugly at this moment. He begins to understand very clearly that his parallel world will end miserably. He continues to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after a long journey, Yuhao finally arrived at the body sect. However, when he just arrived at the sect, he had already received news that the people of their body sect had gone to participate in the new Soul Master competition. This time, their body sect master, Dubusi, attached great importance to this and even took the initiative to lead the team. In fact, Dubusi originally wanted Yuhao to go with him. After all, with Yuhao, their chances of winning would be greater. But firstly, Yuhao was not in the body sect at the time. Secondly, there were still conflicts between Yuhao, Yi Zishui, and Long Xiao. In the end, after Dubusi considered it again and again, he decided not to let Yuhao go. He did not force anyone to summon Yuhao back, but chose to let Yuhao continue to do his things during this period. Now that Yuhao has returned to the body sect, he knows what happened during this period. However, he did not rush to the Soul Master competition directly. Instead, he went home to rest. The other disciples of the body sect naturally did not dare to say anything more when they saw this. After all, as the young master of the sect, Yuhao's status in the sect was only second to Dubusi, and since Dubusi did not ask Yuhao to attend, it would be fine if he did not go. So the disciples of the body sect soon let Yuhao go. On the other side, Yuhao had returned home at this moment. Seeing Yuhao return home, both Yuner and Wang Donger were very happy. So the two of them quickly started cooking, and in the end, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law prepared a sumptuous dinner for Yuhao. At this time, Yuhao spoke. "Mom, the White Tiger Duke was killed by me." He said this after a long silence. In fact, he was reluctant to say it, but thinking carefully, Yuner had the right to know about the life and death of the White Tiger Duke. Even if such a thing had to be concealed, it would not be concealed, so it would be better to confess it directly now. As expected, after hearing the news, Yuner's face turned pale. She remained silent, not saying a word. But she never said anything bad about Yuhao from beginning to end. Because, although the White Tiger Duke was the man she once loved deeply, this man did not allow her to live a good life. Instead, because of him, she experienced a nightmare. At the most critical moment, when Yuner thought everything around her was dark, it was Yuhao who helped her. He was like a gentle sunshine, constantly healing Yuner. So to be honest, although Hugh Yuner felt very angry in her heart when she heard Hugh Yuhao's reply at first. Her anger only lasted for a short while and then completely dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of guilt. She couldn't figure out why she was angry. Was it because the White Tiger Duke was the one she loved, but her son Hugh Yuhao was the one who had stayed by her side to protect her all these years? Compared to him, what was the White Tiger Duke? So after a while, Hugh Yuner took the initiative to hug Hugh Yuhao and held him against her chest. After that, she whispered to him, "Are you not hurt?" Hugh Yuhao smiled gently. "No, I'm very strong now." Hugh Yuner touched Hugh Yuhao's hair. "That's good. You are the most important to my mother. It doesn't matter what happened to the others." After Hugh Yuner finished speaking, she continued, "Okay, let's eat. Don't let this kind of thing affect your mood." Then the family started eating again. Although they all had mixed feelings during the meal, because of the matter of the White Tiger Duke, no one had any bad emotions throughout the meal. After the meal, Hugh Yuhao and Wang Donger returned to the room. Wang Donger leaned on Hugh Yuhao's chest and asked, "Yuhao, is your mother okay?" Hugh Yuhao shook his head. "It's okay, but she needs to calm down." Wang Donger nodded. Yes, after all, he was the man she once loved. After hearing this, Hugh Yuhao suddenly said, "Donger, what would you do if this happened to you?" Wang Donger scratched her head. "Yuhao, are you talking about your matter?" Hugh Yuhao nodded. "If your father also did something to let you down, or even hurt you and your mother, then will you forgive him or not?" Wang Donger was silent for a moment and then replied, "I will not forgive him. As a father, he must do his duty. If he can't even do this and instead makes his wife and children suffer, then I will never forgive him." Chapter 310, DD2 Chapter 310, Don't worry, brother, Donger won't blame you. At this moment, the reason why Hugh Yuhao suddenly asked Wang Donger this is not because he knows something about Tang San. In fact, for Hugh Yuhao in the parallel world, he still doesn't know the relationship between Wang Donger and Tang San. The reason why he asked Wang Donger that question just now was completely because he was moved. After all, he just killed his father, Duke White Tiger. Even though Hugh Yuhao has always hated Duke White Tiger in his heart for all these years and even regarded him as his enemy, blood is thicker than water. No matter how reluctant Hugh Yuhao is to admit it, the man he has killed, Duke White Tiger, is indeed his father. Therefore, under these circumstances, after killing his father, Hugh Yuhao's mood has indeed become uncomfortable. That's why Hugh Yuhao suddenly had the idea to ask Wang Donger, who was by his side. And the reason why Wang Donger answered like that wasn't just because she wanted to comfort Hugh Yuhao. That was indeed her true thoughts in her heart. After learning about Hugh Yuhao's childhood and some of his experiences, Wang Donger hated the White Tiger Duke. Therefore, under such circumstances, she naturally wouldn't expect her father to be such a person. After answering Hugh Yuhao's question, Hugh Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't know that Wang Donger was also relieved in her heart, because she was also feeling a little emotional at the time. Fortunately, my father is not as cruel as Yuhao's father. Although he has never met me, he seems to have been running around for my affairs all these years. If this is the case, I can accept it. She thought so in her heart. At this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, many soul masters in the gap between the planes showed a look of approval. Wang Donger is right. Although it is not glorious to say this kind of thing. But who can blame Hugh Yuhao in this parallel world? Many soul masters in the gap between the planes stood on the side of Hugh Yuhao in the parallel world. They all said a lot of good things for Hugh Yuhao in the parallel world in their hearts. Of course, as the person being discussed, Tang San's face looked a little ugly. At that moment, especially when Wang Donger expressed her opinion on the White Tiger Duke, Tang San felt a little sweaty. He almost thought that Wang Donger's words were directed at him at that moment. This is a guilty conscience. Brother San, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu on the side noticed that something was wrong with Tang San. She looked at Tang San with some doubt and asked. Tang San could only laugh when he heard this. Haha, I'm worried that this girl will be angry with us if she finds out about our affairs in the future. After all, we haven't taken care of her much over the years. Xiao Wu just spread her hands when she heard this and said, "Our situation is nothing like that of Duke White Tiger. As for Duke White Tiger, although he is a father, he has not fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations that a father should fulfill at all. He did not protect his wife and son at all." Speaking of this, Xiao Wu was a little coquettish. After hugging Tang San, she said to him, "But you are different, third brother. You are not like him, you have protected us both very well. Especially Xiao Qi, she wanted to go to the lower world by herself. But to protect her, you even sent Da Ming and Ming to follow her. That's already very good. You can't be expected to go to the lower world yourself, right? If this girl gets angry about this kind of thing, I will have to talk to her about it then." Xiao Wu kept talking. But the more Tang San listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. Because the facts that Xiao Wu understood were not the real facts. The facts she referred to were illusions created by Tang San. So after hearing what Xiao Wu said, Tang San just felt more and more sweaty. He was getting more and more scared. Now, he just hoped that the parallel world version of himself could be more peaceful and would simply not care about Yuhao in this parallel world. In addition, Tang San also hoped that he would not continue to see the parallel world scenes. Because if it is played at this rate, wouldn't it be the scenes before they crossed into this plane gap? Although everything has not happened yet, Tang San has made some preparations in advance. He doesn't want this kind of thing to be exposed at that time. That would be troublesome for him. Therefore, after thinking about this, Tang San just felt more and more headaches. And at this moment on the screen, after resting for a night, Yuhao and Wang Donger planned to set off again early the next morning. This time, Yuhao's goal is definitely to seek revenge on Xuanzai, Yi Zishui, and others. He has never been a person who swallows his anger. When his strength is not enough, he can choose to endure for the safety of himself and his family. But once his strength is sufficient, those who offended him will not be able to survive, and all of them will die. Therefore, now that he has learned that he has the strength to take revenge, not only will Duke White Tiger die, but also Xuanzai, Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and others. None of them can escape. Therefore, Yuhao is now heading directly to the Sun Moon Empire. The new Soul Master competition is now underway, and this time the Soul Master competition is being held in the Sun Moon Empire. So Yuhao plans to go directly to try his luck. Maybe he can not only meet Yi Zishui and Long Xiao, but even Xuanzai. Then he doesn't have to go to Shrek Academy to kill Xuanzai. Therefore, Yuhao plans to go directly to the Sun Moon Empire the next day. "Donger, when we go out, it's up to you to stop Yuhao." Before leaving, Yuner said to Wang Donger again, "I'm not with Yuhao, and he won't listen to other people's words. But if it's you, it's different. So if he's too radical sometimes, you, as his girlfriend, have to remind him more and let him not be too impulsive." Yuner kept giving instructions to Wang Donger. After listening to Yuner's instructions, Yuhao took Wang Donger away directly. Chapter 311, DD2 Chapter 311, Arrival at the venue. Everyone was shocked. Yuhao was not dead. After leaving the body sect, Yuhao and Wang Donger headed straight towards the Sun Moon Empire. But after all, Yuhao is now much stronger than Wang Donger. So if he took Wang Donger with him, the speed would be too slow. Thus, Yuhao finally used the ancient tree to collect Wang Donger. He placed Wang Donger directly in the ancient tree space. This way, Yuhao can travel faster on one hand. On the other hand, it does not affect Wang Donger at her side at all. Wang Donger can even watch the changes in the external environment while Yuhao is on the road and chat with him. This can be said to be very convenient. After such a hasty journey, Yuhao had already arrived at the Sun Moon Imperial City early the next morning. As soon as he arrived at the Sun Moon Imperial City, a familiar atmosphere enveloped him. Perhaps because the Soul Master competition is currently being held, the entire Sun Moon Imperial City has become even livelier than before, so security has become more lax. Yuhao got off the ground and walked directly through the city gate with a swagger, then rushed to the venue of this Soul Master competition. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing this scene in front of them, a group of soul masters couldn't help but look forward to it. They couldn't help but start to talk among themselves. Finally arrived at the Sun Moon Imperial City. Next, it's the real climax. I don't know what Yuhao in this parallel world will do next. It's exciting. They continued to converse. And on the other side, Dubusi smiled gloatingly and said, "You in the parallel world never thought that Yuhao would join our body sect at the beginning of the next Soul Master competition, right? All of this is thanks to you. Without your encouragement, Yuhao in the parallel world might not have been willing to join our body sect." Dubusi said with a smile. And the you he mentioned here naturally refers to Xuan Zai, Jing Hongchen, and others in the parallel world. After all, Xuan Zai and Jing Hongchen in the parallel world once controlled Yuhao. Unfortunately, for various reasons, they ultimately did not grasp the opportunity, allowing Yuhao, the super genius, to slip away from their hands alive. Therefore, considering this, the smile on Dubusi's face became even more intense. Jing Hongchen and Xuan Zai were speechless due to Dubusi at that moment. After all, they were still unsettled after witnessing this scene on the screen. Naturally, there was no time to dwell on these matters. They continued to watch the screen. And at this moment on the screen, because today is the third day of the Soul Master competition, the Soul Master competition has already passed the elimination stage. Many teams with insufficient strength have been eliminated from the competition. The teams that remain are all quite strong. Among the teams left, those headed by the Shrek team and the Sun Moon team attracted the most attention. As the game time approached, teams entered one after another. With each team's entrance, loud cheers erupted from their supporters. Shrek team, Shrek team, Shrek team. Sun Moon team, Sun Moon team, Sun Moon team. Star Luo team, Star Luo team, Star Luo team. Body Sect team, Body Sect team, Body Sect team. Among these teams, the four teams Shrek team, Sun Moon team, Star Luo team, and Body Sect team have the strongest overall strength, thus having the most supporters. At this moment, with their appearances, the venue became a little lively. Gradually, all the battles arrived, and the Soul Master serving as the referee on stage was about to announce the start of the first round of today's competition. But at this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, the figure of a young man suddenly appeared. This young man was handsome and tall. The moment he appeared, he became the focus of the whole audience. However, this was not the most surprising thing. The most astonishing detail was that this young man walked directly to the preparation area below the competition venue. After that, he approached the team of the Body Sect. The referee was naturally stunned upon witnessing this scene. He stepped forward to stop the young man, saying, "Hello, if you are not a member of the competition, you are not allowed to enter." But the young man suddenly smiled and said to the referee, "I am from the Body Sect." The referee was slightly taken aback. "Ah, you are from the Body Sect. Why haven't I seen you before? What is your name?" The young man smiled and replied, "My name is Yuhao." The referee was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He suddenly felt that the name Yuhao was very familiar, but he couldn't recall whose name it was for a moment, leaving him puzzled. At this moment, many young soul masters and influencers in the entire venue were equally stunned. On the Shrek team side, Dai Huabin's face was full of disbelief. When he looked at Yuhao, it was as though he were seeing a ghost. His expression became extremely grim. It's him, Yuhao, he's not dead yet." Bebe and others were also filled with fear as they looked at Yuhao because, in the last competition, it was this young man who led the Sun Moon Imperial team and snatched victory from their Shrek Academy. On the Sun Moon Imperial Academy's side, the crowd's shock intensified. Meng Hongchen excitedly covered her mouth with her hands. She shook Xiao Hongchen and said, "Brother, he's not dead. He is still alive and well." Xiao Hongchen laughed when he saw this. "I knew he wasn't dead. Good boy, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, the prominent figures became less composed, as they soon realized that Yuhao had gone directly to the Body Sect direction after speaking with the referee. Chapter 312. DD2 Chapter 312. Yi Zishui's plan, this time, don't even think about running away. At this moment, in the venue of the Soul Master competition, after seeing Yuhao walking straight toward the team of the body sect, and chatting and laughing with the disciples of the body sect, all the bigwigs present turned extremely ugly. Especially those headed by Xuanzai and Sun Moon Emperor. After witnessing this scene, they were so angry they could almost die. Whether it was their Shrek Academy or the Sun Moon Empire, they could be regarded as hostile forces to the body sect. They have never wanted to see the body sect become stronger. But now, the body sect has not only become more powerful, but they also acquired an important fighting force they have always dreamed of getting, Yuhao. This made the mood of Sun Moon Emperor, Xuanzai, and others extremely sour. Thus, as they watched this scene, their faces were all extremely gloomy. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene on the screen, Dubuci laughed so hard his mouth couldn't close. The more he saw the uncomfortable faces of Sun Moon Emperor and Xuanzai on the screen, the better he felt. Therefore, he couldn't help but laugh. It's a fight between the snipe and the clam, while the fisherman benefits. Yuhao from the parallel world has joined my body sect. The more I see this, the more I enjoy it. It's so comfortable. He kept laughing. Xuanzai and Sun Moon Emperor, who were in the gap between the planes, looked extremely unhappy. On the other side, Bibaidong and Cayenne Rengsu also wore smiles on their faces. Bibaidong, hee, are you feeling uncomfortable now? This is just the beginning. Cayenne Rengsu, yes. After all, they haven't seen each other for such a long time, and they don't know how strong Yuhao in this parallel world is now. But if Xuanzai and Sun Moon Emperor in this parallel world knew that Yuhao has reached the level of ultimate duo now, I'm afraid they would feel even more uncomfortable, right? Who wouldn't feel uncomfortable? He should have been my disciple, but now he has joined another sect and has become extremely powerful after not seeing him for a while. Who wouldn't be furious? Bibaidong, hee, I'm increasingly eager to see the angry look on their faces. The soul masters in the gap between the planes looked at the screen again. And at this moment on the screen, after seeing Yuhao's arrival, Dubuci was also very happy at first. He immediately walked up to Yuhao and said, "Good boy, why are you here?" Yuhao smiled and replied to Dubuci, "I am also a disciple of the body sect. Naturally, I am here to cheer for our body sect." Dubuci smiled at Yuhao, but soon, considering the many people staring at them, he spoke to Yuhao with a serious face. "Don't worry, since I'm here, I won't let anyone harm you. Even if Yi Zishui and Long Xiao come, I won't let them hurt you. And to be honest, they might not dare to do anything here." But Yuhao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Sect Master, since I dare to come here, I naturally have the power to protect myself." After saying this, he slightly revealed a fraction of his aura. Since Dubuci was very close to Yuhao, he soon sensed the aura the young man was displaying at that moment. This left Dubuci's face full of shock. Then Dubuci asked Yuhao, "Hey Yuhao, have you broken through to Super Duo?" Yuhao smiled and nodded, "Yes." Dubuci's face soon lit up with excitement. After all, when he last parted with Yuhao, he was only level 85 and had not even broken through to title Duo. But how could he have imagined that, upon their reunion, Yuhao had already broken through to level 95? Thinking of this, Dubuci began to inquire about the matter that concerned him the most, asking Yuhao in a low voice, "So, Yuhao, did you successfully condense your third soul core? Before you broke through level 90, you already had condensed 2 soul cores, so after breaking through level 90, you should have condensed the third one. How is it going? Is it going well?" Yuhao smiled and said, "It's going very well, don't worry. Moreover, I now have not only 3 soul cores but 4 soul cores." Upon hearing what Yuhao said, Dubuci's face filled with shock. Because this is a 4 soul core. Not only had he never seen one, but he had also never even heard of it until now. Dubuci wanted Yuhao to show him his 4 soul cores immediately. But Dubuci also knew this might not be possible. After all, there were many people present, and Yuhao had many enemies, so he must keep this kind of thing secret. Soon, the subsequent Soul Master competition began again. Seeing that the competition had commenced, Dubu changed the subject and stopped discussing this matter. However, Yuhao definitely would not participate in this Soul Master competition. Given his current strength, if he participated, it would only be worthwhile for him to fight all the contestants alone. That would be meaningless. Thus, for the time being, Yuhao and Dubu became cheerleaders, actively cheering for their body sect disciples under the ring. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Sun Moon Imperial City, Yi Zishui, who had just received the information, looked very cold. Damn it, who dared to attack the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church? This person has signed his death warrant. Aza. She kept roaring in anger, her whole body consumed by rage. At this time, she received another letter from Su Tianren. Yi Zishui opened the letter, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, that kid showed up again. I didn't expect him to dare to appear. Last time I let him run away. This time, I can't let him escape again. Haha, so he joined the body sect. It's useless, it's useless. A mere Dubu can't protect him. Humph, today is the day to find a chance to tie him up first. Chapter 313. DD2 Chapter 313. The real purpose of this trip is to kill Yi Zishui. At this moment, after learning that Yuhao has appeared again, Yi Zishui plans to gather people and find an opportunity to take him down directly. After all, the last time she led an army out, Yuhao escaped. Until now, Yi Zishui still feels upset. She is convinced that she can still take down Yuhao now. Although Yuhao is incredibly gifted, how long has it been since then? The last time she heard about him, Yuhao was only in his 60s, soul power. In the past few years, even if he has cultivated faster than most, he can only be a soul duo at best, and much of that is just wishful thinking. This speed is much faster than Yi Zishui's progress back then. Therefore, in Yi Zishui's opinion, if she wants to subdue Yuhao, she must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, she won't be able to defeat him in 2 years. This time is a good opportunity. He hasn't fully matured yet, and they still have a chance. So, she issued the order immediately after receiving the news about Yuhao. Soon, she gathered enough people. Then she planned to take this group of evil soul masters directly to the competition venue to keep an eye on Yuhao. But at this time, Zhongli Wu furrowed his brows and asked Yi Zishui, "Master, if we go there so openly, won't we be discovered?" Yi Zishui simply shook her head. "What are you afraid of? We and the Sun Moon Empire are originally wearing the same pants. Besides, I'm not asking you to fight at the venue. We are just going there to keep an eye on Yuhao. Once the game is over and they leave the venue, we will wait for an opportunity in a less crowded place to take action. At other times, we just need to hide our auras. What's the big deal?" The evil soul masters nodded in agreement. After Yi Zishui finished speaking, she, together with Long Xiao, led a significant number of evil soul masters to the competition venue. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing this scene, the soul masters couldn't help but laugh. They didn't want to laugh, but they couldn't hold it back. From their perspective, they were very clear about the strength of Yuhao in the parallel world. Not only did he already possess the fighting power of the ultimate duo, but he also had the 3 masters Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Electrolux around him. So, his fighting power was exponentially greater than Yi Zishui's and the others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish the feat of killing the evil Tyrant Emperor before. At this moment, Yuhao's combat strength on this foundation had also been augmented by a Poison Immortal, which was an epic enhancement. Therefore, many soul masters in the gap between the planes felt it was absurd to continue watching Yi Zishui's self-righteous demeanor on the screen. They couldn't help but complain. Yi Zishui is foolish. Doesn't she know that Yuhao in the parallel world is extremely cautious? With his personality, if he's showing up at this time, it must mean he is confident in his strength. He must be completely unafraid of Yi Zishui and the others, or he wouldn't reveal himself here. Unfortunately, this woman didn't think of this at all, and believes Yuhao is still the soft persimmon that can be easily slaughtered. I want to see their reactions when they realize Yuhao's current combat power. This time, people are here to kill her. The soul masters in the cracks of the plains kept talking. Thinking of this only made them more expectant. Then they continued to look at the screen. And at this moment on the screen, after making a decision, Yi Zishui and others quickly rushed to the competition site. Upon entering, they concealed their abilities according to the plan and then carefully monitored Yuhao. However, the problem is that Yuhao's mental power is now too strong. Once someone is watching him, he will notice immediately, even if that person is an extreme duo. Thus, Yuhao found their location shortly after Yi Zishui and the others entered the venue. A sneer formed at the corner of Yuhao's mouth. He turned his gaze towards Dubusi, who was standing beside him. "Sect Master, I'll show you something. Relax a little, don't resist." Dubusi was slightly taken aback after hearing Yuhao's voice. But he complied with Yuhao's request. Soon, Yuhao's mental power enveloped Dubusi, who quickly connected to Yuhao's spiritual detection and sharing since he did not resist. Because of this, he saw the evil soul masters who were monitoring them at the venue. Dubusi's face suddenly displayed shock. Even though he hadn't noticed this previously, Yuhao detected it in time, indicating that Yuhao's perception ability far surpassed his own. But he didn't want to praise Yuhao. After realizing this, Dubusi also understood the gravity of the situation. "I didn't expect them to move so quickly. They came here just from sniffing out the scent. They are truly a troublesome bunch." He frowned and said to Yuhao, but Dubusi also understood Yuhao's personality. Since he remained calmer than most, it could only mean that everything happening now was still under Yuhao's control. In this case, Dubusi felt it was necessary to heed Yuhao's thoughts. So he quickly cast his gaze back at Yuhao and asked, "Yuhao, what do you think? Tell me." Yuhao smiled and replied, "Master, I came to this Soul Master competition not just to support you. Cheering is secondary. I came here for a more important reason." Dubusi was slightly stunned upon hearing this. "What's the matter?" Yuhao's reply made Dubusi feel completely uneasy. "To kill Yi Zishui." Chapter 314, DD2 Chapter 314, Dubusi was completely dumbfounded. Yuhao killed the evil eye tyrant emperor. Kill Yi Zishui. At this moment, after hearing Yuhao's words, Dubusi was stunned for a long time. After all, what Yuhao just said sounded a bit too outrageous to him. Dubusi knew exactly how strong Yi Zishui was. She possessed an incredibly powerful strength of up to level 99. Even if Dubusi fought alone, he had no confidence that he could defeat Yi Zishui. What's more, she had Long Xiao by her side, making it even more challenging to defeat her. Therefore, after hearing Yuhao's reply, Dubusi felt that this was extremely outrageous. After being silent for a long time, he finally looked at Yuhao again and asked a soul-searching question. "Yuhao, are you serious?" And at this moment, in the gap between the planes. After seeing Dubusi's reaction, the soul masters in the gap couldn't help but laugh. In their opinion, Dubusi's performance at this moment was quite amusing. They all knew that Yuhao in the parallel world was capable of killing Yi Zishui and Long Xiao. After witnessing Dubusi's reaction, the soul masters in the gap began to speak. It seems that Yuhao in the parallel world has scared Dubusi with that statement. But that's understandable. After all, how could Dubusi have imagined that Yuhao in this parallel world has developed so much in such a short time? He even killed the evil eye tyrant emperor, who ranked second on the fierce beast list in the demon forest. I'm genuinely curious about what Dubusi will look like when he learns about Yuhao's current strength. The soul masters in the gap continued their discussions. Then, one by one, they turned their attention back to the screen. And at this moment on the screen, "You must be serious." After hearing what Dubusi said, Yuhao couldn't help but laugh. However, Dubusi was even more shocked after listening to this. He quickly said to Yuhao, "But she is an ultimate duo. Moreover, she has Long Xiao and so many evil soul masters beside her." Yuhao smiled and replied, "Aren't you here?" Dubusi said, clearly unhappy, "Me? You're overestimating me." To tell you the truth, I am only level 98 in soul power cultivation. If I were to deal with those evil soul masters she brought, that would be fine. But if you want me to confront Yizishui and Long Xiao, I would truly be no match for them. You kid, don't think that level 98 and level 99 are just one level apart. The gap is a world of difference. So, I believe you should stop messing around. Du Busi tried his best to persuade Yuhao. He just wanted him to abandon this unrealistic idea as soon as possible. But at this moment, what Du Busi did not expect was that Yuhao laughed after hearing his words. That's enough, Yuhao replied. Du Busi was left completely dumbfounded. Enough, what's enough? Yuhao answered, as long as you help me deal with the other evil soul masters. Then leave Yizishui and Long Xiao to me. Du Busi felt increasingly incredulous as he listened. Yuhao understood that if he didn't let Du Busi see his abilities today, he would never trust him to do this. So he quickly used spiritual detection and sharing to allow Du Busi to check his physical condition. He employed a very special method to let Du Busi examine the 9 soul rings of his first martial soul. As he introduced his 9th soul ring, he asked Du Busi, Sect Master, do you know how old this soul ring is? Du Busi was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Though he didn't know the exact age of the soul ring, he could see the distinction in its color and appearance. While it was also a blood-red soul ring, the shade of Yuhao's 9th soul ring was deeper than that of the ordinary 100,000-year soul rings. The most unique feature of this soul ring was the 7 peculiar golden patterns on it. To be honest, Du Busi had seen a lot over the years. He always thought that few things on the DOLOU continent could stump him, but at this moment, he truly couldn't gauge the age of Yuhao's soul ring. After failing to figure it out, he finally asked Yuhao, how many years? Yuhao smiled faintly and replied, 790,000 years. 790,000 years. Are you kidding? Du Busi almost shouted aloud. Clearly, on the DOLOU continent today, there was only one soul beast with soul power cultivation of 790,000 years. That was the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, which ranked second on the Fierce Beast list. To be honest, this beast was slightly stronger than the combined strength of Long Xiao and Yizishui. If Yuhao wanted to acquire this soul ring, he would have had to kill the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor in advance. But the question was, could he even kill it? Even Dai Tian couldn't do it. Thus, after witnessing this scene, Du Busi couldn't help but speak once more. I'm not joking, this is indeed a 790,000-year soul ring. Moreover, it belonged to the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor, who ranks second on the Fierce Beast list. Didn't you want to know where I've been during this time? I went to the Demon Forest to kill the Evil Eye Tyrant Emperor. I just returned recently. But this time, Yuhao didn't continue his laughter with Du Busi. After exhaling, he spoke very seriously to Du Busi. Upon hearing Yuhao's words, Du Busi fell into complete silence. This is too outrageous. Chapter 315, DD2 Chapter 315, use the same trick against the opponent. Start to plot against Yizishui. After remaining silent for a long time, Du Busi finally calmed down completely. In fact, he now completely believed what Yuhao had just said. After all, he knew Yuhao's personality very well. He was usually very stable. The most important thing was that Yuhao would not joke with him about this matter. So all of this proved that everything he said just now was true. But it was outrageous because it was true. Du Busi was shocked for a long time just now. However, he has now completely regained his composure. Letting out a breath, he looked at Yuhao with a shocked expression and then said, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much. It's true that you should reevaluate people after 3 days apart. I originally thought that, given your pace, it would take a few more years for you to become this powerful. Now it seems I was too conservative before. He said this with great emotion. Then, taking on a more serious demeanor, he asked Yuhao. In that case, I trust you have your considerations. I will not stop you on this matter. However, even if you're powerful now, Yizishui and Long Xiao are still 2 ultimate DOLOUs, so you cannot be careless when dealing with them. What is your plan? After hearing this, Yuhao responded, "Lure the snake out of its hole." Du Bu was taken aback for a moment. Yuhao continued, "After all, we are now in the Sun Moon Imperial City. Although this isn't our territory, there are still many civilians here. In my opinion, although we prioritize revenge, we also consider the eradication of evil soul masters as an act of punishing evil. However, this does not mean we can affect the lives of ordinary people at will. So I plan to draw them out, lead them away from Sun Moon Imperial City, and then attack them directly in the right place." After hearing Yuhao's words, Du Bu nodded in approval. "Your idea coincides with mine. After all, we are not evil soul masters, so we cannot act recklessly. If it's possible to avoid involving civilians, we should do that. It's just that the question I wanted to ask you earlier is not about this." Du Bu said to Yuhao, "What I mean is, do you have a specific strategy for dealing with Long Xiao and Yi Zishui? You can't just engage them directly, can you?" Yuhao replied, "Why not? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks become null. And Sect Master, have you forgotten that we have a significant advantage?" Du Bu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What advantage?" Yuhao explained, "It must be the opponent's underestimation of us." He continued, "You, someone who knows me well, didn't expect that my strength had reached this level now. Then how could Long Xiao and Yi Zishui anticipate that my power had similarly grown?" Du Bu could not help but feel slightly stunned upon hearing this. Yuhao continued his explanation. "As the saying goes, a lion will use all its strength when fighting a rabbit. In many battles, if the weaker side wants to defeat the stronger side, one essential condition that must be met is that the enemy is careless and underestimates them. This way, they can find the opponent's flaws and strike. But what's the situation now? We are obviously in an advantageous position, but the enemy does not realize this and remains relaxed and careless. So in this case, what we must do is take advantage of the opponent's complacency." Du Bu's eyes lit up completely upon hearing this. After listening to Yuhao's explanation, he felt that what Yuhao said was very reasonable. That's true. If things continue as they are, the chance of their victory is indeed very high. Thinking of this, Du Bu felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had long resented Yi Zishui and the other evil soul masters. He then said to Yuhao, "In that case, let's proceed as you suggested." He began to act according to Yuhao's plan. In the following period, while they completely monitored the other party's position and situation with the help of Yuhao's spiritual detection and sharing, they deliberately pretended to be unaware. They acted as if they hadn't detected anything and quietly cheered for their body sect disciples. After today's game concluded, Du Bu directly issued orders to the body sect disciples. "All of you, go back to the hotel to rest and prepare for tomorrow's game. Your young master and I have important matters to attend to. We won't be returning with you." Naturally, the body sect disciples would not disobey Du Bu's orders. Thus, upon hearing Du Bu's command, they all quickly agreed. Then they went to the hotel to rest. Du Bu and Yuhao left the hotel and flew out of Sun Moon Imperial City, according to plan. Yi Zishui and the others followed closely behind them. After discovering that Yuhao and his companions were leaving the city, Zhongli Wu asked Yi Zishui, confused, "Master, they seem to be leaving the city. What could they be doing at this time?" Yi Zishui just smiled and shook her head, saying, "Who cares what they intend to do? There are too many people here. It's not suitable for us to attack. It's better to leave the city. This way, we have a better chance to strike." Chapter 316, DD2 Chapter 316, Xuan Zai is scared. I won't fall for it, right? Just as Yuhao had said to Du Bu before, Yi Zishui was very confident about taking down both him and Du Bu. After all, in her opinion, she and Long Xiao were both veteran top masters on the DOLOU continent. There were only two people who could genuinely fight with them. It must be easy to take down a mere Yuhao. Therefore, after hearing Zhongli Wu's earlier inquiry, Yi Zishui had acted arrogantly. However, the other evil soul masters present didn't say much, as they all trusted Yi Zishui as well. So they acted according to Yi Zishui's plan. There was no doubt about why Yuhao and Du Bu-si chose to leave the city at this time. They simply followed behind them, intending to wait for a suitable opportunity before taking them all down. And at this moment, in the gap between the planes, after seeing the scene that appeared on the screen, the faces of the soul masters in the gap showed smiles again. It seems Yuhao's plan in the parallel world has been executed very well. At this moment, whether it's Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, or the group of evil soul masters, they have all fallen into Yuhao's plan. Look at their confident expressions. I wonder how embarrassed they will feel when they realize they are the ones being played. They continued to talk. After discussing, one by one, they looked at the screen with great anticipation once more. On the other side, Caiyan Rengsu and Bibaidong also discussed the matter. Caiyan Rengsu, finally, it's the most critical moment. Everything now can be said to be executed according to Yuhao's ideas in the parallel world. But whether they can finally take down Yi Zishui still depends on their strength. Although Yuhao did defeat the evil eye tyrant emperor in the parallel world, Long Xiao and Yi Zishui must not be underestimated. Bibaidong, yes. Let's watch closely and see the outcome of this incident. After finishing their discussion, they quickly focused on the screen. And at that moment on the screen, Yuhao and Du Bu-si were still sprinting forward. What they didn't expect was that Xuanzai seemed to have been secretly observing them from the Shrek Academy side. So after discovering that Yuhao and Du Bu-si had left, Xuanzai concealed his aura and followed closely behind them. This led to two groups of people trailing Yuhao and Du Bu-si. Since both parties had completely concealed their auras, they remained oblivious to each other's existence. However, Yuhao had a shared spiritual detection, allowing him to monitor the entire scenario. He smiled at Du Bu-si beside him. I didn't expect Xuanzai to come as well. Well, since he has sought death, let's see him off. After all, we intended to deal with him anyway, so let's handle it together this time. After hearing Yuhao's words, Du Bu-si couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But he wasn't the type to shy away from challenges. Since he chose to let Yuhao become the young master, he naturally needed to support him. Otherwise, if he didn't stand by Yuhao during this critical moment, how could Yuhao continue to stay in their body sect as the young master? This time, Du Bu-si took the gamble. Okay, just do as you say. He quickly replied to Yuhao, and they continued to rush forward. Eventually, they found a suitable area and came to a stop. Then, Yuhao and Du Bu-si looked behind them simultaneously. Xuanzai, Yi Zishui, and the others who had been following were completely stunned. Along the way, they had never realized that Yuhao and Du Bu-si had already detected their presence. Therefore, as they stood before Yuhao and Du Bu-si, their faces displayed shock. Yet they still didn't step forward directly. After seeing this scene, Yuhao stopped pretending and began calling out, "Are you still not coming out? Everyone from the Holy Spirit Church, and Xuanzai." Immediately, Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, Xuanzai, and others could no longer pretend and revealed themselves one by one. They hadn't noticed each other before, so when Xuanzai saw Long Xiao, Yi Zishui, and the others, and when Yi Zishui, Long Xiao, and the others noticed Xuanzai, they were all taken aback. Damn, why are these evil soul masters here? This kid is a plague. I wouldn't have come if I had known. Of course, Xuanzai was the first to want a retreat. After all, with his soul power level at only 98, he stood no chance against Yi Zishui and Long Xiao. Seeing that Yi Zishui and Long Xiao were also present, he immediately decided to back away. As he attempted to leave, however, a woman appeared right in front of him. The woman waved her jade hand, and a terrifying chill emerged. Then, before Xuanzai could escape successfully, he felt the freezing air rushing toward him. Faced with this chill, Xuanzai could only try to defend himself. Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, it's you again. Xuanzai recognized the Ice Empress immediately. After all, he had fought with her last time. However, in this brief encounter, Xuanzai sensed her strength had significantly improved since their last battle. This sudden realization sent panic through him. He didn't deliberately lead us here, did he? If that's true, then that guy has a backup plan. But this shouldn't be the case. If he was only targeting me, that would be fine, but he targeted Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao. Is he crazy? Xuan Zai kept pondering, but the more he thought, the more outrageous it seemed. He truly couldn't understand why Yuhao would lead Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao here when he was aware they were already pursuing him. Isn't he afraid of death? Chapter 317, DD2 Chapter 317, shocked Long Xiaoao and Yi Zishui. Both ice and snow empresses surrendered to him. At this moment on the screen, Xu Wenzai's thoughts mirrored those of Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoao, and the others. In fact, when they discovered that Yuhao was aware of their pursuit, Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoao, and the others were all confused. What's the matter with this kid? At this moment, they exchanged a few brief words, but their discussion yielded no substantial conclusions. So Yi Zishui quickly replied, "In short, let's just take him down directly. No matter how many schemes and tricks he has, they are all futile in the face of absolute strength. Let's just act and capture him." After hearing this, Zhongli Wu and Long Xiaoao nodded in agreement with Yi Zishui. Yi Zishui issued orders to Zhongli Wu and Long Xiaoao. First, she addressed Zhongli Wu. "Zhongli Wu, you all stay back. Just watch me and don't intervene. If things take a turn and he almost escapes, then you all must act. You must capture him immediately." She spoke assertively to Zhongli Wu and the other elders of the Holy Spirit Church. After hearing Yi Zishui's orders, all the elders and Zhongli Wu nodded. They agreed loudly, "Yes, we'll stand guard on the side." After a moment, Yi Zishui quickly gave another order to Long Xiaoao. "Xiaoao, you deal with Du Buxi." Although his soul power level is only 98, the second martial soul awakening of the body sect has always been very tricky. It is said that Mu En had a tough time against Du Buxi's brother. While Du Buxi may not be as strong as his brother, he is still the leader of the body sect, so be careful when dealing with him. Yi Zishui provided Long Xiaoao with some guidance. After hearing Yi Zishui's instructions, Long Xiaoao nodded quickly. Although he was not pleased with the actions of the evil soul masters, he was willing to do anything for Yi Zishui. So it was the same with Yuhao. He was willing to confront Yuhao for Yi Zishui. "Be careful yourself." He quickly responded to Yi Zishui before preparing to attack. But Yi Zishui chuckled when she heard him. "Dealing with a young lad like him, what should I be concerned about? Master, let's go." At this moment, Yuhao and Du Buxi rushed in directly. They both charged towards Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao simultaneously. Initially, Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao thought that Yuhao and Du Buxi intended to face them one at a time. However, that was not the case. When Du Buxi charged toward them, he bypassed Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao, heading straight for Zhongli Wu behind them. This left Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoao stunned. Does this kid think he can handle the two of us by himself? Is there something wrong with his brain? With great skepticism, they continued to observe Yuhao. At that moment, they noticed two figures suddenly darting out from behind Yuhao. One was a tall girl, and the other was an old man. These two were none other than Zhu Dai and Electrolux. As soon as Zhu Dai and Electrolux appeared, Zhu Dai charged directly at Long Xiaoao, unleashing her three ultimate skills immediately. Long Xiaoao was caught off guard by this sudden assault. He could only muster all his strength to defend himself, but since he had not prepared in advance, he suffered an injury from the Empress's sword of the Snow Empress, and a distinct blood mark appeared on his chest. The third-ranked beast on the list is the Ice Snow Girl. At this point, Long Xiaoao fully reacted. He quickly employed his soul power to protect his injury and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Snow Empress beside him. Meanwhile, Yi Zishui's expression grew increasingly serious. She muttered, "Ice Jade Scorpion Empress, Ice Snow Girl, two of the three kings of the far north are willing to serve you. It seems you, kid, have many hidden secrets." Yi Zishui's gaze then shifted to Electrolux next to Yuhao. Although Electrolux's aura wasn't as strong as hers, his soul level was higher, and his methods were more enigmatic. At this moment, Yi Zishui could vaguely sense waves of immense pressure emanating from Electrolux. So she began scrutinizing Electrolux closely. It seems you are this kid's trump card. But I'm curious, do you possess the strength of an ultimate duo? As she said this, Yi Zishui unleashed a fierce attack, her powerful and dark soul energy surging toward Electrolux. Though Electrolux's soul power was also dark, being a necromancer, he chose not to dodge or evade. Instead, he stood still and chanted a necromancer spell. Then, the undead spell absorbed all of Yi Zishui's attacks and summoned a massive headless knight on the spot. What a strange old man. Besides, his abilities somewhat counter Zishui's. No, I must deal with him. Long Xiao quickly realized something was amiss and rushed forward again, but before long, he was halted by Zhu Dai. I can't let you disturb the master and the others, she stated coldly to Long Xiao. Upon hearing Zhu Dai refer to Yuhao as master, Long Xiao's shock deepened. Master, you call him master? Chapter 318, DD2 Chapter 318, Heavy Damage to Yi Zishui. Isn't this the skill of the evil eye tyrant emperor? After hearing the Snow Empress's address to Yuhao, the expression on Long Xiao's face suddenly became extremely shocked. After all, he couldn't figure out that the Snow Empress was one of the 3 great kings of the far north, ranked 3rd on the fierce beast list. Why would she bow down to a young boy like Yuhao? So, Long Xiao was shocked at this moment, looking at the Snow Empress in front of him with disbelief. Not just Long Xiao. After he said this, Xuanzi also reacted. Yeah, why do the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress want to serve Yuhao as their master? This is unreasonable. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. He continued to look at the Ice Empress in front of him, feeling increasingly confused, and asked while fighting with her. But at this moment, neither the Ice Empress nor the Snow Empress paid any attention to Xuanzi or Long Xiao. They replied coldly, no comment. Then they attacked each other more fiercely. After seeing this scene, Long Xiao didn't want to delay any longer. After all, even he felt that the power Electrolux had just displayed was very strange and restrained Yi Zishui. At this moment, he just wanted to go over and help immediately. If it doesn't work, he plans to let Yi Zishui switch opponents with him. So, he slapped the Snow Empress with his palm, intending to repel her directly so he could help Yi Zishui on the other side. Empress's palm, no snow in the severe cold. But the Snow Empress was not afraid of this at all. At the moment when Long Xiao slapped her with his palm, she chose to burst out with all her strength. Then she slapped him back with her palm. Although after this, the Snow Empress also retreated many steps. In this confrontation, the Snow Empress and Long Xiao were equally matched. Neither of them gained any advantage. This was outrageous in Long Xiao's eyes. For although the Snow Empress was not weak, she should not have been able to stop him. But now she blocked it. There was only one possibility: she had become stronger. When Long Xiao thought of this, he looked at Zhu Dai in more shock and asked again, have you broken through the 690,000-year barrier? Zhu Dai still did not reply to Long Xiao. But Long Xiao quickly asked again, is it related to Yuhao? Zhu Dai's face changed slightly. Long Xiao inferred the answer he wanted from the look on Zhu Dai's face and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you're so proud to serve him as your master. It turns out this is the reason. It seems the Ice Empress over there has also made a breakthrough. This kid has so many outrageous secrets. Long Xiao couldn't help but sigh again, then muttered to himself. But now, things are a bit troublesome. The increase in the strength of the soul beast from 690,000 years to 700,000 years is indeed a bit against the heavens. If I fight alone now, I may not be Zhu Dai's opponent. After that, he quickly fought again. On the other side, Yi Zishui was also fighting against the Headless Knight summoned by Electrolux. Although Yi Zishui found Electrolux's ability a bit strange, and it seemed to have a certain restraint on her, the problem was that Electrolux's strength had not yet fully recovered. So, if he relied on his alone, he still couldn't defeat Yi Zishui. After a brief test, Yi Zishui felt completely relieved. She began shouting to Long Xiaoyao on the other side, "Xiaoyao, don't worry. This old man is a paper tiger. Although his strength is not weak, he is at least not my opponent." But at this moment, Yuhao said lightly, "There is still me." As soon as he spoke, he directly used his first martial soul, and suddenly, a strange vertical eye appeared out of thin air behind him. Yi Zishui sensed the oddity of this vertical eye the moment it appeared. But at that moment, she was busy dealing with the headless knight summoned by Electrolux and didn't have much time to pay attention to Yuhao. So she just smiled coldly and said, You are not qualified." Then she continued to fight with the headless knight. "Oh, really?" But Yuhao didn't hold back at this moment. With Long Xiaoyao preoccupied, and Zhongli Wu and others entangled, it was the perfect moment for him to strike at Yi Zishui. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, then it could only be said there would be no better chance later. So, at this moment, Yuhao chose to attack directly. He instantly used his 9th soul skill. Suddenly, the light of time and space surged out, and a terrifying ray condensed by mental power shot directly towards Yi Zishui's brow. Yi Zishui initially didn't pay much attention to Yuhao. After all, in her opinion, Yuhao was too young. Moreover, the moves he used were generally mental moves, which were the easiest to break. As long as her mental power was stronger than Yuhao's, it would be fine. Before this, she hadn't been worried at all. Even when Yuhao used the light of space and time, she wasn't afraid to use her mental power against him. But soon she realized she was wrong. The moment she touched Yuhao's light of space and time, Yi Zishui's mental power was severely damaged. She quickly retracted her mental power, but the trauma from earlier left her with a splitting headache. She screamed in pain, but the headless knight didn't tolerate her at all. He seized this opportunity to slap her hard, sending Yi Zishui flying. Yi Zishui fell to the ground and only barely came back to her senses after a long time. When she looked at Yuhao again, a deep shock appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How can your mental power be so strong? And the move you just used, it's not the move of the evil eye tyrant emperor. How is this possible?" Chapter 319. DD2 Chapter 319. Tang San takes action, Yi Zishui and others flee to Kaiyankun Wenking Valley. At this moment, on the screen, after being hit hard by Yuhao's light of time and space, Yi Zishui reacted immediately. Isn't this the skill of the evil eye tyrant emperor? So, she couldn't help but express her shock and questioned Yuhao. The others around were also drawn to the light of time and space used by Yuhao just moments ago. After hearing Yi Zishui's words, everyone was shocked. Zhongli Wu, the skills of the evil eye tyrant emperor, how is this possible? Xuanzai, has this kid become so powerful? Long Xiaoyao, could it be that you were the one who destroyed the Holy Spirit Church headquarters in the Demon Forest some time ago and killed the evil eye tyrant emperor? After hearing the shocking words from everyone, Yuhao admitted it openly. At this point, there was no longer any need to conceal the truth. Moreover, admitting it directly would put significant psychological pressure on the others. They were still in a state of conflict, so Yuhao would not miss any opportunity to disrupt their mentality. And this moment was a perfect opportunity, so he admitted it right then. Finally, you found out. Yes, I killed him. However, the evil eye tyrant emperor is just the beginning. Soon, it will be your turn. Yuhao said to everyone with a smile. After hearing what he said, Yi Zishui and the others felt the weight of great psychological pressure. Each of them instinctively didn't want to believe such a thing. But the reality was in front of them, leaving them with no choice but to accept it. They continued to fight with Yuhao and Zhu Dai, their faces serious. However, it must be said that after realizing this situation, Yi Zishui and the others felt immense pressure. Yuhao's strength was indeed a bit abnormal now. Xuanzai, Long Xiaoyao, Zhongli Wu, and others were basically in a 50-50 situation. But Yi Zishui was completely overwhelmed. This doesn't mean that Yuhao could beat Yi Zishui one-on-one. It was because Yuhao and Electrolux were essentially 2 against 1. Electrolux's abilities were a strong counter against Yi Zishui, especially with Yuhao, who possessed the power of the ultimate duo, joining in. And Yuhao wasn't the type to confront Yi Zishui directly. He excelled at using mental power. He often sought opportunities to strike with the light of time and space. This made Yi Zishui extremely uncomfortable. After being hit multiple times by Yuhao's light of time and space, her complexion started to look dreadful. Her face became extremely pale, and her breath grew disorderly as if she had reached the end of her strength. Master Zishui. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaoyao, Zhongli Wu, and the others wanted to help, but found themselves unable to act at the moment. So they could only stand there, feeling anxious. Xuanzai was also in a panic. He could fully comprehend the current situation. The advantage lay with Yuhao, and considering Yuhao's vengeful personality, if Yi Zishui and Long Xiaoyao were defeated, he feared he would be next. Damn it, is there any way to resolve this? Xuanzai kept shouting in his heart. But Yuhao and Electrolux pressed forward, continuing their assault on Yi Zishui. Their next attack struck her vital point. Even for Yi Zishui, being hit by their attack would surely result in her demise. The entire audience became extremely tense as they witnessed this scene. Boom! What no one expected was that, at this moment, a huge sound suddenly rang out from the sky. Before Yuhao and Electrolux could react, several black beams of light suddenly bombarded down from midair. Struck by these beams, Yuhao, Zudai, and others were knocked back. Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao, and others stood frozen in shock. Just when all of them couldn't figure out what was happening, a man's voice suddenly rang in their ears. If you want to die, stay here. If you want to live, do as I say. From here, run to the northwest. I can assist secretly and ensure you won't be caught up by them for the time being. There is a valley about tens of thousands of meters away. As long as you enter that valley, you will be safe. I guarantee that you will not die. Of course, you can choose not to follow my instructions, but in that case, I will not concern myself with this matter. This voice that suddenly broke the silence kept echoing in their ears, feeling more like an order than mere words. Yet for Yi Zishui, Long Xiaoyao, Xuanzai, and others who had no other options, as long as they had a chance to survive, they were willing to follow, even if it felt like an order. I'll do it. So they all responded in unison. Very good, in that case let's run immediately. The voice clearly expressed satisfaction, and then addressed Yi Zishui and the others again. As they began to move, they felt their injuries gradually recovering, and their speed increased on their journey. What's going on, damn it? Everyone chase. Yuhao was perplexed by the sudden development, but was unwilling to let such an opportunity to eliminate his enemies slip away. So he led the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress to follow. But at that moment, in the gap between the plains, after witnessing this scene unfold, the entire gap between the plains exploded. Chapter 320, DD2 Chapter 320, Tang San's Defense. This was done by Tang San in the parallel world. It has nothing to do with me. And at this moment, in the gap between the plains, after seeing the scene on the screen, all the soul masters were in an uproar. After all, they had been watching Yuhao in the parallel world for so long, and each of them felt a strong sense of immersion. So, before this moment, they had all been looking forward to seeing the parallel world Yuhao's revenge. But what they didn't expect was that just as they thought Yuhao in the parallel world could successfully kill Yi Zishui and the others, such a dramatic change occurred. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? What are those black beams of light that suddenly fell from the sky? I didn't see anyone else take action. It's really weird. They kept discussing this one by one. During this discussion, Tang San, who was in the gap between the plains, couldn't help but sweat profusely. Because while others were unfamiliar with this aura, he certainly was not. This was his Asura power. Therefore, Tang San began to think about how to respond to the god of destruction's impending inquiry. On the other side, Caiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong were also very familiar with this power. After seeing the scene on the screen, both Caiyan Rengsu and Bibai Dong quickly revealed faint smiles at the corners of their mouths. Caiyan Rengsu, haha, it seems that Tang San from the parallel world has taken action. Bibai Dong, although I don't know why he acted, this time, we finally caught him in the act. If I remember correctly, the god of destruction said before that the gods in the god realm cannot interfere with the affairs of the lower world at will, right? Upon hearing this, the smile on Cayenne Rengsu's face grew even wider. Then, they wasted no time and directly looked at the god of destruction beside them. At this moment, the god of destruction also saw the scene on the screen very clearly. Like Bibai Dong and Cayenne Rengsu, the god of destruction was also very familiar with this divine power. He was even more familiar with it than they were. Before the black light beams descended completely, he had already realized who was making the move. A sneer appeared at the corner of the god of destruction's mouth as he cast his gaze directly at Tang San. Tang San, this time I finally caught you in the act. For the events depicted on the screen, could you provide me with an explanation? When the god of destruction looked at Tang San, a coldness flickered in his eyes. After all, he had wanted to deal with Tang San for a long time. He just hadn't found the right opportunity before. But in his opinion, this was a perfect chance. Therefore, the god of destruction was determined to seize the opportunity to create a commotion. Destruction, that's not what I said. But Tang San was not a fool. His reaction was swift. So, after hearing the god of destruction's inquiry, he immediately articulated all the points he had prepared in his mind. The power on the screen is indeed Asura's power, I admit it. But the thing is, that's a matter of the parallel world. What does it have to do with me? Tang San adopted a nonchalant attitude and said to the god of destruction in front of him, "If I have made any mistakes here and you want to punish me according to the rules of the god realm, as a law enforcer, I will never refuse to accept punishment. I am willing to accept your punishment voluntarily to set an example. But the key issue is that this matter has nothing to do with me at all." He continued, defending himself. Even if the actions were taken by Tang San in the parallel world, everything in the parallel world is completely different from ours. Just look at Yuhao on our side and Yuhao in their world, and you will see they are completely different people. So, I believe it is unreasonable for you to make assumptions about me based on this. Tang San kept his defense strong. It must be said that his thought process was indeed quick, and his eloquence was impressive as well. Thus, he provided a well-reasoned response the moment the god of destruction raised his question. Even the god of destruction, who had long wanted to target Tang San specifically, was momentarily left speechless. So he could only remain silent. Seeing this, Tang San continued, "Destruction, I know that due to the expansion of the god realm, you have always disliked me, but I also have my considerations. And as one of the 5 main god kings of the god realm, we should handle matters separately. I hope you don't hold personal grudges against me." This was Tang San seizing the opportunity to teach the god of destruction a lesson. Once again, the god of destruction was left speechless. Knowing he couldn't win the argument with Tang San, he snorted coldly and said, "I'm just asking, why are you reacting so strongly?" Tang San sneered upon hearing this. "Destruction, I know your personality too well. If I hadn't explained myself clearly, you wouldn't be speaking to me so calmly right now." The god of destruction recognized the truth in Tang San's words and didn't continue to dispute it. However, what Tang San had just asserted made him reconsider. Indeed, even if he wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Tang San, he needed sufficient evidence. And just depicting the entire scenario in the parallel world wasn't enough as evidence. As Tang San said, even if the Tang San in the parallel world is a villain, so what? A parallel world is completely separate, and it has no bearing on their world. So, if the god of destruction wanted to find a chance to take down Tang San, he would need to find some evidence concerning his actions in this world. With this thought in mind, the god of destruction began to focus intently on the screen in the air that was displaying the original timeline. Chapter 321, DD2 Chapter 321, the explosion in Mingdu is exposed. It turns out that Yuhao and Shrek are the culprits. You can say that, I have nothing to add to this matter. But Tang San, I still maintain my stance. I hope you don't do anything out of line. You know my character. If you don't act against the rules, even if I am extremely dissatisfied with you, I can't launch any attacks. However, if you step out of line, don't blame me for being ruthless." Thinking this, the god of destruction abandoned the idea of continuing to discuss what Tang San had done in the parallel world. His personality remained unchanged. He would not soften his words. Even though he decided to back off, he still strongly advised Tang San once more. "You can rest assured about this." Tang San felt no concern after hearing this. He merely smiled faintly and responded to the god of destruction. At the same time, Tang San wore a confident expression. Because even in their time and space, he hadn't done anything beyond the rules. At least on the surface, now he hadn't crossed any lines. While in Wenking Valley, he had prepared to take action. But before he could do anything, hadn't he been caught by the mysterious hand in the gap between this plane? So even with that plan in mind, he didn't carry it out. Since he hadn't acted, what was there for him to fear? After considering this, Tang San's heart felt much lighter. After a faint smile, he continued to watch the screen. "It seems we still need to find some flaws in the real Tang San." At this moment, Bibai Dong also realized the same thing. She frowned and spoke to Cayenne Rengsu beside her. Cayenne Rengsu replied, "But Tang San is cautious by nature. It won't be easy to find his flaws." Bibai Dong sighed slightly, adding, "Yes, but we must try our luck. Besides, if the original timeline is played, there's a chance we might see some clues. After all, no matter how cautious Tang San is, if he's linked to Yuhao in the original timeline, then his actions will still be exposed. He can't predict what will be revealed in the future, right?" Cayenne Rengsu nodded, saying that's true. After exchanging a few more words, they quickly returned their attention to the screen. At this moment, just when everyone expected the parallel world screen to continue, the light suddenly went dark. Then, the screen depicting the original timeline lit up in an instant. However, for most of the soul masters in the gap between the planes, the sudden illumination of this other screen was not met with excitement. Having become accustomed to witnessing the developments involving Yuhao in the parallel world, their curiosity about how the story would unfold was piqued. Most importantly, Yuhao in the original timeline was indeed too weak. The more he was compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, the more inferior he seemed. Now, few were willing to continue watching the story of Yuhao in the original timeline. But they had no choice. Whether they wanted to or not, they could only stare helplessly at the screen. On the other side, Bibai Dong remarked, "Oh, is it such a coincidence? Just as I mention this, it starts playing." "HMPH, then let's continue watching. I don't believe Tang San is so clean." The god of destruction also observed the screen with a serious expression. Although Tang San initially appeared confident, he felt a bit flustered upon seeing the serious demeanor of the god of destruction and the others. At this moment on the screen. Next, the scene of Yuhao in the original timeline, participating in the Soul Master competition for the second time played. After all, last time, Yuhao had returned from the ice and fire yin-yang well. Compared to Yuhao in the parallel world, Yuhao in the original timeline had been severely tricked and was disabled upon his return. Coincidentally, the Soul Master competition began at this time, and he had to drag his injured body to participate. This Soul Master competition was quite uninteresting. After all, Yuhao in the original timeline was of average strength. Unlike Yuhao in the parallel world, he had difficulty dealing with Long Jiaxin. To be fair, Long Jiaxin lacked the qualifications to fight Yuhao in the parallel world. The Soul Masters in the gap between the planes watched on, growing increasingly bored while anxiously waiting for the end of the original timeline screen. At this time, Yuhao in the original timeline experienced a small episode. Due to fear of the Sun Moon Empire's combat power, Xuan Zai, Yuhao, and the others organized a blast against the underground warehouse of the Sun Moon Empire. Although they initially aimed to weaken the combat strength of the Sun Moon Empire, upon reaching the arsenal, they discovered countless high-level soul guidance devices and materials buried there. Yuhao resolutely chose to detonate it. The result was a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the earth groaned, roared, and everything trembled. The overwhelming explosive force swept across 1/3 of the Sun-Moon Imperial City. The shockwave almost engulfed the entire city. At that time, over 10 million spectators had gathered for the Soul Master competition, but because of the explosion caused by Shrek Academy and Yuhao, tens of millions of civilians perished. All the Soul Masters in the entire Plain Gap were furious. Many of their relatives had died in the explosion. Now they knew the culprits were Yuhao and Shrek. This was unacceptable to them all. At this moment, both Shrek and Yuhao became the targets of ire from all the Soul Masters in the Plain Gap.